Chapter 1 Dragged to a blind date right after returning home. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Dongjiang Airport. A youth with a straight figure and handsome face, wearing casual clothes walked out from the airport exit. The youth was called Ling, now 25 years old, a reborn person, utilizing the experience he had accumulated in his previous life. Ling had worked hard for 15 years in Blue Star, and today, he had finally reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. Son, back. At the entrance of the airport, Ling's father, Yi Hao, saw his son come out and immediately went forward to take the suitcase in his hand. Let's go meet two people first. What people? Ling was puzzled. There didn't seem to be that kind of person in their family that they had to go see as soon as they came back. Except for him and this father, right? You'll know when you arrive. Yi Hao sold a lie. Ling became even more curious, following Yi Hao to his car. Ling frowned. Dad, didn't I buy you 3 Mercedes-Benz S-Class top of the line? Why are you still driving this Wuling Hongguang? I'm used to it. This car has a lot of space, and it's not particularly heartbreaking when you crash it. Yi Hao smiled back, not feeling anything wrong at all. Ling shook his head helplessly. This father of his just didn't like high profile. He liked to live a normal small life. He was only 5 years old when he was reborn into this world. At that time, this family was poor and his mother's was seriously ill, leaving this world one step ahead of him. Although he possessed decades of thoughts from his previous life, the fact that he had a blood relationship with Yi Hao made him unable to ignore this father. During the time he spent with Yi Hao, he found that this father had the advantages of honesty, pragmatism, humility, low profile, and so on, which perfectly fit the persona of a perfect father in his mind. Invisibly, he recognized this father. Also, if it wasn't for this father's unconditional support and belief in him, he wouldn't have been able to invest and change the original world line by virtue of his small age to reach such heights today. Therefore, he had never been stingy or hidden from Yi Hao. Yi Hao brought Ling to a Western-style cafe called Romantic Promise, and after entering inside, Ling and Yi Hao's ordinary attire was very different from the store's decorative style, as well as the guests sitting there. It caused many people to look sideways, and their eyes were even less favorable. Ling and Yi Hao didn't take it seriously, and walked as they should. Ling followed Yi Hao to a private room in the cafe. Son, when you go in, act naturally, don't let the girl misunderstand anything. Before going in, Yi Hao instructed. Ling was slightly stunned, feeling that the image was somewhat familiar. The door opened. Ling let out a bitter smile. It was just as he thought. His father had brought him here for a blind date. This father, he is so good now. Is he still worried about finding a wife? However, since he had arrived, or his father had arranged it, Ling was not good enough to leave without saying something. The old man's face was still something to be concerned about. Ling walked over and stood across from the two figures with Yi Hao. Hello, I am Yi Hao. Yi Hao took the initiative to extend his hand. In his eyes, however, there was some doubt. Didn't he say that the ones who came were mother and daughter? Why were there two young men? Hello, my name is Su Mei. The young woman on the right stood up and shook Yi Hao's hand. Yi Hao froze. Wasn't this name the mother's name and a mother and daughter? Why was it so young? Ling couldn't help but cough when he saw Yi Hao staring blankly. Dad, don't you want to introduce me? Only then did Yi Hao react and hurriedly introduced Ling to Su Mei. Ling smiled faintly towards the two young women as a greeting. In his heart, he was surprised. The two women in front of him belonged to women with superior posture, especially the one called Su Mei. Her temperament was very good, cold and arrogant with the charm of a mature woman. Moreover, there was a sense of déjà vu in his heart. Su Mei was very similar to a goddess he had a crush on in his previous life. Unfortunately, she later lost to reality and married a second-generation rich man. This is my daughter Su Xiaoling, 20 years old this year. Su Mei introduced her daughter at this time. Hello guys, Su Xiaoling faintly greeted, her eyes filled with impatience. Her foot lifted and stepped on top of the chair. Ling smiled faintly and did not say anything. Probably he could guess why this Su Xiaoling did so. Put your feet down. Su Mei looked at Su Xiaoling with a sullen face. The icy cold expression was like 10,000 years of immutable ice, causing people to subconsciously chill their bodies. Ling was slightly stunned. Could this Su Mei be an iceberg beauty president? Su Xiaoling shrunk her neck and hurriedly put her feet down, but muttered on her mouth. I have this attitude. Pull back if you don't fall in love. Su Mei coldly came to Su Xiaoling and lowered her voice. You'd better not challenge my patience, or else if you go back today, I'll give you a week's sick leave. Are you evil? Su Xiaoling's face was filled with a stubborn expression of disobedience, but when she saw Su Mei's eyes, she still wimped out, sat up straight, and stretched out her hand to Ling. Hello, my name is Su Xiaoling, a sophomore at Dongjiang University. My name is Ling, just returned from studying abroad. Ling shook Su Xiaoling's hand. I'm sorry, this child is just angry with me. that's why he behaved like this. Let's chat while we eat. In order to talk about my apologies, this meal is on me. Sume apologized with a smile, which is the reason to let the woman pay for a blind date. We'll pay for my meal, Ling said with a faint smile. Right, we'll pay the bill. Order whatever you want. Let's eat and chat. Hao, with a smile on his face, concurred. Sume didn't say anything else and smiled faintly at Ling, a satisfied look in her eyes. I don't know where the restroom is. Can you take me there? Su Xiaoling suddenly stood up and looked at Ling. Can. Ling stood up, came to Su Xiaoling and made a pleased gesture to him. Seeing that he didn't look, Su Xiaoling walked towards the direction of the toilet, but Sume dropped everything in her eyes and once again revealed a satisfied look. When she looked at her daughter, the satisfaction turned into worry. Hopefully, this daughter would not disgrace her. When she reached the door of the restroom, Su Xiaoling stopped her steps and turned around to look at Ling with cold eyes. Playing games? Does King Pesticide play? Not playing. Ling shook his head. Then we are not suitable. Su Xiaoling spread her hands and showed a really sorry expression. Ling, this girl really had a lot of personality. When the words came to this point, there was basically no need to chat. Su Xiaoling squatted in front of the toilet and played a few games of King Pesticide, and Ling also played a few games of elimination before the two returned to the table. After finishing the meal, Ling took the initiative to pay, and the blind date ended there. Exchange contact information. Sume looked at Ling and said with a smile. Ling actually wanted to say that it was not necessary, but Sume's inexplicably familiar aura made him hesitate, and finally decided to exchange. Pity the poor world. He had to understand it. Dongjiang Royal Villa area is the most luxurious, expensive single-family villa area in Dongjiang City, but also the property developed by Ling's company. As the boss, Ling naturally chose the most luxurious one for Hao. He was not a saint, reborn and gained amazing wealth, then he must enjoy. Returning to the villa, he asked the butler to bring the suitcase into the house. Ling went back to his room and took a hot shower before coming to the living room. Dad, you seem to be taking special care of today's blind date? Ling came to the sofa and sat down, asking with interest. This was introduced by your uncle Qingming. We can't refute his face. Hao replied back, not hiding anything, and told the story. Usually when you're not around, I live inside my old home in the past. A few days ago your uncle Qingming came and mentioned you in casual conversation. So he said that he wanted to introduce you to his girlfriend, and I couldn't push it off, so I agreed to do it. Success or failure, you have to try to keep in touch for a few days. Your uncle Qingming, that temper you also know. If it is directly cut off, will certainly feel that we do not give him face. Mentioning Qingming, Hao's eyes were filled with helplessness. Dad, why don't we just show down with Qingming? Our family is rich, not poor. Save him from coming to our house in the future to show off and point his finger. Ling frowned, his eyes glowing with disgust. Qingming was Hao's cousin, who was extremely snobbish and loved to show off, belonging to the extremely obnoxious kind. He had been fighting outside for the past few years, and every time he talked to Hao on the phone, he could hear Hao say that Qingming came to the house to show off or something, and he had persuaded Hao several times, but it turned out that Hao said that they were all relatives, and that it would be better to do more than less. And, moreover, he also said extremely strongly that he didn't want to live that kind of high-profile life. Ling sighed every time, but still complied with Hao, who let him spoil Hao. However, this time he came back, he planned to live in the country permanently. If the other party came to show off, then don't blame him for not being polite. After chatting with his father for a long time, Ling returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Ling remembered today's blind date. Sume's figure subconsciously surfaced in his mind. Compared to Su Xiaoling, Sume quite interested him. Unfortunately, Sume was married. It was impossible for him to accept that his woman was impure. Yifan opened his cell phone, and his phone received several message alerts. Sume? Ling opened it and looked at it. His eyes narrowed. Sume unexpectedly sent her a few photos of her in cool clothes, beautiful legs, stockings, feet in stockings. Chapter 2, Dating? Testing? Ling couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he felt that Sume was testing him to be a gatekeeper for his daughter. He didn't have much interest in Su Xiaoling. Instead, he was very interested in Sume. The night was silent, and the next morning, Ling received a call from Sume. Are you free? Can you come out for a bit? Ling was not the least bit surprised and nodded with a smile. Yes. After agreeing on a place, Ling changed into a normal casual dress and went out. Of course, this was only what Ling himself thought was ordinary. In fact, the clothes he wore were all tailored by internationally renowned clothing masters. Each piece was worth more than $100,000, especially the belt, which was worth $1 million. After changing his clothes, Ling gave a greeting to Yi Hao and walked into his garage. Inside the garage, there were 4 cars, a Wuling Hongguang and 3 Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars. These 3 were the cars Ling bought for Yi Hao, all of which were Mercedes-Benz S-Class top-of-the-line versions. He also had his own car, and it was no less than 3 digits, and all of them were worth more than $1 million. When he came back, he had already found someone to do the consignment, and it would take a few days to come over. At his height, even the best cars were just transportation tools for him. He chose a car at random and made do with it for now. Ling took the key given by Yi Hao and went into the garage, chose a Mercedes Special 500L 4MATIC and drove out of the villa. The place where he met Su-mei was the Ecological Park in Dongjiang City. Parking the car in the nearby parking lot of the Ecological Park, Ling slowly walked towards the Ecological Park. When he arrived at the park, Ling saw Su-mei standing at the entrance at a glance. Today Su-mei wore a set of black professional skirt suit, giving people a sense of vision of a beautiful president. Why would such a woman bring her daughter to a blind date, and also trying to find ways to test such a very ordinary youth like him? Hello. Arriving in front of him, Ling greeted with a smile. Hello, I know it's a bit abrupt to call you here so early, but I can't help it. I may only have a bit of time today. I'll make it short. What's your impression of my daughter? Is it possible to be together? Su-mei spoke quickly and said. Ling smiled and didn't hide it. I'm sorry, I don't think we are too suitable. In fact, Ling, this child's nature is very good, usually very well behaved. Yesterday that expression was completely faked. She just doesn't like blind dates. Why don't you guys talk more? You observe carefully? Su-mei revealed an expression of really so, seemed to think of something. A trace of anxiety flashed out between her eyebrows. Ling took everything in. Did you encounter something and don't want to involve your daughter? I'm sorry, this is my own personal matter. I can't talk to you for the time being. Think about it carefully. If you really can't get along, then let it go. Su-mei frowned and coldly returned. She just felt that this Ling had acted calmly during the blind date, giving her a good impression, and didn't want Su Xiaoling to miss out on such a man. But now, after spending some time alone with Ling, she felt a change had occurred. Ling's eyes were too sharp, giving her a feeling that he could penetrate through her everything, making her a little uncomfortable. She hated this feeling. I'm going to work, bye. Su-mei subconsciously wanted to escape Ling's eyes, and immediately walked towards the outside of the park after saying goodbye. Ling did not stop the other party either. However, walking a little too quickly, Su-mei's body swayed and her body fell towards the ground. Ling was stunned and hurriedly walked over to ask with concern. Is it alright? It's fine. Su-mei waved her hand and made a gesture to stand up. In the next moment, with a painful face, she once again squatted on the ground, one foot raised. This was clearly a sprained foot. Do you need me to send you to the hospital? Ling asked tentatively. This fall came too timely, and was most likely a part of the test. No, I can do it myself. Su-mei refused and tried to stand up again, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, her face twisted up and she sat on her butt. Ling saw this scene and had a conclusion. Su-mei was not pretending, but was really injured. Ling went forward and reached out towards Su-mei's arm to grab it. What are you doing? Su-mei asked vigilantly. What can I do? Send you to the hospital. This foot injury can be big or small. If you don't want to limp, you must see a doctor at the first time. Ling spread his hands and said, I can do it myself, so I won't trouble you. Su-mei once again refused. What's troublesome about this? If it wasn't because of me that made you a little flustered, you wouldn't have twisted your foot. Ling quickly said back. Reaching out, he grabbed Su-mei's arm and helped her up. Su-mei was wearing high heels. One foot was not stable at all. Her body subconsciously leaned into Ling's arms. In her heart, she could not help but feel a burst of panic. This man could not be a scumbag, right? Just at this time, Su-mei suddenly felt her body leaving Ling's arms. Her heart flooded with doubts. Looking around, she realized that Ling was actually dragging her shoulders forward with both hands. Was this fear of her misunderstanding? This man was not a Sven scum? After walking for some time, Su-mei was certain that Ling was trying his best to avoid her physical contact with herself. Thinking about her previous reaction, Su-mei suddenly had a feeling of embarrassment in her heart. Do you know how to drive? My car is nearby. Su-mei bit her lips and asked. Will? Ling nodded his head. Su-mei handed Ling her BMW car keys. After finding Su-mei's car, Ling drove to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Ling accompanied Su-mei to start the examination. After finishing, the two sat on the public seats in the area where they waited to pick up the tablets. Thank you for today. Here's $500. It's a little token of my appreciation. Su-mei took out $500 and handed it to Ling. You sprained your foot because you sped up because of me. I'll pay for the medical expenses until you're better. Ling shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to be responsible. Su-mei frowned. her eyes once again wary. Although this man had behaved very well and gentlemanly in the morning, it was not guaranteed that he was an expert among the Sven scum. I have my principles, you cannot accept it, but I must do things according to my principles, Ling said back. Sume very much wanted to argue and say that it was not necessary, or even directly exported to drive people away, but when she saw Ling's sincere eyes, all these years of experience allowed her to be sure that Ling wasn't lying. In fact, you don't have to worry, I am only responsible for your medical expenses. If I take care of you, I will find a chaperone, or you can call your daughter and let her come over to take care of you. I will pay for the expenses, Ling said again. Good, Sume nodded her head. After her daughter came over, she would directly support Ling, and turn around and send the money over by WeChat is all. Chapter 3, pick me up and take me home this afternoon. Hello, Ling, where are you? Answering the phone, Sume asked. I'm over here in the national capital. I came with a few classmates. Mom, let's not talk about it for now. We still have important things to do. Don't call me for now. Ling's words came over, followed by a snapping sound as the phone hung up. Sume's face chilled and she dialed the phone again. The phone rang, but no one answered. Dialed again. After dialing 3 times, Sume was so angry that she snapped the phone fiercely on her bag. Damn it, stinky girl, you better not come back. Otherwise I'm sure my ass will open flowers for you. What's wrong? Ling asked suspiciously. Nothing, you can go back. My side can do it by myself. Sume huffed back. Didn't Ling say that she went to the national capital with her classmates? Ling said breathlessly, knowing that you still knowingly ask. Sume glared fiercely at Ling. Ling smiled awkwardly. Do you have any other relatives or friends who can take care of you? Ling asked. No. Sume shook her head, then looked straight at Ling. Isn't it very much to your liking? Very sympathetic. Ling said back. Sume. This man was too shrewd. He could see through everything, wanting to try and find out what purpose he had or didn't have. There was no way to do so. You are Sume's lover, right? Come in with me. At this time, the nurse came out from the film-taking room and asked Ling. He is not. He is my daughter's blind date. Sume frowned and immediately explained. Can he represent you? The nurse asked back. Can. Sume lowered her head, blushing to her neck, but wherever she could stand up and take 2 steps, she wouldn't say such words. Returning to the Su family for the past few years, she had never relied on any outsiders, especially men. Today was considered the first time she had relied on a man to do something when she came to Dongjiang. The corner of Ling's mouth hooked up an arc. Strong woman bowed her head. This is really a bit interesting, if such a strong woman is turned into a gentle and lovely housewife. Unfortunately, the other party is already married and has a daughter. Ling followed the nurse into the doctor's office. The doctor told him that Sume's ankle bone was fractured and needed to be observed in the hospital for 2 days. Ling nodded his head and took the results out. How could this happen? It was just twisted. How could it be fractured? Sume heard the results and froze in place. Things in life are unpredictable. No one can guarantee that something like this won't happen. Ling said back. No, I can't stay in the hospital at this time. Sume's hand on the chair was ready to stand up. The next moment her expression twisted a bit. However, Sume, who should have sat down, froze and lifted her foot again to take a step. Are you preparing to be a cripple for the rest of your life? Ling hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to help her. This woman actually had such perseverance. It really surprised him a little too. Being a cripple is better than regretting it for the rest of my life. Sume bit her lip and said, take me to my company. I won't treat you badly afterward. Ling ignored Sume and stood there motionless. You won't help me? Sume stared at Ling, icy cold with an aura. But this bit of female president's aura was simply useless to Ling. I suggest you heal your wounds first. Ling returned indifferently. Is it that Su Nua can't reach your standard? Tell me, what do I need to do to help me? Sume was cold and handed her bag to Ling. There's a card inside. There's money. Take your pick. Take whatever you want. I'm not interested in money, Ling said back indifferently, not even stretching his hand. If you take me to the company, I will try my best to set up you and my daughter. Of course, if she is not willing, I will not force her. Sume bit her lip and said, I'm not interested in your daughter either. Ling once again said back indifferently. Sume suddenly stopped talking and looked straight at Ling, squeezing out a word in the middle of the day. Okay, what line? Ling was puzzled. Whether this woman had brainstormed something unimaginable. I allow you to pursue me, and I won't reject you for 3 months. As long as you can make me like you, I'll marry you whatever. Sume bit her lip and said, because of the force, her lips were purple. Sure enough, this woman had brainstormed something unimaginable. Ling shook his head. To be able to make a woman who was wary of herself say this, it meant that this company must be very important to Sume. Forget it. This Sume's character still looked quite good, even if she was already married. It was worth befriending her. You wait, I'll go and consult with the doctor to see what can be done to allow you to move temporarily. Ling gave Sumei a greeting and walked into the doctor's office. What Ling didn't know was that Sumei revealed a hint of a smug smile the moment he turned around. After a little bit of scheming, the purpose was tested out. This man is nothing more than that. After talking with the doctor, a conclusion was finally given to fix a brace for Sumei's foot, and not to be hospitalized for the time being. Are you sure you really want to go to the company? The doctor but said, even if your ankle fracture is very light, but also need to recuperate, cannot get out of bed to walk, otherwise it will cause secondary injury. The injury will be more serious. After leaving the hospital, Yi once again asked, there are some things that I can only have a hint of a turnaround if I personally go. I can't be absent at this time. Sumei's eyes were firm as she said back. Ling also did not advise. This woman was a workaholic. People didn't care about their own bodies. What did he, an outsider, care? Ling drove Sumei to her company, Xingcheng Group, and when she arrived at the door, Sumei signaled Ling to stop. When she was assisted into the company by the receptionist, Sumei twisted her head and looked at Ling. You drive the car first. I will call you in the afternoon. You pick me up and go home. Without waiting for Ling to speak, Sumei turned her head. Ling, an existence that the world's bigwigs have to serve tea and water when they see him, was actually treated as a personal driver by Sumei. However, it was quickly released. There was nothing to do anyway, just take charge to the end. At this time, Yi Hao's called. Son, your uncle Changming is here. Come to the old house here. Good. Hanging up the phone, Ling's mouth rose in a sneer. Ling's family's old house was located in an ordinary apartment building in the old city center of Dongjiang City. It was the first house that Yi Hao bought when he was young and Li Shuya struggled together. The house wasn't very big. It was only 70 to 80 square feet. Within the 70 or 80 square feet room, Ling spent 5 years, having many unforgettable memories. So, even though there was money, this old house had been kept, and when Ling was not around, Yi Hao mostly lived in it. Coming to the apartment building, Ling parked Sumei's red BMW car in the parking lot and turned his head to see an old BMW sedan. This car is exactly Yi Qingming's, was bought by Yi Qingming the year before, more than $300,000, belongs to the most lowly of the BMW. When he picked up the car, he also deliberately came to show off in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao mentioned it to Ling several times on the phone. The car and Sumei's red BMW sports car were put together and looked extremely cheap. Ling smiled sarcastically, expressing the mood of the moment. Chapter 4. The whole body should be worth $400 or $500. Arriving in front of his house, he opened the door and walked in. Our college student Ling is back. Quickly come over and let uncle take a look. Only after entering the door, a rough voice rang out. It was none other than Yi Qingming. Yi Qingming ate fat, like a meat squat, especially that stomach. It was comparable to a pregnant woman who was 10 months pregnant. Hello Uncle Qingming. Ling walked in and greeted with a smile. Well, you've grown taller again. Yi Qingming patted Ling's shoulder and said with a smile. Then his smile tightened and he looked at Yi Hao and sighed. Xiao Hao, not me saying you. Ling has graduated from university. Why can't you spare to buy him a good set of clothes to wear? Look at him, this one adds up to less than 2,000. Right, this kind of ground floor goods can't even find a good job. Ling and Yi Hao were speechless when they heard this. This Yi Qingming's in order to show off his own really have enough positive. Do not wear good clothes and cannot find a good job have anything to do. He said as if wearing good clothes could lead to a good job. Moreover, is Ling not well dressed? His body added up to a couple $1 million. Then look at Yi Qingming. Although wearing a brand name, but all are fake, the whole body adds up to $500 to hold up. Uncle Qingming, just wear comfortable clothes. I'm not that particular. Ling smiled back. What he said was true. With his current height, wearing clothes was all about comfort. The price of the clothes, he didn't care at all. After all, right now, his was rich enough, and had been showing less and less care for money. According to the Beaver Group's Damo words, he had no interest in money. Ling, you're wrong. In this society, to do anything, you need to have an identity. What can show off your identity? It's definitely clothes, watches, and purses. Yi Qingming's eyes glowed, pointing to the clothes on his body. See, my clothes add up to 55,000. This watch is 150,000. This bag is 100,000. As long as I wear this body of clothes to talk business with others, 100% success. The indescribable arrogance in his eyes. Yi Qingming's eyes of Ling and Yi Hao's worshipful envy all appeared in his mind. But Uncle Qingming, more than half of your body is fake. How could Ling let him have his way? On the side, Yi Hao smiled bitterly at his words. He knew that Ling was going to start slapping Yi Qingming in the face. Son, don't be too serious. Yi Hao whispered a word of advice, but after thinking about it, he sighed. Feel free. Yi Ling's height nowadays. All the world's bigwigs had to nod their heads in front of him, let alone a thug Yi Qingming. Yi Hao wasn't going to care. Let his son give this cousin a good lesson. What are you babbling about? I bought all of these from a specialty store. They are absolutely all genuine. Yi Qingming's face sank, looking at Yi Ling with great displeasure. Yi Ling did not panic, reached out and picked up a cup of water from the coffee table, and threw it violently at Yi Qingming. Yi Qingming didn't pay attention and was doused with water. His eyes went round and he was trembling with anger. Yi Ling, why did you splash me? Yi Ling didn't panic, opened his cell phone and typed in something, sending it to Yi Qingming. Yi Qingming didn't know what Yi Ling was up to and quickly grabbed it with his hand to read it. Yi Ling, which was smiling, and opened his mouth. Uncle Qingming, your blouse is from the luxury brand Lunan, right? I searched. This clothes of theirs is plated with a layer of nanofilm outside. Water splashed on it won't soak in. Now look if your clothes are wet. Yi Qingming subconsciously looked down. The water all soaked in. His face shook, frowned. This can't be. My wife said it was bought at the counter and cost tens of thousands of dollars. How could it be a fake? Uncle Qingming, the facts are in front of us. The search results are also described. You have also read them. There can only be two possibilities. Firstly, the counter sells fakes. Secondly, the one that Auntie bought for you is a fake. Grass. I told you how that smelly woman suddenly had so many more lipsticks and bags. It turns out that she bought me fakes and then deducted the money herself. Paralyzed. Go back and pack her up properly. Yi Qingming instantly understood what was going on and cursed out loud in his heart. Also, Uncle Qingming, your watch is not quite right. This one on your hand should be Vacheron Constantine Arcmaster Series 86073/000PB521. His real price is about 1 million. It is not realistic for you to buy it with 150,000. And the watch is doing is old and obvious. And the workmanship is rough. And it should be a ground floor product. A dozen or so of the kind. And your bag should be Hermes Kelly Depeche's business bag. The real price is 480,000. The same as the wristwatch. This workmanship is very rough, with man-made inferior leather. If I guessed well, when I first bought it back there will be a very heavy leather flavor, at most worth $100. To summarize, Uncle Qingming, this whole body of yours should be worth 400 or 500 when added up. Yi Ling gave a final summary with a faint smile. Yi Qingming was dumbfounded by what he heard. The way Yi Ling said it, and it all fit, meant that the odds were that it was all fake on him. Just now, he said that Yi Ling's body added up to more than 2,000. It was a ground floor product, but now he had less than 500 on him. This was the trash of the ground floor products. Yi Qingming felt his face being slapped. Other people wear in the shabby. People wear are real goods. He wears in how shiny. Where are fake goods? He himself is still there to sell themselves. He feels like a clown. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Yi Ling, you are really worthy of having been abroad. You know a little bit about the skin of clothes. However, I bought all of this from the counter. It can't be fake. Turn around and I'll let them appraise me. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm here this time to tell you guys something. Yi Qingming didn't believe that he had been hit in the face, deceiving himself and others. He started to change the topic hurriedly, without waiting for Yi Ling and Yi Hao to speak. Yi Qingming continued. Yi Ling, I heard that you went out on a date today with the person you went on a blind date with yesterday. Is that true? Yi Ling was a little confused as to why Yi Qingming would ask this. Shouldn't he be asked what his impression was? I talked to him about you being asked out on a date today. Yi Hao saw his son frowning and explained. Yi Ling instantly understood. It's true, but, Yi Ling was ready to say that it had gone yellow. Yi Ling, even if you and the other party feel chatty and love at first sight, don't date them. I only realized yesterday that their mother and daughter are women driven out by the Su family. Their thoughts are very impure and they have an extremely bad reputation. Yi Qingming once again interrupted Yi Ling and said with an apologetic face. This time also blame me. It's me who didn't inquire carefully and let you guys go over to meet people. However, I didn't go to see. Both of you, father and son, went there. You should also be able to see their faces. Right? How come you're so blind and still want to go on a date with them? You, this foreign students out of the country eyesight is not too good. Yi Ling, Yi Hao. This Yi Qingming is also really strange. Really can belittle a handful of everything. Chapter 5. Is this car yours? However, after Yi Qingming said this, Yi Ling also understood why Su Mei was so agitated. It turned out to be a matter of life and death for the company. East Jiangsu family? What family? The big families in the province, the big business groups, and the international consortiums, and even some hidden families Yi Ling could recognize. But this Su family was really the first time he had heard of it. The existence that he didn't know was either one of those arcane and mysterious existences, or the rank was too low. Obviously, the Su family belonged to the latter. At a glance, you guys don't believe it and can't accept the truth, right? Yi Qingming was greatly pleased in his heart when he thought that Yi Ling and Yi Hao were subdued. Once he thought of Yi Ling pretending to be a bully in front of him just now and showing him off, his heart became upset again. It's better this way. In order to be able to completely let you guys die, I will take you guys to Qingqing Group. Today there will be a lot of debt collection companies going to collect the debt, and I'm one of the debtors, so you guys will be able to see what kind of virtues she has at that time. Yi Qingming smiled and said again, Brother Ming, there's no need for that, we just trust you, Yi Hao said with a smile. After all, it was his own relative. He didn't want Yi Qingming to be too embarrassed. This can't be done, Xiao Hao. Not letting you see it with your own eyes makes it seem like I'm bragging. It has to go. Yi Qingming flatly refused. Are you kidding me? How can he get out of his anger without going? How can he be more refreshed? Yi Ling, there are a lot of big names here today. It's an eye-opening opportunity. A returnee like you shouldn't miss the chance to look up to a big name, right? Maybe if you go and perform well, they can look at you? Yi Qingming was afraid that the two of them would really not go, and threw out a tantalizing topic for Yi Ling. Dad, since Uncle Qingming is taking us to open our eyes, then we can't dismiss Uncle Qingming's face, so let's go along and have a look. Yi Ling twisted his head and glanced at Yi Hao. Well, his son gave the word. Yi Hao could only agree. Ha ha, it's still Yi Ling who understands. Walk, my BMW is down there. I'll drive you guys. Yi Qingming waved his big hand, excited to the extreme. Sure enough, he was a young man who was good at cheating. Coming to the downstairs parking lot, Yi Qingming came to the front of his car, and was about to speak. When he turned his head and saw the fire-red BMW sports car next to him, he was immediately stunned. At this time, Yi Ling came to the front of the red BMW sports car, ready to open the door. Don't move, don't ever move, Yi Qingming shouted. Yi Ling was stunned and looked at Yi Qingming with some doubt. This is a BMW series sports car, worth at least $1 million or more. Don't look at it to touch it when it looks good. Touch it dirty, or bump off the paint. Your family can't afford to buy it even if you sell it. You guys help me look at it. I'll back up first, don't rub it for others. Yi Qingming's face was worried. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Yi Ling ignored Yi Qingming. Don't move. Yi Ling, don't move. You can't let me take the blame for your own fulfillment of your selfish desires. If you want to touch it, wait for me to drive out and then you can touch it again. It won't have anything to do with me then. Yi Qingming once again shouted, quickly got into his BMW, carefully moved the car out, and then quickly went out of the neighborhood. Yi Ling and Yi Hao. Dad, get in the car. Yi Ling didn't make much of it and greeted Yi Hao as he got into the car. Although Yi Hao was surprised why Yi Ling would drive a female sports car back, but he didn't ask much. Yi Ling's car is no less than 100. It might be sent over. The car drove out of the neighborhood. Yi Ling saw Yi Qingming who was waiting there, pacing back and forth in front of his worn-out BMW. DD. Yi Ling pressed the horn. Ah, am I in the way? I'll move out of the way, Yi Qingming hurriedly said and was ready to drill inside the car. Uncle Qingming, it's me. Yi Ling opened the car window and shouted at Yi Qingming. Yi Qingming was stunned and turned his head to look at Yi Ling. The next moment he froze in place. Slap. It felt like his face was being furiously slapped, instantly reddening to the neck. The damn car he was so careful about, afraid of bumping into was Yi Ling's? How could this be possible? How could he, a poor student, afford a sports car? No, something was definitely not right. This color was obviously driven by a girl. Yi Qingming immediately thought of the key and walked towards Yi Ling with a gloomy face. Uncle Qingming, not going? Yi Ling asked Yi Qingming with a smile. Yi Ling, this car is not yours, right? Yi Qingming asked in a cold voice. No, it's Su Mei's, the mother of the blind date you told me about. I went out with her today. She twisted her foot, then I sent her to the hospital, and then I drove over after temporarily receiving my father's call. It's just right to return it to her this time. Yi Ling smiled and explained. I told you, how can you guys afford to buy such a car? Yi Qingming laughed, then said with a straight face. Yi Ling, you are the child of our old Yi family. The thing of selling your body for money should not be done again. This time Uncle Qingming will take it as nothing happened. Next time Uncle Qingming will have to educate you properly. Yi Ling's face chilled and he coldly said, Uncle Qingming, what I said has been explained very clearly. It's because my father called me temporarily. I drove over. Moreover, I have my own car. I don't need your so-called selling my body to make money at all. If you talk nonsense again, we won't go. Hee, look at you. Didn't Uncle give you a precaution? Yi Qingming saw that Yi Ling was angry. He immediately smiled and hurriedly compensated for the smile. Now he could not piss Yi Ling off. Otherwise the following pretense would not be possible. Son, there is no need to be concerned about my feelings. Don't aggravate yourself. After Yi Qingming left, Yi Hao said with a cold face. He was also enraged. Even if they weren't relatives, they couldn't say someone was a soft eater in front of them. Thank you dads for understanding. Yi Ling smiled. and his smile gradually turned cold. Pulling out his cell phone, he sent out a message. Investigate things related to the Qingcheng group, and by the way, make an assessment of the Qingcheng group and send it to me. After sending out the message, Ling put his cell phone away. Want to help Qingcheng group? Yi Hao asked. Let's see the potential of Qingcheng group first. Ling smiled faintly. Yi Hao nodded and didn't ask anything more. Following Yi Qingming, he arrived at Qingcheng group. Parking the car, Ling and Yi Hao came to the lobby together. It seems like it's really as Yi Qingming said. Someone is preparing to come and demand a debt today. Ling looked at the crowd walking around the hall and came to be interested. You father and son come with me. I'm the debtor. It's useless for them to stop me. With me here, you'll have no problem walking sideways. Yi Qingming parked his car and came back. Came to Ling and Yi Hao and waved his big hand at them. With his head held high, he walked towards the hall with his big belly. Sir, may I help you? Only when they entered, the receptionist walked up with a smile. Take us to see Sumei. I'm here to collect a debt, Yi Qingming said arrogantly. When the receptionist heard this, her face just trembled and she hurriedly made a pleased gesture to Yi Qingming. Not bad, a bit of eye candy. Tell me your cell phone number, name, turn around, and when the tilting city group is gone, you can go to my company to work. Yi Qingming smiled lewdly, pulled out his cell phone and said in a commanding tone, I'm sorry, we don't offer this service. The receptionist frowned back. Subconsciously, she moved away from Yi Qingming. What's that look on your face? Lao Zi left you a phone number because I look up to you. You really don't know what to do. Yi Qingming was not happy, grunted, took the phone back and walked towards the elevator. The receptionist's face changed, revealing an uneasy look, stopping in place and not following. It's a legalized society now. He can't do anything to you. Don't worry, Ling said with a smile as he walked to the front desk. Thanks. Ha, are you the little brother who sent Mr. Su over today? The receptionist recognized Ling. Ling smiled and nodded his head as he brushed past the receptionist. Chapter 6. You're actually quite cute. Sumei's character, the whole company knows. The cold and arrogant beauty president of Mode's feelings. Countless men came over to court. Sumei did not even look at a glance. Ling sent Sumei to the company, and after being seen, he became the #1 gossip man of Qingcheng group. These Ling naturally did not know. Arriving at the top floor, Yi Qingming took the two of them straight to the conference room. When they reached the entrance of the conference room, Yi Qingming stopped his steps and explained with a solemn face. Your status is lowly. Just watch at the entrance. I will now go in and have a chat with other big shots that you will never come into contact with. Ling and Yi Hao. Yi Qingming didn't wait for them to reply and turned around to walk into the conference room. At this time, Ling's cell phone rang. Ling walked to the side and opened it to read it. It was the result of the investigation. Su Mei, 33 years old, senior student of the finance department of Beijing North University, unmarried, has an adopted daughter. Su Shaoling, 20 years old, sophomore student of Dongjiang University. Through the investigation and analysis, Qingcheng Group has a lot of potential. The reason why there are immediate difficulties for the East Jiangsu family to short, wanting to include Qingcheng Group within the Su Family Business Alliance. Looking at the message, Ling had an intention in his heart, opened his cell phone and sent a message to his first assistant, Li Rue. Find a person with weight from this side of Dongjiang City to come over to Qingcheng Group. Okay, Mr. Yi. There was a quick message back from there. Why are you here? Ling had just hung up the phone when he heard a familiar voice. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Sumei. Sumei was being supported by her assistant at the moment. Her face was a bit pale and cold like a lump of ice. Knowing that Sumei was unmarried, the attitude in Ling's heart changed, and he smiled slightly. I just came back from abroad. I want to settle down temporarily in Dongjiang City. I investigated your Qingcheng Group, and found that the prospect is good. I want to cooperate with you. I don't know if you are welcome. You cooperate with me? Sumei was stunned. To be honest, she was a bit disbelieving in her heart. However, the words Ling said made her heart slightly warm. Ling had investigated the Qingcheng Group and should know the situation of the Qingcheng Group. Right now almost the whole world was against her. Let's go in together. Let's show you what kind of situation I'm facing. Sumei did not immediately agree and walked towards the conference room. However, after taking 2 steps this way, her body suddenly tilted to one side. The assistant couldn't pull how he could, and his body slumped forward along with him. Ah! The assistant couldn't help but let out a scream. Ling did not have time to think too much. A footstep forward, using his body as a wall to block Sumei's about to fall, quickly holding her body with his hands. Even so, the huge impact caused Ling to fall back 2 steps. Fortunately, Ling's physical quality was very good, and he finally stabilized his body. Is it alright? Ling asked with concern. It hurts. My feet hurt, Sumei said with a trembling tone. Should we go to the hospital? Ling frowned. No, I can hold up. Su-mei shook her head. Only then did she realize that her entire body was curled up in Yi Ling's embrace. A wave of shyness that she had never felt before made her face red and her heart like a deer in the headlights. This was the second time. He actually touched his body for the second time. Su-mei felt that she should hate it and reacted, but she realized that her feet hurt when she moved, and her body once again softened within Yi Ling's arms. The assistant left Su-mei's body, stood up straight, and hurriedly apologized to Su-mei. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry. The assistant's face was pale, his face was scared and his body was trembling. I don't blame you, you go to work first. Su-mei was in a complicated mood and smoothly dismissed the assistant. The assistant immediately apologized once again, turned around and shoved the documents to Yi Ling, then trotted away from the spot. Yi Ling was a bit strange and subconsciously asked, "This assistant of yours is quite afraid of you. Are you saying that I am a villainous president?" Su-mei looked up and asked coldly. There was a sudden uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Go inside. Yi Ling changed the topic. Could this kind of topic be answered? Humph, you're right. I am a cold, heartless, inhumane and villainous president. Are you sure you want to cooperate with me with such a person? When Su-mei saw that Yi Ling didn't answer, a gas was born in her heart and her tone became even colder and said, Yi Ling, you are actually quite cute. I'm cute. Su-mei froze. The heart did not know what was going on. Suddenly there was a feeling of gas dissipating, wanting to laugh. Mr. Su, what's the matter? Just focusing on flirting with men. Even the most basic respect for us is gone? Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Su-mei instantly reacted, forcibly enduring the pain to break her body away from Yi Ling's arms, her face regaining its icy coldness. Hold me up, turn around, no matter what the outcome is, I won't treat you poorly. Su-mei whispered to Yi Ling. Won't treat me badly? Yi Ling's thoughts instantly drifted. Entering the conference room, Yi Ling helped Su-mei to the chair while standing aside. Sit. Su-mei suddenly made a gesture of invitation to him. Yi Ling was stunned and didn't be polite. Who would stand when he could sit? Yi Ling, why did you come in? Didn't I tell you to just watch outside? Yi Ling only sat down. Yi Qingming stood up. His face was ugly, pointing at him and shouting, Get out immediately, this is not a circle where you can come in. Old Yi, who is he? A middle-aged fat man beside Yi Qingming asked suspiciously. Mr. Zhou, he is the son of one of my cousins. I don't know what's going on. He is obsessed with Su-mei these days. I advised him not to interact with Su-mei. He just wouldn't listen. There is no other way. I brought him here today, so that he can see what kind of person Su-mei is, and so that he can die of that heart. Yi Qingming returned with a flattering face. Oh, so that's how it is. Mr. Zhou nodded slightly, turned his head to look at Yi Ling, and coldly said, Young man, a word of advice to you. Su-mei is not a good woman. You'd better not be obsessed anymore. Yi Ling, did you hear me? Quickly get out. Don't make Mr. Zhou angry. Mr. Zhou is the president of our top 10 enterprises in Donghai City, Elephant Shoes. If he gets angry, even if you are a returnee, you won't be able to find any job in Dongjiang City in the future. Yi Qingming scolded in a cold voice. Uncle Qingming, I'm an adult. Whether Su-mei is good or bad, I can tell by myself. And also, when did I say I want to find a job in Dongjiang City? Yi Ling coldly replied back with a leathery smile. If Yi Ling's first assistant Li Rui was there, she would definitely tremble. Such a smile showed that Yi Ling was angry. When Yi Ling was angry, the consequences were serious. Young man, so ungrateful? Mr. Zhou frowned, very unhappy. Old Zhou, you're getting old. Now even a youngster can talk back to you. If I were you, I couldn't stand it. Next to General Manager Zhou, a middle-aged man with thievishly combed hair laughed and teased. Mr. Zhou's face became even more ugly. Next to him were all the business bigwigs of Dongjiang City. He couldn't do anything about it. But to clean up a Yi Ling? It was simpler than crushing an ant. Chapter 7 Seeing him in a bad light? Mr. Zhou picked up the phone, dialed a number and ordered in a cold voice. Notify all the companies we work with to block a young man Yi Ling who has returned from abroad. No company can have him. After saying that, Mr. Zhou hung up the phone and sneered at Yi Ling. Yi Ling still wore a leathery smile. Su-mei's face was ugly. These people were openly suppressing the people around her. Yi Ling being blocked was ultimately because of her. Su-mei twisted her head and looked at Yi Ling. Why was this man still smiling? He didn't seem to be worried at all. Also, he actually would rather be blocked than clear his relationship with her. Is it possible that he is not just playing around with himself? Su-mei's heart was a little messed up, doing her best to maintain the usual state of mind. A moment after Su-mei was fuming, the creditors started to make a fuss. Su-mei, today is the deadline. May I ask if you have raised the money? Mr. Zhou looked at Su-mei and asked. Su-mei, the comrades from the court came with us. If we can't pay, then we can only ask the comrades from the court to step in. Su Mei, pay back the money, pay back the money. Su Mei was instantly pressurized. She indeed did not raise enough money. The bank side did not give loans. She went to ask for debts, and others avoided her. 2 days of running down. She only raised a tenth of the money owed. But today was the last day of the court's execution. If she couldn't satisfy these creditors, they would directly ask the court to freeze the company's property. Once frozen, her company would be completely finished. We all used to be in a cooperative relationship. It's true that I can't get that much money on my side. Is this okay? You guys give me another week's time. I'll absolutely make up all the money owed to you. I'll pay you 1/10 of it first now, Su Mei said with a sincere face. Are you kidding? 1/10 can be of no use. We are very short of money right now. It has to be 100%, otherwise we will freeze your assets. Mr. Joe sneered back. Su Mei, I really admire you. You have no money, but you still pack a gigolo, and it's very down to blood. This nephew of mine even drove your sports car when he went back today. Are you that horny? Yi Qingming said with a derisive face. He looked at Yi Ling again with a look of hatred. Not I say you, also too good to cheat. Foreign schooling on stupid. Such an old woman you also want. Uncle Qingming, your eyes should not be blind at this age. How did you go blind? Yi Ling returned with feigned surprise. Asshole, how to talk to me? I am your uncle. Yi Qingming slammed the table and roared. I don't think so. Whose uncle would open his mouth to belittle his nephew? And also, such you don't deserve to be my cousin uncle. Yi Ling coldly replied back. Not the slightest bit used to Yi Qingming anymore. Against the grain you. Don't want me to be your cousin uncle. Right, well, then from now on, I'll sever all relations with your family, whether you are dead or alive, and I don't have a single penny to do with it. Yi Qingming said angrily. In his heart, he was smiling coldly. He was worried that there was no way to give an explanation to Mr. Zhou, now that he had cleared the relationship. Whatever Yi Ling did was none of his business. Yi Ling did not reply, and a stranger, hate people have nothing to say, directly clean up his. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Rui. Su Mei listened the whole time, looking at Yi Ling's side face, discovered that the other party was calm with a hint of calmness, and had the air of a kind of Tarzan collapsing under his feet without panicking. For so many years, there hasn't been a man who could get into her eyes. Today she finally encountered one. If she really went bankrupt this time, she didn't want to stay in this city. If this man was willing to go with her, she could consider giving him a chance. Yi Ling is so handsome, and their own children, they must also be very. Su Mei unconsciously thought far away, and when she reacted, her face instantly reddened, and she hurriedly resumed her icy demeanor. It's better to solve the matter at hand first. Little sister, I didn't come late, did I? Just at this time, a laughing voice came from the doorway. Without turning around, Su Mei's face turned cold. Su Hanlin, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Little sister, your character is still the same as always. You would rather take on everything yourself. You have now returned to the Su family. Our Su family does not say that we are the king in Dongjiang, but we will not let others just bully us. The visitor smiled back. The Su family? Yi Ling seemed to understand something. This was a double act, right? The person from earlier was playing the black face, and the Su family's person was playing the white face. Anyway, if he was going to work with Su Mei in the future, then he would clean up all of this group of misfits. Don't look at him favorably? Yi Ling turned his head and asked Su Mei. Well, very displeasing to the eyes. Su Mei did not hide her disgust at all. Yi Ling did not ask any more questions, stood up and walked to the youth, kicked him out, and then closed the door forcefully. Silence. The room was instantly silent. Everyone was stunned. The creditors reacted and looked at Yi Ling in shock. That was the Su family's youngest master, the future helmsman of the Su family. The Su family was the top 3 business circles in Dongjiang City. Stomping one foot, the Dongjiang City business circle would tremble 3 times. Asterisk. Yi Ling, what have you done? Young man, the path is narrow. Young man, just now you offended me and still had a way to live in other cities. Now you don't even have a way to live in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Ling ignored them in the slightest, returned to his original position and sat down, smiling at Su Mei. Su Mei looked at Yi Ling in a daze. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated and her breathing became much sharper. Handsome, too handsome. Sister Su, the annoying person has left. Yi Ling saw Su Mei looking at him without saying anything and smiled faintly. Su Mei nodded numbly. Bang! The door was kicked open from outside. Su Hanlin walked into the conference room from outside with a gloomy face and stared at Yi Ling. You dare to kick me out? If you don't have the memory of a fish and the IQ of a pig, you should be able to understand everything just now. Yi Ling faintly said back. Grass. You're tired of living. Su Hanlin pointed at Yi Ling, his face twisted, itching to eat Yi Ling. How had he, the Su family's great young man, ever been treated like this? Su Hanlon, I was the one who told him to do that. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Su Mei was afraid that Su Hanlon would find trouble with Yi Ling and took the matter onto herself. I'm not welcome, Su Mei. What qualifications do you have to not welcome me? If I didn't have my Su family to give you money to work around, this Qingcheng group of yours would have gone bankrupt. You'd better be polite to me, and then come over here and beg me to lend you the money to renew the life of your Qingcheng group. Su Hanlon was enraged and didn't pretend to be a hypocrite anymore. Also, now you can't even beg me. You must make that man beside you kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't lend you money to renew your company's life either. Su Hanlon pointed at Yi Ling, his face grim. After Su Hanlon finished his words, Yi Ling stood up, his face grim, and walked towards Su Hanlon step by step. Chapter 8 Clueless Creditors. Su Mei's face changed, bracing her body to stand up from the chair, but the next moment she sat down on the chair with her teeth showing. Yi Ling, calm down, don't cause trouble. Su Mei's face was anxious. Yi Ling, have never been afraid of causing trouble. Yi Ling returned indifferently. Not afraid of trouble? Oh, kid, the words are quite crazy. I can kind of see. You're Su Mei's licking dog, right? Want to show off in front of her? Su Hanlon coldly smiled, his face sneering. Do you know who I am? Pop. Bang. Yi Ling lifted his slap and smacked Su Hanlon's face, lifting his foot and following it up by kicking Su Hanlon in the stomach. Su Hanlon fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Bang! The sound of the door closing rang out. Su Hanlon looked at the closed office door, his eyes full of disbelief. He was beaten? He was actually beaten again? Anger, humiliation, and killing intent continuously bubbled up from the bottom of his heart. Pulling out his phone, Su Hanlon dialed a number and said icily, immediately liquidate Su Mei's company in bankruptcy. Hanging up the phone, Su Hanlon twisted his head to look at the office. Su Mei, Yi Ling, letting me, Su Hanlon, be humiliated. Killing you guys alone is not enough to solve my heart's hatred. I want you guys to suffer all the humiliation and regret treating me like this. Ha! Su Hanlon pulled his wounds and limped towards the elevator. Yi Hao looked at the distant Su Hanlon and shook his head slightly, a sneer on his face. Letting their son suffer? Even your Su family's ancestors jumped out of their graves. They don't have the ability to do that. Inside the conference room, the creditors were completely dumbfounded. After hitting him once, they felt that Yi Ling was bold. Yi Ling even hit him twice. Did this young man not know how to write the word death? The creditors looked at Yi Ling like he was a dead man. Offending the Su family, Yi Ling would definitely die, and there would be no more place for him in Dongjiang City. At this time, the court officer stood up from his position. Miss Su, in view of the fact that you have not fulfilled your execution obligations on the execution day, the court will freeze the assets under your banner, including your personal assets, until you pay back the property due to the winner of the case. It's not that I'm not going to pay them. I just can't get my funds to work. Su Mei's face was pale and she bit her lip. Who knows if you've wrapped the money around a little white boy? Mr. Joe said with a leathery smile. Su Mei, I thought that you are a woman who knows what's right, but I didn't expect you to reject the Su family's good intentions. That can only let you know the consequences of making a wrong decision. This side suggests that you go to the Su family and take the initiative to admit your mistake. By the way, also bring the man beside you. Young Master Su was very angry with him. Su Mei had no chance of cooperating with the Su family anymore. The creditors felt there was no more need to hide and revealed their hidden faces. I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you down. The momentum was gone. Su Mei's eyes were disheveled, without any luster, and she looked at Yi Ling apologetically. Yi Ling smiled at her. Don't worry, with me, your group won't collapse. What can you do? Su Mei smiled bitterly. You are just a student who just returned from a foreign country. Can you bring my group back from the dead? What if I can? Yi Ling asked back with a smile. If you can, I will marry you and spend my whole life thanking you. Su Mei smiled to herself. It's a pity that you can't. But you can't say such words. I won't do it while someone is in danger. Yi Ling shook his head. To be honest, Su Mei's words made his heart flutter. But if he married him just because of gratitude, he couldn't accept it. Sure enough, after having nothing, you don't have any interest in me at all. You and those men are all the same. Su Mei once again laughed at herself, her eyes glowing with a deadly gray color. Yi Ling couldn't help but feel a heartache as he watched. This is how much despair can be shown in the eyes. Reaching out and patting Su Mei's back. Rest assured, when I say that Qingcheng Group will not fall, he will not fall. Yi Ling, who do you think you are? You are just a foreign student who had a little bit of luck and went abroad. Your family is poor. A Wuling Hongguang has been driving for almost 10 years and is still driving. You want to save Qingcheng Group? What do you want to save? Yi Qingming smiled derisively at his words, his eyes full of sarcasm. smashing pots and pans and going to donate blood. You won't even be enough to pay back a tenth of my debt. Mr. Zhou's eyes were contemptuous. Young man, you'd better think about yourself. After offending Su Xiao, you can't even protect yourself. Young people are just energetic. Of course, even more eyeless. One by one, the creditors were sneering and scoffing. Knock knock knock. Just at this moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Come in, Sume said in a tone without any breath. The door opened. Sume's assistant walked into the conference room from outside. Stopping in front of Sume, her eyes could not hide her excitement. Mr. Su, the president of Hailan House, Zhou Shang, came and said he wants to invest in our company. The assistant approached Sume's ear and whispered, Hailan House, the leading clothing company in Dongjiang City? Sume's deathly gray eyes glowed, revealing an unbelievable expression. Where is Mr. Zhou? Mr. Su, can Mr. Zhou come in? A respectful voice came from outside the door at the right time. Please, quickly come in. Sume braced her body and was about to stand up. Ling quickly stood up, reached out and held Sume's arm, leaning her body on top of his own. As her body came into contact again, Sume's face flushed with a feeling of shyness. There was also a feeling of warmth, reliability, and wanting to rely on it. Zhou Shang was the general manager of Hailan House's branch in Dongjiang City. Hailan House Group was one of the leading enterprises in the clothing industry of the Dragon Kingdom, very strong, with assets of hundreds of billions. Yiling's shares accounted for 55% of the shares in the House of Hiram Group, and he was the controlling chairman of the board. The Dongjiang branch of Hailan House, although not as good as the Su family in the ranking of Dongjiang City, is also on the top 5 enterprises. Good day, Mr. Zhou. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Hello, Mr. Zhou. The debt collectors didn't dare to be slow and stood up to greet each other. In their hearts, they were a little suspicious. What is this situation? Why did Zhou Shang come? Is it possible that he also came to put pressure on Sume just like them? Zhou Shang did not even look at them. The president of the headquarters company personally called over, saying that the chairman of the company was in the Pouring City Group and wanted to support the Pouring City Group, so he hoofed it over. On the way, he learned about the Qingcheng Group and had a general understanding of the difficulties that the Qingcheng Group was experiencing right now. In his heart, he couldn't help but coldly snort. The small Su family also dared to jump in front of the chairman, afraid that in the end do not know how they die. Zhou Shang quickly came to Sume's front, first gave Ling a slight nod, then looked to Sume with a smile. Mr. Su, your company's future development potential is good. Our Highland House has been seeking partners with potential like you. The headquarters side has approved the investment money, the first batch of 50 million. How do you think? It is the honor of our Qingcheng Group to be seen by Hailan House. We are glad to cooperate with you. Sume's face was agitated, but her head still kept her sanity and asked back, I don't know. Does your party have any requirements? There are no requirements. Just follow the rules of investment on your side. For your potential businesses, our Hiram's house has never given absolute freedom. Zhou Shang smiled and said. His eyes inadvertently looked towards Ling. Ling nodded at him, and Zhou Shang's smile suddenly grew even wider. The chairman was satisfied, which meant he had done a good job. While Zhou Shang and Ling were satisfied, the creditors were dumbfounded. What was the situation? Didn't Zhou Shang come to suppress Sume? How did it turn into an investment? After being dumbfounded, uneasiness erupted in the eyes of the creditors. They were the ones who had completely turned their backs on Qingcheng Group. The cooperation between Qingcheng Group and Hailan House was equivalent to them becoming enemies with Hailan House. If Hiram's house helped Qingcheng Group to clean them up, they would be finished. They would be finished. Happy cooperation. Sume extended her hand. Zhou Shang hastily reached out, shook Sume's hand, and instantly let go, fearing that Ling would misunderstand. Mr. Su, you are busy. Keep in touch at any time. If the funds are not enough, we, Hiram's house, will increase our investment at any time. No upper limit. Zhou Shang knew that he was just an errand boy who came to deliver the money. After the money was delivered, it was time for him to retire. Okay, some other day, I'll treat you to dinner. Mr. Zhou. Sume nodded her head. It was indeed not appropriate to greet Zhou Shang now, and turned her head to her assistant and ordered, go send General Manager Zhou. The assistant immediately nodded and led Zhou Shang out of the conference room. Mr. Su, the account suddenly has an additional $50 million of liquidity. Zhou Shang had only left when an excited voice suddenly came from the doorway. The treasurer came over. Sume's face trembled. Light suddenly erupted in her eyes. Her aura gradually soared. Her eyes coldly looked at the creditors below. Everyone, all the money owed will be credited to your accounts within half an hour. A word of advice to all of you. Aiding and abetting evil will sooner or later be met with retribution. So behave yourselves. Chapter 9, let's go to the new house. Just in time to recognize the door. The creditors looked at each other with uneasiness in their eyes. That, Mr. Su, I suddenly received news that the company's difficulties have been resolved. There's no need to be too hasty about repaying the money. You can use it first. Mr. Joe decided to salvage a bit. His company in Hiram's house belonged to the kind of absolute dependence. If he was targeted, it would be over. Mr. Su, the same goes for me. You use it first. Yi Qingming immediately followed with a compensatory smile. I'm not an old scoundrel. I'll naturally pay back the money if I have it, and from now on, I'll terminate all the cooperation with all the people here. Sumei coldly said back. After Sumei finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Yi Ling. Help me to leave. My feet hurt. Go to the hospital. Good. Do you want me to hold you? Yi Ling nodded with a smile. No need. I can still walk. Sumei blushed. Her voice was very low and said, You sure are cute. Yi Ling heatedly smiled and assisted Sumei towards the door. General Manager Zhou and Yi Qingming were pale and regretful when their cell phones rang at this time. The two quickly picked it up, and the next moment their faces were pale, trembling, and their eyes were desperate. Hailan House had unilaterally cancelled the contract with them and was going to sue them. Yi Qingming quickly ran to Yi Ling and begged, Yi Ling, help cousin uncle. Let Sumei talk to Hailan House. Don't cancel the contract with me. Yi Ling frowned with an icy expression. Get out of the way. No, I won't let you. Yi Ling, you must help uncle cousin. Otherwise you can't go anywhere. Bang! Yi Ling didn't spare him in the slightest and kicked over. He added force to this kick. Yi Qingming's body rolled several times before stopping. Yi Ling did not look back and led Sumei out of the conference room. Yi Ling, how can you be so heartless? I am your cousin uncle. How can you forget your roots? Yi Qingming roared hysterically outside the conference room. Yi Hao standing at the doorway mockingly smiled. Forgetting your roots? Who exactly is forgetting their roots? Why didn't you think of forgetting your roots when you insulted our family Yi Ling before? After arriving downstairs, Yi Ling gave the keys of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class to Yi Hao, told him where to park, and then drove Sumei's car to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Yi Ling asked the doctor to help Sumei take a film again. The results showed that Sumei's foot was really serious again and had to be hospitalized for observation. The company's crisis was lifted, and Sumei did not want to become a cripple, and accepted the doctor's advice. Next, Yi Ling made several trips to finish the hospitalization procedures, and went into the senior private ward with Sumei. You stay first. It's noon. I'll go get you some food. What do you even like to eat? Yi Ling looked at the time. It was more than 12 o'clock. I'm not hungry yet. You take a break. You've run several laps. Sumei softly said. It's okay. The body is great. After all, it's because of me that you twisted your foot, which serves you comfortably. That way it's better and faster. And I'm also slipping fast. Yi Ling laughed. You want to leave me that much? Sumei frowned, her expression cold. Feeling that her words were a bit ambiguous, Sumei hurriedly changed her words. I'm not a tiger that will eat you. Oh, Yi Ling was stunned and looked at Sumei with a surprised expression. Wasn't this woman very wary of herself? Could it be that she had changed her opinion of herself with this maneuver? What are you looking at? Aren't you going to buy dinner? I want to eat braised pork. Sumei was stared at for a while and felt uncomfortable. She blankly glanced at Yi Ling and twisted her head. Oh, good. Yi Ling shook his head and smiled. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, do all cold and arrogant presidents have haughty personalities? Getting lunch, Yi Ling and Sumei ate together. After eating, Yi Ling returned to the hospital room after throwing the garbage and sat down in front of Sumei. Yi Ling did not say anything and looked at Sumei with a light smile, waiting for the other party to ask. Can't you act a little naive? Don't act like I see through everything? Do you know that such a person girls don't like much? There is always a feeling of being seen through everything. No privacy. Sumei frowned. Her eyes rolled over and gave Yi Ling two blank stares. Getting used to it. Yi Ling was a little embarrassed. He was really used to it. In his previous life, he was a psychology major, coupled with decades more experience than his peers, leading to the fact that nowadays, if he just glanced at the other person, he could guess what the other person was probably thinking through the other person's demeanor, tone of voice, and so on. Relying on the reborn, as well as such an ability, he almost looked out of the corner of his eye and was invincible in battle, which led him to the present result of doing whatever he wanted. Forget it, too lazy to talk about you. Since you know what I want to ask, then I won't hide it. Zhou Shang was the one you called, right? Sumei stared at Yi Ling's eyes, trying to see through his thoughts. Yes, Yi Ling admitted. There was nothing to hide. Are you the crown prince of Hailan House? Sumei asked, her eyes cold. No, I have some shares in their company. Your company, their chairman looked at the growth environment is good. That's why I came to invest. Yi Ling shook his head and said lightly. He did not lie in any way. The chairman of the board was him, and he did think that the growth environment of Qingchum Group was good. You are actually a shareholder of Hai Lan House? How many shares? Su Mei's eyes were surprised and full of disbelief. 55. Yi Ling smiled back. Su Mei, don't say it if you don't want to. Is this joke funny? Su Mei gave Yi Ling a blank look. In her heart, she wasn't much angry. How many shares were there was someone's secret, and there was nothing wrong with not telling her an outsider. However, her heart was still a little uncomfortable. In the afternoon, Su Mei called Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling still did not pick up. Yi Ling had intended to work a little harder, temporarily take care of Su Mei overnight, take the opportunity to see if you can get acquainted. However, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Ling received a call from Yi Hao, saying that Yi Qingming had found people to come to the house to cause trouble. Yi Ling could only hire an escort for Su Mei. On the way back to the neighborhood, Yi Ling went to the bank and withdrew 1 million in cash. Back to the neighborhood, Yi Ling saw a group of people in the neighborhood from a long distance away, old and young, male and female. These people were no one else but the brothers of Yi Qingming's line of the Yi family, with their elders. Yi Hao, hand over your family Yi Ling. I want to ask him if his conscience has been eaten by a dog. Our family Qingming had a hard time bringing you guys to see the world, but you guys are good. You even united with a woman to avenge her death in turn. You guys want to have a face or not? In the crowd, a thick-voiced obese woman pointed and shouted at Yi Hao, who was surrounded in the center. Yi Ling recognized the other party at a glance. It was none other than Yi Qingming's wife, Huang Lijuan. This woman Yi Fan had dealt with before, a woman who could show off even more than Yi Qingming. Yi Hao, don't forget, your family can maintain until now and still have enough to eat, but our family Qingming has been helping out. You can't forget your roots. Yi Qingming's father, Yi Liang, said with a sullen face, following his daughter-in-law. Uncle Liang, things are not what you guys say. Is this good? Go sit down at home. I'll explain it to you slowly. Yi Hao didn't want to hurt the peace with these people, and said with a smile, but let Huan Lijuan more angry, full of disgust, said, who goes to your broken home? I'm afraid of dirtying my shoes. Immediately call that bastard Yi Ling back. If our family's business can't get better, your family will have to accompany our losses. Eldest family daughter-in-law, say one less sentence. Don't forget what you are here for. Yi Liang's elder brother, Yi Dong, could not stand to watch and reminded in a cold voice, looking at Yi Liang with a sullen face. Second brother, I think what Xiao Hao said is very reasonable. We are here to solve things, not to cause trouble. It is right to sit down and talk together. Yi Liang still respected this big brother, so he was ready to nod his head in agreement. But Huang Lijuan grabbed the lead. Discuss things should also pay attention to the sincerity. Let us go to their broken home is no sincerity. Insult who? After his daughter-in-law said this, Yi Liang's head froze in place, and ultimately failed to nod down. He was now living with Yi Qingming and Huang Lijuan, and his family status was simply not at the point where he could decide alone. Yi Liang did not say anything. Yi Dong frowned. This penis was too embarrassing. Dad, since everyone wants to find a spacious place to talk, let's go to the new home, just so a few uncles and grandparents can recognize the door. Seeing the atmosphere freeze, Yi Ling smiled and walked up. Father was just too low-key and too good old-fashioned. That's why he was bullied. With him back, it was time for everything to change. Chapter 10, My house is really here. House. When did you guys buy a house? Little Hao? Yi Dong looked at Yi Hao in surprise. A long time ago. It was Yi Ling who bought it for me. Yi Hao smiled. How come you didn't inform us about it when you bought it before? So we can celebrate for you. Yi Dong revealed a bitter smile. This nephew was just too low-key. This was something that could increase his status within the clan, and the other party even hid it. Yi Dong also knew that this nephew's character was just like that, not too much of a show-off. It was estimated that if Yi Ling had not said it, he would have planned to hide it for the rest of his life. Then let's go and sit in our new home, and after the matter is settled, let's all get together and celebrate for Xiao Hao. Yi Dong finalized things and swept his head to Huang Lijuan. Finding that Huang Lijuan's eyes were full of disbelief, the corner of his mouth immediately revealed mockery. Being slapped in the face, right? It was Huang Lijuan who brought up the fact that Yi Hao was insincere and wanted to find another place. Yi Ling said the location. Yi Dong finalized it. Huang Lijuan had no reason to refute it, but her heart was unusually upset. This poor man's family bought a house without saying it earlier, and now suddenly said it. It is obvious that she wants to be embarrassed. How could she let Yi Ling have his way? Yi Hao, your family is poor like that. Sure that the place you bought can entertain all of us? Huang Lijuan threw out a topic with a leathery smile. The moment these words came out, the other relatives were immediately stunned. They looked at Yi Hao one after another. Dongjiang City was a place with an inch of gold. Even if he bought a house, how big could Yi Hao buy? I think Sister Huang is right. Let's first determine how big your house is. Can I get in all of them? Otherwise, even if we arrive at your new home, we won't be able to sit down. Won't it be a wasted trip? Yeah, if we can't sit down, let's just find a hotel. It's not that I'm doubting you. Rooms in the suburbs of Dongjiang City are 5,000 or 6,000. If you buy a room in the city, with the little money you earn, you really can't buy much of a room, or else you should just go to a hotel. The relatives also didn't want to make a trip for nothing, and spoke up one after another. Huang Lijuan's face emerged with a smug smile, wanting to show off in front of her. The door is not even there. It's not like everyone is going to get involved. What's the point of having such a big room? Yi Dong frowned. This woman, Huang Lijuan, was too detestable. How dare she incite others to suppress Yi Hao? What was the current situation of her own family? Did she not understand? Did she forget what she was here for this time? Yi Dong's actions made Yi Ling's heart a little warm, although he didn't have much contact with this great-grandfather. But the other party's sensible, fair attitude was definitely worthy of respect. Yi Ling was also not prepared to accompany Huang Lijuan to dilly-dally anymore. He walked up and smiled. Great-grandpa, the room we bought is really not small. I'll go also have a place to sit. Isn't it possible to sit down? After all, sitting on the floor is also considered sitting. Huang Lijuan quickly picked up the conversation. Grimacing, Yi Dong's face immediately became ugly. About to reprimand again, Yi Ling reached out and held him back, walking towards the red BMW, not even looking at Huang Lijuan. Yi Hao also greeted the rest of the people, toward their own Wuling Hongwan go. It's not that he doesn't want to drive the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, but there are 4 more people, and the Wuling Hongwan can only barely squeeze in. Who wants to sit in your garbage car? I drove a BMW over. Sitting is 10,000 times more comfortable than your broken car. Huang Lijuan stood still, eyes teasing. From within the bag pulled out the BMW car keys in the hand through. 3 seats, whoever performs well can sit. A crowd of relatives' eyes just lit up. One after another came forward, all kinds of patting Huang Lijuan's ass. Huang Lijuan was all smiles, looking at Yi Hao with provocative eyes. Yi Hao. Soon, the 4 relatives who had a better relationship with Huang Lijuan were taken away by Huang Lijuan, and the remaining few people all showed regret. That was a BMW car, although it was an old model, but it was a status symbol. They couldn't have it, and they could satisfy their selfishness in a small way by sitting on it. With 4 less people, Yi Hao realized that he didn't need to drive the Wuling Hongguang, so he led a group of people towards the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Arriving at the front, Yi Hao pressed the car key. The car automatically started, slowly came from the position in front of the crowd. Yi Hao smiled. All get in the car. Crowd? This is a Big Ben? Uncle, how you bought a car? Or a Mercedes? This one's several $100,000, right? What hundreds of thousands? This is Mercedes Special 500L 4MATIC. 1.82 million. A young man who knew about cars said the model of the car. 1.82 million? Really? That's enough to buy a 100 square feet house in the city. The relatives exclaimed in shock, their eyes glazed over, feeling like they were dreaming. Uncle Hao, is this really your car? Someone swallowed a mouthful of water and asked stiffly. Yes, it's what Yi Ling bought for me. There are 2 other similar ones at home. I don't drive it often. It feels a bit of a waste. It's still a Wuling Hongguang that's cool to drive. Yi Hao smiled. Put. The young man nearly spit out blood. Uncle Hao, are you speaking human words? Mercedes-Benz S is not as cool as the Wuling Hongguang? Are these 2 in a level of comfort? Most importantly, there are 2 more sitting around eating dust. Luxury car. You are loaded. The crowd got on the car and once again let out a gasp of surprise. Luxury? Simply too luxurious. Although they didn't know what kind of skin was inside. But the moment they saw the interior, their brain told them that it was definitely expensive. Expensive that they couldn't afford. All fasten your seatbelts. Yi Hao ordered and started the car. The relatives immediately sat down, but their eyes never stopped rolling. I'm really glad I didn't sit in Huang Lijuan's car. That broken BMW is just trash compared to the Mercedes-Benz S-Class in front of me. A relative thought of being sifted down things before. Expression ridiculed. A little bit of stinking money. Opened a company. Just all day a look of superiority. Look at that woman is disgusting. I don't know what kind of expression she will have when we come down from the Mercedes-Benz S-Class car later. It must be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Really looking forward to it. Uncle Howie, what does brother Yi Ling do? Why did he suddenly become so rich? A relative gossiped. Other than falling in love, I've done everything else. Yi Hao smiled back. Ha ha, Uncle Hao, you're so humorous. The relatives directly laughed and sprayed at the words. Yi Hao shrugged. He wasn't joking. 100 meters away from the entrance of Dongjiang Royal Villa area, Yi Ling parked his car in the open-air parking lot. Getting out of the car, Yi Dong looked at the surrounding buildings with a bewildered expression. Yi Ling, why did you drive here? this is the villa area, right? Well, this is my new home. Yi Ling pointed in the direction of the villa. Child, I know that you resent Huang Lijuan and Yi Qingming in your heart, but this villa area is not a place where we can just show off. If we are not careful, we will offend people. I think you'd better rent a bigger apartment. Yi Dong sighed. Great-grandpa, my new home is really here. Look, this is the key. Yi Ling pulled out the key to the villa. The keys are all forged, but you can't go in. It's useless. Big Grandpa still suggests that you rent an apartment to cope with it. Yi Dong was still not convinced and continued to advise. Yi Ling, Chapter 11. Excuse me, idle men are exempt. Not long after, Huang Lijuan's BMW stopped in front of Yi Ling. The four people got out of the car and looked around. Dongjiang Royal Villa Community? Huang Lijuan was also knowledgeable, and with a glance, she could tell where she was. Yi Ling, you shouldn't be telling us that your new homes is in an apartment building near the Dongjiang Royal Villa subdivision? Yi Qingming's sister, Yi Xiaochui, asked with a sneer on her face. No, Yi Ling shook his head. Little sister, there is no need to ask, just his poor look. The car is a Wuling Hongguang, but also buy a house near this villa complex? It's selling both father and son. It's not even enough to buy a place for someone's pet's dog to live. Huang Lijuan nonchalantly sneered. What nonsense. Yi Ling just drove a BMW, much better than your car. He is a foreign student and has a bright future. Yi Dong couldn't hear it anymore and chided loudly. That one red BMW sports car. Right, I've learned from our family Qingming, that's a female president's car, and he was able to drive it by becoming that female president's licking dog. Huang Lijuan looked at Yi Ling with a smug face. How about it? Am I right? Yi Ling's expression went cold. He had no intention of letting Yi Qingming go, but at this moment, he had one more reason to clean up Huang Lijuan. Drip! Yi Hao arrived at this time and honked his horn. Yi Ling waved his hand at him, signaling him to drive straight into the villa. Yi Hao hit the steering wheel and brushed against Huang Lijuan's car, heading towards the Villa Dongjiang Royal Villa Community. Huang Lijuan subconsciously twisted her head to look, just as a few relatives drilled their heads out of the car glass. Seeing her look, all revealed a sneer. Huang Lijuan was stunned. What's going on here? Hallucinating? Why are these relatives sitting in a Mercedes-Benz? Great-grandpa, let's go over there as well. Yi Ling helped Yi Dong towards the entrance of the villa complex, completely ignoring the four people who were dumbfounded. Yi Ling, was the one driving the Mercedes just now Xiao Hao? Yi Dong still could not believe it, thinking that he was having an illusion. It's my father. Yi Ling nodded with a smile. Yi Ling brought Yi Dong to the entrance of the villa, and the security immediately came out from the security room and saluted Yi Ling. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Ling nodded at him and ordered. I don't recognize the four people behind. Don't let any of them in. I will definitely not let anyone in, the security guard immediately assured. Yi Dong's heart was shocked. Yi Ling was clearly angry, thinking about what Huang Lijuan had done. Yi Dong swallowed back the words he wanted to advise. There was no one to blame for such a result. When Huang Lijuan saw Yi Ling go into the villa, she hurriedly wanted to run in after him. The security immediately stopped them. I'm sorry, this is a high-grade villa neighborhood. Idle people are exempted from entering. Then how can they go in? Huang Lijuan's face was ugly as she pointed at Yi Ling. He is a resident of our neighborhood. Naturally he can go in. The security guard said back indifferently. Resident of the neighborhood. Huang Lijuan and the other three had round eyes. How is this possible? How could he buy this villa from a poor family? Huang Lijuan was incredulous. Yi Liang and Yi Xiaochui were equally unbelievable. Just now, they had said that Yi Ling couldn't afford any of the apartment buildings in the neighborhood. Now people were telling them that the house they bought was a villa. They felt their faces burning hot. A second slap in the face? Did you guys see that? Just now Yi Hao drove a Big Ben. That car should cost several $100,000, right? Can't it be that Yi Ling has really gotten rich? Yi Xiaochui thought of the Mercedes-Benz she saw just now and muttered. Miss, correct me. That car of old Mr. Yi is a Mercedes Special 500L 4MATIC. The price is $1.82 million, $2.01 million after landing. The security guard added a sneer. He had heard from that sentence about a poor family buying a villa that these four people were probably those dog-eyed relatives of Yi Ling. Difficult people with eyes without pearls. If Mr. Yi is poor, you guys are probably not even as good as a barker. 2.010.000. Yi Xiaochui opened her mouth so wide that she could stuff down an egg. Yi Liang and Huang Lijuan were both the same. It was only after a while that Huang Lijuan reacted and hurriedly pulled Yi Liang to the side. Dad, when we go in later, you'll play poor. Yi Hao, that person has soft ears and remembers the old times. Their family is living in a villa and driving a luxury car. They must have made a fortune. We must take this opportunity to knock a fortune out of his door before we can do so. Lei Juan, should we discuss this matter with Qingming? Yi Liang was a little timid. Discuss what? I'm in charge of this family. It's done. Huang Lijuan glared fiercely at Yi Liang and turned to the security with a smile. This little brother. We are relatives with Yi Ling. You let us in. Sorry, mister. Yi said he doesn't know you guys. The security returned indifferently, turned around and entered the villa through the small door, locking the small door with his backhand. The smile on Huang Lijuan's face stiffened. It only felt like her face was on fire. She had never thought that she would fail. Damn Yi Ling. She was still on him today. She would block the doorway. Yi Ling and Yi Dong came to the entrance of the villa. Yi Hao and a group of relatives were already waiting there. Everyone had excitement and unbelievability on their faces. Brother Yi Ling, awesome. The houses in the Dongjiang Royal Villa neighborhood are priced to sell. You even bought one. This doorway also has a small pond, inside of which there are ornamental fish. This long like a doll face is difficult not to be teasing the sound scene on the vermilion top of the purple robe. Asterisk exactly the same. A value of 45 million. Can buy a house in the ordinary county? Asterisk. A group of 10 strips. $4.5 million. Several young people circled around the pond and were stunned by the ornamental fish raised inside. What kind of flower is this? It's nice to look at. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. If I'm not wrong, it should be an orchid. And it's also a variety that's been on the headline news. The kind that's literally millions of dollars. Asterisk. It's really worthy of being a rich man's world. A flower is enough for me to struggle for a lifetime. Yi Ling did not bother about those young people and greeted Yi Dong as he walked into the living room. After entering the living room, Yi Dong was tense and frozen in place. It took a while before he reacted and looked at his clothes, feeling that he was a bit unworthy of entering such a nice living room. Great-grandpa, don't be a stranger. Just treat it like your own home. Yi Ling saw Yi Dong not moving and said with a smile, I'm a little dirty in this. Don't dirty your sofa. Yi Dong was embarrassed. Great-grandpa, if you continue to be so outgoing, I'm going to get angry. Yi Ling pretended to be angry and flattened his face. Don't be angry. I'll sit. Yi Dong quickly waved his hand and followed Yi Ling to the sofa and sat down. Yi Ling personally went to make tea and chatted with Yi Dong while drinking, while Yi Dong was nervous as if he was sitting on pins and needles the entire time. During this time, Yi Ling also learned the main purpose of this disturbance. Huang Lijuan wanted to ask him to help Yi Qingming and Hai Lan House to continue their cooperation. Begging? You should also have the attitude of begging. Yi Ling just replied back to Yi Dong and stopped discussing Yi Qingming's matter. Yi Dong did not continue either. He was also disappointed in Huang Lijuan's performance, and even said that he was disgusted. Yi Ling was going to invite for dinner, but as a result, Yi Dong refused him, saying that in a while it would be Yi Ling's grandfather's 60th birthday in Yichang. Get together at that time. Yi Ling nodded slightly and did not say anything more. Child, persuade your father. Some things, the past is the past. After all, it is a family. Yi Dong patted Yi Ling's shoulder, turned and stood up to leave the villa. After the relatives left, Yi Ling found Yi Hao. Dad, Grandpa is celebrating his 60th birthday. Should we go? Yi Hao frowned and did not immediately say yes. Allow me to think about it. Good. Yi Ling respected his father's choice. Chapter 12, I'll take care of you from now on. After dinner, Yi Ling called the caregiver to ask about Su Mei. Sir, I'll quit after today's work. This girlfriend of yours is simply horrible. Speaks like a leader. Can't do a single thing wrong? I've been told off several times. The caretaker took a while before whispering back. Yi Ling was stunned, fantasized the image in his mind and shook his head with a smile. It wasn't like Su Mei couldn't do it. Okay, I'll go over early tomorrow and settle your wages. Yi Ling said back. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ling originally wanted to give Su Mei a call, but found that the cell phone WeChat someone to add, opened and looked at it, and found that it was signed by Su Mei, and the avatar was also Su Mei's. After adding, Su Mei sent out an expression showing her teeth. Picture. What followed were 5 pictures, all of which were private photos. In the photos, Su Mei was either leaning lazily on the bed, or crossing her legs and lying on the bed with her back turned, or sitting cross-legged on the bed. The same as wearing pajamas. Pajamas are not neat. Some parts of the hidden, very attractive to the eye. Yi Ling couldn't help but look a few more times. After the 5 photos were sent, Su Mei did not send any more photos. Yi Ling typed in a series of question marks, and in the end did not send them over, deleting them all and closing his cell phone. Tomorrow will be the day to meet. It's better to ask clearly in person. The next day, Yi Ling got up early in the morning, changed into a casual dress and went out, running towards the entrance of the neighborhood. When he arrived at the entrance, the electric gate quickly opened, and the security guard came out to bow respectfully to Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded at him and ran out of the cell, arriving at the parking lot 100 meters away. Yi Ling had just reached the car when 3 people scurried out from behind the car and surrounded him. Yi Ling, finally waiting for you. you can't run away now. Huang Lijuan said with a smug face, get out of the way. Yi Ling's eyes were ice cold. Compensate money. Compensate our family $10 million and I will let you go. Huang Lijuan pointed at Yi Ling and shouted, yes, pay compensation. Because of you, my brother was targeted. You have to be responsible. Not a single penny less for $10 million. Yi Xiaochui echoed. Yi Ling living in a villa and driving a luxury car had deeply irritated them. Why should Yi Ling be rich and their family be in decline? Taking advantage of this excuse, they must ask for all of Yi Ling's money. They were in the right. It was all due. Yi Ling didn't say anything and walked towards the front. Huang Lijuan immediately reached out to stop. Yi Ling frowned and stopped his footsteps, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a dozen of security quickly ran from the direction of the villa, turning their eyes to Yi Ling's front. Mr. Yi, just do your business. We'll clean up these. The security captain smiled at Yi Ling and personally went forward and grabbed Huang Lijuan's arm, pulling her to the side. Yi Ling nodded his head, opened the trunk and took out a bunch of money from inside. Hard work fee. Thank you. Thank you. The security captain took it and thanked him in a hurry. Yi Liang and Huang Lijuan instantly reddened their eyes when they saw Yi Ling give the security a pile of money. Yi Ling, pay for the money. You must pay for the money. Huang Lijuan shouted. Compensate you paralyzed. Shut up. The security captain reached out and slapped Huang Lijuan. Yesterday, he had heard from the security guards on duty that this woman was dog-eyed and knew that Yi Ling had money and wanted to blackmail. At that time, when he came to the villa community and saw Huang Lijuan walking away, his heart was still a bit regretful. Now that he has met, it's time for him to perform. Dongjiang Royal Villa District's largest villa. Yi Ling's identity is absolutely not simple. If the other party is happy, perhaps he can also get a lot of benefits it. Yesterday they were blindly wandering around in front of the villa complex. I seriously suspect that they want to steal. Send them directly to the police station. The security captain waved his hand at the big hand, and the security under his command stepped forward to arrest all three of them. Ha! No, we didn't steal. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yi Liang was already timid. Seeing that he was going to be sent to the police station, he instantly panicked. Don't. Let's go. We'll go now. Huang Lijuan also panicked, but the security captain was determined to clean them up and didn't care. Inside the car, Yi Ling's mouth showed a mocking expression. Driving to the vicinity of the hospital, Yi Ling bought breakfast and some fruits and carried them up to the inpatient building. When he arrived at the entrance of the ward, he saw the little sister of the caregiver standing at the door. Seeing Yi Ling's arrival, she hurriedly greeted him. Big brother, this job can't be done. You're looking for someone. I'm sorry, this is your salary. Yi Ling took out the $100 bills he had prepared and handed them to the little sister. The little sister saw that so much was given. Her eyes were immediately bright, and did not immediately reach out to pick it up, but carefully surveyed Yi Ling, reached out and ruffled her hair, and threw a wink at Yi Ling. Big brother, can you add a WeChat? Can't. Yi Ling smiled back. Oh. The caregiver little sister's eyes were full of disappointment, reached out to take the money and waved her hand at Yi Ling, and directly left. Coming to the ward, Yi Ling handed breakfast to Su Mei who was looking at her cell phone. Have some breakfast. Su Mei put her cell phone down, reached out and took a gentle bite. Yi Ling immediately handed her soy milk. Yi Ling also did not eat breakfast, found a bench to sit down and also ate. Is it that little girl who gave you a complaint that I'm hard to serve? After eating 2 bites, Su Mei asked. There was said that you are hard to serve. However, I think it's her personal problem. Too young, haven't suffered from social beatings. Yi Ling faintly said back. Are you so sure that I'm not really doing nothing to vent my personal emotions? Su Mei's eyes bloomed brightly. Then are you? Yi Ling smiled faintly and asked in return. Su Mei, can you chat? It's all been chatted to death by you. Aren't you allowed to answer yes or no? Yi Ling shrugged his shoulders, not feeling this chatting to death. Do you think I'm as thick as your cheek? Furthermore, do you believe what I said myself? Su Mei rolled her eyes and took a hard bite of her breakfast. Believe? Why do you believe? I can judge it. Judge how? By what is seen and heard. Then see when I can get out of the hospital? For a minute, the sky was completely dead from the two talking. Is everything alright today? After a long time, Su Mei once again opened her mouth and asked. It's fine. I'm very idle. Yesterday there was an unexpected incident. Otherwise, I would have personally stayed to take care of you. Yi Ling nodded his head. You don't have to go to this extent. As I said, the foot injury is not your fault. Su Mei said back. You mean you don't like me staying to take care of you? Yi Ling asked back. Oh. Su Mei's expression stalled, suddenly revealing an uncomfortable expression, twisting her head and humming. Whatever. It's not like I'm taking care of people anyway. I won't stop you if you want to suffer. Yi Ling smiled at his words, arrogant and all. It was really quite cute. Yi Ling made a call to his father and told him to call directly if there was anything. He might not be able to go back to sleep these days. In the evening, Yi Ling brought back dinner for Sumei. After the two of them ate together, Yi Ling came to another bed and lay down. Pulling out his cell phone, he suddenly saw a message on WeChat. After opening it and looking at it, his eyes instantly narrowed. Sumei sent it. This time it was a photo with a bath towel around her. Her snow-white skin was exposed, more stimulating to the eyes than those of yesterday. Chapter 13, Su Xiaoling who was caught red-handed. Yi Ling twisted his head towards Sumei and saw that the other party was looking at her cell phone and typing, her face a little red. Feeling Yi Ling's gaze, Sumei jerked her head and frowned. What are you looking at me for? You're quite pretty. Yi Ling subconsciously returned. Oh, thanks. Sumei's face flushed and her heart followed. How did this man's words suddenly become so ambiguous? Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Yi Ling said with a smirk. Sumei was stunned and her brows furrowed. It felt like Yi Ling was prompting her for something. Suddenly, she thought of something. It was hard to. Sumei's face instantly turned red, her heart beating fast. You are my daughter's blind date. Sumei lowered her head, her voice even lower. I don't like your daughter again. Moreover, according to your age, Su Xiaoling shouldn't be your daughter. And judging by this character of yours, you shouldn't have been married. Yi Ling slowly returned. Sure enough, this man was really reminding her of the promise she said before. What to do? Sumei had some regrets. Why didn't she see at that time that Yi Ling could really save the Qingqing group? Could it be that you are ready to be irresponsible after teasing? Yi Ling's face sank, and his voice was 3 times colder. No, I'm not that kind of person. Sumei frantically shook her head and violently looked up at Yi Ling. Her face was so red that it could drip blood, but her eyes were firm and said, Sumei, will honor what I said. Tomorrow when we leave the hospital, we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. But, I will make it clear to you in advance. Getting married does not mean I accept you. You can't do anything to me even more. And, you can't hold a marriage and let others know. Yi Ling, frozen in place, the phone smashed on the face which reacted, immediately sat up. Did you misunderstand something? That's my attitude. No matter what you say, I won't change. Go to sleep. Don't bother me. Sumei hummed, revealing an impatient look and covered her head with the quilt. Yi Ling froze for a while. A very interesting smile suddenly surfaced on his face. Marriage before love. He had actually reached the point where he was now married by virtue of a blind date. Moreover, the other party was still the mother of his previous blind date. Interesting. He had a lot to look forward to in his future life. The next morning, Sumei checked again. The doctor said the recovery was good. Sumei took the opportunity to propose to go home to recuperate. The doctor agreed to her proposal, and Sumei didn't go back on her word. After being discharged from the hospital, she went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Yi Ling. The Civil Affairs Bureau came out. Although Sumei said not to organize a wedding, Yi Ling still proposed. We'll call each of their own family members to eat a meal together. Sumei did not refuse, gave Su Xiaoling a phone call. The result is still cannot be connected. Angry Sumei cannot wait to find her to beat her ass. Yi Ling saw that the people could not get together, and after thinking about it for a while, he decided to push it back for a few days, and wait until he got in touch with Su Xiaoling. Yi Ling sent Sumei home, and as a result, something unexpected happened. The two blocked a group of people, young men and women, inside Sumei's apartment. 10 minutes later. Mom, aren't you in the hospital? Su Xiaoling pushed her body into Sumei's arms, pouting and playing cute. I'll beat you to death. You stinky girl. Sumei twisted Su Xiaoling's ear and pressed her onto the sofa, and began to furiously incite at her buttocks. Ouch. Mom, spare me. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare next time. Su Xiaoling immediately begged for mercy. Yi Ling sent away a group of partying Su Xiaoling's classmates, and just after entering the door, he saw such a situation and revealed a helpless expression. This Su Xiaoling was really rebellious enough. She lied to Sumei that she was going to the national capital, but in reality, she was partying at home and going crazy with her classmates. It would be strange if Sumei wasn't angry. However, thinking about her current status, she felt that she should make a better relationship with Su Xiaoling and quickly walked over. Sister Su, Xiaoling is still a child. It's fine if you know your mistakes and can change them. Corporal punishment is not good. Yi Ling smiled and opened his mouth to advise. Humph. On the face of Yi Ling pleading for you, this time I will let you go first. Turn around. If you dare to anger me again, I will take off your pants and beat you. Sumei stopped agitating and released Su Xiaoling. Oh, it hurts. Su Xiaoling covered her butt, lying on the sofa, pitiful. I'll take you to the hospital? Yi Ling walked to the front and asked Su Xiaoling. He naturally knew that Su Xiaoling's injury was not serious at all, but the attitude had to be shown. No, there's no need. I recover quickly. You take my mom upstairs. She needs to rest now. Su Xiaoling quickly climbed up and looked at Sumei with a worried face. Mom, I'm sad for you. I'm heartbroken for you. I'll work hard to become the pillar of our family. You hurry up and go rest. Anything will be fine after a nap. You think I will believe you? Sume coldly smiled, but in the end, she couldn't bear to discourage Su Xiaoling. Don't be angry with me in the future. This matter will be revealed today. I knew mom was the best for me. Love you yo. Su Xiaoling hugged Sume and fiercely kissed her, turned around and ran to her room. Sume shook her head, her face full of helplessness. Ling could see that Sume favored this daughter. He was a little curious. What was going on between Sume and Su Xiaoling? Ling helped Sume back to her room. Did you talk to Uncle Hao? How? Lying on the bed, Sume questioned with a red face. Haven't said it yet. When your feet can walk, let's get together. Ling said back. Good. If you don't want to go back, there is a guest room below. You pack up and we'll live. Turn around, my feet are good, especially for you to pack up. Sume said. Good. Ling nodded. Then you help me to take out the pajamas of my closet. I'll change my clothes. The clothes on my body have not been changed for 2 days is a bit difficult. Sume pointed to the closet next to her. Ling turned around and went, reached out and opened the cabinet. The next moment was a red. All kinds of styles of small clothes surfaced in front of his eyes. Ling did not move. Sume immediately understood what Ling saw. Her heart was so shy that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground and pouted. Don't rummage around. The ones next to it are the pajamas. Ling immediately reacted, not moving, opened another cabinet door, and found a white silk nightgown from inside. Closing the cabinet door, Ling handed the pajamas to Sume without changing his face. Do you need anything else? The ones I saw for the first time just now. Sume bit her lips and said, this man even looked like he was fine, pretending to be calm with her. He had seen it all. It would kill him to be shy about it. Unbeknownst to her, Sume was a typical, to be shy, everyone is shy together mentality. After all, Ling is not a normal person. Want to hide emotions? Easy. Helping Sume to take a small matching white lace dress, Ling turned around and left the room. Damn it, to think that you're not shy yet. Ling, you wait for me. I will definitely make you blush and be shy. Ling returned to the living room. His calm expression dispersed, his face slightly red. Uncle, how is it? Did you see something unimaginable? Come to be interested in my mother-sama? Su Xiaoling was lying on the living room sofa, looking at Su Xiaoling with a smile. Do you want me to let your mother know that her good daughter sent her private photos to a stranger? Ling walked to the sofa opposite Su Xiaoling and sat down, crossed his legs and said with a smirk, do you think, you who have just been spared, will you be hung up and beaten this time? Chapter 14, Su Xiaoling causes trouble. I go. Uncle, do you want to be so diabolical? Su Xiaoling quickly sat up straight and came over to Ling, glaring at him, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. She was completely unable to look at Ling, thinking that Ling was too soft and weak, but Sume said that Ling was good and told her to make sure she tried to make contact. She couldn't argue, so she could only pretend that Sume came to seduce Ling, so that Ling would misunderstand that their family was impure, thus discouraging her and losing interest in her. Uncle, tell me, what is it going to be? Anyway, it's impossible for me and you. You're not my type. Su Xiaoling strained her face and directly showed her cards, but I'm quite interested in you. Ling smiled back. What he said was naturally a lie. I go. Uncle, don't take you like this. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. Moreover, let me tell you, I have a boyfriend, and more than one, several of them. Surely you don't like to be cuckolded, right? Su Xiaoling had a face that couldn't stand it. Ling smiled faintly, not believing a word. Although Su Xiaoling looked big and bold, but in her bones, she still had quite a principle. Otherwise it was impossible that she would rather go against Sume's words than to socialize with him. Uncle, look, why don't you do this? Can I help you chase my mom? She is the person who is the most clean. Never engage in ambiguity with others. Even men's hands have not been pulled. Absolutely attached to your kind of virginity, uncle. Moreover, those photos you have also seen it. My mom's body is very good, very material. Seeing Ling not replying, Su Xiaoling smiled with her. Ling revealed a smile in his heart. Hooked. The purpose of his false words was for this scene. He didn't want Su Xiaoling to come up with ideas for him, but he wanted to get Su Xiaoling's approval. Ling didn't reply, poured a cup of water for himself and drank it. Su Xiaoling frowned. What's wrong with this uncle? Promise or no promise? Who cares? Silence is hesitation. This side of the performance a little better. Surely can let the other side by the mother to be charmed. Her side will be relieved. Su Xiaoling was attentive and talked to Ling a lot about Sume. Ling also gained some understanding of Sume's mother and daughter. Su Xiaoling was the daughter of her sister Su Xiaoro during Sume's lost period. Su Xiaoro died due to illness, so Sume brought Su Xiaoling with her, and now it has been 10 years. My mom, she is just a knife mouth and tofu heart. every time I get into trouble, although she will beat me up, but afterwards, she is heartbroken to death, quietly help me deal with all the things. In my heart, she is even more dear to me than my dear mother who passed away. Uncle, if you can get together with my mom, you can't bully her, or else this young lady definitely fights with you for her life. Su Xiaoling fiercely said to Yi Ling, since you like your mom so much, you should be more understanding instead of becoming weather her. Yi Ling rolled his eyes, while asking others how to be. You should be an example yourself first, right? I'm still a child. Su Xiaoling smiled awkwardly, scratching her head with her hand and playing dumb. I've decided, in the future, I'll live in your house, and during this period, I'll keep a strict eye on your movements on behalf of your mother, so that you won't be angry with her again. Yi Ling said indifferently. Hey, no, uncle, you haven't even chased my mom yet, why are you going to live there? Su Xiaoling looked at Yi Ling in shock, a bit unable to react. Your mom's foot injury is because of me. I stayed to take care of her. What's wrong with that? Yi Ling asked rhetorically. He actually wanted to say, your mom and I are already married. I am now your father. Isn't it natural to live here? But that wasn't a suitable thing to say right now. That's fine. Uncle, you didn't have your eyes on my mom from the start, did you? Su Xiaoling asked suspiciously. Today is not Sunday, right? Go to school in the afternoon. Otherwise I will personally take you there. Yi Ling faintly said back. Su Xiaoling, this man brought into the role of her dad so quickly. How does it feel a little bit not quite right? Is she digging her own pit and putting herself in it? Got it. In order to get rid of Yi Ling, Su Xiaoling decided to endure it for now. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Ling was in the living room looking at the information given from the side of Hailan House, when suddenly Su Mei's shout came from upstairs. Yi Ling put away his cell phone and went upstairs. Yi Ling, take me to Dongjiang University. Little spirit has caused trouble. Su Mei's face was anxious, with extreme uneasiness in her eyes, propping up the bed to sit up. Rest at ease. I'll just go over. Yi Ling hurriedly pressed her down. No, listening to the principal's tone. He messed with some powerful people's children. Can't let you suffer because of her mistake. Su Mei shook her head vigorously, once again bracing herself to get up. Why can't I? I can be his father now. Yi Ling pressed her down again and gave her a reassuring look. Rest at ease. I promise to bring the person back safely. Su Mei looked at Yi Ling's confident eyes, and the resistance in her heart slowly dissipated, eventually nodding slightly. Thinking of that phrase father, her face unnaturally reddened and she turned around and said, you be careful, don't be hard on things, come back and we'll discuss it together. Yi Ling nodded and left the room. Arriving at Dongjiang University, parking the car, Yi Ling headed to the teaching office of Dongjiang University. Only when he arrived at the door, he saw Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling's face was swollen on one side. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and there was a stubbornness in her eyes. Yi Ling's face instantly went cold, and he took a step forward. Uncle, why are you here? Su Xiaoling was a little surprised to see Yi Ling, and then revealed an embarrassed look, about to explain. Go in together. Yi Ling interrupted her words and said coldly. Su Xiaoling's heart tightened, feeling a little scared inside. The Yi Ling in front of her looked like he had instantly changed into a different person. The words he said made her subconsciously want to obey. Unable to give birth to any resistance look, Yi Ling walked in front of him. Su Xiaoling followed him in with a stiff upper lip. Who are you? Looking for someone? An old man in his 50s in a Chinese mountain suit asked Yi Ling. I am Su Xiaoling's parent. Yi Ling returned indifferently. You're lying. Su Xiaoling's parent is only Su Mei. It's Su Xiaoling who asked you to come. Right, young man, I advise you to hurry up and leave. Su Xiaoling messed with someone you can't afford to offend this time. The old man in the middle mountain outfit waved his hand at Yi Ling, his brows furrowed, his expression quite unhappy. I got Su Mei's instructions. I can fully represent Su Xiaoling's matter. Let the people involved come over. I'll wait for them here. Yi Ling returned indifferently. Afterward, he found himself a seat and sat down. The old man in the middle mountain suit frowned. These days, are young people so rash? Since the other party wanted to find discomfort, there was nothing he could say. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed out. A few minutes later, the old man in the Chinese mountain suit hung up the phone and waved at Yi Ling. Let's go. Mr. Zhang is waiting at the Donghuang Hotel. Things happened in the school. Why should we go to the hotel to solve it? Let him come over. Yi Ling said back indifferently. I'll go. Uncle, bulls. Su Xiaoling immediately gave Yi Ling a thumbs up, whether Yi Ling was pretending or not. This kind of aura of never spoiling the other party, she loved it too much. Su Xiaoling's eyes had a light in them, pondering whether she should try to get in touch with Yi Ling. Young man, do you know who I am talking about, Mr. Zhang? He is a member of the Zhang family in Dongjiang City, a relative of the richest man in Dongjiang City. The old man in the Zhengshan outfit had a sullen face, feeling that Yi Ling was very uneducated. no matter who the other party is, the matter happened here, so let's settle it here. Yi Ling returned indifferently. When Su Xiaoling heard this, her eyes lit up once again. People had already said that the other party was a relative of the richest man in Dongjiang City. This uncle was still so strong. This was too much of a top. Don't know what's good for you. When the other person arrives, you'll know how stupid you are. The old man in the mid-mountain outfit said in a cold voice, no longer saying anything, and called about the situation over here. Chapter 15, flip it over. The card number is on the other side. Inside the special private room of the Donghuang Hotel, Zhang Shua's face steeply sank when he heard the report from the director of instruction. It was surprising that there was such an insensitive young man these days. Uncle Zhang, what's so angry? Su Hanlon, the Su family's eldest young man, asked suspiciously, although the other party could probably guess what was going on. The family member of the person who beat up my son has arrived, and he asked me to personally go over to the school to solve the problem. Zhang Shua returned in a cold voice. Grass, that Su Mei is also too unorthodox. How dare he pose with our family? Doesn't he know that he's nothing right now? Zhang Shua's son, Zhang Xiaolei, cursed angrily. His father was a member of the Zhang family in Dongjiang, and his cousin uncle was the richest man in Dongjiang. Who in Dongjiang would not give face when hearing his name? Dad, I'll find a few people to escort them over. Zhang Xiaolei said with a sullen face. What are you betting for? You still don't think it's humiliating enough? Such a big man, but he's still being pressed by a woman. Zhang Shua glared at his son, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Indeed, this sister is a bit ungrateful. Su Hanlon sank his face and opened his mouth to suggest. Uncle Zhang, the meal is finished. Why don't we go for a walk together? Just to help educate my unintelligent sister along the way. In his heart, he was smiling. Su Mei and the Zhang family were at war. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Moreover, Zhang Xiaolei clashing with Su Xiaoling was also planned by him. The purpose was to make Su Mei be abused by the Zhang family. Su Hanlon was the Su family's youngest master, the future master of the Su family, and his proposal was still valued by Zhang Shua. Good. Zhang Shua nodded his head and agreed. After settling the bill, the group of people set off from the Donghuang Hotel in 2 cars. An hour later, Zhang Shua arrived at the teaching office. Entering the door, he frowned when he saw the director of instruction who was only in a Zhongshan outfit. Where are the people? They said they were thirsty and went to the school kiosk to buy drinks to drink. The director of instruction trembled back. Oh, very good. Zhang Shua was exasperated and laughed. Grass, it's against them. Zhang Xiaolei cursed angrily. This was naked contempt for them, not taking them seriously at all. If he didn't let the other party kneel down and kowtow, begging for his forgiveness today, he wouldn't be surnamed Zhang. Su Hanlon's face was also stunned. This was not like Su Mei's style. That woman, no matter if she was an enemy or a guest, she would wait until it was resolved before leaving. Dad, you sit down, I'll go carry them over. Zhang Xiaolei immediately turned around and left the room. In front of the kiosk, Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling were sitting side by side on the bench in front of the entrance, each holding a piece of creamy ice cream in their hands, and eating it with gusto. Zhang Xiaolei arrived, saw Su Xiaoling and Yi Ling talking and laughing. Anger mixed with jealousy, Zhang Xiaolei stormed out, rushed towards Yi Ling and slammed his fist down. Without lifting his head, Yi Ling reached out and grabbed his fist, leading it to the side. Zhang Xiaolei's body was unsteady and slumped towards the flower bed next to him. A moment later screams rang out. It looks like people have already come over. Yi Ling stood up and walked towards the teaching office. Su Xiaoling looked at the screaming Zhang Xiaolei, and then looked at Yi Ling. The light in her eyes slowly turned into worship. Too handsome. Simply too handsome. Love. Ah. She decided to reverse her previous decision to have Yi Ling as her boyfriend. Su Xiaoling followed Yi Ling to the teaching office. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a lot of people in suits. Among them, there was also that obnoxious uncle. She subconsciously shrunk her neck and hid behind Yi Ling. Who are you? Zhang Shua frowned when he saw that it wasn't Su Mei. My name is Yi Ling. I was instructed by Su Mei to come here to settle things. Everyone is here. Let's start settling things. What are your demands? Yi Ling returned indifferently. Zhang Shua twisted his head to look at Su Hanlon, revealing a questioning expression. Su Hanlon instantly collected the hostility in his eyes and sighed. Uncle Zhang, the family is unfortunate. This Yi Ling is a little white boy raised by my sister Su Mei. I see, then I also beat around the bush. My son was injured by Su Xiaoling. First of all, Su Xiaoling has to apologize, and then compensate for my son's medical expenses. Not much, 3 million on the line. As long as you guys do it, this thing is even. Zhang Shua said with a leathery smile. Medical expenses can be, but apologize for this thing need to give evidence. Provide an account number. I will give you medical expenses to call over. Yi Ling pulled out his cell phone and said indifferently. Zhang Shua threw out a World Bank's Supreme Gold card from his pocket and handed it over. With a smirking expression on his face. Give you the card. Do you dare to take it? Supreme Gold card. My god. It's a World Bank card that can only be applied for if you have deposits of more than $1 billion. Only someone of Mr. Zhang's level can have such a card. It's said that this card can overdraw $50 million. There wouldn't be more than 50 of this kind of card owners in our Dongjiang city. The other small bosses who had followed him saw the card and exclaimed out in shock. Young man, you are really lucky to have access to this kind of card. You will have the capital to go out and brag in the future. Young man, if I were you, I would hold the card with both hands and look at it religiously. The small boss reacted and started to pat Zhang Shua on the back. A smug expression surfaced on Zhang Shua's face. Turn it over. The card number is on the other side. Yi Ling's faint voice rang out. The small boss froze. Zhang Shua's smug expression stiffened on his face. Surprisingly, Yi Ling did not take the card, but issued an order to Zhang Shua. Grass. What the hell was going on here? This young man was pretending with Zhang Shua? Who gave him the courage? Good. Very good. Yi Ling, you are very good. Zhang Shua gritted his teeth and said 3 good in a row. All the surrounding bosses who had followed him shuddered physically. It was over. Zhang Shua was completely angry. This young man was going to be finished. Su Hanlin's heart was even laughing. Yi Ling, you are really good at making a fool of yourself. It seems like you will become a dead body today without me having to make a move. The enemy is being suppressed. How can you not fall on the well? Su Hanlin walked over and pretended to have an apologetic face and said, Uncle Zhang, I am sorry. It is my sister's reason that caused the person she raised to be so bold. Don't worry, the family has already started to sanction her. Today, add me 1. Zhang Shua coldly said, add me 1, add me 1. The other bosses chimed in. They wouldn't be absent at such a moment where they could flatter the Zhang family. I caused this matter. It's none of my mother's business. I apologize to you all. Please don't relocate to my mother. Behind Yi Ling, Su Xiaoling looked horrified and quickly stepped forward and lowered her head. Su Xiaoling's eyes contained tears of aggression. It was clearly Zhang Xiaolei who molested her first, and only then did she do it. It was clearly Zhang Xiaolei's fault. Why is she the one apologizing now and involving her mother? Su Xiaoling's tears flowed out uncontrollably. Don't cry. With me here, no one will want to hurt you and your mother. Yi Ling stepped forward and rubbed Su Xiaoling's head. Reaching out, he snatched Zhang Shua's card and took out his cell phone and entered it, before throwing the card to the other party. The medical fee is light. Zhang Shua. At this time, a message alert suddenly came from the cell phone. Zhang Shua pulled out and looked at it. The next moment his eyes rounded. Yi Ling transferred 5 million to him. Wasn't this man a gigolo raised by Su Mei? Why would he have so much money? Isn't Su Mei already facing bankruptcy? There was still so much money for this little white boy. Zhang Shua felt a hint of something wrong. Chapter 16. He is an existence that our whole family can't afford to mess with. Zhang Shua carefully sized up Yi Ling. The more he looked at this young man, the more wrong he was. His temperament was too calm. He was definitely not an existence that a woman could raise. It was highly likely that he had another identity. What is this little brother's name? Zhang Shua asked suspiciously. The money has already compensated you. Now it's time for the director of instruction to announce what happened, right? Yi Ling did not look at Zhang Shua and looked at the director of instruction. A word of advice. Make sure you tell the truth. The director of instruction was looked at by Yi Ling for a while and felt uncomfortable. He felt that the matter in front of him was somewhat evil. This young man's composure was not at all like this age, but rather like a 50 or 60-year-old, high-powered old leader. The teaching director did not dare to make a private decision. The Zhang family was one of the important investors in the school. If he said something that displeased him, then he would be finished. Say it, follow his words honestly. Zhang Shua nodded. According to the preliminary investigation results, it was Su Xiaoling who started the fight, and after Zhang Xiaolei was beaten up, he called a few people together to participate in the fight. The director of instruction said slowly. Even though Zhang Shua told him to tell the truth, he still felt that he should avoid the issue and package Zhang Xiaolei. Is that so? Yi Ling asked Su Xiaoling softly. Because Zhang Xiaolei molested me. That's why I beat him. He couldn't beat me, so he called someone. He's just a softie, not a man. Su Xiaoling bit her lips, her eyes filled with disgust. But so? Yi Ling looked at the director of instruction. Su Xiaoling said it's like this. The specifics are not too clear. The director of instruction vaguely returned a sentence. Yi Ling instantly had an answer in his heart. Pulling Su Xiaoling's hand towards the door, he met Zhang Xiaolei head-on. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolei's face was covered in blood, looking extremely appalling. When he saw Yi Ling, his eyes instantly turned red and rushed towards him. Yi Ling let go of Su Xiaoling's hand, walked towards the front with a cold face, and when he reached the front, he grabbed Zhang Xiaolei's hair, pressed his body down, and carried it towards Su Xiaoling's front. When he reached the front, Ling lifted Zhang Xiaolei's head up. Incited you a few slaps. Now return it. Su Xiaoling froze, her heart beating wildly. Unbelievable. This was too handsome. After reacting, Su Xiaoling was not polite and directly rewarded Zhang Xiaolei with 3 slaps, raising her middle finger at him. Garbage. Calling your parents if you can't beat them. You are the garbage of garbage. Wanting to pick up old lady. There is no possibility in this life. After Su Xiaoling finished speaking, she went forward and swept Ling's arm. Uncle, let's go home. Ling nodded and turned his head to look at Zhang Shua, who followed him out. Before dark, if your son doesn't bring the person who beat him up to Su Mei's house to apologize, there will be consequences. Looking at the departing Ling and Su Xiaoling, Su Hanlin felt as bad as if he had eaten a dead fly, and hurriedly looked at Zhang Shua. Uncle Zhang, just let him go? He has beaten young Master Xiaolei. How can you swallow this breath? This young man is not simple. Wait until we investigate. Zhang Shua returned with a cold face. After rolling around for so many years, he still had a bit of skill in reading people. Ling's temperament was unusual. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Just 10 minutes after Ling left, Dongjiang University ushered in 3 important figures. Zhou Shang, the president of Hailan House. Zhang family's family member. Mr. Qianlong. Hao Yong, the president of Beaver. After the trio stopped the car, they hurried towards the teaching office. When the doorman saw the 3, he immediately notified the principal. LV Shiyu. LV Shiyu was researching and drinking tea in another school. When he received this news, he didn't even drink tea and immediately called his assistant to go back to the school. When the 3 bigwigs arrived at the teaching office, the director of teaching and the bosses such as Zhang Shua, who hadn't left yet, were already waiting at the door. Uncle cousin, why are you here? Zhang Shua looked at Zhang Qianlong with a suspicious face. Snap! Zhang Qianlong threw his hand and smacked Zhang Shua on the face, saying angrily, why do you think I'm here? It's not because you have a good son. Where's that brat? Tell him to bring the person who beat him over to me immediately. Then we'll go to Su Mei's house together to apologize. What have you all done to Su Mei's side? Zhou Shan coldly scanned over the group of people. Didn't do anything. I resolved it the way he resolved it. Zhang Shua hurriedly returned. In his heart, he could not help but celebrate. Fortunately, he was more composed and held back at that time, not directly tearing his face off. Uncle cousin, are you guys so nervous because of that young man's identity? What kind of existence is he? Zhang Shua asked cautiously. He is an existence that our entire family can't afford to mess with. If you do anything to upset him today, our Zhang family will be gone tomorrow, Zhang Qianlong said in a cold voice. Zhang Shua sucked in a breath of cool air at his words. Although their Zhang family was only the #1 family in Dongjiang City, it was also ranked in the province, and to be exterminated in one day? What kind of existence was this? Cold sweat broke out furiously on Zhang Shua's forehead. Although he didn't immediately turn his face away, he had also said some words that he shouldn't have said. Thinking about those words, Zhang Shua's feet went weak. What kind of expression do you have? Did you make him angry? Zhang Qianlong raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with uneasiness. Zhang Shua didn't dare to hide anything and told what happened one by one. You still sanction Xincheng Group? You're a ing hairline. After hearing this, Zhang Qianlong directly exploded into foul language and directly began to get on his feet. Zhang Shua was kicked to the ground, not daring to have any resistance, and his heart was remorseful to the extreme. Tired of kicking, Zhang Qianlong gasped and said, get up, go apologize to Su Mei. If Su Mei and that person are not satisfied, you can get out of the Zhang family, and all of you, immediately get out of Dongjiang right away. Zhang Qianlong scanned the other bosses and said. Zhou Shang, who was watching from the side, also spoke indifferently. I suggest that you guys don't go into business in the future. Sell your assets and go back to the countryside to retire. Guys with no eyes, who on earth gave you the courage to put out wild words in front of that person? In the future, no matter what you guys do, if you want to sell online, don't think about it. Hao Yong coldly opened his mouth. The other bosses instantly turned ashen. These three words were tantamount to pronouncing a death sentence on them. They never thought that kissing ass would end up in a bankruptcy rhythm. All of them regretted their intestines. Inside the Scream Bar in Dongjiang City, Chen Xiaolei and Su Hanlin sat at the bar drinking. Bang! I can't swallow this. Su Hanlin slammed his wine glass forcefully on the bar, his eyes filled with anger. Bang! I can't swallow this breath either, but my father's side told me not to touch that Ling for the time being, so I can't do anything about it. Chen Xiaolei similarly smashed his cup on the bar. I think your father is just too suspicious. That Ling, I have already investigated everything. A local from Dongjiang, his father is an idle commoner. His family is poor, Su Hanlin said here without saying any more. Brother Su, do you have any good ideas? Chen Xiaolei subconsciously asked. Seeing that Chen Xiaolei had taken the bait, Su Hanlin hurriedly came to his ear and said, I know some social people, As long as I give them money, I can get them to help with anything. Cleaning up Su Xiaoling and Yi Ling is simply too easy. If you need it, I can introduce you. Chen Xiaolei's eyes lit up. Right. I can find someone to clean up that grandson Yi Ling. Even if something happens, it can't be found on our heads. Chapter 17. Time will come in time. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Just at this time, Zhang Xiaolei's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Xiaolei turned his head to look at it and his face shook. My dad's. It's recommended not to pick it up. Turn around and you'll say you're drunk. Su Hanlin opened his mouth. Zhang Xiaolei thought about it. He was in a bad mood on his side, and it was too normal to drink some wine. Nodding his head slightly, he did not bother and let the cell phone continue to ring. Su Hanlin saw that Zhang Xiaolei really did not pick up. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Killing with a borrowed knife, even if Yi Ling really has someone behind him, it does not concern him in any way. After Yi Ling drove Su Xiaoling out of the campus, Su Xiaoling expressed her unwillingness to go home and asked Yi Ling to take her to the park for a walk. Yi Ling naturally disagreed. Su Mei was waiting at home. He didn't want the other party to worry. Uncle, I will definitely be taught by my mom when I go back. You have also heard. In fact, I am also the one who is being looked for. I am bullied inside the school, and I have to be reprimanded when I go home. I just want to find a reprieve. Can't you give it? Su Xiaoling looked at Yi Ling pitifully. Her big eyes were fluttering, and tears were rolling in her eyes. I can help you plead for mercy. Yi Ling returned indifferently. Such pompous acting. Who would one fool? Uncle, you don't know my mom, that person. Thief fierce, is a tigress? Even if you are really my father, she won't give you face. You just have pity on people, okay? You just stay with them for a while. Su Xiaoling flashed her big eyes at Yi Ling. Su Xiaoling was very confident. She was also considered a school flower-level beauty. So cute and showing kindness. A man would not refuse. If your mom hits you, I'll stop it for you. Yi Ling faintly said back. Ouch. I go. Uncle, how do you know so little about pity? A beautiful girl like me who is loved by everyone and blossomed by flowers has invited you so much. Don't you have a heartbeat? Su Xiaoling broke in a second, and glared at Yi Ling in anger. Not moved. Yi Ling faintly said back. I served. Uncle, you are afraid not to go to school abroad on the stupid right. How with a would like? You like this still want to pick up my mom? You dream to go. Su Xiaoling white eyes repeatedly, completely convinced. Yi Ling shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. Your mom is already my wife. Yi Ling brought Su Xiaoling back to the apartment. Su Xiaoling was ready to go back to her room to hide, but Yi Ling grabbed her collar and carried her upstairs. I go. Uncle, did you grow up eating fertilizer? Why are you so strong? Su Xiaoling wailed. Bang! Yi Ling closed the door backhandedly and carried Su Xiaoling to Su Mei before letting go. Hi, dear old mom. Su Xiaoling looked up, just in time to meet Su Mei's icy cold eyes, and waved her hand at Su Mei. Her face was filled with an awkward smile and a hint of intense uneasiness. Come over and lie on the bed. Su Mei commanded with an icy cold face. Uncle, save me. Su Xiaoling twisted her head to look at Yi Ling, on the verge of crying in fear. It's not little spirit's fault. It was a classmate who molested her. She moved her hand. Moreover, it's highly likely that it's related to Su Hanlin. Little spirit. At the most critical time, she would rather be aggrieved by herself than letting you be implicated. She's a good kid. Yi Ling quickly said. When Su Xiaoling heard this, she quickly nodded her head and looked at Su Mei pitifully. Mom, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Su Mei's icy expression remained the same, but the anger in her eyes subsided and she patted the bed beside her. Uncle, you should believe it now. My mom is a tigress. No matter if it's right or wrong, she's going to beat me up. Su Xiaoling tears. This old mom is not humane at all. Not too willing to come to the bedside lying on the bed. Mom, you lighten up. Help me take a vacation for 3 days. I love learning. I love school. After saying that, he bit the arm. What are you doing? Let you sit down. What are you doing down? Su Mei's cold voice rang out. Ha! Su Xiaoling froze and immediately climbed up and sat on the bed. Her expression skeptical as she looked at Su Mei. Mom, you're not hitting me? I would love to not hit you, but you just said that I'm a tigress to come. Su Mei coldly grimaced and reached out to forcefully knock Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling hastily covered her head and showed her teeth. At this time, a hand touched her swollen face and softly said, Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Su Xiaoling immediately showed her teeth. It's Mom who's sorry. It's Mom who dragged you down. Su Mei's face was covered in guilt. Mom, what are you talking about? What even tired of not even tired of? Who we give whoa. Besides, in the future is not their uncle in it. I tell you, today Uncle Old Bull. Bluffing those who think they are human bosses froze. Do not mention how much relief. Speaking about the school, Su Xiaoling's eyes glowed, and her whole person became excited. Su Mei was slightly stunned. She directly selectively listened to Su Xiaoling's words, looked up at Yi Ling, This man told his daughter about them? Telling is also good. Save her from saying it again. After all, the object of her daughter's blind date before suddenly became her husband. This is really a bit ridiculous. Her daughter was fine. Sume was also relieved, waving her hand at Su Xiaoling. You go down first, Yi Ling, and I have something to say. Okay, then I'll go down. Su Xiaoling nodded her head and bounced and ran out of the room. When she passed by Yi Ling, she reached out and gave him a flying kiss. Yi Ling shook his head straight as he watched. When Su Xiaoling left, Yi Ling closed the door behind him and returned to Sume, smiling. Little spirit is really quite lively. Thank you. Today I owe a favor. What do you need in the future? Just say it. Sume bit her lip and said. The man in front of her, who had suddenly intruded into her life, gave her an unreal feeling. After Yi Ling left, she was afraid that Yi Ling wouldn't be able to solve things, so she called Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang agreed to go forward to help with almost no hesitation. She didn't feel like she had the face for it. It could only be Yi Ling's then. Did this man really not lie to him about the 55% of shares that he really owned? What kind of relationship do we have? According to the explicit relationship, Little Spirit is also considered my daughter. Moreover, I also quite like this child Little Spirit. It reminds me of some past events. Yi Ling smiled back. You know, I don't have any love for you at all. I only married you because of a bet. You don't have to be so nice to me. Sume bit her lips and said, we've only known each other for 2 days. It's normal. It'll come with time. Yi Ling said back, his face filled with a confident smile. 3 months, if we can't come together, we will divorce. Sume quickly said back, she was waiting for just such an opportunity. Between her and Yi Ling she might have flutters. She could try to make contact, but she couldn't keep relying on the 2 marriage licenses and be bound indefinitely. Okay. Yi Ling nodded his head and looked at Sume with a smile. When Sume saw this smile of his, she knew that he had already seen through her thoughts, and fiercely glared at Yi Ling. You said it. You have to take care of me until I'm cured. Today I want to eat braised meat. You look after it. That's fine. Let you taste my cooking today. Yi Ling rolled up his sleeves, with an air of eagerness to try. In his last life, he often lived alone, and his cooking skills were not bad. In this life, he also cooked for himself in his spare time. Not to say that he was comparable to a chef, but the level of an average chef was really not as good as him. Chapter 18, Moving the Earth on the Head of the Tai Sui Sui. Inside the kitchen, Yi Ling opened the refrigerator and then closed it again. There were not enough ingredients. Gotta make a trip to the supermarket. Uncle, are you going out? Su Xiaoling walked out from the room and looked at Yi Ling suspiciously. Going out to buy some food. Yi Ling nodded his head and picked up the car keys and walked towards the door. Uncle, take me a chant. I'll carry it for you. Su Xiaoling quickly ran to Yi Ling and wrapped her arms around him. Okay. Yi Ling nodded his head and took Su Xiaoling out the door with him. Free labor force don't want for nothing. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling just drove out of the neighborhood. 2 silver-white Wuling Hongguang appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. After the car stopped, they quickly came down a few youths and walked into the neighborhood together. When they arrived at the security room, a youth knocked on the window of the security room. The window opened, and an old security poked his head out, saw that there were many young people with bad faces, and asked vigilantly, is there something wrong? Which area is building 3809 in? The youth asked in a cold voice. What do you guys do? The old security guard asked rhetorically. One hand quietly pressed on the walkie-talkie sitting on the table. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just tell us. Otherwise, don't mind helping you loosen your old bones. The youth coldly replied back, raising his right arm and intentionally knocking on the metal frame on the side of the window. A sound of metal clashing was made. The old security face trembled and subconsciously retreated a step. There were obviously metal objects inside this person's sleeves. The intercom rang at this time. Old Lu, what's going on over there? Someone is here to cause trouble. Quickly come over. The old security guard quickly shouted and reached for the window. Grass. You old man dares to be so dishonest. Let's see if I don't get you killed. The youth grasped the window and was ready to jump in Old Security's face was pale, and he pulled down on the window with force. Bang! On the other side, the door was directly slammed open by the remaining youth, rushing in and holding the old security down, slapping him a few times. Old man, be honest, immediately tell us what direction building 3809 is in. The youth jumped in through the window and pressed a short blade against the old security's neck, facing the threat of death. The old security could only compromise and pointed in a direction. The youth's little brother quickly ran out and returned 10 seconds later, nodding slightly. Brother, go. There are indeed 3 buildings over there. However, there are security coming over. Retreat. The youth waved his big hand. With an ugly face and eyes full of unwillingness, he gripped the short blade and fiercely stabbed down towards the old security guard's leg. This is the punishment for your insensitivity. Drawing his short blade, the youth quickly ran out. The security guard arrived too late and could only watch the car disappear at the end of the road. The security guard immediately called the police. Zhang Qianlong, Zhou Shang, and Hao Yong, the three big brothers, left Dongjiang University, and then they were in a hurry to find someone to investigate the neighborhood where Su Mei lived. Seeing that it was almost evening, Zhang Shua still could not contact Zhang Xiaolei. The three could not wait any longer and decided to leave immediately. When they arrived at the neighborhood, the three of them saw that there were police officers blocking the entrance to the neighborhood, revealing a puzzled expression. What had happened? The trio got down from the car and walked to the police officers. "Comrade Constable, did something happen in the Fuli neighborhood?" Zhang Qianlong asked. "You are?" The police officer looked at Zhang Qianlong with some familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him for a while. "My humble self, Zhang Qianlong." Zhang Qianlong smiled. "Zhang Dong." The police officer instantly remembered, hastily gave a respectful salute and turned his head towards the other two. The next moment was confused. "Didn't look wrong. General Manager Zhou of Hailan House, Mr. Hao of Beaver House. These are the big brothers of the big brothers in Dongjiang City, the object that they often help to maintain order. How could they all gather and appear at the entrance of an ordinary neighborhood?" The police officer quickly gave the trio a salute. Rushingly, he called Zhao Jun, the captain of the outgoing police. "Hello, three gentlemen," the captain said with a smile. It was also suspicious. What were these three big men doing here? Did something happen in the neighborhood? Zhou Shang asked suspiciously. The captain did not hide it and told what happened. "What? Building 3809. The three big men's faces changed. The specific household they had found out was the third building 809A. These punks who broke in were clearly aiming for Su Mei. "Old Zhang, your family has deep roots in Dongjiang, so you should know the local gray forces." "Right, so have them find them," Hao Yong said with a sullen face. "Okay, I'll go find someone." Zhang Qianlong also had a sullen face, daring to move earth on the head of a Taiyuyu, bold and not knowing the heights of heaven. Whoever did this was dead. "I'll contact the headquarters side." Zhou Shan came to the side and dialed the phone. Inside the largest villa in the Hilltop Villa neighborhood on the outskirts of Dongjiang, Song Dong was lying on the sofa enjoying the maid's massage. As the leader of the gray forces in Dongjiang City, Song Dong almost turned his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain in Dongjiang City. It could be said that in the gray power circle of Dongjiang City, he was the emperor of the land and no one knew about him. Not only is he famous in the gray circle, Song Dong is also the second most powerful business force in the business circle after the Zhang family, which is even more terrifying than the Zhang family's volume under the black and white. Dongjiang City business circle has a sentence does not become words. Rather mess with Zhang, do not mess with Song. Cell phone rings. Song Dong opened his eyes, picked up and looked, slightly stunned. Zhang Qianlong looking for him to do. Song Dong connected his cell phone. There came Zhang Qianlong's anxious voice. "Song Dong, immediately check the identity of these people. Use the fastest speed possible, otherwise you and I will be finished." Song Dong frowned. What is this old man mad about? In Dongjiang City let them be finished, people have not been born yet. Don't be dismissive. I'm not joking with you. Right now I have Lao Zhou, Lao Hao by my side. They are all waiting for your news. Zhang Qianlong's voice came again. His tone was indescribably grave. Song Dong raised his eyebrows, sensing that things were unusual. He immediately opened his cell phone and read the text message. "Okay, I know. Immediately find someone to check. Where are you guys? Let's get together and tell me what happened." Song Dong shouted at the door. "Ah Quan, come in." "Fuli neighborhood," Zhang Qianlong said and hung up. At this time, in walked a big strong man who was about 1 meter 9 in height. "Brother Dong, you called for me?" Ah Quan asked respectfully. "Go check the identities of these few people and mobilize more people." Song Dong handed his cell phone to Ah Quan. "Okay, I'll go now." Ah Quan took the cell phone and left, but soon returned again. "Brother Dong, there's a call coming in." Ah Quan handed his cell phone to Song Dong. "Don't worry about it, go check it as soon as possible." Song Dong waved his hand. "Brother Dong, I think you should answer it. It says that the caller alert is master." Ah Quan said back. "What?" Song Dong stood up violently, quickly grabbed the cell phone and answered the call, his body trembling as he said, "Master, is that you? Have you been well these years? Don't call me master. I don't have a disciple like you. You have grown capable over these years. You even dared to clean up my benefactor's people." A cold voice came from over there, seemingly stabbing Song Dong's heart like a knife. Chapter 19. If that person is not satisfied, I will personally send you on your way. "Master, how could I dare? If you gave me 10,000 guts I wouldn't dare to take action against your benefactor. Ah, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Can you give me a hint?" Song Dong's face was terrified. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Master's benefactor. He had heard Master mention it. That was a big brother level figure that even Master looked up to. With just one word from Master, the entire Grey forces of Dongjiang City would directly perish. And with one word from him before that big brother level figure, Master such would be treated as Master treated them. I also think that you will not be stupid to that extent, but I can't guarantee that your men will have eyes without pearls. Send you a photo. Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, make sure to find and bring it to the Fuli neighborhood, and meet with Zhou Shang. He will tell you the specifics. If you can't find it or let that person is dissatisfied, I will personally send you on your way. The other side of the phone said coldly. The phone hung up. Song Dong hurriedly checked the cell phone information. After reading the content clearly, Song Dong froze. It was exactly the same. Song Dong quickly stood up and sent the photo to Aquan, commanding, find out these people before 4 o'clock. If you can't, don't come back. When you find them, bring them to the Fuli neighborhood to find me. Aquan nodded and immediately went out. Song Dong put on his jacket, a face of panic, also quickly out the door. Inside the scream bar, Zhang Xiaolei hung up the phone with a face of bad luck. Damn security, even spoiled this young master's good deed. You wait for this young master. What's wrong? Su Hanlin asked suspiciously. There was an old undead security who didn't know what to do and notified the other security. Those who were doing the work ran away for fear of making a big mess. Zhang Xiaolei said in an irritated tone. Yi Ling is quite lucky. You should not be too angry. Good food is not afraid of late. There is plenty of time to clean them up. Next time they will not be so lucky. Su Hanlin smilingly comforted. This is true. They got Su Mei's specific residence. Next time they can go in without disturbing the security. Zhang Xiaolei nodded his head. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Zhang Xiaolei's cell phone rang again. Zhang Xiaolei looked at it and the call directly hung up. A message appeared on the screen. Expelled from the Zhang family? Zhang Xiaolei frowned and picked up his cell phone, opening it to look at it. Expelled from Zhang family, Bunny. I know you can see it. I'll give you half an hour to call those foxes and dogs of yours who beat people up and notify their parents to come over to the Fuli neighborhood. If there is a 1-minute delay, your life and death in the future has nothing to do with me, and you're no longer a member of our Zhang family. Zhang Qianlong, Grandpa Tong, Zhang Xiaolei exclaimed in shock. It felt like something wasn't quite right. What's wrong? Su Hanlin's expression was puzzled. My grandfather stepped in and said that if I don't go over right now, he will kick me out of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaolei returned with a trembling body. Not right. It was very wrong. Su Hanlin's brows furrowed. Zhang Qianlong was a big shot among big shots in Dongjiang City. Su Mei was not even qualified to lift her shoes. Zhang Qianlong would never speak up for her. It was hard to believe that it was Yi Ling again. Who is this Yi Ling in the end? Obviously the investigation is very clear. He is an ordinary foreign student. No, it's better to be careful. Su Hanlin pretended to smile and said to Zhang Xiaolei, there is no need to be so pessimistic. It should be your father scaring you. However, it is impossible to clean up Yi Ling today. It is advisable to follow your father's words for the time being, and turn around and let's settle the new and old scores with them together. Brother Hanlin, you are right. I can't let my father become dissatisfied with me, or else I won't have a good time in the future. Then I'll go first. Zhang Xiaolei nodded his head and put his cell phone inside his pocket towards the outside of the bar. Remember not to say that I found the person for you, otherwise your father will say that you don't have an opinion and will be even more displeased with you. Su Hanlin shouted at Zhang Xiaolei. Thank you, Brother Hanlin. Zhang Xiaolei turned around, revealing a hurried look. Seeing Zhang Xiaolei leave, Su Hanlin pulled out his phone and called his father. Xincheng Group was not only what he wanted, but there were many people at home who wanted it. The road ahead was unclear, so he first looked for a few cannon fodder to explore the road. Zhang Xiaolei went out of the bar and called those friends who were involved, and told them what happened. Brother Lei, Uncle Zhang, that's just bluffing you. Don't be nervous. Uncle Zhang loves you so much, how can he really expel you? I'm playing with Xiaoli right now. I can't leave for a while. Brother Lei, I have a stomach upset now. I am in the hospital. Half an hour is too late. Brother Lei, my mom is sick. I'm in the hospital with her. Half an hour is too late, so I won't go. You help me give Uncle Zhang a word. As a result, Zhang Xiaolei's friends excused themselves for various reasons and none of them came. Zhang Xiaolei frowned, feeling that these people were very unorthodox. However, there was nothing he could do if people didn't come. In fact, he also felt in his heart that Zhang Shuo was giving him a joke and scamming him. No matter what, go over and take a look. The big deal is to get a scolding. Zhang Xiaolei took a taxi to the Fuli district, and when he got down from the car, he saw police cars one after another in the district, and frowned. It seems to be a bit wrong. Zhang Xiaolei walked to the front, and the next moment his pupils contracted. Cousin Grandpa, are you really there? Zhang Xiaolei exclaimed in shock. You think I'm lying to you? Zhang Shuo slapped Zhang Xiaolei in the face and raised his foot to kick him in the leg. He couldn't wait to directly beat Zhang Xiaolei to death right now. It was all because of this rebellious son that caused their family to fall into an unprecedented crisis. Zhang Xiaolei knelt in an instant. Where's the person I told you to call? After kicking 2 feet, Zhang Shua coldly asked. They said something's wrong and aren't coming. Zhang Xiaolei covered his face and returned in horror. He saw Beaver's Mr. How? Mr. Zhou from Hailan House. These were all ing big shots in Dongjiang, plus his grandfather. It was the mayor who had to be courteous when he came. But now, these 3 people have panic on their faces. What the hell is going on? Why would the 3 bigwigs be panicked like this? Who are the ones who helped you beat up the people? And who are the parents? Zhang Shua asked. If the ones who beat up the people didn't come, they would be finished as well. They had to be there. Zhang Xiaolei didn't dare to hide anything and told all the parents of everyone. After Zhang Shua made a note of it, he started to call them one by one. At this time, Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling came back from grocery shopping. Did something happen? So many police cars? Su Xiaoling poked her head out, her eyes full of doubt. There were just too many police cars. The car could not be driven in. Yi Ling could only park the car on both sides of the road outside the neighborhood. After getting out of the car, Yi Ling scanned ahead and frowned slightly. Why did Zhou Shang come? Uncle, open the trunk. I'll get something. Su Xiaoling shouted. Yi Ling withdrew his eyes and came to the rear of the car, opening the trunk and taking out the ingredients. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling each carried a bag and walked towards the neighborhood. The people standing at the entrance of the neighborhood saw the two at a glance. Zhang Qianlong, Hao Yan's face trembled, and they were ready to welcome them in a hurry. But Zhou Shang reached out to stop them and reminded them in a low voice. Mr. Yi is hiding his identity. Don't expose it. Zhang Qianlong and Hao Yang immediately stopped in their tracks, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. This was almost the wrong thing to do. The 3 bigwigs stood in place, slightly bending over like subordinates welcoming the return of their master. Chapter 20, Uncle. I don't think my mom is right for you. Yi Ling quickly walked up to Zhang Shua and the others, not even looking at Zhou Shang's trio, and said to Zhang Shua, the people don't seem to be all together. Taking my words for granted? No, absolutely not. It's already on its way, arriving soon. Zhang Shua hurriedly bent down and compensated with a smile. Then I will wait for you at home. Yi Ling turned around and led Su Xiaoling onward. Su Xiaoling followed Yi Ling, her eyes full of light. Handsome, too handsome, worthy of being their family uncle. Loved miserably. Sir, can you show your ID card? Walking to the police barrier at the entrance, the officer stopped Yi Ling. Yi Ling reached out and took his wallet out, pulling out his ID card. After checking the ID card, Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling continued on. Seeing that there were also police officers in the neighborhood, they both revealed a puzzled expression. They had only left for less than an hour. Had something big happened in the neighborhood? Zhang Xiaolei looked at the back of Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling snuggling with each other. His eyes immediately flashed a trace of hostility. Yi Ling let you bounce around for 2 days. Dad, they are all back. Let's go in. I will apologize to them as you ordered. Zhang Xiaolei looked up and said, wait, your foxy friends will be here soon. Zhang Shua returned with a cold face. Zhang Xiaolei was very unhappy in his heart. Apologizing to Su Mei and whatnot, he could accept it. After all, so many bigwigs had come. They must be related to Su Mei. But apologizing to Yi Ling, he was a little resistant in his heart. Su Hanlin had said that Yi Ling was a little white boy raised by Su Mei. He was not even worthy of his shoes. However, both his grandpa and father were obviously angry. If he disobeyed one of them, he would surely end up in a bad situation, and decided to put up with it for the time being. After half an hour or so, all 3 of Zhang Xiaolei's friends came over. Accompanying them were their respective parents. Brother Lei, what's the situation? Why did you let your father pressure my family? Brother Lei, you're not doing the right thing. I'm having a good time, and I was scared by my father and went straight to soft. Brother Lei, what's going on? Why are you still kneeling? The 3 young men got off the bus and quickly found Zhang Xiaolei. Su Mei didn't know what kind of relationship she entrusted and found the 3 of them. Zhang Xiaolei nudged towards Zhang Qianlong's side. The 3 young men craned their heads to look, and in the next moment, they simultaneously retracted their necks, their eyes in shock. Mr. Zhou from Hailan House? Mr. Hao from Beaver House? Your Zhang family's Zhang Dong? Yes, so you guys get it. We might have to fall today. This Su Mei is simply too ruthless. I am determined to give us a lesson, so that we can learn a lesson. Zhang Xiaolei whispered. Grass. This stinking woman. How could this woman have so much energy to invite 3 big brothers? I'm afraid it's not that Su Mei is having an affair with these people, right? Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see that they are all wearing terrified expressions? If there is a leg, it would be like this. Don't dwell on what the reason is. You just have to remember. Compromise first today. Never have any resistance. Zhang Xiaolei admonished. The 3 young men's eyes all carried unwillingness. Even if you're not willing, you have to bear with me. You can't resist. After today, I'll turn around and let you guys have a hard time. Zhang Xiaolei could see that the three had emotions, and once again lowered his voice and said. The three young men's eyes lit up at the words. Knowing that Zhang Xiaolei might have another plan, they lowered their heads and asked what was going on. Let's go when everyone arrives. But Zhang Shua's voice rang out at this time. Good, good. The four young men nodded their heads. Three of them had regret in their eyes, but they didn't dare to express it to Zhang Shua. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling returned home. Yi Ling carried the ingredients into the kitchen. Pork, tenderloin was picked up and cleaned well, placed on the board and began to cut the pieces. Ha, uncle, are you making braised meat? Su Xiaoling came up to Yi Ling and asked in surprise. Well, your mom said she wants to eat braised meat. I happen to know how to make it. Yi Ling nodded his head. Once Su Xiaoling heard that it was made for her own mother, her heart became a little upset. Yi Ling she now fell in love with, and absolutely could not let it go to her mom. She had completely forgotten that she had previously said that she would help Yi Ling chase after her own mother. Uncle, in fact, my mom, this person is very grumpy, but also love to make things difficult for people. All day long tense face, get along for a long time, will make the people around her become depressed. Unlike me, so lively, so good at moving around, can produce happiness for people. Su Xiaoling touched her lips and said with a gloomy face, you can just say this in front of me, don't ever say it to your mom, she will be very sad. Yi Ling reached out and knocked Su Xiaoling on the head, his eyes carried a hint of reproach. Uncle, I don't think my mom is suitable for you, Su Xiaoling directly blurted out, deciding to show her cards. Ding dong, right at this moment, the doorbell rang. Go open the door, Yi Ling ordered without looking back. Su Xiaoling's face was ugly. Hoo-ah, so obnoxious, even came at this time to disturb her and their family uncle confession. Sullen face came to the door and opened the door. What are you guys doing here? Su Xiaoling saw Zhang Shua and asked vigilantly. I'm here to apologize. Zhang Shua bent over with a smile on his face, giving off a humble feeling. When she passed by the door, Yi Ling and Zhang Shua's conversation, Su Xiaoling also heard it and opened the door and asked in passing. He opened the door and let Zhang Shua and Zhang Xiaolei and the others in, and closed the door again. Yi Ling handled the pancetta and tenderloin and washed his hands out of the kitchen and headed down the stairs to Su Mei's room. Opening the door, he saw Su Mei looking at her cell phone, looking very focused. Yi Ling revealed a speechless expression. It's all like this and you're still not resting properly. Can't sleep. By the way, I'm dealing with the company's business. Su Mei returned without lifting her head. The student who bullied Xiao Ling brought his parents to apologize to you. Want to go down and take a look? Yi Ling walked to the front and asked in a soft voice. To go. Su Mei raised her head, put her cell phone aside, lifted the covers and quickly got out of bed. Yi Ling hurried over to help her. Su Mei wanted to support herself to walk, but her strength really didn't allow her to do that, and her body once again leaned into Yi Ling's arms. Yi Ling did not move and reached out to support Su Mei's arms on both sides, holding her upright and out of his embrace. Once she did so, Su Mei felt that Yi Ling might be pretending, but 2 or 3 times she did so, Su Mei felt that Yi Ling really respected her. In her heart, Su Mei was satisfied with such details of Yi Ling and added 1 point to Yi Ling in her heart. After going downstairs and helping Su Mei to sit on the sofa, Yi Ling returned to the kitchen. Inside the living room, Su Mei sat on the sofa and looked at Zhang Shuai and Zhang Xiaolei and the others with a sullen face. Mr. Zhang, I think your education of your son is a failure. To dare to molest a girl in public at such a young age is a crime, Su Mei said in a cold tone. The aura of the iceberg beauty president instantly erupted out. The surrounding air froze with it. Chapter 21, from now on, you guys get out of the Zhang family. Yes, I'll have him turn himself in and go to prison for rehabilitation after we return. Zhang Shua quickly nodded his head, his eyes still carrying flattery. The meaning of currying favor was as obvious as it could be. Su Mei was slightly stunned. Giving in so quickly? This was completely out of Su Mei's expectation. It was hard to believe that it was Zhou Shine's reason. After Yi Ling left, she was a bit uneasy, so she called Zhou Shan to see if he could help mediate, but she didn't hold much hope, since she had already given in. Su Mei didn't feel the need to have anything to say to Zhang Shua anymore. Slap! Suddenly, the sound of a slap rang out. Su Mei was stunned and looked along with the sound. Zhang Xiaolei covered his face with a look of disbelief. What are you still standing there for? Kneel down and apologize to Miss Su. Zhang Shua looked at Zhang Xiaolei icily. Dad, I'm your own son, Zhang Xiaolei said with bloodshot eyes. Apologizing was enough. Why did he have to make him kneel down? Could they afford it? Pa! Zhang Shua gave Zhang Xiaolei another slap, lifting his foot and tapping it into the crook of Zhang Xiaolei's leg. Zhang Xiaolei fell to his knees with a plop. You guys better kneel down and apologize as well. Zhang Shua twisted his head to look at the 3 young men. The 3 young men's necks shrank. The 3 looked at each other and walked forward in unison to bow to Su Xiaoling and Su Mei. I'm sorry. Although they were afraid of Zhang Shua, they did not want to lose face. Seeing that you guys don't have much sincerity, forget it, this young lady isn't a catty person either. Get lost. Su Xiaoling waved her hand impatiently. The three young men's lowered heads smiled sarcastically and turned towards the door. Apologizing to Su Xiaoling and Su Mei, they had already conceded a lot. Kneeling down? Impossible. Apologize. Zhang Shua raised his foot and kicked Zhang Xiaolei again. He couldn't control other people's sons, but his own son's attitude must be managed well. That one hadn't made a statement yet, and he never had a bottom in his heart. I'm sorry. Having already knelt down, Zhang Xiaolei felt that there was nothing he couldn't do. After today, he would make Ling and Su Mei, mother and daughter, regret offending him. Go away. Go away. Su Xiaoling waved her hand impatiently. Su Mei lay on the sofa with her eyes closed, never meaning to speak. There was a bit of a misunderstanding with Mr. Yi within the school today. Can you let us apologize to Mr. Yi as well? Zhang Shua was careful, accompanying a smile and looking towards Su Xiaoling. You wait, I'll go ask. Su Xiaoling turned around and walked into the kitchen. Uncle, they are going to apologize to you. Do you want to go out and belittle them twice? Su Xiaoling walked up to Ling and asked with a smile. Are you happy? Ling asked back. Happy, thief happy. Su Xiaoling hugged Ling's arm and put her head on top of his arm. That's good. Let them go. Just say I said so. Ling smiled back. Okay. Su Xiaoling nodded her head, let go of Ling's arm and bounced away from the kitchen. Uncle said he doesn't see you guys and told you to leave. Su Xiaoling said in a cold voice. Fine. We will leave now. Zhang Shua quickly nodded his head and left Su Mei's house with Zhang Xiaolei. After leaving the door, Zhang Shua reached out and wiped his forehead, where it was already covered in cold sweat. He had heard Ling's words clearly, but whenever Su Xiaoling said something unpleasant, their family would probably be finished. Dad, that Ling is too damn pretentious. He's nothing but a man raised by Su Mei. Why can he pose before us? Walking downstairs, Zhang Xiaolei reached out and violently hammered the elevator door. Shut up, don't say that again in the future. I'm telling you, in the future, give me a good introspection in prison. After you come out, I'll send you out of the country, as well as, don't ever mess with Su Mei and Su Xiaoling again. Especially Ling. Zhang Shua chided with a sullen face. Zhang Xiaolei's face was very unconvinced, and he didn't listen at all. Returning to the entrance of the Fuli neighborhood, Zhang Xiaolei was ready to bid farewell to Zhang Shua, but just at this time, two police officers came forward and quickly grabbed Zhang Xiaolei's arm. Ka-ching! A pair of silver-colored bracelets were cuffed to Zhang Xiaolei's wrists. What's going on here? Zhang Shua frowned. His son's side hadn't even turned himself in yet. Why did he start arresting people? Zhang Shua, you taught your son well. From now on you are no longer a member of the Zhang family. Zhang Qianlong stepped forward, his eyes incomparably cold. Cousin uncle, I've already been forgiven by Mr. Yi, the matter is settled. Zhang Shua hurriedly returned. The school matter is resolved. But do you know what this son of yours has done again? Song Dong walked forward and looked at Zhang Xiaolei coldly. Buying a murderer. Building 3809. What? Zhang Shua's face changed drastically, twisting his head to look at Zhang Xiaolei. You did this kind of thing? I didn't. Zhang Xiaolei denied it. It wasn't like he had made a move. Those people were all the henchmen of the great forces of Dongjiang's Soil Emperor. Absolutely no one dared to clean them up. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. Don't admit it? Then let you die with understanding. Song Dong stepped forward from behind the crowd. You are Mr. Song? Zhang Shua recognized Song Dong at a glance. His eyes were full of disbelief. How did this big brother come in person? When Zhang Xiaolei heard this name, he just shuddered. Wasn't this the name of the Earth Emperor that Su Hanlin had mentioned? Song Dong did not even look at Zhang Shua, waving his hand at the people behind him. A few juniors escorted the youth who had attacked the old security guard earlier to Zhang Xiaolei's front. A junior brother handed over a cell phone and Song Dong pressed it. As long as you cripple that Ling, turn around and I will give you 100,000. Zhang Xiaolei's voice rang out clearly. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaolei was unbelievable. Snap, you rebellious son. You have successfully made all of our family dead. Zhang Shua slapped Zhang Xiaolei, then fell to the ground with a soft foot, looking at Zhang Qianlong with a pleading face. Cousin uncle, I am willing to go and beg Mr. Yi for forgiveness once again. Don't kick me out of the Zhang family. Too late. If you don't get out of the Zhang family will end along with you. Zhang Qianlong coldly replied back. In the future, you, Zhang Shua, any business related to you, I, Song Dong, will destroy everyone I see. The same goes for our Hailan house. The same goes for our beaver. Song Dong, Zhou Shang, and Hao Yong took their positions one after another. Finally, the three of them looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaolei's three foxy friends in unison. You guys are the same. You guys are the same. You guys are the same. Ha! The parents of the three foxy friends were stunned in place. The foxy friends were also dumbfounded. It was Zhang Xiaolei who did the deed. It was none of their three families' business. Aggrieved, angry, but reality let them know that these were useless. Between the three big brothers, they were just trash. Which one is Uncle Zhou Shang? Just at this time, a voice rang out. Su Xiaoling trotted to the front of the group of people and scanned everyone, finally locking her eyes on Zheng Qinlong, Zhou Shang, and Hao Yong. I am, Miss Xiaoling, right? Looking for me for something? Zhou Shang immediately stepped forward and asked with a smile. My mom invited you to be her guest at home. Do you have time now? Su Xiaoling asked with a smile. Yes, right now? Zhou Shang's eyes were surprised, and he took the initiative to make a you first please gesture to Su Xiaoling. Although Su Xiaoling looked big-headed, she was still very mindful and took the initiative to reach out and hold Zhou Shang's arm. Uncle Zhou, let's go together. Mom said. This is a benefactor who has helped the family, so we must have a good relationship. Chapter 22, I don't want to work. Seeing Zhou Shang and Su Xiaoling disappearing downstairs in the third building, Zheng Qinlong and the three of them showed envy. They also wanted to go and dine with Ling. Even if they were scolded, they were willing to do so. It wasn't that they liked being abused, but because being able to eat with Ling meant that Ling didn't hate them. They could do things that they didn't even dare to think about before based on this attitude of Ling. Unfortunately, it was a miss after all. At night, Ling cleaned up his room and was about to take a bath. The cell phone suddenly rang. Turning his head to look, he found that it was Su Mei calling. Ling picked up the cell phone and opened the door and went directly to the second floor. Looking for me for something? Ling pulled the single sofa aside and sat on the edge of the bed with a faint smile on his face. You don't have a job right now, do you? Su Mei asked. This man's self-centered look really made her speechless, but it wasn't so annoying. In particular, the other party's cooking was so delicious that she was a bit propped up from eating today. This was an experience she had never had before. Forget it, for the sake of the meal, just turn a blind eye. No, you want me to work in your company? Ling asked with a smile. Well, you can also refuse. After all, you can even contact Mr. Zhou of Hiram's house. You shouldn't be looking at this tiny company of ours. Su Mei stared at Ling and said, Excitement? Can you tell the truth? Ling smiled. What I hear is the truth. Su Mei tensed her face, her expression extremely serious. I don't want to work. Ling shrugged. Forget it then. Just pretend I didn't say it. You go out. I'm going to rest. Su Mei turned around and lay down. Her eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She felt that she shouldn't have mentioned this matter. Ling was capable, and she was just a little cutie. It could also be seen how a talented person who was capable and had access to higher level figures could possibly agree to her. You're the one who told me to tell the truth. Why are you still angry? Ling was speechless and propped up his face to look at Su Mei's back. Shapely and curvy, a touch of curvature that the quilt didn't cover. I'm not angry. I can understand if you can make such a choice. Go to sleep. Su Mei turned around and smiled faintly. Obviously know the result, but why is there a faint sense of loss and aggression? Returning to his room, Ling took a shower and lay on the bed. To be honest, he really wanted to directly agree to Su Mei. In that case, it would definitely leave a deep impression in Su Mei's mind, and this relationship would definitely be a lot closer as well. But he returned to China this time is to lose interest in work. Back to retirement. Work is impossible to work. Help Su Mei to find one or two management talents. Ling took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Rui, letting her help find 2 management talents. A night without words. The next morning Ling got up at 5 o'clock and went out for a morning walk. There was a small park inside the Fuli neighborhood. Jogging to the park, there were already a few grandparents exercising on the fitness equipment. Young man, look at you. You look new. Are you newly moved here? On the singles bar, a grandpa grabbed the bar with one hand while talking to Ling. Ling smiled and nodded his head. Just moved here yesterday. Moncler, you have a good body. Much stronger than the average young man. Average. Just practiced for a decade or two. Moncler Outlet Online said smilingly. Ling gave a thumbs up. Grandpa Bulls. Ha ha, the grandpa laughed out loud. What for? Who told you to work out on the fitness equipment? All get off. Just at this time, 2 youths in security uniforms walked in from the distance. Since the sky was still cloudy, both of them had flashlights in their hands, and after the light shone over, everyone was all exposed to the flashlights. So soon, the older man jumped down from the bar, his face full of bad luck. Ling frowned slightly. The park's equipment doesn't allow exercise, so what's the point of installing them? Young man, come early tomorrow. Moncler teach you 2 hands. The grandpa waved at Ling and left the spot. The other Moncler jackets also quickly dispersed, as if they had seen a ghost. Ling twisted his head to look at the 2 security guards. His heart was upset. What are you looking at? Did you get a card? Want to exercise without a card? Who gave you the qualification? The security mockingly looked at Yi Ling. Hurry up and go, or we're going to expel you. The other security guard slammed the flashlight on his hand. It didn't take Yi Ling any effort at all to gather the two men, but he didn't want to dirty his hands. At 6:30 Yi Ling returned to his apartment and went into the kitchen to make breakfast. At 7 o'clock, Su Xiaoling got up, rubbing her eyes in a daze like she hadn't woken up, and after smelling the breakfast smell, her eyes lit up and she ran into the kitchen. Wow! Lotus eggs! So fragrant! Uncle, you are really great! Su Xiaoling was excited when she saw the finished breakfast and reached out towards Yi Ling to hug her. Yi Ling reached out his hand against her head. Go wash up. Fine. I'll go now. Su Xiaoling immediately turned around, jumped and ran out. After eating and assisting Su Mei in solving her private physiological problems, Su Xiaoling went to school. Sister Su, why can't those fitness machines in the neighborhood park be used? Eating breakfast, Yi Ling opened his mouth and asked. In the past, they could be used for free. Then because the paint fell off badly and was complained about, the property department repainted it and added many new facilities, saying that it was a new entertainment program that was not in the original contractual agreement, and that you had to get a card. Su Mei said back. A trace of helplessness appeared on her face. This kind of thing before I helped everyone to find a lawyer, but due to the developer's power is too strong. Using a variety of means to force the lawyers do not dare to take our lawsuits. My company has also been implicated in some of this. So far there is no solution. What is the name of the developer? Yi Ling asked. What do you want? Su Mei frowned and tensed her face. Advise you to stay out of it. Dongjiang Royal Villa District know it. The developer is a family with them. You and I, as well as Mr. Joe can't afford to offend. A family of. Yi Ling cried and laughed. But, the boss behind the scenes is him. What's your expression? Su Mei looked at Yi Ling strangely. No. Yi Ling shook his head, pulled out his cell phone, and found the two managers' information that Li Rui had sent her. I can't join your company, but yesterday I contacted my friend to help you find two good management. You can interview them by phone to see if they are qualified. Yi Ling handed his cell phone to Su Mei. You purposely looked for connections for me? Su Mei looked at Yi Ling in a daze. Yes. Yi Ling nodded his head. In an instant, all of Su Mei's loss and aggravation that had continued from yesterday until today dissipated. Thanks. I will seriously interview them. Su Mei nodded her head, and a smile that she herself did not even notice surfaced on her face. Chapter 23, He's Little Su's husband. After eating, Yi Ling sent Su Mei back to her room. I don't know when this foot will be fine. Staying at home is too boring. Su Mei sighed. Boredom shrouded around her. The whole person turned into an extremely mentally deficient appearance. Wait, I'll go and buy you a wheelchair, and push you out to bask in the sun in the afternoon. Yi Ling smiled and said, good. Su Mei did not refuse. Going out to get some air was also very good. It was better than being stuffy at home. Yi Ling left the apartment and drove directly to the medical equipment wholesale city. Ha, young man? Only when he went in, Yi Ling was stopped by someone. Yi Ling twisted his head to look and realized that it was an older woman around 40 or 50 years old, and after thinking for a while, he did not have the impression of the other person. Auntie, you are? Yi Ling asked tentatively. I'm from the Fuli neighborhood. I've seen you this morning during the morning exercise. The big mom smiled, giving off a very good feeling of getting along with people. Are you also here to buy medical equipment? Is someone in your family sick? The big mom asked suspiciously. After such a reminder, Yi Ling's memory instantly revived and realized that he really did have some impression, and immediately greeted her with a smile. Yes, my wife's foot is twisted. She wants to go out for some air. I'm going to buy a wheelchair to push her. I see. That's just right. I'm also ready to buy a wheelchair for my old lady. Let's do it together. Buy a pair to cut the price. Big Mom smiled, very enthusiastic. Yi Ling didn't refuse. The price he didn't care, but the elderly buy things carefully. He didn't know too much about wheelchairs and stuff. An hour later, Yi Ling and the Big Mom pushed a wheelchair out. Yi Ling was quite satisfied. Although he didn't care about money, he still subconsciously felt in a good mood when he bought something with a cost-effective price. Helping the Big Mom load the wheelchair onto the tricycle, Yi Ling also returned home. After lunch, Yi Ling pushed Su Mei out to blow off some steam. After arriving at the park, at a glance, he saw the Big Mom who bought the wheelchair together pushing her old partner for a walk. And around them there were also a few grandparents of the same age walking together in an indescribably cozy manner. Ha, little Su, what's wrong with you? An older woman spotted Su Mei and Yi Ling, and walked up suspiciously, her eyes full of worry. It's not because of what happened before that you were victimized by those heavenly killers, right? No, it's my own twisted. Su Mei hurriedly shook her head. This had to be explained clearly, otherwise these kindly old men would definitely worry for her and blame themselves. Little Su, this injury of yours is not serious, right? Another Big Mom came over with worry on her face. Little Su, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? You helped us so much. We should have gone to see you. Little Sue. Who is this next to you? He is Xiao Su's husband. We bought the wheelchair together today. The big mom in the morning pushed her old companion to the front and picked up with a smile. Ha, little Sue, you got married? When did it happen? Why didn't you inform us? Xiao Su, you're not right. Is not the grandpa and grandma as outsiders? Injuries do not tell us even if we are not. Even married are not told. Did you hold a banquet? A group of Moncler jackets outlet eyes with reproach. But more is gossip. Surprised. Sumei's face was red and she glared fiercely at Ling. What's wrong with this man? He goes around talking about everything. Sumei's scalp was a little numb with embarrassment. Ling, on the other hand, did not have much embarrassment, greeted the grandparents one by one and answered truthfully. Sister Su and I are flash married. The banquet hasn't been organized yet. When we do it later, we will definitely send you the wedding invitation. Right. I also think Sister Su is very nice. I will cherish it. Good. Get up early tomorrow morning. Accompany the grandpa and grandma to exercise and nag. Half an hour later, under a sycamore tree in the park, Ling sat on a public seat, and Sumei sat across from him, killing herself. Give me a reason to spread the word about our marriage in a big way. If I say it was accidentally said during the day when I was buying a wheelchair, would you believe me? Ling smiled awkwardly. Bursting out the relationship, all this was not a burden for him at all. It didn't mean Sumei didn't have it. He did lack some consideration. Believe. A character like yours can definitely do it. Sumei rolled her eyes, her aura collected, turned the wheelchair with her hand, turned her back to Ling and did not speak again. The corner of Ling's mouth revealed a smile. This woman looking for a step down was also so cute. Tired of looking, push me back. After a long time, Sumei spoke again. Ling smiled and stood up, walked to the front and straightened her somewhat disorganized hair. After cleaning it up, then he pushed her to leave. These actions of Ling made Sumei face a little unnatural. Her face subconsciously reddened. What's wrong with this man? Why so many small actions? Who allowed him to do this? What a thick skin. After returning home, the more Sumei thought about it, the more she felt that she had been forcibly taken advantage of by Ling, and felt that she couldn't just let Ling off the hook and embarrass her, and she had to make things difficult for him as well. I want to eat stewed prawns. You made it for me. Sumei lay on the sofa and squinted at Ling. Stewed prawns were not something that ordinary chefs could make, and even if they did, they wouldn't be tasty, and when the time came, they must make a hard job of burying Ling. Okay, I'll go buy the ingredients. Ling nodded his head. He could do the oil stewed prawns, and it wasn't bad at all. Ling went to buy food and came back around 5 p.m., only to enter the house. Su Xiaoling directly pounced on him. Ling moved his feet laterally to avoid Su Xiaoling's pouncing hug and reached out to knock her on the head. Scared me. Go and keep Sister Su company. I'll go and make cassoulet prawns for you. Stewed prawns? Su Xiaoling frowned at the words. Uncle, is it that mom is deliberately making things difficult for you? You stinky girl, is your mom that kind of person? Sumei was furious, cursing Su Xiaoling in her heart for elbowing her way out. How is it not possible? You are the type of thief who is careful and has a grudge. Uncle is doing his usual dishes well. How could he suddenly do a cassoulet prawns? It is definitely that uncle is not doing well anywhere. You want to take advantage of the opportunity to get back at him and see him laugh. Su Xiaoling said with a firm face, being told what she was thinking in the center. Sumei felt her face burning hot, her face reddened, and she couldn't wait to strangle this daughter. Didn't you have no interest in Ling at all before? Why are you so defensive of others now? Sumei thought of a certain possibility. Somewhat suspiciously, she looked at Su Xiaoling, and then glanced at Ling. This daughter shouldn't have feelings for Ling again, right? When Sumei suddenly fell silent, Su Xiaoling's anger rose even higher, and she was about to say some treacherous words again to degrade Sumei's image in Ling's heart. How can you talk to your mom? It's uncle who is happy today and is ready to show you his hand. Ling scolded with a sullen face, once again knocking Su Xiaoling on the head. It wasn't my mom who pushed you? Su Xiaoling froze with an unbelievable face. She unexpectedly guessed wrong. I can't save you this time. Ling shrugged his shoulders and walked into the kitchen. In less than a minute, Su Xiaoling's miserable scream came from outside. Ling shook his head. Poor little girl. Don't blame uncle for being towards your mom. It's you the child who lacks a knockout in both mind and body. Chapter 24 Compensation? Who accompanies who? The cassoulet prawns are here. An hour later, Ling walked out of the kitchen with the finished cassoulet prawns. The golden-colored prawns were arranged inside the plate as if they were gold, and the tantalizing aroma continuously wafted in the living room. Sumei and Su Xiaoling's saliva couldn't help but flow out. Su Xiaoling was the first to strike. Wow! Delicious! Too delicious! After taking a bite, Su Xiaoling's entire eyes lit up. The next step was to start sweeping frantically. There was absolutely no trace of a girl's image. Sume originally wanted to scold Su Xiaoling to be more reserved, but after taking a bite, she immediately couldn't stop. Watching Su Xiaoling eat very quickly, she also slowly accelerated her speed. Slow down. Slow down. If you guys want to eat, turn around and I'll make it for you again. Ling cried and laughed. This mother and daughter don't even want their image. Tomorrow, uncle. Tomorrow I still want to eat. Let my mom give you money and buy more back. Su Xiaoling said vaguely. Agreed. Su Mei's words were short and concise. Ling didn't reply. His heart was warm, feeling a satisfaction that he had never experienced before. Even though he had earned more money, met more powerful people, and traveled to more mysterious places before, it was all with the purpose of exploration. Returning to a normal life after everything was complete made him feel a whole new experience. The warmth of home. After ascending to the top of the world, he lost his dreams for a while and felt exhausted, which is why he rose to return home to reunite with his father and enjoy the warmth of home. Looking at the scene in front of him, a smile spread across Ling's mouth. Wasn't this exactly what he needed right now? No problem. Tube enough. Ling revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. The next morning, Ling got up at 5. When he came to the park, he found that yesterday's grandpa with the one-handed bar, and the grandma who bought the wheelchair were already up and were exercising on the fitness equipment. But no one was talking, as if they were afraid of attracting security. Little Yi is here. Come, come. Moncler's sale outlet words are words. Pass on a few tricks. The grandpa waved at Ling with an incomparably bright smile. Ling smiled and walked over. Then I'll learn a few moves from you, Grandpa. Little Yi, learn more from your grandpa Gua. He was a special forces officer when he was young. Learn his skills so you can protect Xiao Su in the future. The big mom who bought the wheelchair together smiled and said, must. Ling nodded with a smile, but his words only landed on the ground when the light of many flashlights shone over. The piercing light made it impossible to open one's eyes. Sure enough, you've come to secretly use the equipment again, and you've repeatedly failed to change. Then today we'll make an example of those who didn't come to abide by the rules. A cold voice rang out. After the voice fell, more than a dozen security quickly surrounded Ling and the grandma and grandpa. Arrest them. The security guard gave an order, and the rest of the security guards quickly stepped forward to reach out and grab Ling and the grandpa and grandma. Ling's face was cold. His footsteps were wrong. It seemed like a simple step, but Ling's body reached the heel of the security guard who came to grab himself. His shoulder leaned towards the other's body, and the security guard flew out uncontrollably. Bang! A loud collision sound rang out, and the security guards and the Moncler Jackets outlet only saw one fly out backwards, landing headfirst inside the flower bed. Want to catch me? You guys are still young. While Moncler outlet online was also fierce, stepping forward with an over-the-shoulder slam, taking down a security guard to the ground. Grass. Still dare to resist? Give it to me. Don't worry about the others. Just arrest the two of them today as a typical example. The security shone his flashlight at Ling, but soon, the security widened his eyes. Ling was like a shadow in the darkness of the night. Every time, he was able to go around the close security and quickly end the fight. Soon, Ling withdrew his hand and stood back to back with Gua. There were security lying all around them. The security captain was terrified and hurriedly dropped his flashlight and ran away. Garbage. Grandpa Gua spat in the direction the security captain left. Master Gua, I decided to clean up these people. What compensation do you want? Ling asked as he turned to look at Grandpa Gua. It's useless. Xiao Su helped us find a lawyer before, but then she was terrorized by the developer and ran away. And after that her company was implicated. You can't do something similar again, or you will be targeted. The big mom who bought the wheelchair together came forward and advised. Little Yi, we can feel your anger, but the forces behind those people are too strong. We can't fight against them. Bear with it for now. Turn around when my old comrade in arms comes over. I'll ask him to help think of a solution. Elder Gua patted Ling's shoulder. Ling naturally could not agree, waving his hand at Elder Gua and the rest of the group. I'll go back first. Well, hurry back and Xiaosu to explain. Now hit people. I guess we will be taken to the police station. But you can rest assured, the police station I have familiar people. At most, is to educate a little. Moncler Outlet Online said smilingly. Ling did not reply, sullenly returned to the residence. At 6 in the morning, Ling heard the sirens outside and pulled out his cell phone to call Li Rui. Mr. Yi is looking for me so early. Is something wrong? Li Rui's lazy voice came from the other side of the phone. Find a better lawyer to come over. I want a lawsuit. Ling ordered in a cold voice. Okay, I'll go do it right now. Li Rui quickly said back. After hanging up the phone, Ling called Su Xiaoling up. Uncle, it's only 6 o'clock. Su Xiaoling pointed at her cell phone with a displeased face. Su Xiaoling's waking up breath was very big. If it wasn't for the other party being Ling, he probably would have directly slammed the door. I have something to do this morning. I may not be able to be at home. You take a half day off to take care of your mom. I'll come back and you can go to school again. Ling instructed. Then he waved his hand at Su Xiaoling. Alright, that's all. Go back to sleep. Got it. Come back and remember to make stewed prawns. Su Xiaoling nodded her head, not caring, and turned around in a daze to go back to her room. Ling shook his head, feeling that Su Xiaoling was really unreliable. Forget it, just come back early to solve the problem. Picking up his jacket, Ling went out of the apartment. When he came downstairs, Mr. Gua had already been brought out from his home by the police officers. Master Gua was still smiling, talking and laughing with the middle-aged police officer beside him. Not at all like someone who was going to go into the station. Hey, little Yi also came out. Master Gua saw Ling and greeted him with a smile. Aha! Ling nodded his head. The middle-aged police officer twisted his head to look at Ling. There was surprise in his eyes. Such a young lad could beat 5 security guards by himself? Let me introduce you. Old Huang, son of a former comrade. Grandpa Gui introduced Ling to the middle-aged police officer. Good day, Uncle Huang. Ling greeted with a smile. Well, good. Don't be afraid. At most we will compensate a little for the medical expenses. Constable Huang smiled back. Ling smiled and didn't say anything. Compensation? Who accompanied who? Chapter 25. Small things turned into big things. When they arrived at the police station, Ling and Guo Dei were taken to the questioning room. Inside the questioning room, the security captain was sitting on a chair, taking statements. Seeing Ling and Grandpa Guo come in, the security twisted his head to look over, then revealed a cold smile. Xiao He, is the statement done? Constable Huan walked to the desk and twisted his head to look at the statement. All seriously injured, with 2 to 3 broken ribs respectively? Constable Huang frowned, twisting his head. He looked at Ling and Guodajie. Impossible. I had a measured hand. I just made them unable to move. I didn't injure any ribs at all. Grandpa Gui immediately denied it. I also left a measure. It wouldn't have caused that much damage. Ling coldly replied back. You said the ribs were broken. Do you have a certificate from the hospital? Constable Huang twisted his head to look at the security captain, choosing to believe Master Gua and Ling. Of course there is. It's at the lawyer we hired. He's already on his way here. The security captain smiled back. The whole person was lazily reclining on the chair, like he was in his own home. Constable Huang didn't ask any more questions and came to Ling and Grandpa Gua's side, signaling them to go out together. Uncle Gua, I believe your words, but now with this attitude of the other party, I think it might be that the other party wants to blackmail you guys. I suggest that it would be better for you to hire a lawyer. Constable Huang suggested. Grass. Those grandchildren are so shameless. Piss me off. Gui de Master face angry. Hate to go in and beat the security captain to death. I've already looked for it. It should come over soon. Ling said back at this time. Constable Huang looked at Ling in surprise. In the face of this sudden turn of events, this young man acted too calmly. Not at all like the reaction he should have at his age. Even if you hire a lawyer, you guys still have to be prepared to be bitten. Constable Huang sighed. Although the truth of the matter was known to everyone, there was no room for personal speculation before the law. Getting bitten? Oh, that's not the result we want. Prepare to go to jail. The security captain walked out at this time, his face full of snickers. Young man, do something and leave a thread. You'll see each other in the future. Gui de Master's face changed. Losing money is not a big deal, but going to jail is a big deal. It can be a stain on a person's life. Meet each other? You're overthinking it. We'll never see each other again. The security captain snorted again. What do you mean? Gua frowned. You have violated the basic rules of the neighborhood, and also assaulted the security personnel, causing a great social impact. Soon, the corresponding video will appear on the internet, and then you'll be infamous old undead. And I'd like to see how thick your skin is, relying on the neighborhood not to leave. The security captain faintly returned, his eyes smug with mockery. How about it? Now that you know what happens when you go against us, do you regret doing so? But unfortunately there is no medicine for regret in the world. No more nonsense with you guys. I'm going to meet with lawyer Mozgo. He is the city management's royal attorney. You guys are just waiting to go to jail. The security captain smiled broadly and quickly left the vicinity of the inquiry room. Wannabe capitalist. This kind of person knows how to exploit and oppress ordinary people like us. It's so hateful. I really want to slap him to death. His face was red and his fists were clenched tightly. His emotions were extremely unstable, and his breathing gradually became ragged. Master Gua, there's no need to get angry with this kind of person. I also hired a lawyer. Turn around and let the lawyer maneuver with them. We have the upper hand. Victory will be on our side. Yi Ling stepped forward and pressed on Moncler Outlet Online Gua. Grandpa Gua didn't say anything, but his breath slowly returned to steady. Uncle Gua. Young man, you guys go in first and take a statement. I'll go check out the situation. Constable Huang said to the two men and left around the interrogation room. After Yi Ling and Uncle Gua finished taking their statements, Constable Huang returned with a grave expression. Waving his hand, he signaled the young constable to leave. Uncle Gua, it's a bit bad. The one who filed a lawsuit against you this time is the Artisan Star Group. The lawyer hired is called Ma Jingji. He is the mayor's royal legal advisor. He is the top lawyer in Dongjiang. Ordinary lawyers will go around when they see him. There shouldn't be any lawyers who would dare to take your case. After the young constable left, Constable Huang slowly said, "This." While Moncler Outlet Store eyes revealed a strong uneasiness. After several struggles with his eyes, he looked towards Yi Ling. Little Yi, if Moncler Outlet Online you didn't wake up early, you wouldn't have come over so early. It's Moncler Outlet Online you who got dragged into this. Later on Moncler Outlet Online you'll take it all on yourself. You don't say a word. Grandpa Gua, that's what I want to say. Yi Ling said back. His heart was really a bit touched. An old man that he had only just met could do this. The other party was really a decent, kind person. You child, Moncler is a big old man. Jail time doesn't have much effect on me, but you are still young. Just married to Xiaosu. You still have a great future. You can't be ruined by those capitalists because of this little thing. Guo was anxious, bitterly persuaded. Listen, the big deal is that in the future, when you have the ability, you will clean up all those capitalists. Let them also experience the feeling of despair. Master Gua, don't worry, this situation will soon be realized. Yi Ling smiled once again. Constable Huang had been observing Yi Ling's expression the entire time. Yi Ling had a flat smile from the beginning to the end, not showing even a hint of fear. Constable Huang had also dealt with many different kinds of people. Just from the aspect of emotional control, he concluded that Yi Ling was definitely not a simple person. But even so, Constable Huang was still not optimistic about this lawsuit. The background of the Artisan Star Group was too powerful. In the country, the Artisan Star Group almost every city has a building, and the building supporting services and decoration, services, culture and tourism and so on business, can be said to be a household name. The impact is huge. In foreign countries, the Artisan Star Group has also had a smooth life in recent years. With international real estate predator cooperation, the name resounded through dozens of countries. Even if Yi Ling is a person with deep pockets, at his age he is at most the owner of a company, or the second generation of a rich family, and the Artisan Star Group can't be compared at all. Yi Ling and Guo were sentenced to 7 days of detention and a fine of 500 due to their involvement in the fight, which resulted in a person being disabled. Xiao Ling, how come you're the one who came to call me for dinner today? Where's Yi Ling? Su Mei asked suspiciously. Uncle said he has something important to do today. Let me take a half day off to take care of you. Maybe he'll be back in the afternoon. Su Xiaoling returned without lifting her head. Her heart was very upset. Why does this uncle care so much about mom? No way. It can't go on like this. Must make uncle hate old mom. Raise your head. Is this how I taught you to talk to others? Su Mei chided in a cold voice. She hadn't slept most of the night yesterday and had been thinking about Su Xiaoling having a crush on Yi Ling. It was necessary to have a good talk with Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling reluctantly looked up and revealed a fake smile. Mom, you're so pretty today. Don't give me a playful smile to muddle through, speaking without raising your head to look at others. You have an attitude problem that must be corrected. Su Mei lectured in a cold voice. Got it. Su Xiaoling skimmed her mouth, extremely unconvinced. You are going to snatch my family's uncle away. What kind of good attitude can you make me give you? Chapter 26. Then I'll settle it as soon as possible. Mom, what do you say if I change my mind and decide to? Su Xiaoling decided to show her cards. Having things on her mind bottled up in her heart was too hard to bear, and she hadn't slept well for the past few days. Mother is very good to her, although sometimes quite violent. She does not want nothing to find fault with her mother. Angry mother is angry, but for the purpose of hurting her mother, she did not want to do. Ding dong, but just then, the doorbell rang. Go open the door first, there are things to talk about later. Su Mei interrupted Su Xiaoling and commanded. Su Xiaoling's face instantly darkened. What a situation. How come when it comes to critical things there will always be someone to mess up? Su Xiaoling huffed and came to the door and opened it. Ha, Grandma Zhang? Grandma Lu? Grandma Wang? Why are you guys here? Seeing the people coming, Su Xiaoling's exasperation turned into confusion, quickly opening the door and letting the people in. Auntie Zhang, Auntie Lu, Auntie Wang, why are you here? Have you had breakfast yet? Su Mei hurriedly greeted a few people. How can I be in the mood to eat little Su? Don't you still know what happened? Auntie Zhang walked up to Su Mei and asked suspiciously. What happened? Su Mei frowned, foreseeing a hint of misfortune. Old Guo and your family Xiao Yi were arrested into the police station. Aunt Lu stepped forward and quickly told the story. This guy, why is he so reckless? Didn't you tell him not to mess with the people of Artisan Star? Su Mei frowned, her heart as speechless as it could be. Well played, if I were here I would have beaten them up as well. Su Xiaoling was completely different from Su Mei. Her expression was excited and her eyes were filled with little stars. Go to one side. Don't find teacups and pour tea for a few grandmothers. Su Mei glared at Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling this expression. She kind of understood why this daughter had a crush on Yi Ling again. In just a few minutes of conversation, Su Mei knew what the few grandmothers came over for, asking her to think of a way to get the two out. I'll find someone to bail them out first. When they come back, we'll discuss the strategy together to see what to do next. Su Mei gave her approach. Fine, I'll listen to you. Little Su, we're relieved that you're doing your job. The worries of the several Amazons dissipated, as if they had a backbone, sending away the few big moms. Su Mei called Su Xiaoling to her side. I can't go out right now. You go in the name of your family and bail Yi Ling and Guo de Master out. Good. Su Xiaoling was excited. If she bailed Yi Ling out, there was no chance that Yi Ling would be grateful to her, and then that would be the beginning of the arrival of fairy tale love. Thinking about it made Su Xiaoling excited. After bailing out, Yi Ling and Master Guo returned home with Su Xiaoling. After returning home, Su Xiaoling hugged Yi Ling's arm and said, Uncle, today I have broken my legs for you. I want to eat Kung Pao chicken. Will you make it for me? Eat what Kung Pao chicken? Don't you see the occasion? Immediately go back and pack up to go to school. Su Mei immediately chided. Mom, you're unloading. Su Xiaoling tensed up her face, a look of unhappiness on her face. Sister Su, Xiaoling also really worked hard today, helped a lot. It just so happens that I bought chicken yesterday. I'll go and do it. It's not too late to go to school after eating. Yi Ling smiled and said, Yay, long live uncle. Su Xiaoling made a victory gesture and turned her head to look at Su Mei with a provocative expression. It felt like the world had become a better place. Sure enough, after saving uncle, fairy tale love began. After eating, Su Xiaoling happily ran off to school. Yi Ling, Uncle Guo, and Su Mei were drinking tea within the living room. How are you going to solve this matter? Su Mei looked at Yi Ling and asked, if they want to file a lawsuit, we'll accompany them to file a lawsuit. I've already hired a lawyer. I guess he'll arrive soon. Yi Ling smiled back. A touch of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Little Yi, I still have the same decision. Everything Moncler outlet online will be carried. You don't say anything, Grandpa Guo said. Grandpa Guo, the matter now is no longer just between you and Yi Ling. The video of your previous fight has already been transmitted to the internet. If we just admit it, it is the same as admitting that we were unreasonable earlier. Su Mei's expression was serious as she spoke out the implications at this stage. Those assholes actually did pass it on. Damn it. Grandpa Guo slammed the table vigorously, his face red with anger. Then what do you say, Xiao Su? Moncler, I'll listen to you. Do you have the certainty of winning the lawsuit? Su Mei did not reply and turned her head to ask Yi Ling. Foolproof. Yi Ling smiled and gave Su Mei a reassuring look. Moncler Outlet Online. The lawyer came also. Please organize the community Moncler Outlet Online, as far as possible to provide some clues. Want what kind of treatment results are also published to comment. At that time, let them carry out one by one rectification, until satisfied. Yi Ling looked at Moncler Outlet Online Guo and smiled. Good, this is no problem at all. Grandpa Guo nodded his head. What not dare to guarantee. Gather people, he is completely no problem. In the neighborhood he still has a little prestige. As Moncler jackets for sale Guo left, Su Mei pulled out a card from within her dress pocket and handed it to Yi Ling. The lawyer was found by a friend. No need for money. Yi Ling reached out and pushed it back for her. What I mean is for you to go and discuss with the Artisan Star Group to see if you can withdraw the lawsuit after this $500,000 is paid out. Su Mei tensed her face and rolled her eyes. Don't you know what I'm thinking just by looking at it? There is no such thing as compromise within my dictionary. Yi Ling smiled back. I am serious with you. Almost all of the people living in this neighborhood are elderly people. They don't understand the law. They just want to have a stable home. They can't withstand the tossing and turning. A few of them still have illnesses. Their bodies are not good to begin with. If they are really being cyber violated, it is highly likely that irreversible injuries will occur. Su Mei's eyes were full of intolerance. You are young and fearless, but they really can't afford to toss and turn. Then I'll solve it as soon as possible. However, if I solve it quickly, I may need to leave for about half a day. I'm not at home. Can you do it yourself? Yi Ling looked at Su Mei worriedly. It's not like I can't move. Su Mei rolled her eyes. You don't have to worry about my side. Little Spirit will still come back in the afternoon. I also have a wheelchair now. It's convenient to do some things. No, when I have to go out later, I'll find the elder aunt to come over to accompany you. Yi Ling shook his head. still a little less assured. Su-mei was stunned. His heart was a little warm. It was the first time a man of about the same age had been so concerned. This man might not really be trying to play around with her. Or should he fake it and try to accept him? Be careful. Don't be reckless when you encounter any problems. I'm still waiting for you to come back to make me braised pork. A smile spread across Su-mei's face, and a feeling of clarity came over her heart. Chapter 27, We Also Sue. After the lawyers arrived, Ling brought them to the neighborhood park. Master Gua, who had been notified in advance, and a group of grandparents were there, and when they saw Ling's arrival, they hurriedly came over. Little Yi, I've called out all the people, Grandpa Gua said with a smile. Ling nodded his head, admiring Grandpa Gua's heart. If the average person knew they were going to jail, they would have already panicked. They are all tenants of this neighborhood. Try to collect as comprehensively as possible, including dissatisfaction, needs, and any planning proposals. Ling instructed the group of lawyers behind him. Li Rui was afraid that one lawyer would not be enough, so she directly found a group of lawyers for Ling to go over. These lawyers were not one family, but from the 4 major law firms in the country. Mr. Yi, we will definitely complete the task. A country-faced middle-aged lawyer in the lead opened his mouth to guarantee. Ling nodded his head. As soon as they met, he felt that the country-faced lawyer was respectful to him. It should be because Li Rui had told the other party about his identity. As the lawyer went forward to take the evidence, Mr. Gua pulled Ling to the side and shoved a card to Ling. Little Yi, this is the lawyer's fee that everyone put together. Take it and give it to them later. Master Gua, didn't I say? This is what my friend helped find. No money. Ling pushed it back. Who are you fooling? Old man, I specifically asked someone to check yesterday. An ordinary lawyer costs a few $1,000s. You hired 10 or so at once. At least several tens of thousands. How can you let you pay for it alone? Moreover, those of us who are not short of a few tens of thousands of dollars, or else we would not be able to afford to buy the apartment building here. Grandpa Gui righteously said. Ling was a little reluctant to accept it. He was unaware of what the company under him did, but after all, it was a holding company under him, and he was rightly responsible for resolving everything. But if he didn't accept it, these old men might be even more uneasy. That's fine. I'll just put the card away first and send it to my friend later. If he doesn't want it, I'll return it to you. Ling took the card and decided to put their minds at ease first. That's right, if you don't accept it, we won't be able to sleep well. Master Gua laughed out loud, immensely satisfied. Ling followed with a smile and chatted with Grandpa Gua. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling and Mr. Gua received a notice from the court, asking them to come to the court within 15 days at the longest. Ling asked his lawyer to go to the court to apply for mediation, which was scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. When the lawyer's deposition was over, Ling wanted to go back to see Su-mei, but he was Moncler Outlet Online pulled back by Gua. A group of Moncler Jackets pulled him and the lawyers to Moncler Jackets Outlet Gua's home. A table of wine and food was already set up in the living room of Master Gua's house. Xiao Yi, all the lawyers have worked hard. They have been busy for us for so long. How can they leave without eating? It's all a home-cooked meal. I hope you don't mind. Master Gua greeted Ling and the members of the lawyers' team to take their seats. He himself went in the room and took out 2 bottles of Wolianye, 5-grain liquid. Old Gua, you can hide it deep enough. Why don't we usually see you take it out when we come over? The other Moncler Jacket's eyes lit up and looked at Master Gua derisively. Just these 2 bottles. I don't have enough for myself. If not for Xiao Yi and all the lawyers coming over today, you wouldn't have seen it. Master Gua laughed. Come on, you're good. It's a pity that we're here, so we'll dabble a little bit in the light of Xiaoye and all the lawyers. Then you must turn back to thank Xiaoye. Let your son, daughter or whatever more in Xiaoye good relations. Not likely that I have a wine in the future you can again stay in the light. Master Gua smiled once again. That's no problem at all. I also take a stand. When those guys come back, we must let them get together with Xiao Yi. The Moncler Jackets all heard the meaning in Master Gua's words, and none of them had any objections. Ling naturally also heard it, and his heart was very warm, and he secretly remembered all this in his heart. After the wine and dinner, it was already 10:30 p.m. Ling returned to the apartment. Opening the door and glancing upstairs, he found Su-mei's room was still lit. Don't stay up late. Go to bed early. Ling took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su-mei. In less than 10 seconds, the light in Su-mei's room went out. Ling was slightly stunned. Su-mei was waiting for him? The night was silent, and the next day Ling got up early. I'll have the older ladies come over to accompany you later. If it goes well, there will be a result in the neighborhood matter this afternoon. After eating breakfast, Ling gave Su-mei a greeting and left the door. Be careful. If you really can't solve it, come back and we'll figure it out together. Su-mei shouted at Ling's back. Ling revealed a hint of a smile. This feeling of someone admonishing him when he left made him feel very cozy. When he arrived downstairs, the team of lawyers were already waiting there. Mr. Yi, the court side gave a reply, saying that the other party doesn't have any willingness to deal with us. The country-faced lawyer frowned. We are also suing. Yi Ling said indifferently. Mr. Yi, as far as I know, Artisan Star Group should be commissioned by our boss's company, or else, we should directly go to the door. If we can settle, that will save a lot of trouble. Behind the country face, a young lawyer suddenly opened his mouth. Yi Ling squinted at the lawyer and faintly said, you and the ones with you can leave. Ah, the young lawyer froze. Which law firm's people? Please all leave. The country face turned around and said with a stern face, this? Why? The young lawyer's face was red and indignant. No one gave him an answer. Seeing Yi Ling walk out of the Fuli neighborhood together with Gua Dede, the young lawyer, as well as the lawyers accompanying him, had a hard look on their faces. This young man is also too unselfish. The young lawyer had a displeased expression and was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. I think he is relying on his relationship with Ms. Lee to play the fool, but he doesn't look at what kind of law firm we are. The mediocre law firm. The fourth largest law firm in the country. Countless dignitaries, rich and powerful gentry pay sky-high prices and we don't see to take their cases. Fan Gu, you are our leader this time. If we just go back like this, we will definitely be snickered at by the rest of the law firm. You make the decision on what to do. The young lawyer touched his nose, and after 10 seconds passed, a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Go to the Artisan Star Group and take a look. Maybe they need help. Artisan Star Group's Dongjiang headquarters. Artisan Star Group's project manager's office. Project manager Gao Xian was sitting in his office chair with squinted eyes, and diagonally across from him stood a young woman wearing a hip-hugging professional set dress who was making coffee for him. Jingling. The landline phone on the desk rang. Gao Xian sat up straight and picked up the phone with a spoiled look on his face. Hello, who is it? What? That group of unruly people dared to sue our Artisan Star Group? Gao Xian immediately stood up with an unbelievable face. Hanging up the phone, Gao Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme. Mr. Gao, what's so angry? The woman came to Gao Xian with her coffee and asked suspiciously. What else could there be? That group of unruly people in the Fuli neighborhood, not learning their lesson, even looking for lawyers to sue the Artisan Star Group. Gao Xian returned in a cold voice, then snorted. It seems that it's still me who's too merciful. In that case, let those two people who came out of the woodwork sit in jail. Chapter 28. So it's you guys that Yi Dong is going to prosecute. You go to the legal department to find a lawyer to find out what's going on. Get the evidence they provided back and study it. I'd like to see what they're going to use to sue us. Artisan Star Group. Gao Xian commanded in a cold voice. The female assistant nodded and twisted her body out of the office. After the door closed, High-Tech licked his tongue and smiled lewdly. Quite warped. I just don't know how elastic it is when it hits. He Qian. Sooner or later, you'll be a plaything in my bed. Gao Xian didn't panic in the slightest, lying back on the boss chair and resting his eyes. Click. Shortly after, the door opened again and He Qian walked in once more. Manager Gao, there are 3 lawyers from the Zhongyang law firm outside looking for you, saying that they have something you want in their hands. He Qian reported. HM? Gao Xian opened his eyes, filled with doubt. What Zhongyang law firm? He hadn't heard of it at all. However, it wouldn't hurt to meet it. Gao Xian nodded at He Qian. Let them in. He Qian went out and in a short while brought Fan Gu into the office with 2 colleagues, closing the door with his own backhand. Fan Gu smiled and went forward and extended his hand to Gao Xian. Good day, Manager Gao. Hello guys, looking for me for something? Gao had a puzzled look on his face. Fan Gu smiled and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, rummaging through it a few times before handing it to Gao Xian. With a puzzled face, Gao Xian took it and looked at it, and his brows just frowned. What do you guys mean by this? Gao Xian questioned with a sullen face. Manager Gao, don't misunderstand. We are lawyers and are not here to blackmail you. I won't hide it from you. We were previously hired by your opponents, and then we refused to take on the role of their lawyers because they didn't listen to our advice. Fan Gu explained with a smile. Oh, then what do you guys mean by this? Gao Xian's face eased up a lot. Those who are self-righteous should be responsible for their self-righteousness. Fan Gu did not continue when he said this, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Oh haha, that's so right. Self-righteous people tend to die a miserable death. Gao Xian laughed out loud, very much agreeing with Fan Ge's words. If the 3 of you are free, let's have a meal together and talk over dinner. Gao Xian issued an invitation. Respectfully, Fan Gu nodded his head, all smiles. Surname Yi, pretending in front of our Zhongyang law firm. I'm going to let you know what will happen to you. On the top floor of the same building, the general manager's office. General manager Gao Chuang similarly received the report and his face was a bit ugly. Since Artisan Star Group had become a large international corporation, there had been very few people at the headquarters on this side of Dongjiang City who didn't have the sense to make a fuss. Today, he had actually received 50 notices of prosecution, and they were from the same neighborhood. Xiao Zhou, go to the legal department and find out what's going on. With so many prosecutions happening at the same time, it was definitely not a small matter, and Gao Chuang was prepared to personally ask about it. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Assistant Zhou Qianwei nodded and quickly walked out of the president's office. After about an hour, Zhou Qianwei returned to the office, holding a pile of A4 paper in her hands and gently placed it on Gao Chuang's desk. Mr. Gao, I had the legal department print out the lawsuit sent from the courtside. About 50% of the residents in the Fuli neighborhood have filed a lawsuit against me, Rose Zhou said slowly. Gao Chuang didn't say anything and carefully read the lawsuit. Half an hour later, Gao Chuang organized the indictment together and handed it to Zhou Qianwei. You go out first. Zhou Qianwei was a bit puzzled, not instructing what to do next. The office door closed. Gao Chuang picked up the teacup on the table, but his hands were shaking. Wei Huang Law Firm, Dezheng Law Firm, Rushan Law Firm. These were the top 3 of the 4 major law firms in the Dragon Kingdom. It was surprising that someone could invite all 3 to come out at the same time. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Trembling and taking a sip of water, Gao Chuang immediately picked up the phone and dialed the customer service number of Wei Huang Law Firm. Through some inquiries, Gao Chuang found Li Rui there. Ms. Li, what's going on here? Did Artisan Star Group do something wrong? Why are they suing us? Gao Chuang asked carefully. This was the first assistant of the actual controlling director of Artisan Star. He couldn't afford to offend. Oh, so it's you guys that Yi Dong is suing. Li Rui was also surprised. Yi Dong? Which Yi Dong? Are you talking about the chairman? Is it Yi Dong who wants to sue Artisan Star? Gao Chuan was confused in the wind. What is this situation? Suing his own company by himself? Ms. Li, you don't know what's going on either? Gao Chuang asked again. I don't know. Go ask yourself. Li Rui faintly returned a sentence and directly hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Gao Chuang's heart surged with strong uneasiness, but his mind remained clear. This time, the prosecution was 50% of the people in the Fuli neighborhood suing together. That must have something to do with the Fuli neighborhood. Ding bell. Just at this time, the landline rang. Gao Chuang reached out and picked it up. Hello, this is Gao Chuang. Old Gao, hurry up and let your people take down the online video, or else we won't be able to be friends in the future. Zheng Qianlong's cold voice came from the phone, and the phone then hung up. What video? Gao Chuang was confused. Just as he was about to call back and ask, the phone rang again. Hey, old Gao, what's wrong with you? Daring to find security to deal with Mr. Yi and smearing Mr. Yi, are you tired of living? Future cooperation is terminated. Zhou Shang's icy voice rang out. Old Zhou, what's going on? Old Zhang sent me a message about the video or something. I don't know anything about it. Gao Chuang quickly asked without waiting for Zhou Shang to hang up. Someone put a video on the internet, which is a video clip of Mr. Yi fighting with the security guards of the Fuli district, deliberately guiding netizens to cyber-violate Mr. Yi. You'd better deal with it quickly, otherwise, no one can save you. Zhou Shang coldly replied back, and then hung up the phone. Next, Gao Chuang's landline phone call had been unbroken, from bigwigs all over the country. Gao Chuang hated to answer it, but he didn't dare. After the phone was not recalled, Gao Chuang immediately looked for someone to investigate, and the source of the matter pointed to high-tech. Rotten guy, harmed me. Gao Chuang picked up the phone and dialed to Gao Xin. The phone connected. Gao Chuang angrily roared. If you don't show up at the court in an hour, I'll chop you up. After saying that, he hung up the phone. On the opposite side of the phone, Gao Xin put the phone away from the phone, saw the cell phone hung up, smooth hand to the table, a flat face. If it was said before, he was indeed a little afraid of being blamed by Gao Chuang, but now he already had a solution, completely able to smooth out those unruly people. Come, thanks to the 3 of you for your ploy today. I'll toast the 3 of you. We will definitely cooperate more in the future, and we won't treat you poorly. Gao Xin raised his wine cup and clinked it with Fan Ji's 3 people. The 4 of them tilted their heads and drank it all in one go, simultaneously revealing a victor's smile. Chapter 29. I'm a person who doesn't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. The lawyers group needed to deal with the people in the court. Yi Ling and Master Guo were idle and came to the public area to sit down and chat. Little Yi, I didn't realize that these lawyers you hired were still quite capable. In just one night they drafted dozens of indictments. I was stunned when I took them out just now. Master Guo smiled and said, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, a friend gave it to me. I don't know where I found it. Yi Ling spread his hands. He indeed did not know. It was also only after looking at the seal on the indictment that he realized that they belonged to the lawyers of the 4 major law firms in the Dragon Kingdom. According to his idea, through this lawsuit, he had a deeper understanding of the artisan star group in Dongjiang City, where he couldn't see what happened to the companies under its umbrella. He could care less, but when it was so corrupt under his eyes, he couldn't just ignore it. The arrival of the lawyers from the 4 major law firms somewhat disrupted his plans. However, it was a quick way to complete the assurance given to Su-mei. What does that friend of yours do? Mr. Hua had a curious look on his face. Works as an assistant for someone very talented, deeply recognized by the boss. Ling smiled back. Isn't it true? He was very agreeable to Li Rue. After all, the other party was promoted by her, accompanying him for a longer period of time than even the time he stayed with his father, Yi Hao, and she had always treated Li Rue as if she were her own sister. Not bad, not bad, to be able to know such a friend. Yi Ci. This identity of yours is not simple. Grandpa Guo laughed. Grandpa, you are changing your mind to set me up. Are you afraid that I will cheat Sister Su? Ling asked with a bitter smile. Xiao Su has been kind to most of us. We have always treated her as if she was our son or daughter. You guys suddenly got married, and you were able to invite so many capable people. Can Moncler Outlet Store not be worried? Xiao Yi, since you have seen through what Moncler Outlet Online you want to ask, just hand over the bottom. Grandpa Guo's smile tightened and he looked at Ling with a straight face. With regards to feelings, I am always dedicated, and I can only have one wife, Sister Su, for the rest of my life. Ling converged his smile and said back seriously, Grandpa believes in you. Grandpa Guo nodded his head and reached out to pat Ling. Grandpa and Auntie are both from the past. They can see that the relationship between you and little Su is not as close as a husband and wife, but they can also see that you don't dislike each other. So in the future, if there is anything that you want Grandpa to help you with, feel free to ask. Then thank you in advance, Moncler. There is no chance that I really need your assistance. After all, Sister Su is not an ordinary woman. Although I am confident, but I am also a little weak. Ling smiled back. No problem at all. Master Guo smiled brightly. Not long after, the lawyers from the legal team came out. The country-faced lawyer came to Ling and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, Gao Chuang from the Dongjiang headquarters of Artisan Star Group wants to see you. Do you see? Meet it. Things have come to this point. There's no need to waste any more time. Ling nodded, turned his head and smiled at Mr. Guo. There's a chess room across the street. Would you like to go for a game? Grandpa? Grandpa only knows chess. Grandpa Guo smiled awkwardly. Chess then. Ling stood up and took a step towards the door. Grandpa Guo hurriedly followed. Ling and Grandmaster Guo entered the chess room one after another. There are quite a lot of people. Grandpa Guo looked around and realized that there wasn't a single empty seat left, and felt a bit bummed out. Ha, isn't this Guo Taidan? You're a roughneck who also comes to a chess room? What for? Fighting the landlord? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Ling and Master Guo looked over at the same time. It was an old man with white hair, wearing a white tang suit, with his hands on a vermilion cane, giving off an appearance of being extremely cultured. It made people a little less convinced that the words from before had come from him. Bad luck, really bad luck. How did I run into this willow nerd? Guo Taidan saw the old man's face clearly and immediately tensed his face, turning around and walking outside. Guo Taidan, are you afraid of losing face and hurrying to escape? The old man who was called Dumb Willow by Master Guo once again mocked. Who's running away? I just feel that the air in the place with you doesn't smell good and want to go out for some fresh air. Master Guo stopped in his tracks, a look of displeasure on his face. Is that so? Nerd Lu mocked once again and waved his cane. The chess player on the opposite side immediately stood up, folded his hands together and paid homage to Nerd Lu, quickly leaving his position. Guo Taidan, dare to have a game? Nerd Lu asked provocatively as he looked towards Grand Master Guo. Master Guo's face turned red and froze, not knowing how to answer. He was just a rough man, and chess was something he had only learned over the years, and it was very, very bad. The reason why Nerd Lu was called a nerd by him was because the other party was a nerd, the old principal of Dongjiang University, and the honorary president of the Dongjiang City Go Association. He was no match for Nerd Lu in terms of chess. Fighting was more or less the same. If you don't dare, it's fine to let your juniors come. You're all the same in my eyes anyway. Nerd Lu taunted again, this time bringing Ling along with him. Ling was speechless. He could lie down even when he was standing. Guo Taidan, if you don't want to play chess, that's fine. Come over here and give me a set of punches for my amusement. Then you guys can leave. Nerd Lu's voice sounded again, changing from mocking to playful. Xiao Yi, let's go. No need to ignore him. Master Guo's face turned red as he pulled Ling towards the outside. Ling's feet fixed his body with force. Seeing that he couldn't pull, Grandmaster Guo looked at Yi Ling suspiciously. I'm a person who doesn't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Anyway, I'm here to wait for someone, and I have nothing to do, so let's play a game. Yi Ling smiled back. Can we win? Mr. Guo asked with a frown. Yi Ling nodded his head. Master Guo's eyes lit up as he watched and let go of Yi Ling's arm. Yi Ling walked over to sit across from Dumb Willow and lifted up the chess jar holding the black pieces. How come it's not chess? Master Guo's face shook as he looked at Dumbass Lu and said, change the chess. That's all you've got. No matter what kind of chess you change, the person who wins in the end is me. Dumbass Lu smiled back and looked down at Yi Ling. Young man, don't blame me for speaking so unkindly. I simply hate Guo Taidan. It actually has little to do with you. I know, but Master Guo has treated me very well. These words of yours don't sit well with me, so I won't be polite to you either. Yi Ling nodded his head. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his essence was instantly pulled up a degree. Ha! Dumb Willow looked at Yi Ling in surprise. This young man's aura was so full. Then the surprise turned into ridicule. So what if his aura was sufficient? He had been immersed in the art of chess for decades. How could he be compared to a milquetoast young man? As you, Guo Taidan, wish, change the chess. Nerd Lu leaned on his crutches with both hands and looked at Grandmaster Guo with a mocking expression. Guo Daji's teeth itched with anger, itching to go forward and grab the crutches and wheel this old undead. Chapter 30 Allowed to change go. Chess was set up and the match between Yi Ling and Dumb Lu began. Beside them, a circle of people had gathered. This young man really has a lot of guts. He dares to play chess with old Lu. Although old Lu is good at Go, his Xiangqi attainment is also very powerful. Not so, before in the city to organize the amateur tournament, Lu Old won the first few places, at least is the level of the amateur 7 paragraphs. Although with his Weiqi paragraph level difference is quite a lot, but it is also the city big brother level. Although this youngster looks like he has a good momentum as well, he's ultimately too young, and it's a bit of a stretch to win over old Lu. Discussions continued to resound in the surroundings. Young man, this chess skill of yours looks to have a certain level. It seems that you cannot be underestimated. Playing on, Lu Lao's face changed from bland to serious. Indeed, as they say, your Xiangqi is much weaker than your Weiqi. Although, I don't really know what level your Weiqi is. Yi Ling returned indifferently. My grandfather complimented you because he didn't want you to be too frustrated after losing. How dare you speak so loudly? Do you know what this is called? A cold voice rang out, its tone full of displeasure. Yi Ling didn't raise his head as if he didn't hear it and continued to play chess. Lu Nannan came up to Dumbass Lu, and when she saw that Yi Ling didn't even raise his head, her face showed displeasure. Feeling that Yi Ling was too unselfish, Grandpa, don't let him. This kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him should be made to lose his face. Nancy Lu came behind Dumb Lu, squeezing his shoulders and glaring at Yi Ling with a cold face. General, Yi Ling's faint voice rang out. I actually lost. Dumbass Lu looked at the game of certain death on the chessboard, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Nannan's face trembled and her hand stopped, her eyes full of unbelief. How could her grandfather lose? Ha ha, Lu nerd. You can't. Our family's Xiao Yi is only 25 years old. You're a big old man. You're still not as good as others. If I were you, I'd just hit the wall and kill myself. Master Guo laughed loudly. His mood was incomparably good. The previous suffocation had turned into relief at the moment. Nerd Lu, I won't make it difficult for you. Tell me a joke. If I'm in a good mood, you can leave. Guo made a request following Dumbass Lu's previous tone. One more round. My grandpa let you because he let you. Let you take advantage of the situation. If my grandpa is serious, you definitely won't win. Nancy Lu said quickly. Okay. Yi Ling picked up the chess pieces and set them up. After the chess pieces were set up, Lu Nannan came to the center of the board and looked at Dumb Lu and said, Grandpa, don't let go of the water this time. Dumbass Lu nodded slightly. He was indeed a bit careless before and didn't take out his real skills. In order to save face, he was prepared to play with 12 points. The match started. 5 minutes later, Yi Ling lowered the car in his hand against Dumbass Lu's gun. General, Dorky Lu and Nancy Lu, as well as the surrounding spectators were staggered in place, recognizing the reality for a moment. Yi Ling was far too much stronger than Dumbass Lu. The two were simply not on the same level. You are allowed to change go. Yi Ling looked up and said with a faint smile. This young man is provoking Elder Lu. Too crazy. Xiangqi and Weiqi are not the same. The complexity of Weiqi is more than that. Playing well in Xiangqi doesn't necessarily mean you can play well in Weiqi. Moreover, Lu Lao is not one of those amateur-level Weiqi players. Professional 5 Dan. Lu is a professional 5 Dan. Wasn't this still a 4th Dan last year? Now he's a 5th Dan? Old Lu is too strong. This young man is really asking for trouble. It's better to just call it quits after winning. Why bring up playing Go? Dumb Willow's face was ugly. He was actually being underestimated. But if he directly agreed, Not to mention the face cannot pass. Will even fall into a xiangqi cannot. Use go to pressure the young people to retrieve the face of the reputation. Those who didn't know the reason would definitely think that he couldn't afford to lose. Grandpa, since she's looking for abuse, then you don't have to be merciful. Let him know how much he doesn't know the heights of heaven. Nancy Lu didn't think as much as dumb Willow did. Having been slapped in the face, she must hit back. Young man, I admit that I'm not as good as you in chess. I apologize for my words before. And, for your sake, I won't be general with Gui Taidan today. You guys can leave now. Nerd Lu returned indifferently with a taut face, not listening to his granddaughter's words. Yi Ling, as if he couldn't hear them, picked up the xiangqi and moved the weiqi board on the side in front of him and dumbass Lu. White first. Yi Ling pushed the chess jar containing the white pieces in front of dumbass Lu. Dumbass Lu frowned. His heart became a little unhappy. It was good that the young man was confident, but to be so ungrateful was a little annoying. Elder Lu, since he wants to play, you teach him how to play chess. The young man is more rigid and has heavy edges, so Elder Lu will labor a bit to help him trim it. Yes, Grandpa, some people just don't know the sky and must be honed. The onlookers spoke up, a bit unable to watch. Elder Lu was an idol in their hearts, a direction to strive for, and to dare to be so disrespectful to their idol made them angry in their hearts. In that case, let's play one game, just one. Dumb Willow nodded slightly. In his heart, he was slightly smiling. If he went out to fight in such a situation, no one would say anything else. To say that it was also the young man who did not know how to play chess as a senior teaching him. Chess game began. Elder Lu white rooks played first. Yi Ling's backhand followed closely. Is this young man ready to come hard? Every move is a head-to-head confrontation with Elder Lu? Elder Lu is a famous professional chess player who lays out his game with attacks. How dare this young man be so insouciant? I think Lu can beat his opponent by 30 moves. Be bold. 40 moves. Ha ha, it's possible. The onlookers whispered and laughed from time to time. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Yi Ling was still wearing a smile, and Dumb Willow's face was full of gravity. Another 10 minutes passed. Lu Dummy's forehead was covered with sweat stains. The chess pieces in his hand could never fall. The spectators who were whispering beside them also looked surprised. The young man they had belittled and not favored was actually going to win? After another 10 minutes, the chess piece in Dumb Lu's hand snapped and fell to the ground, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Lost? He had actually lost to a young man. Ha, Mr. Gao. Are you Mr. Gao? Just then, a surprised voice rang out as the owner of the chess room pushed the door in from outside. Mr. Gao, why didn't you notify me in advance when you came? I would never let anyone in the chess room. No need. Gao Chuang waved his hand and looked over to Yi Ling's side, his forehead covered in cold sweat. When he came, he saw Yi Ling playing chess with someone, so he purposely did not make any noise for fear of affecting Yi Ling. This store owner's sudden appearance and shouting out his name had killed him. This shout from the owner of the chess room was so loud that the spectators looked at him sideways, and in the next moment there were a few who revealed a look of surprise and quickly parted the crowd towards Gao Chuang. Chapter 31. From now on, no one is allowed to walk out of the neighborhood. Hello, Mr. Gao. My son is the manager of your company. It's a great honor to meet you here. Hello, Mr. Gao. My son is also an employee of your company. It's a great honor to meet you here. A few spectators came to Gao Chuang's front with fawning faces. It was not easy to meet such a big figure, and they all came forward to greet him. Gao Chuang nodded slightly, parted the crowd, and quickly came to Yi Ling's front, bent his waist 90 degrees, and trembled. Mr. Yi, I've come to accept the punishment. Came at the right time. Just finished playing. Yi Ling dropped the black pieces in his hand and stood up with his legs propped up. Boss, the private room is immediately vacated. Gao Chuang turned his head and shouted at the chess room owner. Fine, please follow me. The chess room owner immediately stepped forward and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Ling took a step and walked over. Little Yi, I won't go in. I'll catch up with my old friend at the door. Grandpa Gui shouted. Yi Ling turned around and nodded slightly, knowing what the old man was up to. As Yi Ling and Gao Chuang disappeared into the elevator doorway, Grandpa Gui turned his head to look at dumbass Lu with a derisive face. Dumbfounded. You know how trashy your little chess skill is, right? Nerd Lu didn't reply. His eyes were staring at the black discs on the chessboard, his face becoming more and more grave. After a while, only then did he take a big breath and looked at Guo with a grave expression. Guo Taidan, I won't bother with you if you're pitting me. Tell me who this young man is? The teacher who? Okay, you first tell me a joke. Let me have fun. I will tell you. Guo de Master smiled back. Nan find a joke. Without saying a word, Nerd Lu directly ordered Nancy Lu. Grandpa, this won't work. You're a man of honor. You can't do these things that lose face. Lu Nan bristled and refused. Although she was shocked, she could not compromise. With anger in her heart, she couldn't wait to grab Yi Ling and beat him severely. Don't you know about honoring the old and loving the young? How dare he dig a hole like this, pitting her grandfather and making a big fool out of him. So detestable. Which one of you help me find one? I'll buy you tea later. Dumb Willow twisted her head to look at the other spectators. Grandpa, you. Lunannan had a helpless face and took out her cell phone to find a very common joke. Willow Nerd looked at it and blushed a little, but still read them out one by one according to the content. Put this. The spectators were all dumbfounded, feeling like they were experiencing hallucinations. Ha ha, you, Dorky Lou, even half today. Cool, really cool, never been this cool. Hearing that dumbass Lou really did it, Master Gua laughed out loud. It took a while for Master Gua to stop. Can you say it now? Dumb Willow said with a sullen face. I don't know who the master is, but I can point you in the right direction. His wife is called Sumei, and has a daughter studying at your Dongjiang University, so it's not likely that she knows. Guomoncler Outlet Store spread his hands and said, You, Guo Taidan, you tricked me. Lou Nerd angry stood up, anger bad, lifted the cane and smashed toward the Guomoncler Outlet Store. Guomoncler Outlet Store reached out and grabbed it, mocking, What's the matter? You want to fight? Do you have full insurance? Nerd Lou, with all his might, he drew back his cane. Let's go, fighting with Master Gua, a man from the Special Forces. He, Dumb Willow, is not a little cutie. The good man refused to be defeated beforehand. When he asked Yi Ling's identity and knew the other party's division and segment, he would definitely get the scene back at that time. Seeing Lou Nerd leave, Wadaki found a seat and sat down. The waiter took the initiative to come forward to pour a cup of tea for him. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. The first half of the tea, Mr. Gua felt his pocket vibrate, reached out and pulled it out. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on the phone and get out of the way. Puzzled, Moncler Outlet Online Gua answered the phone. What? In the next moment, Grandpa Gua jumped up and hurriedly ran towards the elevator. Inside the chess room booth, Yi Ling sat on the sofa drinking tea. Gao Chuang stood opposite him, like a manacle, his body shaking. Splat! Yi Ling placed his teacup on the table and spoke indifferently. I will fire you. You have no opinion, right? No opinion. Gao Chuang hastily shook his head. Just don't fight for it and explain? Yi Ling asked rhetorically. Regardless of the truth of the matter, I am the head management. Did not notice the subordinates' nonsense? Willing to be punished. However, I request to be able to let me personally clean up this mess. Send those who are making small moves behind the back to prison before leaving the job. Gao Chuang said back. Yi Ling nodded slightly, satisfied with Gao Chuang's attitude. I'll give you 3 days to take care of everything. I'll have my side of the lawyers group approach you. Yi Ling faintly instructed, picking up his teacup and sipping it once again. Bang! Suddenly the door was slammed open, and Master Gua ran in from outside, his face full of uneasiness. Xiao Yi, it's not good. The old brothers and sisters in the neighborhood were threatened and took some videos that are not favorable to us. Gao Chuan yelled hysterically. Looks like you already know who did it, so it's up to you to deal with it. If you dare to make the residents of the neighborhood dissatisfied a little bit. Yi Ling said this and stood up, passing by Gao Chuang before whispering, I will make you not even have a foothold in this world. Yi Ling brushed past Gao Chuang and walked towards the outside with Grandpa Gua. Gao Chuang's body shook like a sieve, forgetting to breathe until he was severely deprived of oxygen before he opened his mouth to take a big breath. It was too terrifying. Definitely a voice from hell. He didn't want to hear it a second time. Breathing a little smoother, Gao Chuang took out his cell phone and called Gao Xian, and before he could speak, Gao Xian's laughter came from the opposite side. Second uncle, I've taken care of things. It's fine. Is that so? Wait in the Fuli neighborhood. I'll go over right now. Gao Chuang held back his anger and commanded in a cold voice. With that, he hung up the phone. Inside the security room at the entrance of Fuli cell, Gao Qian's legs were crossed on the desk. His right hand pinched a cigarette, put it into his mouth after hanging up the phone and inhaled vigorously, closed his eyes and then slowly spat it out. The door opened at this time. Fango walked in with 2 fellow lawyers. Reaching out and fanning the smoke, Fango placed a cell phone on the desk. Manager Gao, the corresponding evidence has made them each retract their confessions. Those on the other side are no longer enough to be feared, and you can still use this to prosecute them for intentionally smearing Artisan Star Group. Fango smiled and said, very good. Lawyer Fan worked hard. My second uncle called me and will come over soon. I will introduce him to you at that time. In the future, there is no chance that Artisan Star Group and your Zhangyan law firm can have a long-term cooperation. Gao Xian smiled and said, later, we've been out for a long time this time. It's time to go back. Fan Ge smiled and refused, nodding at Gao Xian and turning towards the door. But this side only walked out of the door. Several big men in black suits surrounded them. The big men separated. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face slowly walked up and said in a cold voice, From now on, no one is allowed to walk out of the Fuli neighborhood. Chapter 32. On behalf of Mr. Yi, I'll formally negotiate with your artisan star group. We have the right to freely enter and exit any public place. You have no right to block our way. Fango returned in a cold voice. Stepping forward, he walked towards the side. Pa! The scarred man stepped forward and slapped Fango in the face, saying in an ice-cold and incomparable voice, letting you stay is staying. Where did all that nonsense come from? You. Fango was full of incredulity, and his eyes were glooming as he said, I've memorized every action you take now. Wait for my lawyer's letter. Snap. The scarred man stepped forward and flung his hand to give Fango another slap. Is that enough evidence? Not enough. I'll have all my people provide you with it. You. Fanji's face was horrified and he quickly stepped back. He could sort of see that this was a group of gangsters, the kind that were not afraid of the sky and the earth. Master Dong? Are you Master Dong? Hearing the commotion, High-Tech walked out from the security room and immediately recognized the scarred man when he saw him. Song Dong, the earthly emperor of the Grey Forces in Dongjiang City. Wasn't this master not walking around often and raising himself in his own manner? Why did he suddenly appear here? Hello Master Dong. My name is Gao Xin. I am the project manager of the Artisan Star Group. Gao Xin stepped forward and fawned as he extended his hand. Song Dong did not even look at him and instructed his men. Keep an eye on them all. Don't let any of them go. After saying this, he turned around and left. Gao Xin was stumped in place. His face was burning hot. He was actually ignored. But he didn't dare to get angry. He was the Earth Emperor of the Grey Forces. Pinching him to death was definitely as simple as pinching an ant. He could only wait for second uncle to come over and let him inquire about what was going on. On the side, Fangu touched his face, a trace of uneasiness flashing in his eyes. Manager Gao, what kind of people are these? Fangu twisted his head and asked. Don't inquire blindly, just listen honestly and stay here. Gao Gao admonished with a sullen face. Fan Ji's heart became even more uneasy after hearing this. Yi Ling and Gui returned to the Fuli neighborhood, and in front of them drove the police car of the police officer. When Song Dong saw Yi Ling appear, he quickly jogged to him and bowed respectfully. Mr. Yi, the people are all under control. Any instructions? This scene all fell in the eyes of High-Tech. The first thing that went through his mind was that it was an illusion. Who was Song Dong, the Earth Emperor of the Grey Forces in Dongjiang City? Someone who could let them die without a burial place with a single word. Yi Ling was just the owner of a neighborhood. Young, not even 30 years old. Song Dong giving a salute to such a person was an absolute hallucination. Who are you? Yi Ling looked at Song Dong suspiciously. Mr. Yi, just call me Xiaodong. My master is Wu Xian. Song Dong quickly returned, trying his best to belittle himself and elevate Yi Ling. This was not something he did deliberately, but rather a subconscious attitude. Oh, old Wu's disciple. Ah, hard work. Yi Ling smiled, revealing an expression that was just like that. When Wu Xian was in trouble, he had once come to his aid, and the other party's temperament was quite to his liking, so he gave him the opportunity to befriend him. This is what I should do. Song Dong hastily shook his head. In the next moment, Song Dong suddenly knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. I came here this time to specifically ask for forgiveness. This kneeling still fell in High-Tech's eyes. The impact on him was no less than a 16-step storm, and his body shook with it. It was the little cutie. All could see that Yi Ling was someone that even Song Dong was afraid of. Finished. Gao Xian felt like he was finished. With a plop, Gao Xian collapsed to the ground. Fango was much better than Gao Xian, only his face was pale. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and walked towards Yi Ling. Tell me. Yi Ling returned indifferently. Song Dong didn't dare to hide anything, and talked about that incident a few days ago when his men were hired. It's my poor discipline. Please punish Mr. Yi. Song Dong lowered his head and spoke in a resounding tone. The relevant people have all been dealt with, right? Yi Ling asked with a frown. Handed over to the police officers according to the law. Song Dong nodded his head. Discipline yourself properly in the future. If a similar incident occurs again, I will directly find Wu Xian to get a statement. Yi Ling's brows stretched and he faintly returned. Song Dong's attitude of taking the initiative to speak out satisfied him, and Wu Xian also had a good relationship with him. Mr. Yi, you've come at the perfect time. We went undercover into Artisan Star and got a lot of evidence of their crimes. We can definitely make them break their bones and compensate the tenants handsomely. Fango walked up to Yi Ling and said smilingly, tell me about it. Yi Ling said with a bland expression, they used means to intimidate and threaten the owners here. It's a crime, and it's also instructed by the top management of Artisan Star. For Artisan Star, which has just gained a firm foothold in the international arena, it's a huge scandal once it's blown out of proportion. And if you don't want to be blown out of proportion, you have to agree to your conditions. Fangu smiled back and deliberately paused, revealing a meaningful expression. Fangu, You're bloodthirsty. It was clearly you who gave me the idea to get back at Yi Ling for expelling you from the lawyer team. Gao Xian climbed up from the ground and shouted angrily. All those words of mine are to paralyze you. Without doing that, how could you fall for it? Against your kind of enterprises with no conscience. Means to create evidence which is taken for granted. Fan Gu returned in a cold voice, pulling out his cell phone and shaking it at high tech. Inside there is a video of you giving orders. Sitting in jail for 10 years is enough. It's best to speak carefully. You bastard. I'll fight you. Gao Tron roared, madly rushing towards Fan Gu. At this time, Gao Chuang arrived and came to Yi Ling. Over to you. Yi Ling commanded, and took a step towards the fully small area. Master Gua immediately followed. Master Dong, help find someone to separate them. After Yi Ling disappeared from view, Gao Chuang cupped his fist at Song Dong. Song Dong nodded his head and waved his hand at his little brother. Separate them. In the next moment, the junior brothers came forward and separated the two. Master Dong, we are undercover agents for the sake of Mr. Yi, please be clear. Fan Gu straightened his messy clothes and smiled as he cupped his fists at Song Dong. Mr. Yi said that Mr. Gao handled this matter. I will not interfere. I will only maintain order. Song Dong returned indifferently. Fan Gu frowned. He was still preparing for Song Dong to back him up and negotiate with Gao Chuang. Such an attitude made him uneasy. Second uncle, save me. I was really lured by them. Gao Xian quickly ran to Gao Chuang and looked at him with an aggrieved face. Pa! Gao Chuang fiercely slapped Gao Xian and said angrily, it's all come to this, and you still give me pretense. You really disappoint me. Fan Ji's eyes lit up. This Gao Chuang didn't seem to be favoring Gao Xian. After thinking about it, Fan Gu felt that Gao Chuang should have been afraid of Yi Ling and decided to be righteous. In this way, he would be able to pull Yi Ling's banner and talk to Gao Chuang. General Manager Gao, these things that your artisan star group did are very unorthodox. You must have heard what I said before. I will formally deal with your artisan star group on behalf of Mr. Yi. Fan Gu stepped forward, his face cold with arrogance. Chapter 33, you are not qualified to represent Mr. Yi. Representing Mr. Yi? Oh, who do you think you are? Have that qualification? The country-faced lawyer took a step forward and mockingly looked at Fan Gu. It's better to think about escaping abroad or living in seclusion in the mountains. Lawyer Wang, please pay attention to your words. Of course, I don't blame you. After all, after working so hard for half a day, in the end, it's still me who helped Mr. Yi to solve the problem. Anyone would be angry, but this is fate, Fan Gu said with a smile on his face. Lawyer Wang, what's going on? Do you know them? Gao Chuan looked at the country-faced lawyer suspiciously. Before, they were the same as me. They were the ones that Miss Lee found to be lawyers for Mr. Yi, and then they said something they shouldn't have said and were blown away by Mr. Yi. The country-faced lawyer coldly returned. Do you think such a person can represent Mr. Yi? Moreover, he doesn't seem to understand who the owner of the artisan star group is that he's threatening in his mouth. Speculating and turning black and white upside down right. Gao Chuan was a smart person and instantly understood what was going on, and smiled coldly towards Fan Gu. Young man, you'd better take the initiative to tell the truth. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite to you. Unpolite? Mr. Gao, you seem to be a little bit unable to recognize the current situation. I represent Mr. Yi. In my hands, I am pinching the video of your artisan star group forcing the owner to compromise. If Mr. Yes side casually finds someone to blow the whistle, artisan star group will suffer huge losses, and you won't be able to keep your position. Fan Gu sneered and raised his tone by 3 degrees. If I were you, I would immediately do what Mr. Yi said, and after that, compensate each family with cash to calm Mr. Ye's anger. Give your face no face. Gao Chuang laughed coldly. Pulling the big flag was still addictive. The country-faced lawyer was also speechless, and without talking nonsense with Fan Gu, he took out his phone and called Li Rui. Gao Chuang also heard the content of the phone call, not pulling any punches with Fan Gu, and cooperated with the police officers to start interrogating high-tech together. Fan Ji's face was ugly. At this time, he still dared to be cross with him. Giving face. Oomph, you guys will come begging for me. Fan Gu put down a harsh word and walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. Only after taking 2 steps, the police officer stepped forward and stopped him. We have the right to suspect that you are involved in this incident. Please stay and be investigated. I'm Mr. Ye's undercover agent. The purpose is to find out the crimes of the artisan star group. This is something within my duties. I didn't do anything illegal. Fan Gu returned indifferently. Yi Ling had all acquiesced to his actions. These people could do absolutely nothing with him. Cuff him. The police officer ignored Fan Gu and ordered his colleagues. 3 officers stepped forward and handcuffed the 3 with handcuffs. Fan Gu was dumbfounded. His heart was filled with disbelief. Are you guys openly opposing Mr. Yi? Fan Gu roared angrily. At this time, Fan Ji's cell phone suddenly rang. The country-faced lawyer personally stepped forward to help him pull out the phone and sent it to his ear. Fan Gu, you want to die, don't you? What did I tell you? Properly cooperate with lawyer Wang to serve Mr. Yi. You're good. You even made Mr. Yi angry. You're expelled. You'll never have anything to do with our Zhongyan law firm again. And in the future, you don't want to hang around in the domestic lawyer's world anymore. Go abroad. An angry voice came from the phone. Boss, you've misunderstood. I left Mr. Yi in order to go undercover at the Artisan Star Group. Now I have evidence of the Artisan Star Group persecuting the people, and helped Mr. Yi achieve a big victory. Fan Gu hurriedly said back, victory you paralyzed. Do you know what is the relationship between Mr. Yi and Craftsman Star Group? He is the chairman of the Artisan Star Group. The voice on the phone sneered. Just based on your words. Foreign countries you don't go. Find a deep mountain old forest to retire. With a snap, the phone hung up directly. Fan Ji's eyes were dull, momentarily unable to react from his boss's news. Yi Ling was actually the chairman of Artisan Star Group. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it no matter what. It turned out that he was a clown. He still thought he was showing off in front of others, not realizing that they weren't even looking at him properly. Learning Yi Ling's identity, Fan Gu and High-Tech completely knelt down. One by one, the people involved were confessed. Most of the security in the neighborhood was taken away. When they were leaving, all the residents of the neighborhood came out and applauded, feeling unusually relieved. In the next 3 days, Gao Chuang carried out a major cleansing within the Dongjiang Artisan Star Group, held a press conference. The collective management apologized to the public, and unconditionally agreed to the lawsuit requirements of the residents of Fuli neighborhood. Fuli neighborhood, room 809 of the third building. Sume nestled on the sofa with a lazy expression, as if she was a kitten. The press conference of Artisan Star Group was playing on the TV. Artisan Star Group lost a lot of reputation this time. However, Gao Chuang, a person with a good business mind, did his best to recover the losses, and after this cleaning, the internal cohesion is even higher. Sume nodded slightly, admiration in her eyes. He should thank you for that. Yi Ling handed the peeled banana to Sume with a grin. What do you mean? Sume looked at Yi Ling doubtfully. I originally wanted him to get lost. You said he solved it well. I decided to let him work for another 2 years. Yi Ling smiled back. You think you can bring down the president of Artisan Star Group by winning one prosecution? Overthinking you. Sume mockingly smiled, thinking that Yi Ling had really drifted. Yi Ling shrugged his shoulders without much explanation. Let me tell you something. You should have noticed. Xiao Ling seems to be interested in you. What are you going to do? Sume suddenly looked up at Yi Ling. Her face was a bit uncomfortable. She coughed. Don't think too much. I just think I can't let Xiao Ling be sad. The feelings between me and Xiao Ling is not love. If I have to say, I treat her like a sister. Yi Ling tightened his smile and his expression became serious. A smile quickly surfaced on Sume's face. Even she herself did not notice it. You've messed up this generation. I'm her mom. Sume rolled her eyes. That's also right. That's the feelings between a father and his daughter. Yi Ling revealed a smile and winked towards Sume. Sume instantly made a blush. This topic tasted a bit ambiguous. But this feeling is not completely annoying. After watching TV for a while, Yi Ling's cell phone rang. Picking it up and looking at it, he found that it was an overseas number. Hi dear Yi Z. Your car has already disembarked. If you're free you can go to the harbor in Dongjiang City to pick it up. From the opposite side came a girl who was fluent in Dragon Mandarin. However, that particular voice line and pronunciation made people know that it was a foreign girl the moment they heard it. Got it. Hard work. Come back to Dragon Country to treat you to dinner. Yi Ling nodded and then hung up the phone. A housekeeper's daughter when I was in a foreign country, doing courier business. I let her help with the consignment when my car came back, putting the phone inside his pocket. Yi Ling explained to Sume. Got it. Sume nodded her head. A smile surfaced on her face, which she herself still didn't notice. In the evening, Su Xiaoling came back, like a sticky kitten came to Yi Ling. Uncle, tomorrow is the weekend. I've asked a few classmates to play together. Will you accompany me? Su Xiaoling hugged Yi Ling's arm and pouted. I have to take care of your mom. Go by yourself. Yi Ling said back. Su Xiaoling twisted her head and looked at Sume with a grudging look in her eyes. Sume naturally knew what her daughter was playing with. She could have completely refused. But yet, she also felt that this was a good opportunity for Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling to make things clear. Yi Ling, just go with Xiaoling. And by the way, you can also pick up your car. Sume looked at Yi Ling and said. Chapter 34, we all understand. The next morning, Yi Ling got up early, gave Sume a word and left the house. When he arrived at the harbor, Yi Ling followed the address that the foreign girl had sent him and came to the place where the car was temporarily stored. Mr. Yi, only one of your cars has been transported for the time being. The other 5 will arrive one after another within 7 days. You are an honored guest of our shipping company, so you can leave me a number, and the next time, we will send you directly to your home. The managerial staff followed Ling, walking and smiling at the same time. Okay, I'll leave you a number later. Ling nodded his head. Stopping in front of a black and red container, the management personnel went up and opened the door of the container. Even though he knew what kind of car was inside, the administrator still showed a surprised expression the moment he opened it. Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge, the most expensive model of Rolls-Royce SUV, with a market price of around $8 million. There were only about 2 or 3 of them in the entire Dongjiang city. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. It was a status symbol. Which man doesn't like cars? Especially this kind of luxurious to the extreme car. The administrator's heart was nothing but envy. And for a car of this price, the man in front of him still had several more that hadn't been shipped over. This was definitely an invisible super rich man. Must be served well. Mom, where is Uncle? How come breakfast isn't even made for us? Su Xiaoling woke up and couldn't find Ling. Went upstairs to Su Mei's room and asked suspiciously. People are not your nanny. Why should they cook for you every day? It's you, a girl, you can't even cook. Do you think you're good at it? Su Mei tensed her face and said, speaking as if you know how to cook. Mom, Su Xiaoling revealed a derisive look. What did you say? Su Mei's face sank and her tone was cold. Nothing, I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. Su Xiaoling's neck shrank and hurriedly fled out of the room. The moment the door closed, Su Mei's sullen face turned helpless. After washing up, Su Xiaoling went down to buy breakfast, sent it to Su Mei inside the house, and then ran away in a huff. Uncle, where are you? How come you haven't seen anyone in the morning? After going downstairs, Su Xiaoling called Ling, picked up a car and went. What car? Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Uncle, you look up. There is a cow flying in the sky. Su Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Okay, don't brag. Hurry up and drive your car to the commercial street in the center of the city. Accompany me to buy clothes. After Su Xiaoling finished speaking, she hung up the phone. At this time, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped in front of Su Xiaoling. The car door opened. A youth walked out from the driver's seat, shook his hair and smiled, waiting anxiously. Get in the car. Su Xiaoling shrugged her shoulders, feeling that the youth in front of her was doing a great job. The visitor's name was Song Hui, the only son of Song Yuan, the building materials tycoon of Dongjiang City. This party was organized by Song Hui. Entering the car, there were already 2 girls sitting in the back seat. Little spirit, this car is so luxurious. I just checked. The most lowly equipped one costs around $900,000. This is the first time I've ever sat in a luxury car like this. One of the girls wearing a black dress had a red face and her body was curled up, fearful of accidentally breaking the car. I also checked. It's not the lowest match, but the middle match, and it costs around $1 million. Another girl in a white dress followed closely. Correction, it's not the middle match, but the high match, with a landing price of $1.5 million. Song Hui returned to the driver's seat and picked up. Wow, with a little more money can't you buy a Lamborghini? Ferrari sports car? The black dress girl exclaimed in shock. Lamborghini, I have one at home. I usually drive it, but today there are more people, so I drove a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which has a little more space and is less crowded. Song Hui smiled and said back, wow, Song Hui, your family is so rich. The black dress girl exclaimed out once again, her eyes filled with envy. Su Xiaoling skimmed her mouth and secretly cut a sound in her heart. Poor show-off. The 4 of them arrived together near the commercial street. Song Hui put the 3 of them down and drove himself to the nearby parking lot. Xiaoling, this way, this way. Zhangxi, this side, this side. Only after getting out of the car, someone shouted at the trio. Su Xiaoling quickly ran to join them. It's still early, let's do personal business first. After gathering, Song Hui proposed. I'm going shopping to buy some clothes. Su Xiaoling spoke up. Does everyone have anyone with little spirit? Song Hui asked as he scanned everyone. I don't need to buy anything. A burgundy-haired woman raised her hand and took the initiative to walk over to Song Hui. I don't need it either. I don't need it either. 2 more girls raised their hands and walked over to the boys' side. The division was complete, and the 2 teams moved apart. Let's go inside and stroll. Su Xiaoling scanned left and right, not finding Ling's figure, and took the lead into the roadside shopping plaza. After shopping for a short while, Su Xiaoling's cell phone rang. Picking it up and seeing that it was Ling's, she immediately waved her hand with her little sister and ran towards the door. Uncle, this side, this side. Seeing Ling at the door, Su Xiaoling waved at Ling with a smile on her face. Ling smiled and walked over. Aren't you with friends? How come it's just you? Ling asked with a smile. They're all inside. Walk. I'll introduce you to them. There are 2 of them who are very close to me. Su Xiaoling reached out and wrapped her arm around Ling's arm, pulling his arm towards the mall. Su Xiaoling found the black dress girl. "Ha, what's this little spirit?" the black dress girl asked with a surprised face. Didn't Su Xiaoling never have an affair with a man in school? How come she was hugging a man now? This man was so handsome, so temperamental, and gave off a very mature feeling. Could it be that Su Xiaoling liked this kind? He, little spirit, you've got a boyfriend here? The white dress girl also saw Ling and quickly came up. The other girls who were with her also came up one after another, looking at Ling with a curious face. "Let me introduce to you guys, my family's uncle Ling." The white dressed boyfriend heard Su Xiaoling's heart blossomed, and introduced Ling with a big smile. After introducing Ling, she then pointed at the black dress girl and the white dress girl and said, "Zhang Shi, Shan Yun." After introducing the two, they felt that it seemed a bit wrong not to introduce the others, so they all said the names of the others again. Ling nodded at everyone, always with a slight smile on his face. "So handsome, so graceful, silent department handsome guy? Love. Handsome guy, do you have a micro letter?" The girls were instantly attracted by Ling and went up to greet him. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaoling decisively stopped in front and said with a displeased face, "What are you doing? Don't harass my uncle, or don't blame me for not being polite." He, Xiaoling, are you declaring your sovereignty? Zhang Shi stepped forward and covered her mouth to snicker. "Xiaoling, you're not hitting yourself. Yo, this is your boyfriend, right? No wonder you can't look at the suitors within the school. It turns out that you like the more mature ones." Chen Yun snickered. Su Xiaoling flushed red and subconsciously blurted out, "Don't talk nonsense, it's not what you think, this is my uncle." "Understood, we all understand." A term of endearment. Chen Yun showed her teeth and smiled. "You stinky girl, there's no end to it." Su Xiaoling's face flushed red, reaching out towards Chen Yun to pinch her, and the two of them jostled. Chapter 35. There's no need. Uncle isn't bad for money. Not long after Ling arrived, Song Hui walked in from outside with a group of boys. Su Xiaoling immediately stopped fighting with Zhang Shi and the others and frowned at Song Hui. This Song Hui had been pursuing her all along and was definitely here to pick a fight. "Didn't we say to split up?" Su Xiaoling asked. "We also wanted to buy clothes, so we came back." "Xiaoling, I'll pay for whatever clothes you buy. Feel free." Song Hui smiled back. "Thanks, I have money." "No need." Su Xiaoling flatly refused. "Then I'll pay for all the clothes everyone buys." Song Hui said with a smile on his face. "Wow, really? Song Hui is atmospheric." Song Hui atmosphere. What atmosphere? Ah, we are following the light. Can't you guys see that Song Hui was afraid of Xiaoling being embarrassed and deliberately just said to pay together? Everyone can't be too greedy, yo. A youth wearing a white leisure suit on the boys' side said. After the youth finished speaking, he then looked at Su Xiaoling and smiled. "Sister Xiaoling, as a cousin it's necessary to remind you that some men will only say they love you on their lips, but in reality they are only interested in your body. Someone like Song Hui who can make major sacrifices for you is much better than some people. He's so good, then you marry him." Su Xiaoling rolled her eyes. "Put, ha, little spirit, you're so awesome." The other students couldn't help it. Su Xiaoling's words were too damaging. Bachelor Su's face instantly became ugly, as hard as if he had eaten a dead fly. Su Xiaoling was Song Hui's favorite. He couldn't clean up now, but he could clean up Ling. Bachelor Su twisted his head to look at Ling. "I am the second young master of the East Jiangsu family. This is the first young master of the Song Steel group. If I were you, I would have the self-knowledge." Saying this, Bachelor Su did not say anything else. Bachelor Su, Xiaoling is this temper. Speaks with a big grin. This is his boyfriend. Zhang Shi saw the atmosphere was tense and hurriedly whispered, wanting to use the truth to end the conflict. Bachelor Su twisted her head and glared fiercely at her. Zhang Shi immediately shut up and didn't dare to speak, twisting her head to look at the other students. The other students all wore expressions of watching the show, without the slightest intention of going forward to manage it. "Uncle, let's go and ignore them." Su Xiaoling sank her face and pulled Ling towards the door. Ling's feet exerted force, not letting Su Xiaoling pull. Su Xiaoling twisted her head and looked at Ling suspiciously. "Clothes haven't been bought yet. Why go out? Let's continue to buy clothes. Pick whatever you want. Uncle will pay the bill today," Ling said with a smile. Turning his head, he glanced at Zhang Shi and Chen Yun. "You guys are Xiaoling's good friends. You can also pick whatever you want. I'll pay the bill." "Uncle, this isn't necessary, right?" Su Xiaoling frowned. "Kind of didn't want Ling to break the bank. Buy whatever you want. It's not bad." Ling smiled back, reached out and touched Su Xiaoling's head. His face filled with doting eyes. Su Xiaoling's face was flushed with redness, slightly nodding her head. As Ling's four went to pick out clothes, the other girls scattered in all directions, fearing that they would provoke the angry Song Hui and Bachelor Su. In the women's clothing area, Ling stood not far from the three girls and watched them choose their clothes. Su Xiaoling chose a red strapless t-shirt and walked over to Ling, comparing it on her body. Uncle, how about this one? Are you serious? A student wearing this? Yi Ling said with a stern face. Su Xiaoling naturally wouldn't wear this. She just wanted to tempt Yi Ling, and seeing Yi Ling angry, she hurriedly coughed. Sorry, took the wrong one. He. Xiaoling, you also have a day to be tamed. Zhang Shi came over to Su Xiaoling and covered her mouth and snickered. Little spirit, why don't we help you try him out as well? Chen Yun smiled and said, Don't ever. I'm afraid that my big uncle will kick your asses. He's a bit of a curmudgeon, like an old fart. Su Xiaoling whispered. Xiaoling, it doesn't matter if it's louder. I can hear all of them. Yi Ling said with a smile. He. Su Xiaoling hurriedly spat out her tongue and didn't dare to speak. Just at this time, Zhang Shi and Chen Yun's cell phones suddenly rang. Zhang Shi and Chen Yun picked up their cell phones, and after looking at it for 3 seconds their faces changed, their faces turned pale, and their bodies shook non-stop. What's going on? Su Xiaoling frowned and came forward. After reading the content of the cell phone message, Su Xiaoling was on fire. Song Hui, Bachelor Su, these two bastards, they even threatened you. I'm going to settle the score with them right now. Su Xiaoling turned around and walked towards the door. Zhang Shi and Chen Yun immediately pulled Su Xiaoling back. Xiaoling, calm down. This isn't their cell phone number. They won't admit it. Can you tell me what happened? Yi Ling looked at the trio suspiciously. Uncle, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you over today. I originally wanted to go shopping with you to buy clothes, but now I've harmed you and Zhang Shi. Chen Yun. Su Xiaoling had a guilty face. Her eyes were red. Yi Ling's eyes instantly went cold. Stepped forward and stretched out his hand towards Zhang Shi. Cell phone. Zhang Shi's face trembled, and she subconsciously handed her cell phone to Yi Ling. After looking at it, Yi Ling's coldness tightened. Buy it according to what he said. This, 100,000 ah. Zhang Shi looked at Yi Ling incredulously. It's better this way. Let's buy it first, then come back and return it after we muddle through. The big deal is that we will lose some money at that time. Chen Yun stepped forward and gave a suggestion. This is good. Su Xiaoling's eyes lit up. $100,000 wouldn't be much of a loss even if it was discounted when returned. Her pocket money was enough to pay for it. There's no need. Uncle isn't poor. Yi Ling shook his head. Let's go look for clothes, Su Xiaoling said to Chen Yun and Zhang Shi, not listening to Yi Ling's words at all. Yi Ling, near the cash register. Song Hui stood with a few male students. Done. Let's see how he checks out later. Still want to pretend in front of me, Song Hui? I'll make you a joke. Song Hui looked at his cell phone and revealed a sneering smile. Make way. Make way. Just at this time, a group of security quickly came from the doorway. The security was split into 2 columns, with just enough gap reserved in the center for passage. Song Hui heard the sound and turned his head to look over, and the next moment he was stunned. Song Hui quickly stood up straight, straightened his clothes, and greeted him with a smile. Good day, Uncle Zhou. Song Hui ah. Zhou Sheng smiled and turned his head to the store manager behind him. This is my old friend's child. A 50% discount. Good. The store manager nodded in a hurry. I'm going to meet an important person. I won't talk to you first. Zhou Sheng smiled and nodded, walking towards the front. Only after Zhou Sheng left did the other male students react. Mr. Zhou from Hailan House. It's really Mr. Zhou. I've often seen him on TV. After the male students reacted, they looked at Song Hui with a face of admiration. Brother Song is awesome. Brother Song is awesome. The old president of Hailan House personally said 50% off. There's no one else with this face. Brother Song is awesome. Some regrets. If that unenlightened man had seen this scene, he would have been scared to pee, right? There's no rush. Since Uncle Zhou is coming to inspect, he will definitely eat here. At that time, watch me put on a good show. Song Hui said smilingly. Chapter 36, sold at 10% off and given a supreme gold card. On the 2nd floor, in the high-end clothing area, Su Xiaoling and Zhang Shi, Chen Yun were checking the prices of all the clothes. Xiaoling, buying clothes. A sudden laugh interrupted the trio's thoughts. The 3 looked up. Uncle Zhou? Su Xiaoling revealed a look of surprise, then hurriedly stepped forward and asked with a smile. Why are you here? Also here to buy clothes? This is a shopping mall under Hailan House. I came here to inspect. Zhou Sheng smiled back. His eyes inadvertently swept towards Yi Ling, then quickly retracted. Oh, so that's how it is. Uncle Zhou is really hardworking, Su Xiaoling said with a smile. Fortunately, it's rare to meet. What clothes you guys buy today? Uncle Zhou will pay the bill. Zhou Sheng smiled and said, with a doting look in his eyes. An hour ago, he was in a meeting in his office, getting feedback from the store manager that the person he had asked to keep an eye out for had appeared in his mall. Learning that it was Su Xiaoling, he had originally just called the store manager to treat her well. But soon the store manager gave feedback that someone he had asked to watch out for had entered the mall, and when he learned that it was Yi Ling, he quickly announced that he would go down to inspect the mall. Yi Ling is the chairman of the company. One sentence can determine his life and death. Definitely can't let his subordinates not open their eyes and offend Yi Ling. No need. Su Xiaoling quickly waved her hand. We all brought money. Zhang Shi and Chen Yun looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. After carefully sizing up Zhou Shang, they felt that this old man's face was a bit impressive, but they couldn't recall where they had seen him for a moment. What's the point of being polite with Uncle Zhou? Later I'll ask the store manager to give you a Supreme Gold card, and in the future, you can get a 50% discount on all the clothes you come to buy. Zhou Shang laughed. His eyes were kind, reached out and touched Su Xiaoling's head. The eyes once again looked towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded slightly, revealing a faint smile. Zhou Shang's heart was instantly happy. Yi Ling could affirm him. This was his honor. I can ask for the membership card, but not to send it without money is absolutely not acceptable. Su Xiaoling bit her lips and said. Her eyes were filled with a resolute color. Zhou Shang froze, surprised. Uncle Zhou, you go ahead and inspect. Turn around and have time to visit the house, haha. Su Xiaoling showed her teeth and smiled. This child was surprisingly understanding. Zhou Shang nodded slightly in his heart. Not accepting things should be because he was afraid that Su Mei's side would owe him a favor and have a hard time in his career. The invitation to be a guest was a preparation to draw closer to him and help Su Mei. But all of this is unnecessary, right? The chairman of the board is staying at your house. Zhou Shang turned his head to look at Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded slightly towards him. That's fine. I'll definitely go to your house later to nag you guys to choose your clothes. Zhou Shang smiled and nodded his head as he stepped away. After choosing the clothes, Yi Ling's four came to the cashier. The store manager quickly came forward and personally checked out for the three, a total of $10,000. Scanning the code on the clothes, the store manager smiled at the four. What the hell? How did something that cost $100,000 cost $10,000? Got it wrong? Su Xiaoling, Jiang Shi, and Chen Yun all revealed puzzled looks. I didn't get the price wrong. The chairman explained and asked me to give you guys a 10% discount on the clothes you bought. The store manager explained with a smile. This, Su Xiaoling frowned. With a 50% discount, she could still accept it. After all, Zhou Shang and her mother had a cooperative relationship, and it wouldn't have too much of an impact. But a discount of 10%, this was equivalent to giving it away for nothing. He is the president. He won't care about this amount of money. The big deal is to let him come to the house for 2 more meals in the future. Yi Ling said with a smile. Uncle, is this really okay? Will my mom be embarrassed by all this and do things she doesn't want to do? Su Xiaoling looked up at Yi Ling, her eyes filled with worry. With Uncle here, no one will be able to bully you and your mom. Yi Ling smiled back. Handsome, too handsome. Not only Su Xiaoling, even Jiang Shi and Chen Yun were attracted to Yi Ling and couldn't help but exclaim wildly in their hearts. The clothes were packed and Yi Ling paid. The store manager handed a golden card to Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling knew that this was the supreme gold card promised by Zhou Shang, and did not push back to take it. Wow, gold color. It can't really be gold, right? Jiang Shi came forward, her eyes full of envy. Su Xiaoling was also a bit skeptical. The supreme gold card is made of pure gold, weighing 30 g of 24K pure gold card body. The store manager explained. Wow, it's really gold. This is too luxurious. Chen Yun was shocked and also hurriedly came forward to look at it. After a while, Su Xiaoling pocketed the supreme gold card and glanced at the clothes on the counter. 3 young ladies, leave your addresses and we will send someone to deliver them to your door, the store manager said with a smile. Su Xiaoling froze, smiled awkwardly, came over to Jiang Shi and Chen Yun and whispered, it's not a bit too good to return a product when people are offering a discount of 1% and helping to personally deliver it to the door? Then no return. I'll talk to my family later and let them buy these at a 10% discount. They'll definitely be willing, and when the time comes, I'll transfer the money to you. Little spirit. Jiang Shi smiled and said, me too. This is a heavenly bargain, and the clothes are not just our own, but also our families. They definitely won't refuse such a good thing. Chen Yun nodded her head repeatedly in agreement. Uncle, what do you think? Su Xiaoling turned her head to look at Yi Ling. Keep it at ease. Uncle is not bad. Yi Ling smiled back. Su Xiaoling nodded slightly, having made a decision. The things that my family's uncle gives away. Won't ask for money. Mention giving money again. I can give you guys a rush. Su Xiaoling looked at Jiang Shi and Chen Yun with a taut face. Xiaoling, love you. Jiang Shi and Chen Yun looked at each other, then violently pounced on Su Xiaoling. Hey, what for? What for kissing me? You two guys, I let uncle buy you something, and you guys are still earning me cheap. Against you guys Su Xiaoling boarded up her face and started to fight with Jiang Shi and Chen Yun. Youth is so good. Yi Ling revealed an envious look on the side. In his previous life, his youth had many regrets. In this life, his youth was spent in constant striving. In the blink of an eye, he was already 25 and had become an uncle. The four of them went out and came face to face with a few female classmates. The female classmates were carrying clothes in their hands, each face with a smile. Su Xiaoling, why are you guys so slow? You missed something great. We ran into the president of Hai Lan House. The store manager gave us a 50% discount on all the clothes for his sake. Look, this skirt was originally $1,000. After the discount it's only $500. So is this dress of mine. Mine too. What a bargain. A group of female classmates held up their clothes, full of smiles, showing off their results. Su Xiaoling, Jiang Shi, and Chen Yun looked at each other. 50% off? What's there to brag about? The clothes we bought were given a direct discount of 10%. Hee, why didn't any of you buy it? Is it hard to believe that it's because he doesn't have the money to pay for you guys and returned all of them? A girl opened her mouth and asked. Certain people, it's just a swollen face. Do you guys really think he can be as good as Song Hui's word? A male student mocked. Although I know that he probably won't honor what he said, but I didn't think that he wouldn't buy a single piece of clothing. This kind of man does things based on his mouth. He's simply a poor man, right? Su Xiaoling, you must have been cheated. He is not even worthy of mentioning shoes compared to our brother Song. The other male classmates spoke one after another, their faces full of ridicule. Song Hui was surrounded by a group of male classmates in the center, looking at Yi Ling with a faint smile. Jumping clown, unbearable. Chapter 37, this lighter and Rolls-Royce car keys are made to look alike. Hello Mr. Yi, this is a gift for shopping inside the store that reaches a certain amount. Please accept it. Just then, a voice rang out and the store manager walked out from inside carrying 4 gift boxes. Both male and female students were stunned. Gifts? Didn't they not buy anything? What giveaways? There's a giveaway even if you don't consume? The girl asked suspiciously. This young lady, don't joke. In our mall, there will only be gifts if you spend 5,000 and above. The store manager explained with a smile. Then how come they have giveaways if they don't consume? The girl was even more puzzled. Are you guys mistaken? Yeah, they're empty-handed. Do they look like they're buying something to you? Isn't the person who gave away the gifts named Song Hui? Our brother Song? Our brother Song is very close to your Mr. Zhou, and he even asked you to give us a 50% discount. It must be for brother Song. The male student opened his mouth and smiled as he stepped forward to reach for the gift. The store manager took a step back, his face becoming ugly, probably understanding what the situation was now. In his heart, he smiled coldly. A bunch of brats, dare to find trouble with Mr. Yi? You guys are also worthy, not to mention Song Hui. Even Song Chenggang is not worthy when he comes. I'm very sorry. You guys might have some misunderstanding. This gift is for Mr. Yi. The reason why they are empty-handed right now is because they bought too many things. We will provide door-to-door service. The store manager explained with a faint smile. Afterwards, the gift boxes were handed to Yi Ling, Su Xiaoling, Jiang Shi, and Chen Yun respectively. After the gift boxes were delivered, the store manager bowed slightly to Yi Ling. Enjoy your stay, I'll go and get busy. After the store manager left, Jiang Shi scanned all the students and said with a taut face, don't talk nonsense there if you don't know the details. It's bad. Most of the students had embarrassed expressions on their faces. Buying a lot of things, doesn't that mean you guys lost even more? If you had come earlier, you might have gotten a 50% discount for Song Hui's sake. A girl suddenly spoke up. Yeah, you guys are really too slow. Missed out on a great opportunity to save money. Some people just have some stinking money. If you have the ability, you can also make the mall discount 50% just like brother Song. Money can be saved by anyone. It's not likely that the money used to buy clothes this time is money earned for more than 10 years. A portion of the classmates spoke up again, conspiratorially. You guys are still not finished. Is this young lady giving you a good face, you drifted? Or do you think this young lady can't lift the knife? Su Xiaoling exploded. Looking at her classmate's face, she endured again and again. These people even didn't stop. Su Xiaoling reached out and took out the Supreme Gold card. Open your doggy eyes and see what this is. Song Hui took a closer look. He froze in place, his eyes filled with suspicion. Hiram Group's Supreme Gold card? Not bad. This is the Highland Group's Supreme Gold card. You can get a 50% discount on anything you buy anywhere under the Highland House. Moreover, this time, the clothes we bought, the store manager gave us a direct discount of 10%. 100,000 only cost us $10,000. Chen Yun stepped forward and sneered at the students who were up in arms. At the same time, she also explained to Song Hui that they didn't fail to follow his words, so that Song Hui wouldn't find them in trouble. How is this possible? How is it impossible? We have an invoice here, want to see? Jiang Shi took out the invoice and threw it to the nearest female student. The female students immediately came together and started to look at it. Wow, it's really a discount. My God, a $5,000 dress is only $500. It's like no money at all. Why is it discounted by 1%? The girls looked at Jiang Shi in unison. Jiang Shi looked up at the sky, not returning to them at all. At this time, the little cutie. Only then would she explain exactly what had happened. The supreme gold card. The invoice appeared, and the students who opened their mouths for the second time shut up, their faces red as if they had been slapped. They lowered their heads, embarrassed to the extreme. Song Hui's face was hard to see to the extreme. This was not the same result as what he wanted. Song Hui, I've inquired about the hotel where Mr. Zhou stayed. Bachelor Su came over to Song Hui and showed him his cell phone. Do you think it's Yiling's reason? Or Su Xiaoling's? Song Hui glanced at his cell phone and asked indifferently. Bachelor Su could understand Song Hui's meaning and smiled. Su Xiaoling's? You probably don't know. Hailan House invested in Su Xiaoling's mother, Su Mei's Pouring City Group. The two families are now in a cooperative relationship. Why didn't you say it earlier, causing me to be so embarrassed? Song Hui frowned, looking at Bachelor Su with great displeasure. Bachelor Su scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. How was I to know that I would kill a man halfway out? Forget it. Anyway, it's just an appetizer now. Waiting until we get to the hotel will be the main course. Song Hui waved his hand, then took 2 steps forward and smiled at his classmates. It's already close to noon. It's time to eat. Let's go to the Hailan Hotel today. Good ah. Brother Song is mighty. Brother Song is atmospheric. Going to a high-class hotel to eat for free. The classmates all got excited. Little spirit, still take my car. Song Hui went up and issued an invitation. No need. My big uncle just picked up the car and came back today. We'll just sit in him. Su Xiaoling flatly refused and reached out to hug Yiling's arm. Uncle, let's go. Jiang Shi and Chang Yun quickly followed. Song Hui's face sank to the extreme. His fists clenched tightly, itching to immediately stomp Yiling on the ground and humiliate him hard. Uncle, what kind of car are you driving? Su Xiaoling was in a good mood, and after walking a distance, she let go of Yiling, facing him as she backed away and asked, walk properly, don't fall. Yiling pulled her by the hand and boarded her up. Su Xiaoling spat out her tongue and came over to Yiling's side to look at him with a question in her eyes. Colinan. Yiling returned indifferently. Uncle, it's almost seen. Stop bragging ah. Su Xiaoling skimmed her mouth. Yiling did not reply and pulled out the key of Cullinan and handed it to Su Xiaoling. Su Xiaoling played with it and looked at it. This lighter and the car key are made really like each other. Su Xiaoling muttered, reaching out and pressing it back and forth. Buzz. Suddenly, monstrous sound waves sounded. It startled the pedestrians coming and going, and they stopped to look. Su Xiaoling also froze in place and looked towards the direction of the sound. Rolls-Royce? My god, it's really a Rolls-Royce. Su Xiaoling saw the car not far away clearly and immediately came over. Jiang Shi and Chen Yun also both came over. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was a luxury car among luxury cars, and the moment it was parked in the parking lot, it was noticed by the security guards on duty and directly reported to the headquarters. The headquarters transferred more than 20 security guards to stand guard around the area, regardless of whose it was. This car couldn't be damaged in the slightest, or else all of their security couldn't get off the hook. Stop! What are you doing? Su Xiaoling had only come up to the front when the security stopped her. I want to take a shortcut. Su Xiaoling scratched her head awkwardly. She actually wanted to go over and take a picture. There were only a few Cullinans in the entire Dongjiang city. It was considered an extremely rare luxury item, and taking a picture with such a luxury item was a very pleasing thing. However, when she saw that the security guards had surrounded the car in a circle, she knew that she didn't have much of a chance and hurriedly turned around to leave. Chapter 38. What does your uncle do? Su Xiaoling returned to Yiling's heels. Her little face flushed. Why are you back? Yiling asked suspiciously. I would like to sit in and enjoy myself. Su Xiaoling spread her hands and revealed a helpless expression. It's a pity that there is security all around. Not allowed to enter. She then hugged Yiling's arm and chatted with Jiang Shi and Chen Yun. Yiling shook his head slightly and took the key from Su Xiaoling. Soon, arriving in front of Cullinan, Yiling stopped. Why don't you go? Su Xiaoling looked at Yiling suspiciously. Yiling pressed the unlock button, and Cullinan sounded the unlocking sound. Arrived. The sound made by Cullinan. Su Xiaoling's 3 girls heard all of them. Their faces were full of unbelief, frozen in place as if they had been given a fixation spell. Yiling did not urge, came to the car door and opened the driver's seat and sat in. Asterisk. Uncle, you drive is really Cullinan. Not bragging ah. Su Xiaoling reacted and exclaimed in shock. Jiang Shi and Chen Yun's eyes were round and their mouths opened into an O shape. My god. Xiaoling, what does this uncle of yours do? How come he's driving a Rolls-Royce? Jiang Shi reacted and hugged Su Xiaoling's arm. Her body could not stop trembling. The car that could only be seen on TV had appeared in front of her eyes. She felt like she was dreaming. I don't know, either. Su Xiaoling shook her head. She was so dumbfounded right now that she couldn't even think anymore. And what she didn't know was even more unknown. Not getting on the car? Yiling poked his head out and asked with a smile. Good. Su Xiaoling nodded her head, came to the car door and reached out to open it. It was the back door that was opened. Su Xiaoling, Zhang Shi and Shen Yun sat in it. The car slowly started and drove towards the Hailan Hotel. In the back row, the three girls had a restrained face, not daring to move for fear of breaking something. The car is for enjoyment, not suffering, Ling said with a bitter smile. Uncle, I feel a bit unreal, Su Xiaoling murmured. Adapt in advance. You will see more unreal things in the future. Ling smiled. Su Xiaoling was unsure in her mind. As time passed, the tension was much less. The three girls became active and started to look back and forth in the car. Wow, it's worthy of being a top-of-the-line luxury car. This interior is too luxurious. It's much better than Song Hui's Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Is that trash car comparable to this? Su Xiaoling skimmed her mouth with a disdainful face. One wheel of this car can buy him a car. Although Zhang Shi and Shen Yun felt that this statement was full of grooves. It was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, a luxury car. How could it be garbage? But when they thought back to the value of this car, they swallowed their words back inside their stomachs. Mercedes-Benz S-Class with Rolls-Royce Kokulinen. That is not garbage. Arriving at the Hailan Hotel, the three girls got off the car. Ling did not get off the car and lowered the window to poke his head out. I will not go in. Don't uncle. Is not said today accompanied me shopping it. Go back why? Su Xiaoling quickly stepped forward and pulled Ling's arm. You must accompany me all day today. Zhang Shi and Shen Yun didn't go forward. If it was before they might have gone forward to help speak. Now they had been shocked by Cullinan and felt that Ling was a big man. They didn't have that qualification to sway Ling's mind. It's not convenient for your mom to be alone at home. When your mom's feet get better, let's come out and get together. Ling smiled and said, No, don't. I want uncle to accompany me today. Su Xiaoling skimmed her lips, pulling Ling's hand and not letting go. Pitifully, she looked at him. Uncle, my mom said yesterday that she would let you accompany me. And you also promised. Are you prepared to speak your mind? Ling didn't want to go in. Apart from the reason that it was inconvenient for Su Mei to be at home, there was also a part of him that felt that this was a classmate reunion and it was a bit inappropriate for him to be a parent. But now, Su Xiaoling had said so, he couldn't push back too much. Ling took out his phone and called Master Gua, asking him to find someone to help look after Su Mei, and then called Su Mei again. When Su Xiaoling heard her mother Su Mei's voice, her mouth skimmed even harder, and her heart was very unhappy. Doing anything or thinking of my mother. My mother is your girlfriend or wife Your blind date is the object of this miss okay. Ling told Su Mei about the matter. I know, if you don't have that intention for her, take this opportunity to talk to her clearly. Su Mei returned a sentence, then hung up the phone. Ling put the phone away and smiled towards Su Xiaoling. Wait for me in the living room. I'll stop the car. Su Xiaoling's collapsed face recovered her smile and waved her hand towards Ling. Go and return quickly. Su Xiaoling, Zhang Shi and Shen Yun came to the living room and found a seat, waiting for Ling to return. Xiaoling, you guys are pretty fast. Not a moment later, a surprised voice rang out. Su Xiaoling raised her head and looked over, revealing an expression of disgust in the next moment. There are no cars on the road. There were people, but they consciously got out of the way when they saw that it was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan behind them. Su Xiaoling, at a glance you guys are sitting on the subway. Right, now is the rush hour. How can there be no cars? Not only are there cars, but the traffic jam is extremely serious. We are a little bit of squeeze over. A male student smiled sarcastically. Although the traffic jam is very bad, but we are not in such a hurry. Brother Song's Mercedes-Benz S-Class is so comfortable to sit in. It makes me want to sit down all the time. Another male student laughed and said with a proud expression on his face, Su Xiaoling, isn't that boyfriend of yours rich? How come he didn't buy a car? I guess the money that was spent on clothes before was to buy a car. And now that you've bought clothes, you can't afford wheels. Pretending is fun for a while, but afterwards you have to drink the northwest wind. In front of Song Hui's heel, the male classmates sang a double act, one person at a time. It's none of your business what I did to get here. Shut the hell up, or don't blame me for not being polite. Su Xiaoling coldly rebuked. If it wasn't for the fact that they were all classmates, she would have smacked them over long ago. Xiaoling, they are dog-eyed. Why don't we tell them what kind of car we are sitting in? Zhang Shi came to Su Xiaoling and said, they don't deserve to know. Su Xiaoling hummed. Zhang Shi and Shen Yun were stunned at the same time and nodded slightly. Indeed, these male students who only flattered people did not deserve to know what kind of car Ling drove. It was they who had a small pattern. At this time, Ling walked in from outside. Uncle. Su Xiaoling quickly came up. Zhang Shi and Shen Yun also ran over and arrived to stand in front of Su Xiaoling with a formal expression. Song Hui took everything in. His expression was ugly, glaring fiercely at Ling. Song Hui, bear with it, there will be plenty of time later. Bachelor Su came to Song Hui's ear and reminded him in a low voice. Song Hui collected his expression and regained his smile. This room I booked is the special private room of Hai Lan House. It's a room that's second only to the presidential suite. Inside there's not only a restaurant, but also caissons, stages and other entertainment facilities. So everyone feel free to play and have fun. Arriving at the private room, Song Hui smiled and introduced everyone. Brother Song is awesome. I've heard of this special private room. 8888 to start. There are several levels of private rooms in Hai Lan House. Deluxe and above are usually hard to book. Brother Song can top the special class private room by booking it now. It's not a matter of having more money. It's a symbol of strength. Do you still lack a pendant, Brother Song? I'll be your pendant from now on. Brother Song is awesome. A classmate quickly patted his ass, and the other classmates were all shocked out of their mouths by the ass-kissing Kopecks. Joining the ass-kissing army. Chapter 39, If he doesn't care, I'll care for him. Su Xiaoling pulled Yi Ling to sit on the sofa inside the house. Hearing a sentence of horse's ass, her face was filled with disgust. This group of people were really disgusting. Classmates come out to party together. Eat and drink is not on the line. Now make it like a horse's ass conference. The meal here is a fixed set menu. We don't need to order. It will be served later. So let's all casually play around inside the house first. Song Hui was all smiles, waving his hand as if he was giving directions. Most of the students scattered in all directions and played their favorite items. A small number of people surrounded Song Hui and Bachelor Su, their faces full of smiles, and all sorts of horses' asses exiting one after another. Uncle, what do you want to drink? I'll get it for you. Su Xiaoling saw that there was a refrigerator with drinks inside, stood up and ran over. Cold white boiled will do. Yi Ling smiled back. Su Xiaoling pulled open the refrigerator and took out 4 bottles of cool white, returned and distributed them to Zhang Shi and Shen Yun, then personally opened them for Yi Ling and handed them over. All of this fell in Song Hui's eyes. The smiling expression instantly turned ugly. The other students noticed and followed Song Hui's eyes. They instantly understood what was going on. A few ass-kissing classmates looked at each other. Then together they walked towards Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling. The classmates tensed their faces and looked serious. Su Xiaoling, this is our classmate reunion. You brought a man over. This seems a bit inappropriate. Right. Although Song is a relatively good person and won't care about one more person, you should also have a little bit of eyesight. Let him avoid the place where he should. Suggest you let him leave first. If he loves you enough, he will definitely sympathize with you and wait for you by the road. Su Xiaoling, we're not picking on you. This is for your own good. Song's tolerance is not a reason for some people to get an inch. Just leave. Who cares about being in this Thai private room? Su Xiaoling had long regretted coming in, and now hearing these words, the rebellious heart appeared, stood up and pulled Yi Ling towards the door. Bang! Su Xiaoling closed the door forcefully. The private room was briefly quiet. All the students looked at each other. This is too intentional. After a while, a male student who was looking for something to do muttered, that's right, this Su Xiaoling really doesn't know what's going on. A male student quickly concurred, but then they felt a coldness hit their hearts. Turning his head, he saw Song Hui looking at them with cold eyes. What was the situation? Didn't they help Song Hui? Why were they looking at them like this? We're all classmates. Do I care if there's one more or one less? You guys think the measure is that small? Immediately find a way for me to bring Su Xiaoling back, or else you all get the hell out as well. Song Hui coldly said. The male students froze in place. After a dozen seconds or so, the male students all revealed smiles, understanding that Song Hui was giving them a hint. Only bringing Su Xiaoling back. Wasn't this saying that driving Yi Ling away was the right thing to do? Don't worry, Brother Song. We will definitely help you call Su Xiaoling back. Don't be angry, Brother Song. I've already thought of a way. The male students smiled and assured, turning their heads to look at Zhang Shi and Shen Yun. Zhang Shi and Shen Yun had wanted to sneak away while everyone wasn't paying attention, and when they saw the male classmates arrive, their faces instantly changed. You guys are close to Su Xiaoling, right? Send her a message to come back. A male classmate stepped forward and said with a smile, it's all like this. How can she come back? Zhang Shi frowned. No matter what method you guys use, call her over anyway, or you can't afford Song's anger. 2 more male classmates surrounded them. Threats in their words. Zhang Shi and Shen Yun's eyes were filled with an uneasy look. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling took the elevator down to the first floor. The lobby manager in the living room saw the two and instantly recognized them. His face changed abruptly and hurriedly jogged over. Miss Su, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? The lobby manager said with a smile. You recognize us? Su Xiaoling looked at the lobby manager suspiciously. Pouring City Group is in a cooperative relationship with our Hai Lan Group. Your identity has been sent down to all the stores. The chairman has instructed that as long as you come over, we must give the best service. The lobby manager smiled. Then if I'm not happy with certain people, can you drive them away? Su Xiaoling thought about what happened just now and tensed her face. This I need to consult the president. The lobby manager smiled awkwardly. Forget it, I'm joking. You get busy. Su Xiaoling waved her hand and pulled Yi Ling along towards the free seats in the lobby. After sitting down, Su Xiaoling sighed. A bunch of brats, thinking that they can be superior by patting the horse's ass, not realizing that they are only despicable like that, and calculating with people like that will only pull down this young lady's IQ. You are quite open-minded. Yi Ling smiled, quite surprised. What can I do if I don't look away? He is the son of the building materials tycoon in Dongjiang City, the second generation of the rich and powerful. We are just a little old people. We can't afford to mess with Su Xiaoling spread her hands, a helpless face. If it's because of this, you don't have to endure. Our family is not bad for them. Yi Ling said back. Our family? Su Xiaoling was stunned. Yi Ling nodded slightly, ready to take the opportunity to make clear his relationship with Su Mei, who bullied our family Xiaoling. Right at this moment, Zhou Shang's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoling turned their heads at the same time. Hello Uncle Zhou. Su Xiaoling quickly stood up and greeted with a smile. Well, just now the lobby manager called me and said that someone bullied you. What's going on? Tell Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou will do it for you. Zhou Shang walked to Su Xiaoling and said with a grave face. His eyes inadvertently looked at Yi Ling and realized that the other party's expression was cold. No one bullied me. I was just making a comparison. I didn't expect the manager he took it seriously. Su Xiaoling revealed an embarrassed expression. This is Uncle Zhou's place. Here, if you condescend to yourself, how does Uncle Zhou deserve to be your Uncle Zhou? Zhou Shan was somewhat disbelieving. His expression became even more grave. There really isn't, Su Xiaoling said back again. But the next moment, her cell phone rang. Taking out her cell phone and reading the message, her face steeply changed and she gritted her teeth. Deception is too much. Zhou Shang tilted his head to look at it, and his face steeply sank. Little spirit, tell Uncle Zhou, what's going on? Zhou Shang had seen the message, and Su Xiaoling could only come clean, telling what had happened before. Uncle Zhou, can you help me bring out my two good sisters? Su Xiaoling looked at Zhou Shang with a begging face. I'll do it right now. Zhou Shang nodded his head, turning to look at Yi Ling. He waited for Yi Ling's instructions. The son doesn't teach his father. Let his father take care of it. If he doesn't care, I'll take care of it for him. Yi Ling's eyes turned cold as he spoke in a chilling tone. Yes. Zhou Shang nodded and quickly went to do it. Chapter 40, he thinks you have great years and shouldn't go the wrong way. Zhou Shang came to the class reunion private room with the lobby manager. The male classmates who had once met Zhou Shang together with Song Hui immediately recognized Zhou Shang. He hurriedly came forward and bowed. Where's Song Hui? Zhou Shang scanned around and did not find Song Hui, frowning as he asked. Song went to the restroom. The male student quickly returned. Zhou Shang didn't say anything else and walked over to Zhang Shi and Chen Yun, his icy expression turning into a smile. I met Xiao Ling down there. I saw the messages you guys sent. Tell Uncle Zhou, who bullied you guys? Zhang Shi and Chen Yun were dumbfounded. They never thought that it was Zhou Shang who came over to save them. They were eager to take revenge on the student who had threatened them before. But the other party had Song Hui standing behind them, and it was impossible for them to stay with Su Xiaoling all the time. If they took the opportunity to take revenge now, they would definitely be madly retaliated by Song Hui afterwards. An ordinary family like theirs couldn't afford it. Uncle Zhou, no one is bullying us. It's all a joke. Zhang Shi whispered back. Chen Yun followed and nodded, then lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhou Shang. The lie was too obvious. They didn't feel that Zhou Shang couldn't hear it. Let me take you guys to meet up with Little Spirit first. Zhou Shang smiled and nodded his head, and didn't dismantle the two. Zhou Shang personally sent Zhang Shi and Chen Yun to the first floor to rendezvous with Su Xiaoling. When Zhang Shi and Chen Yun saw Su Xiaoling, they couldn't stop their tears, and violently hugged Su Xiaoling, whimpering and crying. The next moment, Su Xiaoling's eyes also reddened, tightly hugged the two and followed and cried. It's okay, not afraid. Yi Ling's eyes went cold down and glanced at Zhou Shang. Open a private room for me. Good, this will find someone to do it. Zhou Shang nodded his head. The private room was opened and Zhou Shang personally would lead the way for Yi Ling. Su Xiaoling, Zhang Shi, and Chen Yun followed. The room opened was the presidential suite of Hailan Hotel. After entering, Yi Ling instructed to Zhou Shang, bring Xiaoling's classmates over for the party. Yes, Zhou Shang nodded and quickly went out of the private room. Su Xiaoling, Zhang Shi, and Chen Yun's eyes lit up as they came over to Yi Ling. Uncle, what else do you have that I don't know? Why are even Grandpa Zhou afraid of you? Su Xiaoling looked at Yi Ling with a puzzled face. Hailan House I take up shares and am a shareholder. Yi Ling said back. So it's like this. I told you. Why would Grandpa Zhou respect you so much and treat me so well? It turns out it's all because of your face. Uncle, Su Xiaoling suddenly realized. Zhang Shi and Chen Yun were astonished. Less than 30 years old. Shareholder of Hailan House. What kind of person is this Yi Ling? Don't think so much. Since you're here, enjoy yourselves, have fun how you want later. With Uncle here, you guys can do whatever you want, Ling said with a smile and greeted the waiter to come over. Su Xiaoling nodded slightly, didn't say anything more, and studied the menu with Zhang Shi Chen Yun. Not long after, Zhou Shang came with his party mates. The first to come in was Zhou Shang, and following behind him were Song Hui and Bachelor Su. Thank you for Uncle Zhou's special arrangement. Be sure to have tea at home later. Song Hui wore a smile on his face as he patted Zhou Shang on the back, thinking that the private room was specially opened for him. Zhou Shang ignored him and came to Ling, bending down and bowing. Mr. Yi, the people have all been brought. You go about your business. Ling nodded and waved his hand at Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang nodded and quickly went out. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Song Hui. All the students' smiles stiffened on their faces as they looked at Ling's for unbelievably. They saw the previous picture clearly. High Lan House's Mr. Zhou, the general manager Zhou that even Song Hui had to flatter. He bowed and curtsied to Ling, willingly being called upon like a subordinate. What kind of person was this Ling? Especially those male students. Thinking about what they did before, their faces became terrified. Everyone feel free to sit down. That private room from before was too small. My uncle booked another one. Jiangxi Chen Yun and I have already ordered the food. Su Xiaoling beckoned to the group of classmates. The classmates took their seats one after another, leaving only a few classmates still standing in place with uneasy expressions. I still have things to do, so I won't sit down. Xiaoling turned around and go back home. Grandpa his old man Mrs. Yuha, Bachelor Su accompanied a smile, turned around and walked towards the door. I also have something to do, so I won't accompany you for dinner. I'll treat you later. Song Hui squeezed out a smile, turned around and followed suit. Classmates are leaving. Aren't you guys going to persuade them? Ling looked at the classmates who were standing still. The unmoved classmates' faces all trembled as they quickly surrounded Song Hui and Bachelor Su. Get out of the way. Song Hui's face sank as he chided. Brother Song, Brother Su, you guys just stay. Some students said stiffly. It wasn't that they wouldn't let them, but they didn't dare to. It's so cool, Su Xiaoling shouted in her heart, treating others the way they treat you. Karma Zhang Shi and Chen Yun's hearts were even more unrestrained. They were personal victims. No one understood the suffocating, fearful, and uneasy emotions of being intimidated as well as they did. Song Hui and Su Bachelor heart is not willing, but in front of a few boys, they simply cannot break out. They could only come to the table and sit down. Soon, the meal came up. My God, this is an Australian lobster. The kind that goes for tens of thousands of dollars apiece? This red wine, is it Lafite? This is Buddha jumping wall? In just less than 10 seconds, 3 students exclaimed in shock. The private room instantly quieted down and made the sound of sucking in cool air. Everyone's eyes changed. In unison, they looked at the male classmate who had previously disparaged Ling. People didn't have money to buy a car? Just this bottle of wine alone could buy a car, okay? During the banquet, Ling sat there and rarely spoke, but the invisible pressure that emanated from him pressed the surrounding students a little out of breath, especially the few male students. Feel breathing difficulties, want to immediately escape through the door. Even though there was a sea of delicacies in front of them, they all tasted as if they were chewing wax. During the meal, Su Xiaoling, Jiang Shi, and Chen Yun became the center of the reunion, with all kinds of flattering gestures appearing one after another. Although the 3 girls knew that most of them were false, but which girl hates to hear good words? And their smiles were never broken. Song Hui, Su Bachelor was marginalized, completely isolated. The two felt as if they were dreaming. They had never thought that there would be a day when they would be left out in the cold, and this feeling was simply difficult to the extreme. They couldn't wait to want to leave and escape the private room. After finishing the meal, the students clustered around Ling and Su Xiaoling as the 3 girls walked out of the Hailan Hotel. Only after leaving the doorway, a group of police officers surrounded them. Who is Song Hui? The police captain shouted. I am. May I ask what is it that you are looking for me? Song Hui walked up from behind and said suspiciously. You are suspected of buying a murderer. You are now under arrest according to the law. The officer pulled out handcuffs and quickly cuffed them to Song Hui's hands. Song Hui, Su Xiaoling, Jiang Shi and Chen Yun? Classmates. What happened? Constable, did you guys make a mistake? Song Hui reacted and asked with a frown. A person called Chen Arong said that you called him and told him to go and break the limbs of a person called Ling, and that he would give him 100,000 afterward. He felt that you have great years now and shouldn't go down the wrong path, so he took the initiative to turn himself in. The witnesses, and the recordings are all there. The police officer returned. Ing. Song Hui burst out foul language. His chest rose and fell violently. The others were also confused. The punk himself went to the police to arrest the person who asked him to do something? Is this ing punk? These days, are all punks so capricious? Su Xiaoling muttered. a bit unable to react. Other than the four of them here, all of them have had contact with Song Hui. Police officer, take them all away for investigation. Zhou Shan came out from the hall and pointed at the four people. Jiang Shi, Shen Yun, Su Shaoling, and Yi Ling. Cuff them all. The police captain waved his hand to his men behind him, and the police officers quickly stepped forward and handcuffed them one by one. All the students were dumbfounded, feeling incomparably stifled. They didn't do anything. Chapter 41, Strictly Speaking, I'm Now Your Father. In the afternoon, Yi Ling accompanied the three girls to the beach. After playing until 4:30 p.m., Yi Ling received a call from his father asking him to go back. Yi Ling sent each of the three girls home and returned home. Yi Hao was already waiting for Yi Ling inside the living room, and when he saw Yi Ling come in, he waved at him. Son, I've thought about it for a long time and decided to celebrate your grandfather's birthday. Only after sitting down, Yi Hao said. Alright, then I'll have someone prepare some congratulatory gifts in advance. Yi Ling nodded his head. Good, you do your job, Dad, don't worry. Yi Hao nodded his head. Knowing what his son was talking about preparing, he did not oppose it. It didn't matter if he himself was aggrieved. He definitely couldn't let his son follow him. What do you want to eat today? Dad will make it for you. With the matter of his heart spoken, Yi Hao was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Dad makes everything I love to eat. Yi Ling smiled back. Okay, then I'll fry up a huevos rancheros, shredded pork with green peppers, and we'll have a drink between father and son. Yi Hao nodded and stood up and walked towards the kitchen. When the meal was ready, Yi Ling and Yi Hao ate dinner together. Son, where did you go for so many days? Made a girlfriend? While eating, Yi Hao asked. Was about to talk to you about this? Dad, I got married. Yi Ling smiled back. What? Got married? I'll go. When did it happen? Whose girl? Yi Hao rubbed his head and stood up. For so many years, he had always reminded Yi Ling to get a girlfriend, get married and have children earlier, so that he could enjoy his family. But after urging him to dry up his mouth, Yi Ling didn't care in the slightest. You've seen it. It's the person you took me on a blind date with when you just came back. Yi Ling scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Didn't you not like that kid? Yi Hao was surprised. It's not with little spirit. It's her mother, Su Mei. Yi Ling said truthfully. Yi Hao, no wonder you don't want to introduce so many young ones to you. So you like mature ones. It's not like what you said. Fate issue. Yi Ling laughed bitterly. This dad also learned to joke. Come on, the specific after to dad say. Yi Hao's eyes glowed, igniting the soul of gossip. Yi Ling also did not hide, and told what happened one by one. So that's how it is. However, Dad doesn't care what you do about marrying first and loving later. Remember to give me a grandson to bring with me earlier. Yi Hao said with a taut face. People haven't even accepted me yet. How to give birth to a grandson? Yi Ling was speechless. Then I don't care. You're already married. You have to give me a grandson quickly. If you don't, I'll tell your mom to go and let her go to you every day to ask for a grandson. Yi Hao played a scoundrel. Yi Ling, he somewhat regretted saying it. All other things this dad let him toss and turn. Only this matter of getting married and having children did not allow an inch, making it very difficult for him. I'll try my best. Yi Ling helplessly said back. This is only right. Turn back daughter-in-law feet better. We eat some meals together, although already married, but the bride price and so on. Or to discuss it. Yi Hao smilingly said. As you like. How much to give at that time? I'll transfer it to you. Yi Ling said. Don't need you to transfer. The money you gave to Dad. Dad didn't use it for so many years. Just right to give daughter-in-law bride price. Yi Hao waved his hand and smiled broadly. As he ate, Yi Hao hummed a little song, and his smile never stopped. Yi Ling also smiled along with him. After drinking the wine, Yi Ling did not drive back to the Fuli neighborhood anymore. After showering, he returned to his room and lay on the bed, picked up his cell phone and prepared to give Su Mei a word. Only when he opened it, he saw a message from Su Mei. If you've been drinking, don't come over. I'm not worried about you. It's a legal society now. Be law-abiding. Didn't you understand with Ling today? This little girl is now jumping up and down with excitement, squeezing me and hinting at me all the time in front of me. 3 messages, 10 minutes apart. Yi Ling smiled. Su Mei's arrogant little expression floated in his mind. Feeling very cute. Just in the bath. Back tomorrow morning. Ling's matter didn't find the time. Why don't you give her a word? Yi Ling said back. After waiting for 5 minutes, no one returned the message. Forget it, it's better for me to talk to her. Yi Ling typed and sent it again. I didn't look at my cell phone just now. Su Mei replied back in seconds this time. Yi Ling laughed bitterly. Do you believe this yourself? What a coincidence. Yi Ling sent back. Picture. Su Mei directly sent a selfie. Look at my expression. I never lie. Put. Yi Ling laughed. This was too cute. Sister Su, you are so cute. Did you grow up eating cute? Yi Ling quickly sent over. I think you are being sarcastic. Those who have been in contact with me call me an iceberg. Ice lump, cold and arrogant woman. Sume quickly replied back. How come I've never seen that side of you? Ling smiled back. Picture. Sume sent a selfie with a cold face. See? Nope. It's still cute. Ling sent a hand showing emoji. Picture. Sume once again sent a fuming selfie. Feel it now. Don't mess with me in the future or suffer the consequences. Still cute. Can you send a few more? Friendly advice. You can be cute. Maybe my understanding is more special. Ling sat up, his heart coming to life. When I am a little cute. Sume sent a little person pointing at the screen. Immediately after that, she sent a sandy emoticon of I've seen through everything. Ling laughed out loud as he watched. Sister Sue, you are so cute. I really want to go over and pinch your face. Ling quickly said back. Sume directly returned a roll emoji to him. Ling sent a sad emoji. Sume sent back another bye-bye emoji. Ling sent a crying emoji. After 10 minutes and not seeing anyone return, Ling put his cell phone down. He felt it. Sume was slowly changing. The next morning, Ling got up early and drove to the Fuli neighborhood. Taking the spare key and opening the apartment door, Ling entered the kitchen. At 6:30, Su Xiaoling came out of her room in her pajamas yawning, followed the scent to the kitchen, and when she saw Ling, she immediately rushed over. Ling quickly turned around and reached out her hand against her head. Such a big girl. Don't hug people over nothing? Bad influence. I hug my boyfriend, who dares to have an opinion. Su Xiaoling pinched her waist with both hands and tensed her face. You take other people's joking words seriously. What a little kid. Ling smiled and rubbed her head. Go out and wait. The meal will be ready soon. Isn't it, uncle? Actually Su Xiaoling hadn't slept well all night yesterday. She had been thinking about confessing, and after seeing Ling, she couldn't hold back any longer and decided to confess. It's not possible. Ling interrupted Su Xiaoling's words. Su Xiaoling froze, her entire being completely awake, looking at Ling with an unbelievable face. Why? I was going to find a suitable opportunity to talk to you, but now that the words have been said to this point, then I'll talk to you directly. Ling sighed. Actually, your mom and I are already married. What the hell? Su Xiaoling exclaimed, revealing a confused look. Uncle, you're joking. My mom's foul temper can agree to marry you? Your mom is actually quite cute. Ling smiled back. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. The purpose is to prevent me from falling in love early. I'm already 20 years old. I'm not a child anymore. Su Xiaoling shook her head vigorously and reached out to hug Ling again. Ling grabbed her hand and clasped it with one hand, pulling her to his room and flipping out the marriage certificate. It's time to believe it. Strictly speaking, I am now your father. Ling said. Chapter 42, Mom, we'll be love rivals from now on. Why is that so? How could my mom marry a man she has only known for not much time? Su Xiaoling was dumbfounded and couldn't figure it out. Looking up at Ling. Uncle, why would my mom marry you? You go ask your mom. She will tell you. Ling smiled back. He touched Su Xiaoling's head and turned to leave the room. Su Xiaoling tensed her face and followed out, twisting her head to look at the kitchen. Her face was incomparably ugly, and she directly went up to the second floor. In the second floor room, Sume leaned on the bed, holding her cell phone in her hand reading the message. After reading the content, the whole person was bad. Ling unexpectedly threw the explanation to her. Let her how to explain. The door opened from outside at this time. Su Xiaoling came to Sume with a taut face, threw the marriage certificate on Sume's quilt and coldly said, Give me an explanation. Itchy skin? Dare to talk to your mom like that? Sume's eyes glazed over and she coldly said back. Su Xiaoling subconsciously shrunk her neck at these words, her aura instantly disintegrating. Mom, let's not be like this. Snatching someone's boyfriend and now threatening me. You will polarize your daughter's emotions like this. Aren't you afraid that your daughter will jump off a building, hang herself, and drink medicine? Su Xiaoling skimmed her mouth and said with a bitter face, Are you sure you want to, and are pursuing? Mom is marrying Ling, that's robbing. Answer yourself how you were and said before. Sume coldly returned. Su Xiaoling was dumbfounded. She did say clearly with Sume that she did not have any feelings for Ling. Aren't I ignorant? Won't you set us up? Su Xiaoling bristled. What you don't want to do, Mom won't force you. Sume faintly returned. Su Xiaoling, you can be so good to me. Forget it. I don't care about these. I'm asking you now. Aren't you not interested in men? How did you suddenly get married to uncle? Su Xiaoling waved her hand and changed the question. Adults matters. Children don't pry. Just go to your school. Sume faintly returned. I'm already an adult. Su Xiaoling puffed out her chest. Where is it big? Moreover, this is my personal private matter. There is no need to tell you. You just need to know that in the future. Ling is your father. That's enough. Sume sneered and returned indifferently. Mom, why are you still personally attacking? I can be sure that there is no feelings between you and uncle at all. You only got married because of certain reasons. Su Xiaoling revealed a feeling that I have seen through everything. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Su Mei asked rhetorically. If it is, then it's a contractual marriage. It's going to be divorced eventually. I'm going to keep chasing uncle. Su Xiaoling said back, her expression firm. Su Mei frowned. She knew that this daughter didn't give up that easily. Her daughter continued to pester Yi Ling. Yi Ling didn't like her daughter, and in the end, it was her daughter who was hurt. It's not a contractual marriage. It's something I considered before I went to get married, so don't even think about it. Su Mei faintly said back, although she felt that the words were a bit cruel. However, a long pain was better than a short pain. She was also doing it for Su Xiaoling's sake. I don't believe it. It must be a contract marriage, otherwise you wouldn't not sleep in the same room. Su Xiaoling shook her head vigorously, her eyes reddening. That's because I'm afraid of irritating you. That's why I didn't let him live in. Su Mei faintly returned. The heart, however, trembled along with it. The heart ached for Su Xiaoling. I don't believe it. Su Xiaoling's tears instantly fell, turned around and ran out of the room. Su Mei's eyes looked at the door with an uneasy look and took out her cell phone to send a message to Yi Ling. Inside the kitchen, Yi Ling's breakfast was already done, and heard the sound of descending stairs to the kitchen door. Su Xiaoling just happened to pass by and ran into her room without looking back. Yi Ling's cell phone rang. Come to my room. Su Mei sent a message. Yi Ling rubbed his nose and had a bit of a headache. Does little spirit not believe it? Entering the room, Yi Ling asked. Well, this child likes to take the bull by the horns. It is necessary to let her die completely. Su Mei nodded, her expression grave. What are you going to do? Yi Ling looked at Su Mei, frowning slightly. You move into my room. Su Mei bit her lips and lowered her head. Yi Ling was stunned and looked at Su Mei in surprise. You sleep on the floor. Su Mei snapped her head up and said with an icy expression. No way. Yi Ling shook his head. I don't like sleeping on the floor. I still sleep in my own room. Yi Ling waved his hand at Su Mei. I'll go down and let Xiaoling come up to help you clean up. Su Mei froze, an unbelievable expression in her eyes. Yi Ling had rejected his invitation? Sleep on the bed. Seeing that Yi Ling was about to leave, Su Mei gritted her teeth and said, I'll move the stuff up later. Yi Ling turned around with a slight smile and returned to Su Mei. It's not that I'm being overbearing, I'm really not used to sleeping on the ground. Su Mei laughed. Breaking the relationship had both benefits and drawbacks. For example, when Su Mei got up in the morning to solve her personal problems, Su Xiaoling didn't help assist and threw things to Yi Ling. There was less embarrassment. Mom, from now on we are love rivals. This young lady won't let you. During the meal, Su Xiaoling bit the bread and glared at Su Mei, making her attitude clear. Yi Ling, do you like boys or girls? Su Mei twisted her head to look at Yi Ling. Yi Ling was stunned, quickly reacting. Su Mei, this showed her attitude. I like both boys and girls. However, it would be better if it is a dragon and phoenix child. You, don't eat anymore. Su Xiaoling was furious, violently smashed the bread on the table and ran back to her room. In less than 10 seconds, Su Xiaoling carried her own bag out the door. What are you doing? Su Mei frowned and asked. What do you care what I'm going for? Go give birth to your children. Su Xiaoling grunted and left the door without looking back. Come back here. Su Mei loudly chided. No one responded. Against all odds, Yi Ling, go and grab her back for me. Su Mei ordered in a cold voice. This will only backfire. I added the WeChat of 2 of her friends yesterday. I'll send them a message here and ask them to contact Xiaoling. Yi Ling smiled back. Then he pulled out his cell phone to send a message. Su Mei didn't say anything else. The worry in her eyes slowly dissipated. Hailan House Dongjiang headquarters. Song Yuan pushed open the door of Zhou Shan's office. Old Zhou, who exactly did my son offend? Why is it that I couldn't even make bail when I went to the police station? Song Yuan came to Zhou Shang and hissed in a hoarse voice. Zhou Shang glanced at Song Yuan and realized that his hair was disheveled. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was in a very bad state. Old Song, take care of your rest. Your body is important. Zhou Shang advised. It's all like this now. How can I rest in peace? Old Zhou, count me as begging you. Show me the clear path. No matter how much it costs. I'm willing. Song Yuan said back. Old Song, to be honest, whether your son can be released or not, it depends on Mr. Ye's mood. At the beginning when I called you, Mr. Ye did not prepare to target your son. As long as you can be properly disciplined and go to apologize for the matter is not likely to be resolved. But that son of yours is looking for the gangsters to abolish Mr. Ye's limbs. This is the actual mess with Mr. Yi, and I can't do anything about it. Zhou Shang stood up and picked up a cup of water for Song Yuan and handed it over. What exactly is this Mr. Yi you speak of? Can you use money to get even? Song Yuan asked. Can't. Zhou Shang shook his head. he has many identities. I'll give you two, so you can experience it yourself. The chairman of Hai Lan House, the chairman of Artisan Star Group. Zhou Shang did not say any more inside. That son of yours is too unseen. Maybe this lesson is good for him. Compared to your son, you should still worry about your Song family's industry. You should have received some information today. Song Yuan nodded his head. More than receiving some, it could be said that it was a huge amount of information, and all of them were from the top managers of large corporations. Warnings, threats, severed relationships, and so on. It could be said that if those people really did that, their Song family's family business that had been operating for decades would be finished in an instant. Chapter 43, Mom, don't be shy. The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws sooner or later. Song Hui bastard, killing the Song family. Song Yuan roared, his body trembling violently. Hurry up and sit down. Zhou Shang was startled and reached out to support Song Yuan. Song Yuan slowed down for several breaths before he continued to open his mouth and asked, Old Zhou, is Mr. Yi a local of our Dongjiang? Well, his hometown is from Dongjiang's mayor Shi town. Zhou Shang nodded his head. Do you think if I start with the people around him, can I make him change his attitude towards our Song family? Let our Song family be pleased to linger on? Song Yuan muttered. I can't guarantee this, but you can try. Besides the old family side, you can also try from the side of the Pouring City group. Mr. Yi is now living with Su Mei, and some time ago the Hai Lan House cooperated with the Pouring City group, which was also Mr. Ye's intention. Zhou Shang said back. However, don't expose Mr. Ye's identity, or you and I will be finished. Zhou Shang solemnly cautioned. Song Yuan nodded and stood up to bow to Zhou Shang. Thank you, old Zhou. If our Song family survives, I, Song Yuan, will definitely have a heavy thanks. I didn't help you in order for you to be heavily thanked. I just think that your Song family are all very good, and shouldn't be completely lost because of an unfilial grandson. Zhou Shang shook his head and reached out to pat Song Yuan's arm. I can only help you up to here. I can't do anything else. That's enough. Song Yuan bowed again. After Song Yuan excused himself, Zhou Shang shook his head slightly and took out his cell phone to call his own family's children. Just now was a lesson from the past. One must admonish one's child earlier. Su Xiaoling came back only after 5 in the afternoon, and as soon as she entered the door, she found Yi Ling and hugged his arm, not even looking at Su Mei. Pulling Yi Ling to the kitchen, Su Xiaoling let go and backhanded the door. Figured it out? Yi Ling asked with a smile. Why are you so sure? Su Xiaoling rolled her eyes. With your character, if you don't want to get through it you won't come back. Yi Ling said with a smile. In his heart, he laughed. Your two girlfriends are the ones I called to go. Before you came back, they already told me everything. Uncle, don't you know that there's a saying called see-through? Don't tell? You'll have no friends if you're like this. Su Xiaoling rolled her eyes for the second time, then sighed. This young lady is also unlucky enough. It's not easy to look at a man in the right way, but she has also become a stepfather. Do you think this life is pretty yet up? In fact, you can think of it this way. If I don't marry your mom, there won't be any interactions between us. Yi Ling said back. You're right about everything. Su Xiaoling skimmed her mouth and spread her hands. I admit it. So? Yi Ling revealed an inquiring expression. Dad, Su Xiaoling called out with a smile. Yi Ling, you'd better call uncle. Why does it sound so awkward to me? Su Xiaoling covered her mouth and laughed, recovering her usual elfin eccentricity, and poked Yi Ling. Uncle, are you really prepared to live with my mom for the rest of your life? It's not just for fun? Not playing. Yi Ling shook his head, his eyes firm. Although it's not said to be love at first sight, it's also considered to be the first time I felt smooth, and after spending so much time together, I feel that your mom is a very lovely person, and it's a pleasure to get along with her. That's fine. I'll tell you uncle, if you are sincere to my mom will not let you down. Su Xiaoling had a face of certainty, then smiled and revealed an elfin and eccentric look, came up to Yi Ling and said sorrowfully, this situation now is a good opportunity for you to take my mom. Starting from today, I will assist you in raiding my mom, and if it goes well, my brother will be born next year. Work together. Yi Ling smiled broadly and stretched out his hand. Su Xiaoling directly shook it, once again revealing a sorrowful smile. Mom, I still don't believe that you and uncle are really husband and wife. Don't let me catch a hold of you, or else we'll be sure to be this love rival. During the meal, Su Xiaoling glared at Su Mei, her face full of provocation. Su Mei tensed her face and glared at Su Xiaoling. You can't plug your mouth even if you eat a meal. Su Xiaoling grunted and began to vigorously pick up rice into her mouth. After eating, Su Xiaoling did not go back to her room and sat in the living room playing with her cell phone. Su Mei frowned, vaguely feeling that something was not quite right. Yi Ling cleaned up the dishes and came to Su Mei. Let me help you up? Aha! Su Mei nodded her head, turning her head to see Su Xiaoling looking at herself with a smirk. Her expression stalled. She gritted her teeth and stretched out her arms to Yi Ling. My feet hurt, carry me up. Good. Yi Ling smiled, reached out and picked up Princess Sumei and walked towards the upstairs. The first time she was hugged by a man in such a way. Sumei only felt her heart beating wildly, her face was hot and spicy, and her heart slowly rose up with a hot and dry feeling. The mood was even more apprehensive, uneasy and excited. Want to take a bath? Yi Ling placed Sumei on the bed and asked with a smile. 2. Sumei said back. Then she regretted. Yi Ling wanted to sleep in the same room with her. How could she take a bath? What if Yi Ling suddenly had an animalistic attack on her? He wouldn't. He probably wouldn't. He probably won't. Sumei's heart became more and more bottomless. A burning feeling rose. Mom, let me help you take a bath. Su Xiaoling walked in from the doorway at this time and said with a smiley expression on her face. No need. Yi Ling can help me. Sumei quickly said back. Yi Ling stepped forward and pushed Su Xiaoling's body, pushing her to the door. Your mom and I are husband and wife. I'll be fine with this matter. You hurry up and go to sleep. Humph. If I know you guys lied to me, we'll see. Su Xiaoling raised her voice 8 degrees and shouted. In her hand, however, she gave Yi Ling a victory gesture. Raising her small fist in the air, she opened her mouth and wordlessly said cheer. Yi Ling smiled and nodded, returning to his room and closing the door behind him. How did you bathe before? What am I going to do now? Yi Ling looked at Sumei and asked. Don't wash. Sumei said back. Okay, then I'll go in and take a shower. All covered in oil and smoke. The smell is a bit bad. Yi Ling smiled and walked into the bathroom. Sumei twisted her head towards the bathroom and frowned. Her room, let alone having a man take a bath. No man had ever come in. Ever since she met Yi Ling, this man had set certain records over and over again. It made her want to refuse, but she was unable to do so. Even, everything was a record that she took the initiative to refresh. Closing her eyes and thinking back carefully, Sumei's face quickly reddened. How did she unknowingly do so many things of her own accord? And moreover, she did it without even noticing it. Yi Ling finished his bath and changed into pajamas and walked out. Sumei's bed was huge. Sleeping 3 people was no problem. Yi Ling's quilt was spread outside. Sumei also took advantage of Yi Ling's shower to change into a nightgown. A very conservative kind. Even if Yi Ling had behaved well before, as a woman she still chose to be wary. The lights went out. Yi Ling lay on his side and looked at Sumei. Sumei's back was facing Yi Ling. Only a head was exposed. No one spoke, breathing clearly. Just as the two gradually got sleepy, there was a sudden knock at the door. Open the door, open the door. I'm coming for a surprise inspection. Su Xiaoling shouted outside. Yi Ling and Sumei's sleepiness was instantly gone. Yi Ling sat up and turned on the light bulb switch. His heart was somewhat speechless. This Su Xiaoling was really energetic. Yi Ling got out of bed and was ready to walk towards the door when Sumei suddenly reached out and pulled his clothes, pointing at Yi Ling's quilt. Hide it. Oh. Yi Ling was tempted to say that it wasn't necessary. After all, no one had stipulated that couples had to cover a quilt, but he also didn't want Sumei to sleep with a burden in her heart. Holding the quilt, he came to the cabinet and stuffed it in, walked to the door and opened it. Su Xiaoling quickly walked into the room and swept over to the bed. Are you finished? Is your skin itching? Sumei tensed her face, her eyes full of coldness. Really sleeping together. Pissed me off. Going to bed. Su Xiaoling dropped a sentence, turned around and ran out of the room. Yi Ling walked over and closed the door behind him, shaking his head slightly. Su Xiaoling said on her lips that she had already put it down, but in her bones, she was still not dead, and now she was completely dead. After early summer, the weather slowly warmed up. The plaster on Sumei's feet was covering her, so she asked Yi Ling to take her to the hospital for a review and to remove the plaster. When she arrived at the hospital, the cast was removed and a CT was taken again. The results showed that the recovery was very good and could touch the ground. However, it can't be long-lasting and stepped on with force. Back home, Sumei asked Yi Ling to put hot water on herself. Since her foot was injured, she hadn't enjoyed a good bath. After removing the cast, it was necessary to take a bath. After the bath, Yi Ling and Sumei were half lying on the bed together. Uncle Yi is aware of the relationship between us, right? Sumei asked. Well, has known for a long time, often called me and said he wanted to come over to see you. I didn't agree. Yi Ling nodded with a smile. You find a time. Let's have a meal together. Sumei murmured. If she had put it aside in the past, she would not have taken the initiative. But now the relationship between her and Yi Ling had become more and more subtle, and at certain times, she knew that she shouldn't take the initiative. But she couldn't help but want to take the initiative to do something. After my grandfather's birthday, I'll arrange it. Yi Ling smiled back. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Xiaoling came back, carrying a pocket of ingredients, and threw it in front of Yi Ling when she entered the door. Uncle, make more delicious food today. My appetite is especially good. Still eating? Look at you. You've gained a circle of weight in this half month. Sumay tensed her face and said, "It's not because you took away my uncle. I call this turning sadness into appetite." Su Xiaoling rolled her eyes. "You two mothers chat. I'll go cook." Yi Ling carried the ingredients into the kitchen. After Yi Ling left, Su Xiaoling came over to Sumay and said with a smile, "Mom, when will my younger siblings be born?" Bang! Sumay gave her a brain crash. "Adults matters, kids don't pry. Shy is shy. Why are you still moving your hands?" Su Xiaoling muttered in a small voice, then once again hammed and hawed. "Mom, Uncle is going to his grandfather's side the day after tomorrow to pay his birthday respects. Are you going? I haven't seen how birthday worship is done. Why don't we go and join in the fun?" Sumay frowned, somewhat moved. "Mom, it's not that I'm scaring you. Uncle's personal charisma can be very strong. There will definitely be a lot of people worshipping the birthday at that time. If someone takes the opportunity to introduce his girlfriend to him, you can be in danger. After all, you're not gentle or understanding." Mom, it hurts. Ear off. Su Xiaoling covered her ears on Sumay's hand, showing her teeth and shouting, "Saying your mom like that again, the ear for you to pull off." Sumay loosened her hand and coldly threatened. Su Xiaoling covered her ears and pulled away from Sumay. "I'm telling the truth, okay? How? To go or not to go? If you don't go, I'll go myself." "I can go in this situation?" Sumay stretched her feet. "Of course I can go. The big deal is to sit in a wheelchair. I'll push you. I'm telling you, you have to be present. Even if you don't say anything and show your face, those people will know that Uncle has a wife." Su Xiaoling came over to Sumay and wrapped her arms around her. "Mom, you're already married to Uncle. The people on Uncle's side will also be our family in the future. The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws sooner or later. Don't be shy, haha." Sumay didn't speak again. Her brows locked. The corner of Su Xiaoling's mouth smiled slightly. "It's done." For so many days, Sumay's transformation, Su Xiaoling had seen it in her eyes. Various signs showed that this mother had gradually grown fond of Yi Ling. This mother was haughty and didn't dare to strike directly, so let her. The sweet little cotton-padded girl. Help her. I'll go and talk to Uncle. Mom, wait for my good news. Su Xiaoling stood up and quickly ran to the kitchen. Sumay opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The expression on her pretty face was a little uncomfortable and a little expectant. Su Xiaoling spoke with Yi Ling about the decision, and Yi Ling readily agreed. After dinner, Yi Ling received a call from his father, saying that the side of his cousin grandfather Yi Dong invited them to return home together tomorrow. Yi Ling and Sumay discussed a result. Yi Ling went first and sent someone over to pick up Sumay and Su Xiaoling that day. The next morning, Yi Ling assisted Sumay with her personal problems and left the apartment. Back at the villa, Yi Hao was already waiting for him. Yi Ling picked a Mercedes-Benz S-Class as a substitute car. Leaving the villa, Yi Ling drove to the agreed location, Artisan Star Plaza. After picking up Yi Dong and his wife Jiujun, Yi Ling drove towards Changsha town. "Little Yi, Big Grandpa asked you to go a day earlier. In fact, it's because your third grandpa told me that Yi Qingming and Huang Lijuan went there yesterday, wanting to unite with your second uncle and little aunt to work against you." As the vehicle was traveling, Yi Dong stated the purpose of the appointment with the two. "Great-grandpa doesn't need to worry about us." Yi Ling smiled coldly. "I don't offend if people don't offend me, but if people offend me, I will definitely make them eat their own." "Uncle, thank you. Don't worry, my son is not someone who can be bullied. If that second brother of mine can live his life in peace, we won't treat them poorly. If he doesn't live his life in peace, we won't spoil them either." Yi Hao smiled back, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. Yi Dong was stunned and surprised. It was the first time he had seen such an expression from this nephew's eyes. This nephew had changed. Yi Dong nodded slightly and smiled. The worry in his heart dissipated. Chapter 44, Women Like Your Kind of Loving Man. Around 12 o'clock at noon, Yi Ling and the others came to Changsha town. Yi Dong's grandchildren who arrived first had long been waiting at the same place. Seeing Yi Ling and the others coming down quickly ran over. "Brother Yi Ling, hello. Brother Yi Ling, hello. Good day, Uncle." "Uncle, good." The two smiled and greeted Yi Ling, but their eyes were scanning back and forth on Yi Ling's car with a leaping expression in their eyes. "Drive carefully." Yi Ling smiled and threw the car keys to Yi Dong's grandson, Yi Xiaoqian. "Little Yi, this can't be allowed. This kid only got his license not long ago. Don't scratch it for you." Yi Dong hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "The car is a consumable item. Just be happy with the kids." Yi Hao smiled and went forward, pulling Yi Dong's arm. Yi Xiaochang took advantage of this time to directly drill into the car. Yi Xiaoman also quickly drilled in. Yi Ling moved his body out of the way and the car started and drove out quickly. AI, these two kids, why don't they know how to take things lightly? Yi Dong watched the car leave, his face filled with worry. The hotel room Yi Ling had already booked in advance. It was the Artisan Star Hotel under the Artisan Star Group. Checking in, Yi Ling had just taken a cool shower when Yi Hao came to his room. "Son, Your eldest uncle said for us to go over and stay at his place. Do you want to go? After sitting down, Yi Hao said. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Go ah, the eldest uncle is quite good to our family. Since we came early, we should visit their house. Yi Ling said back, with a face of rightfulness. Yeah, big brother is very good to us, and has helped us a lot behind our backs. If it wasn't for their help, I guess there wouldn't be us father and son sitting here chatting today. Yi Hao nodded his head, his eyes revealed a reminiscent look, then looked at Yi Ling. Son, can I discuss something with you? Let's help your eldest uncle's family improve their life. I also heard from my eldest uncle that their family has been living a bit miserable these years. Son will always support your decision. Yi Ling stepped forward and hugged Yi Hao's shoulder. Yi Hao smiled at his words, picked up a cup and poured a glass of water for himself and slowly drank it. After lunch, Yi Ling and Yi Hao arrived near the agreed-upon passenger terminal. Little Hao, this way. From a long way away, Yi Hao heard the call of someone calling himself. Yi Ling and Yi Hao looked over. A middle-aged man with a country face, dark skin, white hair, and wearing a thin gray jacket waved towards them. It was no one else but Yi Hao's elder brother, Yi Jin. Yi Jin quickly walked to Yi Ling and Yi Hao and reached out to pat Yi Hao. Good spirits? Much better than the last time I saw you. Yi Jin grinned, letting people know at a glance that this smile came from the heart. Good day, eldest uncle. Yi Ling greeted. Good, this is little Ling, isn't it? He's so handsome. Yi Jin nodded and complimented Yi Ling. Xiao Ling, Xiao Hao, it's been a hard journey, hurry up and get on the car to rest. Yi Jin's wife Sun Yan walked to the front and said enthusiastically. Right, get on the car and say. Yi Jin quickly nodded his head and greeted Yi Ling and Yi Hao as they walked together towards his car. Yi Jin's car was a Wuling Hongwan with a pitted body. One could instantly conjure up the word weather-beaten. Yi Hao's eyes reddened slightly as he watched, and in his heart, he secretly blamed himself for not coming back earlier to see Yi Jin. Big brother, where are the children? Getting into the car, Yi Hao asked. All went to work on their father's birthday banquet. Yi Jin's face showed a look of desire to speak. The oldest two and the youngest four have made progress in recent years, and they want to organize a birthday banquet for their father in style, and it was set at the Grand Plaza Hotel, and they were all called to help. Called to help? Yi Hao didn't believe it. There were ready-made service staff at the hotel to help, and the main family would usually just make a request. Big brother, call the children back. I haven't seen them for so many years. I prepared a meet and greet gift for them. Yi Hao smiled back. What meet and greet gift? No need. You can come back, big brother is happy. Yi Jin waved his hand, then revealed an expression of self-reproach. Big brother has been blaming himself for so many years. If I was a little more capable, I would have been able to sway my father's decision, and you wouldn't have needed to leave home for so many years. It's big brother who didn't do a good job of setting this example. Big brother, don't say that. It's me who owes you, that's right. If it wasn't for your help, Yi Ling and I would probably not be in this world right now. You're a lifelong benefactor of our family. Yi Hao shook his head vigorously. His hand gripped Yi Jin's hand hard. His eyes reddened. We are all brothers in our own family. What kind of benefactor is not a benefactor? If you can be healthy, big brother can only be happy. Yi Jin said back. Yi Hao wanted to say something in. Yi Jin quickly waved his hand and tensed his face. Okay, stop. If you say something out of the ordinary, I'll get angry. Yi Hao was a little embarrassed. He really had a lot of grateful words he wanted to say to Yi Dong. Dad, uncle has said, we are family members. We don't need to be outgoing, so don't be too pretentious. I think, if we want to help uncle in the future, uncle will definitely not be outgoing either. Yi Ling interjected with a smile. Ha ha, it's still Xiaoling who understands better. Xiao Hao, you're just too pretentious. Yi Jin laughed. Yi Hao nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Home. Yi Jin parked the car in front of his house and turned his head to say to Yi Hao. Yi Hao and Yi Ling got down from the back seat and looked up at the small two-story building in front of them. There was a lot of moss growing on the outer wall of the small building, and the cement on the outer wall was peeling off in many places, and some places were even cracked open, which was very dangerous. This house was built before Big Brother got married. Now it has been 30 years. Before I met your mom, I lived here. Yi Hao explained for Yi Ling. At that time, this house was one of the best in the surrounding circle, but now it has become this dilapidated appearance. Time is really a merciless knife. Dad, there are two more over the villa, next to our house. I'm going to give one to my eldest uncle. You don't have any opinion on it. Yi Ling twisted his head and looked at his father and said, if you don't have an opinion, I don't have an opinion. Yi Hao said back, reaching out and patting Yi Ling on the shoulder. The other one turns back for me to live in. The big villa is left for you and Sumei. Little spirit, totally fine. Yi Ling grinned, entering the compound. Yi Hao led Yi Ling towards the room next to the kitchen in the east and reached out to push open the door. The next moment Yi Hao froze, carefully surveying the room's construction. Isn't it familiar? Familiar is right. After you left back then, old Ji has never moved the things inside, and also instructed me to come and clean the room every now and then. It has been going on for more than 20 years. Looking forward to is that you can come back to reside in it for once. Now he is sort of like what he wants. Sun Yan walked in from outside and said with a smile, "Big brother." Yi Hao's heart was instantly blocked, and his tone choked as he shouted. His eyes reddened, and there were hidden tears dripping down. Yi Ling was also a little moved with sullen respect. Although Yi Jin did not have much ability, he was definitely qualified as a brother. Yi Jin also walked in from outside at this time. Yi Ling and Sun Yan were very sensible and left the room. "Xiaoling, where do you work? Got a girlfriend?" Sun Yan brought Yi Ling to the living room, greeted Yi Ling and sat down, and started chatting about family matters. "Got a wife. She broke her foot accidentally. I'm taking care of her at home for now." Yi Ling smiled back. "Aha, it should be. Women like men like you who love people. You're doing the right thing." Sun Yan nodded, then continued to ask, "Will my nephew-in-law come this time?" "He will come over tomorrow. Bring him to say hello to Big Auntie at that time." Yi Ling said back. "Good." Sun Yan was all smiles, as if she had a daughter-in-law. Yi Ling accompanied Sun Yan and chatted with her, and after about an hour, Yi Hao and Yi Jin came to the living room, and both brothers' eyes were a little red and swollen. Sun Yan and Yi Ling saw through it. At dinner, Yi Jin's son and daughter still didn't come back, and when they called the phone, no one answered. Yi Jin and Sun Yan are a little worried. At 9:30 in the evening, Yi Jin's son and daughter returned home. The two were extremely tired and came in and collapsed on the sofa. "Yi Ming, Yi Wen, your little uncle is back. Greet your little uncle first," Yi Jin shouted with a frown. Yi Ming and Yi Wen were stunned before they realized that there were two more people in the living room. "Hello little uncle. Hello little uncle. Good, good." Yi Hao stood up and pulled out 2 bank cards from within his pocket and handed them over to Yi Ming and Yi Wen. "I don't know what you guys like. There's a bit of money inside. The password is 6 zeros, so you can buy whatever you like." Yi Ming and Yi Wen confiscated it and twisted their heads to look at Yi Dong. "Xiao Hao, I've said that I don't need a meet and greet gift. What are you doing?" Yi Jin strained his face, very unhappy. "Big brother, are you being foreign to me?" Yi Hao also said with a taut face. Yi Jin was stunned, not knowing what to say. There was a feeling that he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. After all, he was the one who had said that he couldn't be outgoing before. "Take it." Yi Jin waved his hand at his son and daughter with a helpless face. "Thank you little uncle. Thank you little uncle." Yi Ming and Yi Wen thanked at the same time, smiles on their faces as they put the bank card into their pockets and looked at Yi Ling next to them. "This is cousin Yi Ling, right? It's so handsome looking." Yi Wen smiled. "You all are just a nymphomaniac." Yi Ming nodded his sister's head a bit and carefully sized up Yi Ling. "However, there is one to say that it is indeed very handsome. Much more handsome than Yi Shui Shui, the kind of guy with a handsome name and a person who is fat like a pig." "What do you mean much more handsome? Yi Shui Shui and cousin are not comparable at all, okay?" Yi Wen rolled her eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. What's going on with you guys today? Why is no one answering the phone?" Yi Jin chided and asked with a frown. "What else can happen? Work. People pay for it. Our family didn't pay for it. We were squeezed by others. We directly use labor to prove that we are not dilly-dallying." Yi Ming spread his hands, with an indifferent face. "Brother, it's all family. There's no need to hide it." Yi Wen bit her lips, her face filled with anger. "We went to help. When we arrived, only Yi Shuai from my second uncle's family, and Zhang Junjie from my sister-in-law's family were supervising the work. They were the ones who called us over under the guise of Grandpa's name. They said that our family didn't contribute any money, and asked us to make up for it with our labor. And when we didn't want to do it, they directly took away our phones, and said that if we didn't work, they would make the phones unlockable for us. There was no way. We could only compromise, but those two bastards. In the end, the phone did not return to us." Yi Wen said in the end. Aggrieved tears came down. Chapter 45. What area is the most expensive cell phone in? These two children are also too unlikable. Sun Yan said with an ugly face. "I knew it was no good when they called you guys to go. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you guys go over there. I've wronged you guys. Tomorrow Dad will go and get your cell phones back for you." Yi Jin sighed. Anger was inevitable, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't tear his face off with the two families at this moment. Moreover, their family simply did not have the capital to tear their faces apart. "Dad, why don't you chat with Uncle? I'll take cousin out for a spin." Yi Ling stood up and said to Yi Hao. Yi Ming and Yi Wen also stood up. They also wanted to go out for some air. "Don't go far. Come back early." Sun Yan sent to the door and shouted at the three. "Got it." Yi Ming returned without looking back. Arriving at the street, Yi Wen came up to Yi Ling and smiled. "Cousin, where do you want to go to play? Cousin's sister will take you shopping." Where is the fruit specialty store in town? Yi Ling asked. Over at the town center's commercial street, 5 or 6 miles from here. A bit far. Yi Wen returned a sentence, looking at Yi Ling suspiciously. You are going to buy a cell phone? Aha! Yi Ling nodded and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Come over to my eldest uncle's place and go around the neighborhood together. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ling smiled and said to Yi Wen and Yi Ming, let's wait for a while. Yi Xiaochang will come over to pick us up right away. Yi Xiaochang? Yi Ming was stunned, then smiled. That kid is also here. Not long after, Yi Xiaochang drove his Mercedes-Benz S-Class and stopped in front of Yi Ling's trio, opened the car door and came down smilingly to Yi Ling's front. Brother Yi Ling. He then greeted Yi Ming and Yi Wen. Kid, did you win the lottery? Mercedes-Benz S-Class? This car is at least 800,000 plus, right? Yi Ming came up to the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, his eyes full of unbelief. How could I have that luck? This is Yi Ling's brothers. Yi Xiaochang smiled back. Today, brother Yi Ling came over. I borrowed it to drive. Cousins? Yi Wen was stunned, her eyes glowing, handsome, and much gold, and driving a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. This is the perfect image of a male god in my heart, but it's a pity that cousin Yi Ling and I have a relative, or else I'll have to chase him backwards. Nymphomaniac 1. Yi Ming said with a look of contempt. Yi Ming came to the driver's seat, opened it and sat on it, looked around and the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Cousin, can you let me drive a lap? This car looks too attractive. My hands are a bit itchy. Brother, don't drive blindly. This is $1 million car. What if you bump into it? Yi Wen hurriedly stopped. It's okay, the car is just for driving. Yi Ling smiled back and gave Yi Xiaochang a wink. Right. Brother Yi Ling can be atmospheric. Today my grandfather did not allow to drive. It was brother Yi Ling who convinced him. Brother Ming, this car can be energizing to drive. You'll see later. It's definitely cool to the sky. Yi Xiaochang revealed an expression of enjoyment and walked over to give the car keys to Yi Ming. Cousin, let's get in the car too. Yi Ling said to Yi Wen. Yi Wen revealed a helpless expression and nodded slightly. When she got into the car, Yi Wen wanted to say a few words about her brother, but when she saw the car's luxurious interior, her eyes glowed and started scanning the interior a little bit, completely forgetting what she was going to say. The car stopped at the commercial street fruit specialty store. The 4 people went in together, and the attendant immediately came up. What area is the most expensive cell phone in? Yi Ling asked. The attendant quickly gave a guide, and the 4 of them came together to the counter. Chapter 46, I'm asking if you use it. It's not about new or old. It's really worthy of being a fruit phone. One of them costs more than 10,000. Yi Wen couldn't help but sigh when she saw the price of the phone. Get me 10 of the best ones with this configuration. Yi Ling pointed to the most expensive one inside. The clerk was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. He had met a big customer. The clerk quickly called his colleague to bring 10 cell phones together, placing them on top of the counter and piling them into a small mountain, which looked extremely shocking. Yi Ling paid directly. Xiaochang, you take 4 units. Cousin's sister, you take 4 units. I'll take the rest. Yi Ling turned his head to the 3 people. The 3 people were flabbergasted for a long time, completely stimulated by Yi Ling's way of spending money. When they reacted, Yi Ling went to another area. The 3 of them had to ask the waiter to put it in a bag and carried the bag to Yi Ling. Cousin, you shouldn't have bought so many cell phones, and they're so expensive. We'll get ours back tomorrow. Yi Wen opened her mouth with a hint of blame. It's not easy to make money. Don't spend it on such meaningless things. Money can buy happiness. Why not? I don't lack money. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaochang. Yi Ling smiled. Indeed. You guys saw the Mercedes-Benz S-Class before. There are still 2 cars like that in brother Yi Ling's house. Moreover, it's just a 9 oxen and a hare compared to where brother Yi Ling lives. Yi Xiaochang nodded violently. Since brother Yi Ling has bought it, let's just accept it. And if brother Yi Ling has any use for us later on, we'll just help out more. Yi Ming and Yi Wen didn't believe Yi Xiaochang's words at all and felt that Yi Xiaochang and Yi Ling were singing a double act. But they didn't say anything else. Cousin, do you have a computer? Yi Ling asked while looking at the computer. Yes, newly bought. Yi Wen quickly returned, afraid that Yi Ling was buying her a computer. Yi Ling nodded and said to the waitress, this MacBook top of the line come 5. The waiter rushed to rummage around and quickly found all 5 units. Cousin, what are you doing? I've said it all. New computer. Yi Wen rushed forward to stop it. I'm asking if you use it. It's not about old or new. MacBook is a better experience when used with a cell phone. Yi Ling smiled back. Yi Wen, Yi Ming, Yi Xiaoqian. As the 3 froze, the MacBook's bill had already been paid, and Yi Ling mentioned one. Is there anything else you need? Yi Ling twisted his head and asked. The trio shook their heads vigorously. They had only come in for not too long and had spent nearly $200,000. How could they dare to let Yi Ling buy anything else? The four of them went out of the boutique and Yi Wen and Yi Ming went to the business hall to replenish their cards. Cousin, what does grandpa like? After leaving the business hall, Yi Ling asked. Smoking, fishing and all that. Yi Ming said back. Then let's go to the jade store. Yi Ling gave directions. Yi Ming's trio thought that Yi Ling was going to buy a gift for his grandfather and didn't say anything more. The four of them came to Jade City and Yi Ling spent $100,000 to buy a hut in Jade Pipe. Afterwards, the four of them came to Furniture City, where Yi Ling ordered a set of small-leafed purple fiber wood recliners worth $150,000. After the transaction was completed, it was already 11:30, and the four returned. Cousin, what exactly do you do for a living? On the way back, Yi Wen couldn't help but ask. Used to do everything, now I'm retired. Cooking for your siblings at home and stuff. Yi Ling smiled back. Chapter 47, Generalizing with him, he's not worthy yet. Yi Wen naturally didn't believe Yi Ling's words and felt that Yi Ling's reply was a euphemism for prevarication. She didn't ask any more questions. Back home, Yi Xiaochang drove away and Yi Ling returned home along with Yi Ming and Yi Wen. Yi Ming and Yi Hao had already gone to bed. Sun Yan was watching TV in the living room. When she saw Yi Ling's trio come in, she stood up. Xiaoling, there are no more empty guest rooms in the house. You sleep inside Xiao Ming's house. Let Xiao Ming sleep with his father. I will sleep with Xiao Wen. Sun Yan was embarrassed. Trouble, auntie. Yi Ling said back. No trouble, go to sleep. Sun Yan waved her hand and pulled her daughter towards her room. Yi Ming gave Yi Wen a wink and pointed to the things in his hand. Yi Wen nodded and followed Sun Yan to her room. Yi Ming and Yi Ling nodded and also entered the room where their parents lived. The next morning, Yi Ling woke up early. Putting on his clothes, Yi Ling went out to wash up. After finishing returning to his room, he looked at his cell phone and found a missed call. It was from Su Xiaoling. He directly dialed back. Hey, uncle, my mom and I are leaving. Uncle, you can be really powerful. Even find Rolls-Royce to pick us up. My mom was dumbfounded when she saw it, you know. Ouch. Mom, why did you hit me? I was right. Your eyes were bulging out at that time. Ouch. I was wrong. Don't be twisted. My ears fell off. The phone just connected. Su Xiaoling's excited and unusual voice rang. Subsequently, it was not unexpected to overturn the car, and was taught a lesson by Su Mei. After chatting with Su Xiaoling Su Mei separately for a while, Yi Ling hung up the phone. At this time, Yi Jin and Sun Yan, who had long since gotten up, pushed open the door and walked out. Xiaoling, why did you buy those things for Yi Ming and Yi Wen? Aren't you making it difficult for your elder uncle and aunt? Yi Jin tensed his face and said, Eldest uncle, I'm strictly following what you said. We are our own people. We don't need to be so outgoing. I bought Yi Xiaochang a cell phone and a laptop. Don't I buy it for my cousin sister? Or do you think that the relationship between me and my cousin sister is not as good as the relationship with Yi Xiaochang? Yi Ling asked rhetorically. Similarly, he tensed his face. You child, your words are one set of words. I can't say anything about you, but that spending money of yours is too much. Yi Jin's taut face instantly became helpless, crying and laughing. It's worth spending as much money as it takes to make everyone happy. Yi Ling smiled and said, Big brother, if you continue to see eye to eye over money, little brother, I'm going to get angry. Yi Hao walked out from the east room and said with a taut face, Don't, I won't say it is. Yi Jin quickly waved his hand. Cousin, good morning. Yi Wen also came out and greeted Yi Ling with a smile, coming up to him and asking with a smile, Yesterday you talked about your younger sibling. Right, is she coming? Already on her way. Yi Ling smiled back. Nephew daughter-in-law is coming. Then my hurry to clean up. I can't let my nephew daughter-in-law leave a bad impression. Sun Yan quickly returned to the house. Yi Jin and Yi Hao followed, both with a hint of anticipation on their faces. Cousin, do you have a picture of your younger sibling? Yi Wen asked with a smile. I'll look for it. Yi Ling opened his cell phone and looked for it. Not long after, he found the photo of Su Mei's taut face that she had sent and handed it over to Yi Wen. Wow, this is a younger sibling? Yi Wen grabbed Yi Ling's phone and looked at it carefully, her eyes gradually becoming envious. Yi Ming also trotted out when he heard the sound and came over to Yi Wen to look at it together. Cousin, you can sister-in-law, this is definitely a goddess-level beauty. This temperament gives a cold and arrogant, unconvincing look, living a real-life version of a cold and arrogant beauty president. Yi Ming gave his own evaluation. You really didn't say it wrong. She is a president, and usually her nature is still a bit cold. It's kind of an iceberg president. Yi Ling smiled and said back, it's true that he deserves to be a cousin. He's handsome, multi-golden, and has a beautiful president as his wife. This is a winner in life. Yi Wen sighed for a while and twisted her head to look at Yi Ming, then teased, unlike my brother, a nerd, school that will know only to study, also do not know to fall in love. Now are almost 30 people, or a lonely one. I'm worried for him to the end. Brother, this is called consider career first, then consider personal. You don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Yiming blushed and tensed his face. If you can't find it, then you can't find it. What excuse are you looking for? Sister-in-law is a beautiful president. There must be a lot of female staff under her. Turn around and let cousin introduce you to one. Yuan rolled her eyes and returned the cell phone to Yi Ling, smiling. Cousin, I'm counting on you and my siblings for my brother's happiness. I'll ask your siblings later. It shouldn't be a big problem. Yi Ling smiled back. Yiming's face was filled with discomfort when he saw the two men talking about themselves, and he quickly changed the topic. The birthday banquet was to start at around 10 in the morning, and as immediate family members, Yi Jin and Yi Hao, Yi Ling and the others all needed to go over early to help maintain order. Although there wasn't much they could do in the past, it was a matter of attitude whether or not to go over. After breakfast, Yi Jin's family and Yi Ling's family rushed to the Juanhao Hotel where the birthday was celebrated. On the way, Yi Ling called Su Mei and asked her to tell the driver to just go directly to the Grand Plaza Hotel. Little brother, this is what I think. You haven't been home for so many years. Let's not go to the venue first. Let's go and meet mom and dad first. What do you think? Arriving near the Grand Plaza Hotel, Yi Jin looked at Yi Hao and said, well, listen to big brother. Yi Hao nodded his head. He thought the same thing at first, to probe the attitude of the two old men first. Dad, little uncle, we won't accompany you over there. When we arrive at the entrance, we'll probably be called away by Yi Shuaishuai's group. Yi Ning answered. Well, know how to hold back a bit. Yi Jin nodded and admonished. Yi Ning nodded his head. Parking the car in the entrance parking lot, the two families got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of Jungle Grand Hotel. Only when they reached the entrance, a male who was 1 meter 6 tall and weighed 200 pounds walked up and smiled. Eldest uncle and youngest uncle are here. Quickly go inside. My father and youngest aunt are waiting for you. Yi Jin and Yi Hao nodded slightly and entered the hall together. Yi Ming, Yi Wen, and this Yi, what's his name? You guys go with me piece by piece? The young people of our generation are all chatting in a private room. The fat man smiled and said to Yi Ling's trio, Yi Shuai. His name is Yi Ling. He is the son of his little uncle. Yuan corrected in a cold voice. Let's go. Yi Shuai looked like he didn't hear Yuan's explanation and turned towards the hall. Yi Wen frowned, her face unusually ugly. Cousin, don't be general with this dog-eyed thing, Yuan said to Yi Ling. Being general with him? He's not worthy yet. Yi Ling smiled back. Ha ha, I like that. Yi Ming laughed and gave Yi Ling a thumbs up. Chapter 48, Annual Income of 100,000. So much yo. Yi Hao and Yi Jin entered the living room and met Yi Dong head on. Come with me. I'll take you to see second brother. Yi Dong came up to the two and whispered. Yi Hao and Yi Jin knew that Yi Dong was specifically waiting for them. In their hearts, they were grateful for this elder uncle and quickly followed his pace. Going up to the third floor from the stairs, Yi Dong matched the door number as he walked and stopped in front of 308. Jitsai is inside. You guys go in, Yi Dong said to the two. Remember, no matter how Jitsai speaks out of turn, don't make a scene. At the very least not today. Got it. Thank you uncle. Yi Hao and Yi Jin nodded at the same time. Yi Jin went up and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened from the inside, and a pot-bellied male middle-aged man opened the door of the private room and smiled. Big brother, little brother is here. I knew that you guys would be looking for father if you came over, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Jin's face changed, and he looked at his second brother Yi Xiong vigilantly. Is father inside? Yi Hao's expression was bland as he asked Yi Xiong. In. Yi Xiong smiled back and opened the door of the room. Yi Hao took a step and walked in. Yi Jin quickly followed. Yi Dong also took a step to follow. Only after taking a step, he was stopped by Yi Xiong. Eldest uncle, this is the time for our own brothers and parents to talk, so don't get involved. The banquet hall has food now. You go sit there first. Yi Xiong, don't go too far. Xiao Hao has a high status now. You'd better not make him angry. Yi Dong frowned. Take care, don't see me off. Yi Xiong waved his hand and closed the door of the room. Yi Dong looked at the closed door with an ugly expression. Yi Xiong obviously did not listen to his warning. Father, haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Yi Hao entered the room, came across the sofa and looked at Yi Jitsai on the sofa. Yi Jitsai's eyes were closed, his hand on the crutches, giving off a sense of unruffled authority. Your father is fine. Are you doing well? Yi Jitsai did not reply. Gao Kaiying beside him quickly returned. Come here, let mom take a look. Yi Hao took a step over and squatted in front of his mother. Mom, you have aged. You've also aged. Gao Kaiying touched Yi Hao's head, her eyes full of kindness. More than 20 years have passed in a flash. The years are unforgiving. Why don't you wait until we are all in the ground before coming back? Yi Jitsai opened his eyes and coldly glared at Yi Hao. Dad, it's because I was too bullheaded. I should have come back earlier to see you too. Yi Hao did not retort and lowered his head. Humph, Yi Jitsai turned his head away. Alright. It's not easy for the child to come back. Can't you talk properly? Gao Kaiying glared at Yi Jitsai and pulled Yi Hao up and pressed him to his side. Don't mention the things in the past. Right and wrong are also in the past. In the future, you must come back more often to see mom and dad. Hear me? I know. Yi Hao nodded his head. Seeing that the atmosphere was still relatively harmonious, the worry in Yijin's heart slightly dropped a little. Dad, I hurriedly came over to look for you because I forgot to tell you before. That big shot I worked with, Mr. Song, is coming over to attend the birthday banquet. Yi Xiong suddenly spoke. Mr. Song is coming over for the birthday banquet? Yi Jitsai revealed a surprised look. Isn't Mr. Song a big boss, managing a big company? How could he be free to come to my birthday banquet? He has a close partnership with me now and gives me face. That's why he came. Yi Xiong smiled back. Yi Jitsai revealed a smile and nodded slightly. So that's how it is, eldest. You've kind of made it. Work well with others. Yi Xiong smiled and nodded his head. His face was filled with pride, turning his head to look at Yi Hao. Little brother, I heard from elder uncle that you have also made small achievements over the years. I wonder if you can recognize Mr. Song Yuan Song? Don't know. Yi Hao shook his head. He was not too clear about business matters, and the people he had contact with did not have any big names. It wasn't that he couldn't get in touch, but he didn't want to. Second brother, Song Yuan is the president of the top few enterprises in Dongjiang City. People who can't go up the ranks aren't qualified to know him at all. You're asking the wrong question, making it seem as if third brother is bragging. Yi Mei said with a smirk, look at me, subconsciously using my own height to measure my little brother. It's me who is a bit lacking. Yi Xiong laughed and looked at Yi Hao and said, little brother, I'm sorry, it's me who said the pattern is too big. Yi Hao smiled skinlessly. It's true that I seldom contact these people. However, Yi Ling knows them, and he is the one who takes care of the family's business. Can you die without bragging? Yi Mei smiled coldly. If I say, at first you should not and Li Shuya together. You see you now mixed like this. If at first and Li Shuya clear relationship, stay at home and follow the second brother. Or in our family Ning Xian under the work. Now may also be able to mix a yearly income of 100,000. Annual income of 100,000. Yi Hao was stunned. Then he was happy. Much better. Right. Quite a lot. If you work diligently, this can be added more. Our family Ning Xian is the sideline of the Zhang family in Dongjiang, and is now the department manager of the Zhang family's core enterprise, with an annual salary of $500,000. Yi Mei smiled broadly and said, unspeakably proud. Yi Jin. A speechless expression appeared on his face. Can't you hear that Yi Hao was being sarcastic? Yi Jin pulled his mouth and said, although I don't know what my little brother's salary is right now. Yesterday, Xiaoling bought a fruit cell phone and a laptop for our family. Yi Ming and Yi Wen, respectively, and Sun Yan and I gave a cell phone as well. Where's the cell phone? Yi Mei sneered. We won't be using it for a while. It's sitting at home. Yi Jin said back. I also bought 10 fruit cell phones and put them at home. Who wouldn't be able to say big words? Yi Mei had a derisive look on her face. What I said is true. Yi Jin's face was ugly. He had been honest all his life and never told lies. Being wronged, he couldn't bear it in his heart. Alright, what's all the noise about? Want me to die earlier, don't you? Yi Jitsai slammed his cane hard and loudly scolded. Outside is so busy now. What are you all piling up here? All go out to greet. Don't let people look at the joke. Yi Xiong nodded with a smile and pulled Yi Mei. Yi Mei hummed and glared at Yi Hao and Yi Jin. Originally I wanted to help you guys find a decent job. Now you guys made me angry. The job is gone. You guys will continue to be poor. Then followed Yi Xiong out of the private room. Boss, why did you quarrel with Xiao Mei? We took advantage of this birthday banquet. It was hard to discuss with her. Let her help you. Now it's good. She got angry again. Turn around and you go apologize. Gao Kaiying looked at Yi Jin, her eyes full of reproach. Mom, I don't think I did anything wrong. You also know my temperament. Although I am honest, I definitely won't flatter people and look at their faces. Yi Jin returned with a taut face. You child, why don't you listen to me yet? Gao Kaiying said with an anxious face. They are all siblings, not outsiders, and it's not really for you to bow down. Just go and make a statement. Chapter 49. You don't even have a girlfriend. I'm afraid. Mom, you don't have to worry about Big Brother's job problem. I'll just let that Yi Ling kid arrange it later. Yi Hao opened his mouth to pick up the conversation and smiled. I didn't lie just now. Yi Ling knows a lot of bosses. It can be said that whatever job Big Brother wants can be done. Xiao Hao, now that the oldest two and Xiao Mei are gone, you don't need to lie anymore. Honestly tell Mom, how have you been living these years? How is the light at home now? Gao Kaiying asked with a serious expression. Living a good life. Very fulfilling. The current state of affairs is that I have no worries about food and clothing, and I can do almost anything I want. Yi Hao answered back truthfully. Gao Kaiying did not reply and glanced at Yi Jizai. They are all siblings. Sooner or later they have to deal with each other. Boss, you go and reconcile with Xiao Mei. One more road, one more livelihood, Yi Jizai said indifferently. Yi Jin frowned. His father definitely did not believe Yi Hao's words. With some anxiety in his heart, he turned his head to look at Yi Hao. Yi Hao's expression remained bland, without the slightest hint of anger. Big brother, let's talk about these things after Dad's birthday banquet. Let's also go out together to greet the guests. Yi Hao pulled Yi Jin's arm, then nodded slightly towards Gao Kaiying and Yi Jizai and walked towards the door, closing the door to the room. Yi Jin frowned. Little brother, you should show a bit of evidence to prove that you are very capable now. There is a gap between Dad and I. Even if I directly take out $100 million on the spot, it will only make him resentful instead of making him look up to me. This situation right now is actually just right. One step at a time. Yi Hao slightly shook his head. That's also right. The barrier, if it can be unraveled at once, it only exists in the TV series. It's me who is a bit too hasty. Or is it little brother you who is thoughtful? Yi Jin nodded slightly, not saying anything. The special private room on the top floor. Yi Ling, Yi Ming, and Yi Wen walked in. A rushing smell of smoke hit them. The three of them frowned and stopped their steps. After adapting a bit, the three of them stepped in. Inside the house, there were several young people lying on the sofa, both male and female. Most of the men were gulping down clouds and the women were snuggled up next to them playing with their cell phones. I forgot to tell you guys, they all brought their girlfriends, so they might eat some dog food. Seeing the trio walk in, Yi Shuai picked up the house microphone and said. The voice was so loud that everyone was shocked to interrupt what they were doing in their hands. Quickly looking towards Yi Ling's trio, their faces all showed a smiling expression. Yi Ming and Yi Wen's faces were hard to see. This Yi Shuai was definitely doing it on purpose. Knowing that they were single and still inviting them, it was obvious that he was disgusting them. If I remember correctly, Yi Ming, you're already almost 30, right? You're a college student, and it's a prestigious school, but why can't you find a girlfriend? Yi Shuai said again. None of your business. Yi Ming coldly replied back, not spoiling Yi Shuai in the slightest, and countered. I'm also curious. You're all fat and found such a skinny girlfriend. If you sleep together at night, will you accidentally crush her for you? Put. Yi Wen laughed out and gave Yi Ming a thumbs up. Yi Ling also laughed, taking out his cell phone and looking at it. Just when he arrived at the door, Su Shaoling sent a message saying that he was almost there. Opening his cell phone, there was indeed a message from Su Shaoling. Su Shaoling and Su Mei had already arrived nearby. I'll go down to pick you guys up. Yi Ling sent a message and turned his head to whisper to Yi Wen. Your sibling is here. I'm going down to pick her up now. I'll go too. Yi Wen said back. Yi Ling nodded slightly and turned towards the door. Yi Wen reached out and pulled Yi Ming to drag him out with her. How meaningless. This is getting pissed off. Yi Shuai revealed a bored expression. Handsome man, this birthday banquet will not start for a while. It's not much fun to sit around smoking and singing. Is there anything else fun to do? A youth asked. Didn't we say that we would amuse Yi Ming and Yi Wen, as well as that Yi something? Now that people are leaving so quickly, it's too meaningless. Handsome, didn't we collect Yi Wen and Yi Ming's cell phones yesterday? We haven't returned it to them yet. Right, why don't we go down and send it to them? Jun Zhang said with a smirk. That's what should happen. Yi Shuai's eyes lit up and nodded with a smile, then set off. And by the way, give that newcomer a lesson, so that he'll get a better memory and know a little bit of the rules. The other youths revealed smiles and stood up from the sofa. The female companions in their arms all stood up as well. The youth smoothly wrapped his arm around his female companion and walked towards the door. At the entrance of the Grand Hotel, Yi Ling stood at the intersection and looked towards the west. From a long distance, he saw a Rolls-Royce coming. The windows were open and Su Shaoling poked her head out to wave at him. The car did not stop as it passed Yi Ling and continued to drive forward. Uncle, the car is going to make a U-turn. Need to wait for another 5 minutes or so to get to your side. When the car left, a message came from Yi Ling's cell phone. Cousin, where are we? Yi Wen came to the front and asked. Already passed. Need to turn around and come back. Yi Ling said back. Yi Wen revealed a puzzled expression. She had been watching the oncoming traffic. She didn't see any woman of similar age to the one on Yi Ling's cell phone. Sir, please don't stand at this intersection. An important guest from our hotel is about to arrive. 2 security guards came to Yi Ling's trio and pointed not far behind them. Please go stand over there. Yi Ling's trio had just left, and Yi Shuai and the others came to stand where Yi Ling had stood before, looking at Yi Ling's trio with squinted eyes. There is a gap between people. Do you realize it now? There is a gap. You are a rice bucket. We are not. Yi Ming said back in a cold voice. Grass. Yi Ming, do you not want a cell phone anymore? Better talk to me politely. Yi Shuai's face sank as he pulled out 2 cell phones from his pocket and sneered. If you want a cell phone, immediately. It's for you. Without waiting for Yi Shuaishuai to finish, Yi Wen quickly picked up, then pulled out the Fruit Max Pro from within her pocket and shook it at Yi Shuaishuai. I'm giving mine to you as well. Yi Ming also pulled out the Fruit Max Pro from his pocket and mockingly smiled. Does your face hurt? How can you buy such a good cell phone? No, you must not have a girlfriend, so you saved money for a long time, and now you want to pretend to be a bully. I have seen through it. Yi Shuaishuai's face was red and he started to mess around to find face for himself. My brother doesn't have a girlfriend, but he will soon. My siblings will introduce him. Yi Wen grunted, her face ugly. Although she often teased his brother for not having a girlfriend, he definitely did not allow others to mock him. Yi Wen twisted her head to look at Yi Ling, revealing an apologetic expression. Yi Ling smiled. I'm in charge of my cousin's girlfriend. What are you laughing at? You manage. Who do you think you are? At a glance you are a beggar. You can know a few people. I'm afraid you don't even have a girlfriend, right? Yi Shuaishuai finally caught the opportunity to deride Yi Ling, nonchalantly teased. Chapter 50, I'm also here to deliver something. My uncle doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has a wife. Su Shaoling pushed Su Mei and slowly walked from not far away. Yi Ling twisted his head and took a step over. How come the car didn't drive here? Yi Ling asked with a frown. I let it. Su Mei said back, revealing a reproachful expression. Isn't that car of yours a bit too ostentatious? Can't an ordinary one work? That car is comfortable. I'm afraid you'll get bumpy. Yi Ling smiled back. Su Mei tensed her face and didn't speak again. Looking at the people next to Yi Ling introduced Su Mei one by one. Cousin good. Su Mei smiled and gave a greeting. Good sibling. Yi Wen nodded her head repeatedly and came to the front, her expression gradually becoming envious. Just by looking at the photo, I knew that my younger sibling is a beautiful woman. This real-life look, 1,000 times more beautiful than the photo. Cousin is joking. You are also beautiful. Su Mei revealed a shy smile. On the side, Su Shaoling revealed a shocked expression, came over to Yi Ling and poked him, reached out and pointed at Su Mei, opened her mouth to say something and did not make a sound. Yi Ling smiled. I told you, your mom is cute. You still don't believe me. I believe it. Su Shaoling had a sneer on her face. Yi Shuai. See, this is what you call someone who doesn't have a girlfriend. May I ask if your girlfriend has 1/10,000th of the temperament of your younger sibling? Come on, call it out and let us take a look. Yi Ming twisted his head to look at Yi Shuaishuai with a teasing look in his eyes. Yi Shuaishuai's face was red and his eyes were full of disbelief. He felt his face was on fire, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class stopped at the entrance of the passageway opened by the security. The door opened and Song Yuan walked out from the car. Hurry up and get out of the way. Yi Shuaishuai's body was peeled away. Yi Xiong quickly greeted him. Mr. Song, please hurry inside. The room is already prepared for you. Yi Xiong came up to Song Yuan and bent down to make a please gesture. With a fawning smile on his face, Song Yuan nodded his head and took a step towards the front. But only after taking 2 steps, he saw Yi Ling and Su Mei. His face just trembled, and quickly made a please gesture as well. Mr. Yi, you are the main family. You first please. When Yi Xiong heard this, he instantly felt that his status had gone up a notch. His face was full of smiles. His body subconsciously straightened up and walked to Song Yuan to walk forward side by side with him. What kind of relative is this for you? Su Mei turned her head and asked Yi Ling. Second uncle. Yi Ling said back. Quite capable. To make Song Yuan so polite, Su Mei faintly said. It would be good if it was true. Yi Ling smiled and said. What do you mean there is something wrong in it? Su Mei looked at Yi Ling suspiciously. Remember what I told you about what happened at Little Spirit's party? The one who was arrested was his son. Yi Ling smiled back. Su Mei nodded slightly, revealing an expression of so. Pa! A sound of something falling to the ground rang out. Garbage stuff, hands are getting dirty for me. Yi Shuaishuai wiped his hands with a tissue and looked at Yi Ming with a disgusted face. Yi Ming's face was ugly. Yi Shuaishuai dropped his cell phone. Yi Shuaishuai slammed his cell phone and left with a few youths. The security dispersed, each returning to their posts. Let's go in as well. The birthday banquet will start soon. Yi Wen looked at the time and said. Yeah, I'm going to see the birthday banquet. Su Shaoling quickly said back, her eyes excited. Su Mei glared at her. Steady focus. Su Shaoling pretended that she couldn't hear. Pulling Yi Ling to the front of the wheelchair, she herself came up to Yi Mei, calling her elder sister with one mouthful. Su Mei and Yi Ling listened with a black line. Didn't this girl realize the difference in seniority? Shortly after Yi Ling and the others entered the hall, a van stopped at the entrance. The van door opened and Gao Chuang got down from the passenger side. Ha, old Gao, why are you here too? Only when Gao Chuang came down, a surprised voice came from the small car behind the van. The door of the cart opened and Zhang Qianlong walked out from inside, holding a box in his hands. Why are you all here? Zhou Shan walked from across the road. also holding a box in his hands. I'm here to make a delivery. Mr. Yi ordered a recliner from my furniture city. Gao Chuang pointed to the chair on the van. A high-class massage chair? Not that one, it's the small rosewood recliner next to it. Gao Chuang said back. The one next to it is a drop-off. I'm also here to deliver something. It was ordered by Mr. Ye's father. Zhang Qinlong returned. I'm also here to deliver something, which was also ordered by Mr. Ye's father. Zhou Shang froze. This is quite a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. There's no way. As the boss, I'm just so responsible. The three of them smiled awkwardly at the same time. I'm embarrassed to death if you guys aren't. Hurry up and go inside or the birthday banquet will be over later. A mocking voice rang out. Ha, Wu Shen, you're also here to deliver something? I'm not as idle as you guys. It's Mr. Yi who asked me to escort Miss Su here. Wu Shen looked at the three with a derisive expression. Envious, envious, envious. The three premier bigwigs of Dongjiang City looked at Wu Shen, and all of them revealed a sultry expression. Wu Shen's body trembled as he quickly turned around and walked towards the hall. 10 o'clock arrived and the birthday banquet began. The banquet hall was very large. There were 50 to 60 people coming. Still not feeling crowded. There is a T-stage in front of the banquet hall. T-stage against the wall position placed 2 chairs. Extend out part with flowers to the arrangement of a road. Can accommodate 5 or 6 people side by side. Below the T-stage were tables and tables of guests. And at the very front, besides the important guests, they were all Yi Zhicai's immediate family members, as well as the descendants of his relatives. Yi Ling, Su Mei, Yi Ming, Yi Wen, Yi Xiaoqiang, Yi Xiaoyan and other young people sat at a table. On the table opposite to them were Yi Shuaishuai, Zhang Junjie, and a bunch of other youths that they had met before. The birthday banquet began and the host went up to deliver a speech. When the speech ended, Yi Zhicai and Gao Kaiying were invited onto the stage and settled on top of the chairs. Please ask the children and grandchildren of the 2 old men to come forward and present flowers to the 2 old men, to thank them for raising them for so many years. Yi Ling stood up and took the bouquet of flowers towards the tea stage, but realized that his clothes were being pulled. I'll go too. Su Mei lowered her voice. Put all your weight on me, just leave the bottom to me. Yi Ling did not refuse, reached out and pulled Su Mei's arm, slightly force. Su Mei stood up from the chair and wrapped her arms around Yi Ling. Su Mei's face was a little red, her arm subconsciously hugged 3 times tighter. Coming on top of the catwalk, Yi Ling and Su Mei each handed out a bouquet of flowers to the 2 old men. Gao Kaiying and Yi Zhicai both showed a surprised expression, their eyes full of inquiries. Yi Ling smiled. Your granddaughter-in-law Su Mei. Good. Gao Kaiying revealed a smile, a look of relief. Yi Zhicai also nodded slightly, his expression softening a lot. All of this fell in the eyes of Yi Xiong and Yi Mei who were beside them. The 2 men's expressions gradually became ugly. They were the organizers of the day. It was also them who were in the limelight. When was it Yi Ling's family's turn? Chapter 51 TV series Don't even dare to shoot like this. Mom and Dad, I wish you 2 good fortune and longevity. Yi Xiong went forward and handed over the bouquet with a smile. Yi Mei came over from the other side by side with Yi Xiong, blocking the line of sight of the 2 old men. Su Mei frowned and turned her head to look at Yi Ling. Yi Ling tensed his face and didn't say anything, helping her to walk back. Uncle, why do your second uncle and aunt look like they are afraid of others stealing their limelight? Yi Ling and Su Mei sat down. Su Xiaoling came to Yi Ling's front and spat with a tensed face. Xiaoling, remove the fear of birth directly. They are just afraid of others stealing their limelight. Yi Wen picked up the conversation. According to reason, our side of the birthday, basically are our own family members together to eat a meal, to the 2 old to send some gifts to express their feelings on the line. Now this kind of situation is not to say that the first time we are so grand here, is also rare. Yi Ning said. The reason for this situation is because the second uncle Yi Xiong recently flattered a boss called Song Yuan, which is said to be one of the top companies in Dongjiang City. Here, that's the one sitting over there. Yi Ming pointed to Song Yuan sitting at the very front of the catwalk. I know him, Su Xiaoling said without lifting her head. His son was just sent to prison by uncle a while ago. Yi Ming, Yi Wen, Xiaoling, and sis, let me tell you what's going on. Yi Wen put her arm around Su Xiaoling's shoulder and asked. Su Xiaoling didn't hide it and said what happened before. The punk sympathized with his great age, didn't dare to do anything wrong, and took the initiative to turn himself in? Yi Wen was stunned in place. Really fake. TV dramas don't even dare to shoot like this, right? Of course it's true. Don't believe me? Ask uncle. Su Xiaoling twisted her head to look at Yi Ling. Yi Wen and Yi Ming looked at Yi Ling at the same time. It's true. It's highly likely that Song Yuan is working with second uncle also because he wants to save his son out. Yi Ling said back. Then you mean to say that Song Yuan and second uncle cooperated because of you actually? Yi Ming looked at Yi Ling incredulously. Probably so. Yi Ling smiled. Yi Wen and Yi Ming were completely dumbfounded, looking over to Yi Xiong and Yi Mei. Yi Xiong was all smiles, his face filled with pride. Yi Mei was holding a red wine and shaking it every now and then, elegantly like an aristocratic woman. If these two knew the truth, they would probably go crazy. Yi Ning muttered, probably. Yi Wen picked up. Beside them, Yi Xiaoqiang and Yi Xiaoyan were all smiles, with anticipation expressions in their eyes. The flower offering ended and it was time for the birthday worship. Yi Xiong, Yi Mei, Yi Jin, and Yi Hao walked onto the tea stage together. When they reached the front, the four of them knelt down to pay their respects to the old man. After 3 kowtows, Yi Xiong waved his hand at the stage, and an attendant walked up with a wooden box. Yi Xiong took it and came to Yi Jitsai and handed it over. Dad, this is my birthday gift to you, 100 years of Lingji. At these words, the guests all stood up and looked towards the tea stage. 100-year Lingji, ah, this is tens of thousands of dollars, right? A relative exclaimed in shock. I checked. The 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum, the most inferior, is also to be more than 10 tens of thousands. Better big hundreds of thousands it. This Yi Xiong seems to be really developed, and he's just generous. The guests were talking a lot. Some people took photos with their cell phones, and others used their cell phones as binoculars, wanting to see the 100-year Lingji. Dad, this is my gift. 1 Hetian Jade Longevity Peach. Yi Mei stepped forward, opened her own gift box, and pulled out a Hetian Jade Longevity Peach the size of a child's fist and handed it over. This Yi Mei is also generous. A fist-sized Hetian Jade. Its value is definitely not worse than 100 years of Lingji, right? A relative exclaimed again. As expected of a daughter-in-law of a big family, this is too generous. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. How many years do we have to earn it? Do you guys think the two are competing, both wanting the limelight? Suddenly, someone raised a question. It seems a bit. When the flowers were being offered earlier, the two old men were talking to their juniors, and they directly went up to them. Two rich people competing, suffering the remaining two that Yi Hao were not familiar with. But Yi Jin is an authentic poor man, not to mention taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's impossible to take out 10 or 20,000. I won't hide it from you guys. Just now when I was at the door, I saw Yi Xiong's family's child bullying Yi Jin's family's child. It is estimated that Yi Xiong's family is going to make a fool out of this big brother. On the tea stage, Yi Jin's face was full of uneasiness, clutching in his hand a travel voucher specially prepared for his parents, which he and Sun Yan had taken out half of their savings to buy. Big brother, little brother, we've finished our gifts. It's your turn. Yi Xiong looked at Yi Jin and Yi Hao and said, third brother, didn't you say that your family is very good now? So the things prepared should be better than all of ours. After all, my second brother and I are just average families. Yi Mei said with a wry smile. Second brother, little sister, giving gifts light or heavy is a peace of mind, and is not measured in terms of money. Yi Jin frowned. Big brother, to you, I don't hold any hope, but to my little brother, I have high expectations. After all, when he chose to leave home, he said that his choice was correct. Yi Xiong smiled and said, since it was correct, he came back again. He must have made a lot of money. Yi Jin's face was red with anger, pointing at Yi Xiong and Yi Mei. Today is father's birthday banquet. Why are you guys still grasping at us so much? Can't it be that if you don't show off yourselves and belittle us, you won't feel comfortable in your hearts? Big brother, I don't have that idea. It's a random thought of yours. Yi Xiong shrugged his shoulders. Alright, all of you are watching. Collect yourselves. I don't need any gifts or anything. All of you go down. Yi Jitsai waved his hand at the four people. A displeased expression surfaced on his face. Yi Xiong and Yi Mei achieved their purpose, smiled sarcastically and went down. The guests below immediately burst into murmurs. Yi Xiong and Yi Mei listened with smiles on their faces. Why aren't you guys going down? Yi Jitsai saw that Yi Hao and Yi Jin didn't move, and his displeased expression worsened. Dad, my big brother and I have prepared gifts for you and sent me down before going down. Yi Hao said back. Then without waiting for Yi Jitsai to reply, he waved towards the back. With Yi Hao's beckoning, Zhang Qianlong, Zhou Shan trotted from the very back to the tea stage. Master, this is a gift from Mr. Yi Hao to you. The Imperial Jadeite Longevity Peach, worth 5 million. Master, this is a gift from Mr. Yi Jin, 100 years of wild ginseng, worth 5 million. Zhang Qianlong and Zhou Shan opened the box and flashed it towards the guests on the stage, then turned around and handed it to Yi Jitsai. Yi Jitsai looked at the item in his hand and froze in place. Gao Kaiying was also stupefied. Chapter 52, This Cousin. In the end, what is his identity now? At the table at the front of the stage, Song Yuan quickly stood up, his face filled with shock. There was a bad premonition. Really? $5 million? Yi Hao and Yi Jin have that kind of money? A relative revealed a suspicious look. Imperial Jadeite. I looked it up. It's the Emperor of Jadeite. A gram is going to be more than 10,000 of that kind. Such a piece is worth 5 million. It's indeed possible. But Yi Hao can really buy it. Yi Hao buy up. Maybe I'm not clear, but Yijin he absolutely can't afford to buy 100 years of wild ginseng. What kind of his family? I know exactly. You guys say these two things will be fake. Will the two be stimulated, deliberately looking for someone to come over to fool the two old men? The people under the stage were talking a lot. It looks like a fake. However, it's the second old man's birthday banquet now, so I won't dismantle them. After all, it's also my people who are disgraced. Yi Xiong coldly replied back from the stage. He wasn't stupid enough to openly question it. In case it was true, he would lose a lot of face. When he spoke, he had intentionally said it loudly. Everyone around him could hear it. As long as Yi Hao and Yijin didn't try to explain, everyone would only think that what he said was correct. Come down. Hurry down. Don't delay my son from going up to pay his birthday, Yi Xiong said to Yi Hao and Yijin. Zhang Qianlong and Zhou Shang frowned slightly, but did not say anything, and descended from the stage with Yijin and Yi Hao. Yi Hao and Yijin invited the duo to take a seat at the table next to Yi Ling. Song Yuan had been watching the two, and when he saw the two take their seats, he quickly stood up and headed over there. Yi Xiong was waving his hand at Yi Shuai, completely oblivious to the fact that his important customer had disappeared. Next, the grandchildren went up to pay their respects. After 3 kowtows, Yi Shuai was the first to go up and clapped his hands at the door position. The next moment, several workers slowly walked up with a massage chair pushed by a cart. Grandpa, Grandma, this is the high-tech massage chair I prepared for you. It is from a big international brand, worth $50,000, Yi Shuai said with a smile. Good, have a heart. Yi Jitsai was all smiles. Then I will go down. Yi Shuai was all smiles and walked off the catwalk with a proud expression. Next, Jun Zhang stepped forward. Grandpa, this is the tea I prepared for you. It's the Great Red Robe, worth $60,000. Yi Jitsai reached out and took it, sniffed it at the end of his nose and nodded slightly. Have a heart. As your grandson, this is all proper. In the future if you still want to drink it, I will get it for you again. Zhang Junjie smiled and said. Then the grandson will go down first. Zhang Junjie turned to look at Yi Ling's trio and said with a smile. Don't be like your father and fool people with fake goods, or grandpa will get angry. Don't worry, we're not as snobbish as you guys. And, correction, the ones my father and eldest uncle sent are genuine. You can get someone to come over and appraise them. Yi Ling said back indifferently. Zhang Junjie smiled and didn't reply. This was what his mother had taught him. Just throw out questions. No need to argue. Naturally someone would brainstorm the facts for them. Grandpa, this is a gift for you. Yi Ming went up and handed over a red box. The box was given to him by Yi Ling before he came up. He and his sister Yi Wen had one each. Grandpa, this is my gift. Yi Wen went up and handed out a red wooden box as well. Yi Jitsai looked at the 2 boxes and felt that the color of the box was somewhat familiar. And after opening it and taking a look, his pupils just shrank and looked at Yi Ming and Yi Wen in surprise. Yi Wen and Yi Ming didn't know what was inside and went down after delivering the things. Grandpa, what is it? Let everyone take a look. Yi Shuai stood up and said with a smile. We are all family members. What gifts we give are all for fun. Even if the gift is light, the friendship is heavy on the line. Turn around and show you guys in private. Yi Jitsai returned with a taut face. Does everyone want to take a look? Jun Zhang stood up and shouted to all the guests. Want. The guests quickly replied back. Grandpa, as you can see, everyone wants to see it. Yi Shuai spread his hands with a smile. Yi Jitsai frowned and glared at this grandson. Are you sure you want to watch? Why not? Yi Shuai shrugged. Alright, wifey you come and tell them what it is. Yi Jitsai handed the box to Gao Kaiying and faintly ordered. Gao Kaiying's face did not look good. The second son and daughter had been targeting the eldest and youngest son, and she had seen it all. But now it was the birthday banquet. Couldn't they restrain themselves a little? Gao Kaiying opened one of the mahogany boxes and took out a pipe from inside. There's an appraisal certificate underneath. Read it. Yi Jitsai ordered. Gemstone and jade appraisal certificate. Grams, 225 grams. Shape, pipe, type, Hatian jade. Gao Kaiying slowly read it out. After the appraisal certificate was read out, Gao Kaiying took out the remaining invoice and looked at it. Freezing in place. $100,000. How is this possible? Yi Shuai's smile disappeared with an unbelievable face. Fake. Definitely fake. What fake? This is something that the old man personally sold. How could it be fake? An old man stood up from the guests and glanced at Yi Shuai with scorn. Our master Zhou never sells fake goods, without any real evidence. Beware of me suing you for slander. The store manager of Master Zhou's boutique. Someone recognized the old man. If the store manager has said so, then it must be true. Is this Yi Ming's family really rich? That 100-year-old wild ginseng from before couldn't be real too, right? This is highly likely. Can't you see that people's temperament has become calm? Sitting there and not talking and not making a scene. If I were to be squeezed like this, I would definitely have to fight with Yi Xiong. This time there is a good show. The guests' eyes were glowing as they looked towards Yi Xiong and the others, anticipating their next move. Small purple leaf sandalwood recliner? $150,000? Gao Kaiying opened another box, which was just an invoice. The invoice is definitely fake. Yi Shuai immediately shouted. Young man, you can't be too self-deceiving. I moved the chair for you. Come and see whether it's fake or not. Also, your high-tech massage chair is also sent by me, by the way. If I had known that it's from a person like you, I'd have thrown it away for you directly. Cao Chuang pushed the cart and walked in from outside, arrived in front of Yi Shuai, squinted his eyes and looked at him with a smile. Should I find an expert to appraise it? I know many experts. Too, you find it for me. Yi Shuai returned in a cold voice. Snap. Yi Xiong slapped him on the head. Get lost. How to talk to Mr. Gao. Yi Shuai was hit and stumbled, barely falling to the ground. With an agnostic face, he looked at his father. General Manager Gao, I'm sorry, a small child doesn't know what to do. Please hurry up and take your seat. Yi Xiong bent down and made a gesture of invitation to Gao Chuang. No, I just came over to deliver something. It's time to go back even if the things are delivered. Gao Chuang returned indifferently. Turning around, he walked towards the door. Yi Xiong stiffened in place, his face turning a shade of green and a shade of red. Dad, who is he? Yi Shuai came up to Yi Xiong. Gao Chuang, General Manager of Artisan Star Group Dongjiang City. Yi Xiong returned, glaring fiercely at Yi Shuai. Keep your eyes bright for me in the future. The General Manager of Artisan Star Group personally came over to deliver the chair? Yi Shuai froze. His voice was so loud that the guests heard him. One by one, they were dumbfounded and looked incredulously at Yi Ming and Yi Wen's table. Yi Ming and Yi Wen were also dumbfounded. In unison, they looked at Yi Ling. That thing was given to them by Yi Ling. It was obvious that the president of the Artisan Star Group had come only because of Yi Ling. This cousin, what exactly is his identity now? Chapter 53, since we're talking about cars, let's go buy a couple of them. While the relatives under the stage were talking, Yi Ling's side gave out his gift, a black environmental bag. Yi Jitsai took the bag and took a look at it. His pupils just shrank. Then he looked up at Yi Ling with complicated eyes. Grandpa, I wish you blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. If it's possible, say something about my gift as well. Yi Ling said with a faint smile. Child, there is no need to read. We received your thoughts. Gao Kaiying's wrinkled face trembled, forcing out a smile. Yi Ling, come down. Yi Hao called out from the stage. He knew what his son was doing. He was fighting for him, making the old man indirectly admit that he was wrong in the first place. But after all, he was Yi Jitsai's son, and he didn't want to make the old man so embarrassed on his big birthday. Good. Yi Ling turned around. Nyen. Yi Ling had only taken 2 steps when Yi Jitsai said through clenched teeth. A smile appeared on Yi Ling's face as he took a step down. 1 set of 3-room, 2-bedroom apartment in the royal apartment complex in Dongjiang City. Gao Kaiying pulled out a red book, opened it and slowly read it out. Asterisk gave away a suite? Royal apartment complex? Isn't that the neighborhood around the royal villa community? It is said that the house there is more than 30,000 a flat. There's 3 rooms and 2 halls of how big at the very least tens of millions of it. My mom, is this Yi Hao family rich? It's too generous. You guys say, could those gifts before have been specially prepared by Yi Hao for Yi Zhen's family? I go, when you say it like this, it's extremely possible. My god, this counts to $20 million. The more the guests chatted, the more shocked they became, and by the end of the day, it was all the sound of them sucking in cool air. Little brother, you proved yourself, brother is happy for you. Yi Zhen's eyes were slightly red, and he patted Yi Hao's shoulder hard. These are all self-same things that shouldn't be shaken out here. Yi Hao sighed. A mistake is a mistake. Even father has to bear it. Moreover, it is father himself who wants to shake it out. We should also respect his decision. Yi Zhen looked at Yi Jitsai and said with a taut face. AI. Yi Hao sighed again. 1 Mercedes-Benz S-Class top of the line. After Gao Kaiying reacted, she read out again. Asterisk and a gift? Mercedes-Benz S-Class top match? I checked. It's around $2 million if it's a top match. 2 million only. Not as expensive as a fifth of a house. I go. You are not floating. 2 million car you can earn 2 million in a lifetime? That's it. You're really floating. I'm numb from the excitement. What's this? A check? $1 million? Gao Kaiying looked at the check in her hand in confusion. Grandma, that's equivalent to 1 million in cash. Yi Ming stood up and reminded. It was a loud sound. The entire scene heard it. The eyes of the relatives were red, and the scene was filled with envy and jealousy. Envious and jealous. Envy and jealousy +1. This Olji family is really going to be developed. This birthday banquet will surely be the starting point for the rise of the Yi family. Pity the two organizers, Yi Xiong and Yi Mei, who have been reduced to the background in the end. Although I don't want to say, but there is a saying what is called, more action is not righteousness will be self-death. People originally want a low profile. You two father and son on the battlefield froze to let the low profile of the family to make a high profile to not be able to. Guests discussed. Yi Xiong and Yi Mei occasionally heard a sentence. Face instantly red. Hate to find a crack in the ground. The heart was even more filled with resentment. Incredibly unwilling. Fortunately, he still had Song Yuan as a big brother. Yi Xiong turned his head and froze in place, his head full of questions. Where was Song Yuan? Where is Mr. Song? Yi Xiong looked at Yi Mei and asked. Yi Mei shook her head. Second uncle. Look if that one is Mr. Song. Jun Zhang pointed towards Yi Hao's side. Yi Xiong turned his head to look. The next moment he nearly fell to the ground. That wasn't Song Yuan or who else. When did this big brother go over? Moreover, that nodding expression he was familiar with. Was he browbeating Yi Hao? Second brother. What's going on? Yi Mei asked dully. Where do I know? Yi Xiong bit his lip and returned. After the birthday worship, the birthday banquet officially started. Yi Jizai came down from the tea table and said to Yi Xiong and Yi Mei, go to Xiao Hao's table. Yi Xiong and Yi Mei's eyes were filled with resistance. In the end, they still walked over. There was no way. Their backer was still over there and they didn't dare to offend. Yi Jizai and Gao Kaiying took their seats, and Yi Hao stood up and pointed to Zhou Shang, Zhang Qianlong, and Gao Chuang, who had returned, to introduce Yi Jizai one by one. Yi Jizai heard that they were all bigwigs and quickly stood up to greet them, his eyes full of constraint. Master, don't be so polite, we are actually here to deliver something to Mr. Yi. It's a bit embarrassing to rub a meal. Don't ever be constrained or anything because of us, just treat us as heir. Zhou Shang quickly stood up and smiled. Right, just treat us as heir. Zhang Qianlong nodded his head. Old master, hurry up and sit down. I wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. Gao Chuang smiled. Thank you. Yi Jizai didn't know how to reply and kept thanking him. Come on, everyone stand up together to toast the old master. Song Yuan stood up with his wine and smiled. Come. Everyone all stood up. After a cup of wine was consumed, Yi Jizai hurriedly greeted everyone and sat down. Beside Yi Jizai, Yi Xiong, Yi Mei's expression stiffened, itching to immediately turn around and leave. The only thought in his heart that he wanted to get back his face completely dissipated, feeling that he was too ridiculous before, wanting to deride an existence that the city's bigwigs all flattered. They were too impatient to live. Little brother, to tell you one thing, Yi Qingming and Huang Lijuan found me before the birthday banquet and added some bad words about you guys. I also targeted you guys because of those. Now it seems that I was wrong. I apologize to you guys. However, Yi Qingming had better not be dealing with it. Yi Xiong raised his cup and looked at Yi Hao and said, then he lifted the cup and drank it all in one go, poured another cup and drank it all again. 3 cups in a row before Yi Xiong sat down, his face red. I know it all. Yi Hao nodded his head indifferently and did not speak again, continuing to greet Zhou Shang and the others. There were some things that could not be uncovered with a single apology. Back then, Yi Jizai's attitude was resolute and did not agree to the union between him and his wife, and a large part of it was because Yi Xiong and Yi Mei were playing tricks between them. The birthday banquet ended, and Yi Hao and Yi Jin were left behind by Yi Jizai. Yi Ling brought Su Mei and Su Xiaoling to follow Yi Mingyi when to leave. I go. Rolls-Royce? Cousin, is this your car? Don't you have a Mercedes-Benz S-Class already? Yuan looked at the Rolls-Royce in front of her and stared at Yi Ling with wide, dumbfounded eyes. Just how many more surprises do you have that we don't know about? Not to mention you guys, even my mom and I still have ones we don't know. Turn around and I'll share them with you via WeChat when I come across them. Su Xiaoling smiled back. Good. Yi Wen nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation. Mr. Yi, where to? Wu Xian stepped forward and asked respectfully. Since we're talking about cars, let's go buy some cars. Yi Ling smiled back. Chapter 54. Which is the best one? Uncle, I want it too. Su Xiaoling stepped forward and quickly shouted. What do you want? Come back here. Su Mei tensed her face and chided. Su Xiaoling collapsed her face and hid behind Yi Ling. Sister Su, let's go together. Yi Ling extended an invitation. I'm not going. A bit tired. Want to rest? Su Mei shook her head. Little Ling, come over and help me to rest together. Uncle. Su Xiaoling pulled Yi Ling's arm and pouted. I'll go. I don't have much interest in the car. You guys go and watch. Yuan raised her hand to state her position and quickly came to Su Mei's front. Sibling, go to my house to rest. Let's chat together. Good. Trouble you. Su Mei nodded her head and revealed a smile, then glared fiercely at Su Xiaoling. don't be too licentious, or else turn around and see how I'll clean you up. Got it. Su Xiaoling shrugged. Wu Xian drove away. Yi Ling and the others also drove towards the Force store inside the town in the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Coming to a stop in the parking lot around the Force store, Yi Ling and the others got out of the car. Uncle, I prefer Land Rover. That kind of handsome off-road vehicle. Let's buy one for our family. Su Xiaoling pointed to a Jaguar Force store. What kind of car do you like, cousin? Yi Ling asked. Yi Ming's face trembled and his heart was a little excited. He guessed that Yi Ling might be preparing to buy a car for him, but it always felt as if he was dreaming. And now that he heard Yi Ling's question with his own ears, it gave him a feeling of coming from a dream to reality. I like new energy cars. Yi Ming returned, then hurriedly said again, cousin, it's not important what I like. What's important is what Xiao Ling likes. You said the opposite. It doesn't matter what she likes because I have no intention of buying it for her. Yi Ling laughed. Uncle. Su Xiaoling clenched her hands around her waist and beamed, her eyes full of unhappiness. Yi Ling came to her ear and said, Uncle used to have a Range Rover Obsidian Night Sport Edition. It's on its way to be consigned. When you have a driver's license, Uncle will give it to you. It's a deal. Su Xiaoling quickly changed her face, hugged Yi Ling's arm and rubbed her head on his shoulder. I knew that you love me the most, Uncle. Yi Ling rubbed Su Xiaoling's head and walked towards the BMW Force store next to the Jaguar Force store. When they arrived at the Force store, the salesman immediately came forward with a professional-style smile. Sir, what model do you want to see? Where is the latest new energy model? Yi Ling asked. Hello, please follow me this way. The salesman made a pleased gesture to Yi Ling and the others. Yi Ling followed, and Yi Ming, Yi Xiaoqiang, and Yi Xiaoyan also hurriedly followed with quick steps, especially Yi Ming. His heart was both excited and torn. On the one hand, he felt that he couldn't accept such an expensive gift, but on the other hand, he was a bit unwilling and wanted the car. Cousin, let's just go back. I'm not stable in my job or anything right now. It's useless to want a car. Yi Ming walked to Yi Ling and advised in a small voice. Uncle Yi Ming, don't be polite with our family uncle. He's a guy with a lot of money. Just think of it as robbing the rich to help the poor. Su Xiaoling smiled back. Little Spirit is right. Yi Ling laughed. Sir, here is our BMW's latest model new energy car. This is the 535 Sierra Leonean Leones. This is the lowest match here. Next to it is the sports package version. Which one is the best? Yi Ling interrupted the salesman. This one, the Pioneer Edition M Sports Package Edition, starts at $550,000. You can also make options. The salesman pointed to a white car and said, What do you think? Yi Ling turned his head and asked Yi Ming. Yi Ming swallowed his saliva. Satisfied is satisfied, but it's too expensive. Everything is optionally top of the line. How long will it take to do it at the earliest? Yi Ling twisted his head and asked the salesman. It depends on how you carry out the purchase. If you take out a loan you need to be a little bit more troublesome. If you make a full payment it's much faster. The salesman said back. Hundreds of thousands of cars, not even haggling, whether it was a loan or full payment sold, she could get a lot of commission. She naturally wanted to close the deal early. At that time, the board was nailed down, and her commission was in hand. In an hour and a half, the contract was completed and the car became Yi Ming's. Brother Ming, congratulations, you are also a car owner. Brother Ming, be sure to take me out for a ride later. Uncle Yi Ming, congratulations. Yi Xiaoqiang, Yi Xiaoyan, and Su Xiaoling gave Yi Ming congratulations. Yi Ming was a bit bewildered, looking at the car keys in his hand. It was still like he was dreaming. Miss, you guys wait here for a while. The new car has been driven to the cleaning area. After it is cleaned for you, there will be someone to drive it over to you for acceptance. The salesman came to Yi Ling and the others and said with a smile, Good. Yi Ling nodded his head. Yi Ling, Yi Ming and the others found a seat and sat down. The salesman quickly brought a pot of tea and poured a cup for several people one by one. Yi Ling and the others drank tea while chatting. Boss, which way is the BMW 3 Series car? A yellow-haired youth with his arm around a colorful-haired woman entered the store from outside and shouted with his mouth open. Yi Ling and the others looked over at the same time. Zhanjuanzue? Yi Ming frowned. You recognize? Yi Xiaochan looked at Yi Ming with some surprise. Recognize? High school classmate. Bad in studies. First class in fighting. Yi Ming faintly said back. Don't mind him. Let's continue drinking tea. Yi Ling and the others withdrew their eyes and didn't pay attention to anything else. After most of an hour passed, the salesman walked in from outside and returned the car keys to Yi Ming. Sir, the car has been cleaned. You guys go out and take a look. If you feel that there is no problem, you can drive it home. The subsequent license plate, vehicle tax you can go to the store to assist together. Aha. Yi Ming took the key and looked at Yi Ming. Cousin, let's go back? Good. Yi Ling nodded his head. The group of people stood up and walked towards the door. It was only when they reached the door. "Ha, isn't this little Mingzi? What? Come to see the car too?" Zhang Juanzui's voice rang out, then quickly came to Yi Ming and blocked his way, revealing a smiling expression. "Amazing. Ah, you are a poor person, but you dare to come to BMW 4 store to look at the car. Floating. Ah, Zhang Juanzui, what we came for is our freedom. It has nothing to do with you." Yi Ming coldly said back. "Grass, how to talk to me? Give you face. Ah." Zhang Junzi raised his hand and punched towards Yi Ming's chest. "Sir, please don't make trouble in the store." The salesman quickly blocked his body up and frowned. "Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Are you blind? I just finalized the price with your sales. I am the customer. I am God." Zhang Juanzui nodded at the salesman's chest with an arrogant face. "You're teaching me things? What's going on?" The manager of the 4 store heard the sound and quickly came out of the office, frowning at the salesman. "Did you upset a customer?" "No, manager, it's like this." The salesman quickly shook his head and was about to explain. Apologize to the customer." The manager directly interrupted and ordered in a cold voice. Chapter 55, It's a pity that such a good man let his mom give him an arch. "Manager, it was he who made a move on my customer first. That's why I blocked in front of him. Moreover, I didn't swear or make a move. I didn't violate the company's rules." The salesman bit his lip, his eyes full of aggression. "Let's talk about the rest afterwards. Apologize to the customer first." The manager returned in a cold voice. "The customer is God. Didn't I say that to you? I'm sorry." The salesman held back his tears and apologized to Zhang Junzi. "Humph, apologizing is useless. I'm not in a good mood anymore, unless you guys remove another $10,000 for me." Zhang Juanji coldly replied back. At this time, the salesman in charge of Zhang Juanji walked up to the manager and whispered in his ear. "Sir, look at it this way. Is it good? Everyone give up 1 step each. We'll give you a 5,000 reduction." The manager smiled and said to Zhang Junzi. Zhang Junzi revealed a thoughtful expression and nodded slightly. "Okay, seeing as you are so sensible, it's settled." He then glared fiercely at the salesman. "How dare you upset me? This is the price." The salesman could no longer hold back, covered his face and crouched down crying. "Grass, bullying people too much." Su Xiaoling's face was ugly, and she turned her head to look at Yi Ling. Yi Ling reached out to Yi Ming, who quickly gave him the key. "The car, we failed the acceptance. Don't want it." Yi Ling handed the car keys to the manager. The manager was stunned and looked at the car keys. The next moment his pupils contracted and he quickly compensated with a smile. "Sir, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Someone will specifically find you for a refund afterward." Yi Ling threw the car keys on a side table and walked towards the door. Su Xiaoling went forward to help the salesman. "Don't worry, since uncle has intervened in this matter, no one will let you be bullied again." Thank you. The salesperson wiped her tears, her eyes filled with gratitude. She didn't retain Yi Ling to buy the car. She could share less than 5,000 at most for selling this car. And now that the manager had allowed 5,000 to be given to Zhang Junzi, it would definitely be deducted from her commission. The stubbornness of her heart made her not want to make the manager who wronged her comfortable. After Yi Ling left, the manager quickly came up to the salesperson with a reproachful face. "Why didn't you tell me that they bought a BMW 5 Series new energy car? Did you give me the chance to say it?" the salesperson asked back. The manager was dumbfounded. A look of regret surfaced on his face. "The promised 5,000 off. Hurry up and do the paperwork for me." Zhang Juanzui shouted with a look of impatience. "Manager, I went to do the formalities?" Zhang Junzi's salesman inquired. "It's all said and done. He definitely won't change his mind. Hurry up and do the formalities," Zhang Junzi's girlfriend urged. The salesman immediately turned around and made a pleased gesture to the two. The manager didn't say anything and waved at Yi Ming's salesman. "Come to my office and tell me the matter truthfully." The salesman bit his lip and followed over. An hour later, a BMW 5 Series car was parked in front of the BMW 4 store. The door opened and a middle-aged man came down with a sullen face, followed by 2 lawyers with briefcases. "Lu Ha, come out." The middle-aged man entered and shouted. The door of the manager's office quickly opens and the manager quickly walks out from inside, greeting the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. "Mr. Fu, what brings you here? Why didn't you notify me in advance?" "Notify you and you're good to escape?" Mr. Fu smiled coldly and waved his hand at the 2 lawyers behind him. The lawyers quickly stepped forward and handed him a contract. The other lawyer walked straight towards Zhang Juanzui, and when he reached him, handed him a piece of paper. "Termination contract. Indictment?" The manager and Zhang Junzi exclaimed out in shock almost simultaneously. "What the hell? Who's suing me? Yi Ming?" Zhang Junzi was stumped in place. "Grass, what is this indicting me for? On what grounds is it suing me?" "Mr. Fu, what's going on here? What did I do wrong?" Lu Ha looked at Mr. Fu suspiciously. "How do I know what you did wrong? I still want to ask you, this is an order from the chairman himself. Have you offended someone today? Think about it. Mr. Fu asked coldly. Offended someone? Lu Ha recalled. It was hard not to be the young man who handed over the key to himself. Come to think of it, Mr. Fu said with a smirk. Lu Ha nodded slightly, his body falling softly to the ground, his eyes filled with regret. Cousin, this money hasn't been returned yet, and you bought a Mercedes E-Class New Energy for it. Isn't it too much of a waste? What if they don't return it? Looking at the Mercedes keys in his hand, Yiming's entire body was confused. It has been returned. Ling showed his cell phone to Yiming. Yiming glanced at it and was slightly stunned. So fast? Can an uncle's errand not be fast? Su Xiaoling laughed with a face of adoration. In her heart, she sighed, but it was a pity that such a good man let her mom give him away. Returning home, Yiming carefully entered the door and realized that his parents were not at home. His taut face stretched out and he let out a long breath. Wu Xian was squatting and smoking inside the compound. Seeing Ling and the others enter, he quickly stood up and walked towards the door. Brother, what kind of car did you buy? Yuan came up to Yiming and looked at him with an expectant face. Yiming gave her the car keys, revealing a helpless look. Originally it was a BMW. Encountered something and replaced it with a Mercedes-Benz. I shouldn't have followed my cousin on a whim. This time mom and dad will definitely scold me to death. Yiming had a bitter smile on his face. You this also? Yiwen frowned, feeling that her brother this is indeed over the top. Come back and say that the company matched it for cousin. Su Mei suddenly said, cousin and cousin's specialty is very suitable for our pouring city group. I'm injured now and can't go to the company. I'm in need of manpower and want to hire the two of you. If cousin and cousin don't have any objections, I'll look for someone to draft a contract when I return to the city. Thinking of a piece with me, Ling smiled at Su Mei. This is a heart-to-heart, isn't it? Su Mei blushed and gave Ling a blank look. No decent behavior. Goo, the dog food is here again. My mom can't you be a little more restrained? I know you guys are in love, but you can't show it like this. Su Xiaoling covered her mouth with a sour look. Ha ha, ha ha, the others instantly followed and laughed. The atmosphere became harmonious. At the same time, at the location of the street entrance connected to Yiming's house, a silver-white Wuling car stopped. Park the car here. In front of us is Yiming's house. Let's walk over. Zhang Junzi shouted at the driver. The van stopped and Zhang Junzi got out. The car looked to be bought, or yellow, and also accused. Zhang Junzi could not swallow this breath. Turned into a small road. Zhang Junzi's eyes become more cold. Carrying a baseball bat quickly towards the door of Yiming rushed. At the doorway, Wu Xian, who was squatting and smoking, happened to look up. Then his eyes narrowed. Putting out his cigarette, he stood up and greeted towards the few people. Chapter 56, You are allowed to sleep in your arms today. Wu Xian stopped more than a meter away from Zhang Juanzui and looked at the few punks with scornful eyes. What kind of person are you? Mind your own business or you can't afford the consequences. Zhang Juanzui's face was gloomy. Waving his hand behind him, a punk quickly stepped out from the back and chased towards Wu Xian. Wu Xian did not flash or dodge and quickly reached out with a surprisingly fast speed. The punk's arm was grabbed. Ka-ching! Wu Xian gently twisted it, making the sound of a fracture. The punk hadn't reacted yet, and only screamed when the pain hit him. Wu Xian let go and the punk held his arm and quickly backed away. Grass! This pussy must be the bodyguard Yiming found. Brothers, give it to me, get this girl killed. Zhang Juanzui's eyes were bloodshot and he took the lead in rushing towards Wu Xian. Wu Xian stood, not even moving a bit. Bang! A baseball bat smashed on top of his arm. The punk froze. The baseball bat unexpectedly broke. Was this man's arm steel? Wu Xian dusted off the debris on his arm, reached out and grabbed the punk's neck, lifting him up. The arm was then wheeled around. The punk's body rose up horizontally and turned into a large windmill spinning as all of the other punk's attacks landed on him. Bang! Non-stop collision sounds rang out. A minute later, Wu Xian pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and tilted his head to light it with his lighter. Taking a drag, Wu Xian slowly exhaled the smoke ring. Roll, or die. Zhang Juanzui and the gangsters looked horrified as they quickly climbed up and fled towards the outside of the hutong. What's going on? What happened? Ling and the others walked out of the house, and Yiwen asked in confusion. Why does that figure look a bit familiar? Yiming looked at Zhang Juanzui's back and revealed a puzzled expression. A bunch of punks. I'll just handle it. No need to dirty your hands. Wu Xian hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and smiled back. Settle it thoroughly. Ling faintly commanded. Yes. Wu Xian immediately stood up his body. Yizhen came back and Yiming stammered out the matter of Ling buying him a car. Yizhen stood up with an unusually ugly expression and walked towards Yiming. Uncle, this is Sister Sue's intention. In the future, Big Brother and Big Sister are the management of Sister Sue's company, and the allocation of a car is also considered to be given by the company. Ling stood up and stopped Yijin. Yijin's expression was stagnant, and he turned his head to look at Sumei. Eldest uncle. They are all family members. There is no need to be outgoing, in public and private. This is what should be done. Sumei smiled and said, this. Yijin hesitated, then nodded his head. Thank you, nephew-in-law. In the future, if there is anything that uses me, Yijin, feel free to say, I will definitely not excuse myself. Big uncle saying this, still no way to be a member of your own family? Sumei strained her face. Her icy expression seemed to be able to lower the surrounding temperature by 30%. Yijin's face changed and he hurriedly waved his hand. Nephew-daughter-in-law, don't misunderstand. I don't mean that. Well, it's my fault. I won't say anything. Yiling's backhand gave a thumbs up to Sumei. That's right, big brother. Not only are we going to give Yining a car, we will also prepare a place for them to live. It's a big place. When the time comes, you and sister-in-law will go over to live together. That way it will be convenient to meet. Yihao smiled and went up. I really don't know how to feel. Yijin opened his mouth, then immediately stopped, scratching his head and smiling bitterly. Okay, you guys look at the arrangements. When the time comes, I will also follow the light. Watching things get done. Yiming took a long sigh of relief. Mom, let's not go outside today. Let's cook some home-cooked food. Let cousin, sibling, and Ling taste your handiwork. Yiwen proposed. It's been a long time since I've eaten my sister-in-law's cooking. Yesterday's meal was simply not enough. I agree. I also agree. Uncle also knows how to cook and cooks deliciously. Originally my mom and I weren't that fat. Su Xiaoling raised her hand. I want to eat cousin's cooking. Yiwen was full of anticipation. Sister, don't start a ruckus. It's been a long day of shopping. Cousin needs to rest. Yining quickly knocked Yiwen on the head. Yiwen spat out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything. It's rare to have fun. Let's do it together. Yiling said with a smile. Yeah, I'll come along. I'll pick vegetables. Su Xiaoling raised her hand. For dinner, a variety of home-cooked dishes were served on the table, and a group of people sat around and ate, talking and laughing. The scene was extremely harmonious. After eating, Wu Xian gave Yiling a report that Zhang Junzi had been sent to prison with a minimum sentence of 10 years imprisonment. Yiling nodded slightly and did not ask more questions, telling him to find a place to rest. At night, Yiling and Sumei lay on the bed together. How does it feel about my family members? Yiling twisted his head to look at Sumei and asked. All very good, very envious. Sumei said back. How about becoming a family? Yiling asked with a smile. Isn't it now? Sumei twisted her head and asked back. Yiling smiled and patted his shoulder. Sumei rolled her eyes and slowly leaned her body over. There are a lot of mysteries on you that make me want to discover, but they also make me worried. I'm a little confused right now. Sumei slowly said. I'll guard you on the way to confusion. Yiling reached out and hugged Sumei's body, sliding her head into his arms. Sumei's body instantly tensed, then slowly stretched out. Today you are allowed to sleep in your arms. Good. You can only cuddle. You can't do anything else. Sumei added again. What other? Be specific? Yiling said with a smirk. Sumei looked like she didn't hear it, closing her eyes and burrowing into the quilt. Yiling smiled. It seems that the matter of giving Su Xiaoling a younger sibling and giving her father a grandchild is still a bit far away. The next morning, Yiling had just gotten up when Yihao found him. Son, your grandfather has loosened up. Your mom is allowed to be buried on top of our family's ancestral grave. Yihao's expression was excited and his eyes were red. Yiling reached out and hugged Yihao's body, gently patting his back without saying anything. In fact, there was no need to say any words. At this time, no sound was better than sound. I want to go over and bring your mom's ashes back today. Yihao let go of Yiling and looked at him. Okay, I'll go too. Yiling nodded his head. Yiling entered the room and talked to Sumei about the next part of the trip. Can I go? Sumei asked. Then her expression dodged and she looked away. I'm fine too. It's quite boring at home. Good. Yiling nodded. My great-aunt should be happy to see you. Things were finalized. Yiling asked Wu Xian to send Su Xiaoling back, and Sumei called the acting president of the company and asked her to arrange Yiming and Yiwen's work. Before leaving, Su Xiaoling came up to Sumei and looked at her with a smile. Mom, you're very on the ball. Come on, this is a journey to cultivate a good relationship with uncle. Remember, stop being haughty, take the initiative when it's time to take the initiative. Otherwise you'll definitely regret it. Sumei didn't reply, although she was disgusted that Su Xiaoling was giving her a lecture with a look of a young adult, but in her heart, she felt that she should use Su Xiaoling's words as a reference. Chapter 57. Can you catch a prophet monkey for me? When my mother died of illness, my great-aunt and uncle buried my mother in the ancestral grave of my grandfather's family. On the way, Yiling explained the relationship between his parents and grandfather, as well as his grandparents for Sumei. Grandpa also disagreed with Uncle Yi and Auntie's marriage, right? Sume looked at Yi Ling doubtfully. Well, not agreeing, not willing to let my mother be buried in her own ancestral grave, was something that great aunt and uncle hid from grandpa and grandma together. Yi Ling nodded. Later on, they were also scolded by grandpa for a long time, and almost didn't break the relationship. Gratitude flowed from his eyes. It's all in the past. Sume reached out and held Yi Ling's hand. Aha! Yi Ling smiled and held Sume's hand with both hands, playing with her fingers back and forth. Sume didn't care at first, but when she realized that Yi Ling didn't mean to let go, her face turned red and she glared at Yi Ling fiercely. Yi Ling looked like he couldn't see it and continued to play with it. Sume was speechless in her heart. Why was this man so thick-skinned? Here it is. Yi Ling and Sume snuggled up to each other and rested. They didn't know how long it took before Yi Hao woke them up. Dad, didn't we agree that one person would drive half? Yi Ling frowned. It's just a 4-hour road. Dad has done it all day driving before. It's nothing. Yi Hao smiled, but his face had a tired look on it. Yi Ling shook his head slightly. This dad, really don't know what to say about him. Li family village, the village where Yi Ling's mother, Li Shuya, grew up. The village wasn't very big, with only 1,000 or so people. It wasn't a very poor, nor was it a very rich kind of village. Arriving at the fork near the mountain village, Yi Hao parked his car on the side of the road. Wait first, I'll give your great aunt a call first. Since we're back, let's get together. Okay, I'm not in a hurry, Yi Ling said without looking back. Sume whitened him fiercely and chided in a low voice. Have you touched enough? Your hands are almost wrapped up in your touch. A lifetime is not enough. Yi Ling smiled back. Sume's face flushed, violently drew her hand back and tensed her face. Limited supply. Time is up today. Okay. Yi Ling nodded with a smile, without the slightest regret on his face. He had thought that it was a one-time thing, but now it was limited every day. Why should there be regret? Your great aunt told us to wait for her here. She came over to go over with us. Yi Hao hung up the phone and said to Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded and turned his head to look at Sume and asked, Want to go down for some air? The air in the countryside is very good. It's not comparable to the city. Good. Sume nodded. Yi Ling got out of the car, took out the wheelchair from the trunk, and carried Sume onto it. Your great aunt is going to be a while. Take little Sue around the neighborhood. I'll call you guys when we arrive. Yi Hao looked at Yi Ling and smiled. Yi Ling nodded and pushed Sume towards a forest. There are some fragments in my memory about this place. Walking into the woods, Yi Ling looked at the thick trees around him and muttered as he walked. Summer, robin monkeys, cicadas, dog's tail grass, wild strawberries. Yi Ling suddenly stopped when he said wild strawberries, an unspeakable sadness bursting out from within. A figure emerged in his mind. A single ponytail, plain t-shirt, and worn-out jeans. Xiaoling, come to mommy. Ouch. Why are you so stupid? You can fall down even when you walk. So unlike your mom, for your information, your mom, I could climb a tree at the age of 5, and at the age of 10, I went down to the river to touch the shrimp, pick wild fruits, and catch robin monkeys. Mom, what is a robin monkey? Hear the sound of screaming. It is the robin monkey changed. Very delicious. Back to mom to catch some fry for you to eat, to ensure that you still want to eat. Xiaoling, I'm sorry, mommy can't catch robin monkeys for you anymore. Mommy has to go to a very far place. Promise mommy that you will listen to daddy in the future, and as long as you are obedient, mommy will catch robin monkeys for you when she comes back. A promise is a promise. Pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years. Yi Ling was silent. His eyes were sour and his heart choked. There were some memories that didn't belong to him, but they belonged to this body. He rarely touched them, but sometimes, revisiting old places, certain memories would surface. Once here, there was a little boy and an adult mom. They agreed on one thing, to catch robin monkeys for the little boy to eat. Yi Ling pushed Sume to continue. What happened afterward? Sume asked. Then the adult mom broke her word and went to a faraway place and never came back. Yi Ling slowly returned. Sume frowned, understanding who Yi Ling was talking about. Can you catch robin monkeys for me? I want to taste it. After a long time, Sume twisted her head to look at Yi Ling. This kind of flag can't be set casually. However, I definitely won't let this kind of flag be fulfilled. Yi Ling nodded with a smile. At night, I'll come over and catch it for you. And in the future, every year, I'll catch it for you at this point in time. I'll remember. Sume nodded with a smile. The pouring face made Yi Ling lose his concentration for a short period of time. After turning around for a while, Yi Ling received a call from Yi Hao that his great aunt Li Shuro had arrived. Yi Ling pushed Sume back to the original place. Great aunt, long time no see. Yi Ling took the initiative to greet. Hello great aunt, my name is Sume. Sume introduced herself. Good. Li Shuro nodded her head repeatedly and came to Sume's front to carefully measure Sume for a while. Very good. Very good. Auntie, don't scare our sister Sue. Yi Ling coughed. You kid, Great aunt is just looking at your daughter-in-law a few more times. She can still eat your daughter-in-law, not ah. Li Shuru laughed and scolded, also knowing that Yi Ling was joking with her. Little Sue, if Yi Ling bullies you in the future, tell great auntie. Your mother-in-law instructed me when she was leaving to beat me up at will. Li Shuru pulled Su Mei's hand and said, Yi Ling is good to me. Su Mei smiled. Li Shuru smiled and nodded. This girl is very understanding. Very good ah. Turning her head, she looked at Yi Hao. Brother-in-law, is what you said to me on the phone true? Your father's side recognized your relationship with Shuya? Aha. Yi Hao nodded, his expression guilty. It could have been agreed many years ago. It was me who couldn't take that step and dragged it out for so long. It was only when Xiaoling came back this time that I made up my mind. Li Shura shook her head inside. This matter is not your fault. It's all because the older people's concepts are too traditional. Let's go. I'll go with you to second brother's place. You're also in a hurry. Second brother's family's eldest son, Li Shuang, is about to marry his wife in the past 2 days. Second brother's family's child is getting married? Why didn't you inform me? Yi Hao was stunned. The old man didn't allow it. Li Shura was full of helplessness. Yi Hao's face boasted a guilty look once again. It's also true. The old master originally did not agree with my marriage with Shuya. Shuya ran away from home to be with me and ended up getting sick and dying. It's me who didn't take care of Shuya. It's only right that he doesn't forgive me and doesn't want to see me. Don't say this. Big sister knows that you were more upset than anyone else when Shuya died of illness. If it wasn't for this child Yi Ling, you would have gone with Shuya at that time. Li Shura shook her head. Yi Hao did not reply. Tears slipped silently. Then he hurriedly wiped them away. Let's go. Even if the old man disowns me, I can't disown him. If I want to be beaten or scolded, I'll take it. This will always be my Yi Hao's father-in-law's home. It is also my Yi Ling's grandfather's home. Yi Ling said with a serious expression. Same for me. Su Mei followed. Li Shura looked at the three with such an expression. Her eyes instantly reddened and she nodded vigorously. Shuya didn't look at the wrong person. With these words from you, Shuya will also feel at ease in heaven. Chapter 58. I'll take it for my dad. Hello Uncle Sanquan, playing here. I'll go over first. Along the way, Li Shuru greeted the people on the roadside. Big sister, you haven't changed much after so many years. You still don't lose your manliness. Walking out of the crowd, Yi Hao smiled. Hey, it's not as good as back then. I think back then, Shuya and I were known as crazy kids in the Holy Family Village, catching birds in the trees, touching shrimps in the river. Some boys were not as bold as us. Li Shuru laughed and shook her head. Now when we go down a water, our joints can't stand it if it gets cold. The years are not forgiving. On the contrary, it's you, brother-in-law. Your body looks great, and you look great, not at all like someone in their 40s or 50s. Thanks to little Ling, it's him who is filial to me. Yi Hao looked at Yi Ling with pride in his eyes. Auntie, now that our family has money, I'll send you a little tonic later on. It will have a great effect on your symptoms. Yi Ling said with a smile. Okay, great aunt is waiting for you to be filial. Li Shuru smiled back and then waved her hand. Just kidding, how can great aunt use those? It's just up ahead, almost at Li Fuang's house. Li Shuru pointed ahead. Ha, why is Shaolin squatting outside? Li Shuru increased her speed. Yi Ling and Su Mei. Yi Hao took a step over. Shaolin, if you don't go inside the house to help set up, what are you doing squatting here? Li Shuru looked at the youth squatting on the ground and frowned. Did something happen? Big N, I'm fine. I came out to smoke a cigarette. You're here to find my father. Right, go inside. Li Xiaolin looked up and squeezed out a smile. Shaolin, don't hide anything. Yi Hao walked forward with worry in his eyes. Li Fuang's family had helped him and Li Shuya a lot. A lot. He just couldn't repay it in his lifetime. And when he saw it, he couldn't ignore it. Ha, little aunt, why are you here? Li Xiaolin stood up and looked at Yi Hao in surprise. Then his face trembled and quickly pulled Yi Hao's hand towards the courtyard. Li Shuru followed. Yi Ling pushed Su Mei and also followed. Dad, look who's here. Li Xiaolin entered the courtyard and shouted upstairs. Soon a middle-aged man with white hair walked out of the living room, holding a trowel in his hand, with white pulp staining his clothes in front of him. Brother-in-law? Li Fuan looked at Yi Hao in surprise, then hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. Quickly, come into the house and sit. Yi Hao nodded and walked into the living room. Shaolin, pour tea for your aunt. I'll go change my clothes. Li Fuan ordered and walked upstairs. Yi Ling entered the living room and carefully surveyed it. The living room was not very big. The furniture was barely set down. The walls around were white as haze, obviously freshly painted. In a corner inside the living room, there were some boxes placed, with the words TV, refrigerator, and air conditioner printed on them. Cousin, which one is the wedding room? Can I take a look? Yi Ling asked. Yes, the room on the west side. Li Xiaolin pointed to the room on the west side. Yi Ling pushed Su Mei to the door of the room, pushed open the door and walked in. The wedding room was much smaller than the living room, and inside the room was a large white closet, a Simmons bed, and a dresser. The house is a bit small, but it feels cozy. Sume looked at the room and murmured, "The bride looks like her face is also very kind and gentle. She will definitely be a good wife in the future." Although both of them are smiling, there is a hint of sadness between their brows. Ling stared at the photo on the wall and frowned slightly. Indeed, Sume looked at it 2 more times and also frowned slightly. Could it be the reason why cousin was squatting at the door before? We'll know if we ask later. Ling and Sume visited the room for a while longer and left the room together. "Little Ling, come over and eat some fruit." Li Fuang waved at Ling, then looked at Sume. "This is the nephew's daughter-in-law, isn't it? She's so good-looking. Xiaoling, you're really lucky." "That's not true." Ling smiled back. It caused Sume a big blank stare. Ling took a banana and sat down next to the edge of the sofa. Sume sat next to him in the wheelchair. Ling peeled the banana and handed it to Sume's mouth. Sume blushed, reached out and took it, lowered her head and ate it. "Brother-in-law, it's not that I don't want to inform you personally. It's really because father gave harsh words, saying that if you come, he'll beat you up with his crutches." Li Fuang poured himself a glass of water and revealed a bitter smile. "After you finish eating later, go with big sister to her house for a temporary stay. That way the old man won't have anything to say." "Second brother, no need. I'll take whatever my father-in-law wants to beat or scold me. It's something I should bear." Yi Hao shook his head, his eyes full of determination. "Why are you suffering?" Li Fuang had some intolerance in his eyes and turned his head to look at Li Shuru. "Eldest sister, persuade your brother-in-law." "I think my brother-in-law's decision is very correct. Manly men can't run away from some things. When the time comes, you and I will make a strong effort to stop his. Are all a family? There are some hurdles that always have to be stepped over." Li Shuru returned. "Big sister you." Li Fuang cried and laughed. "Your temper really hasn't changed at all. Why should it change? I think my temper is quite good." Li Shuru shrugged her shoulders. The living room was quiet. After a short while, a figure entered the living room, disrupting the silence. "Dad, what brings you here?" Li Fuang hurriedly stood up with an uneasy expression. "Do you take my words as a whisper?" With a cold face, Li Shuwen walked up to Yi Hao and swung the cane in his hand towards him. Ling frowned and quickly stood up to block in front of Yi Hao. Bang! The cane smashed on top of Ling's arm. Ling didn't move a muscle and looked at Li Shuwen with cold eyes. "Dad, what are you doing?" Li Shuro quickly blocked in front of Ling. "It's not like the brother-in-law came and was not informed by the second brother. He came here for something. Dad, why are you really doing it? It's too much." Li Fuang quickly came to Ling and checked his arm. Ling faintly shook his head. "I'm fine." Then he looked at Li Shuwen and faintly said, "If you still want to fight, you can start. I'll take it for my dad." "Ling, get out of the way. It's Dad who did the wrong thing. Dad should be punished." Yi Hao stood up and reached out to push on Ling. Ling pushed hard on his feet, and like a boulder, he didn't move. "Most of the reasons for my mom's illness are due to accumulated labor and mental shock. These are not Dad's fault, you alone. My grandfather." Ling coldly stared at Li Shuwen. "As well as you are involved. Asshole, you're saying it's my fault. It's clearly Yi Hao who tricked my daughter. He's the one who made my daughter sick and died in her hospital bed, and even almost exposed her body to the wilderness in the end." Li Shuwen's eyes were bloodshot. He swung his walking stick and smashed it towards Ling. Li Fuang immediately grabbed his cane and pulled him to the door position. Chapter 59, Defeated Daughter-in-Law. "Get out! Get out of our house! I don't want to see you." "The executioner!" Li Shuwen roared at the door. Yi Hao's face was gloomy, biting his lip with guilty eyes. "Brother-in-law, go to my place first." Li Shuru pulled Yi Hao. "Let Dad calm down first." Yi Hao didn't reply. "If you stay, it will only make the second brother feel bad. His family is celebrating a wedding. He can't let others look at him and laugh at him, even if it's for his sake. Go back with big sister." Li Shuru once again pulled Yi Hao. This time, Yi Hao raised his head and nodded slightly. The three of them, Yi Hao, followed Li Shuru and walked out of Li Fu Wang's house together. Walking out of the Li family village, he came to the Mercedes-Benz S-Class car. "Brother-in-law, is this your car?" Li Shu had an unbelievable face. Earlier, she had seen the car, but she had never thought that it was Yi Hao's. Now Yi Hao opened the car door and invited her in. She was directly stunned. "Ling bought it for me. This kid is making a fortune now." Yi Hao smiled back. "Beautiful daughter-in-law. Stoic character. Bought a luxury car." Li Shuro looked at Ling, her eyes full of relief. Shuya should be completely relieved. Yi Hao drove the car and carried the four of them together to the nearby Hojia village. "Where is fourth uncle talking?" "Good day third uncle." "Good day Auntie Zhang." As the car drove into the village, Li Shuro saw her acquaintances and opened the windows to greet them one by one. "Xiaoru, Are these your relatives? A group of people saw that it was Daban and immediately came forward. Daban, ah, when did you have such rich relatives? Xiaoru, won't you introduce us? The grandmasters and grandmothers spoke one sentence at a time. Their eyes were full of surprise and doubt. Li Shuru was all smiles. It's my brother-in-law, Yi Hao, and his son, daughter-in-law, Shuya's husband? The grandmasters and grandmothers all revealed expressions that turned out to be so. Auntie, there are cigarettes in the passenger stowage box. Dad and I don't smoke. Give them to the grandpas. Yi Ling said to Li Shuru. Yi Hao reached out and opened the co-pilot organizer, and Li Shuru took out the cigarettes inside. And the world? What kind of cigarette is this? Li Shuru looked at the cigarettes in her hand in confusion. I don't really understand. It should be pretty good. Yi Ling said back. Li Shuru didn't think much of anything and unwrapped the whole cigarette, handing a box to each of the monks. Grandpa, you guys take your time to chat. We'll go back first. Li Shuru waved at the Moncler outlet store grandmothers and closed the car glass. The car left, and the grandparents revealed envious expressions. After the car was out of sight, some of the Moncler outlet store Moncler jackets looked at the cigarettes in their hands and revealed a puzzled expression. And the world? Zuwenjeng, what kind of cigarette is this? I think I've heard of this brand. Their Moncler outlet store was scratching his head, revealing a thoughtful expression. No, can't think of it. Which one of you would use your cell phone to look it up online? Who would use that? I would only watch Jitterbug. The older woman said back. I'll go ask my grandson. He can play on his cell phone. An older Moncler outlet store man turned and walked towards his house. Soon, the grandpa came out with an excited look on his face. 14,000 for one. A box of 14,000. What? Older brother, you didn't check it wrong, did you? The other Moncler jackets were incredulous. No, I checked several times. My grandson said this is the price. I remember when Shuya's object was a very poor young man. Right, so many years have not seen. Become a big boss? I guess so. He drives a big car and has good cigarettes. Xiaoru's family didn't help that sister much. This time Xiaoru's family is going to be developed. The first thing you need to do is to find a cool place to talk to your friends and family. Ho Daban is a carpenter. The craft is passed down from the ancestors. With the development of the times, the introduction of foreign culture, the traditional furniture industry suffered a great impact. Many young people prefer Western furniture. When he was young, Ho Daban could rely on his craft to support his family. With the change of times, the serious cultural intrusion, Ho Daban's income is less and less. Usually there are orders, but also some small work, quickly dry out. Good thing, the children are older, but also very successful. Do not need him to manage anything. Today, Ho Daban work less, back early, entering the village entrance, skillfully greeted with a few grandparents. Daban is back. Daban is back. The grandparents quickly stood up and looked at Ho Daban with a smile on their faces. Ho Daban stopped his motorcycle and looked at the Moncler outlet store moms and dads in confusion. These Moncler jackets are usually very bland. Now isn't it a bit overly enthusiastic? With a puzzled face, Ho Daban scratched his head and rode his motorcycle towards his home. Before reaching the door, Ho Daban saw a big Ben parked in front of the door. Important guests at home? Ho Daban hurriedly came down to stop the car and walked into the compound. Inside the compound, Yi Ling was standing under an apricot tree with Su Mei looking up at the apricots on the tree. You are? Ho Daban came to the front and looked at Yi Ling suspiciously. Auntie, I am Yi Ling. This is my wife Su Mei. Yi Ling turned his head, smiled and took the initiative to introduce himself. Little Ling? Ho Daban looked incredulous for a while before he smiled and reached out to pat Yi Ling on the shoulder. Grown taller, grown handsome, can't even recognize you a bit. Then he looked at Su Mei and nodded slightly. You came back quite early today. Li Shuru walked out from the living room, just in time to buy some small dishes. Today my brother-in-law is staying at home. Good, I'll go right here. Ho Daban nodded. Brother-in-law, time is still early. Let's talk together first. Yi Hao quickly went forward and pulled Ho Daban's arm, pulling him into the living room. Smoking? Sitting on the sofa, Ho Daban pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao waved his hand. Ho Daban put the cigarette on his mouth and pulled out a lighter. I knew you love smoking. This is the gift that Xiaoling brought for you. Li Shuru picked up a cigarette from the TV stand and handed it to Ho Daban. I don't recognize cigarettes either. Look, what kind of cigarette is this? Yi Ling was prepared to visit the elders of his grandfather's family one by one before, but when things came to this, he didn't have time to buy them. Hearing that Ho Daban liked to smoke, he took all the remaining cigarettes as a gift. Ho Daban reached out and took it, glanced at it, and then his eyes rounded. He whirled. Honored 5,000. Ho Daban exclaimed out in shock. A shock. Scared me. Not just a cigarette? Li Shuru looked at Ho Daban with a speechless face. Could it be a fake? Ho Daban looked up carefully, then shook his head. It's real. Then what are you shouting about? It is good smoke. Ho Dabin said with a grave expression. How good? Li Shuru was puzzled. Around 15,000 apiece, Ho Dabin said back, looking up at Yi Hao. Brother-in-law, your gift is also too expensive. I can't accept it. Ah, my god, Li Shuru suddenly cried out in shock. What's wrong? Ho Dabin was startled. I gave away 5 boxes of cigarettes like this to the roadside lords. Li Shuru looked dumbfounded and muttered. This is too generous of me. Ho Dabin, sending out $7,000 or $8,000. This is more than generous. It's enough to cover their expenses for half a year. Finally, I know why those grandfathers at the village entrance are so enthusiastic about him. This loser daughter-in-law. Chapter 60, Catching Robin Monkeys and Meeting Cousin and Cousin-in-Law by Chance. Auntie, I asked my great-aunt to send them. These cigarettes are from someone else. I don't know the exact price. Yiling pushed Su-mei to walk in from outside and smiled. That is to know. I will also let my great-aunt to send. They are all neighbors. They didn't take care of our family's business in the past. Now that our family is rich, we can't forget our roots. Ho Dabin nodded slightly, agreeing, his eyes full of relief. Xiaoling, you are right. The most important thing to be a person is not to forget your roots. Money is gone can be earned again. Roots are forgotten. Then the person has changed. It's all my fault. Should have checked. Li Shuru eyes guilty said. Well, no one is to blame. This is the right thing to do. Ho Dabin waved his hand. Li Shuru didn't say anything else and sat down in front of Ho Dabin. The catch-up was over and it was already 5:30 p.m. Ho Dabin rode his motorcycle to the village head restaurant to buy some small dishes, and Li Shuru made a few more with her own hands. After eating, Yiling pushed Su-mei and walked inside the compound. The weather was fine and the moon was full. The moonlight mixed with starlight shone within the courtyard, and the silhouettes of the trees slowly swayed on the ground, outlining a beautiful scene of an exclusive dark night. The stars are dotted. The white moon is in the sky. The starry sky is still so beautiful. Su-mei looked up to the sky and murmured, how many years has it been since I've seen such a view? In the future, I will accompany you to see all the prosperity in this world. The stars are brilliant. The moon is full and the moon is full. Yiling squatted in front of Su-mei, leaned her head on his shoulder and looked up at the starry sky. The corners of Su-mei's mouth hooked up and a smile then bloomed. There was a trace of light in her eyes that she had never seen before. Yiling asked Li Shuru for a flashlight. Originally, he was going to try his luck on his own to see if he could catch a few robin monkeys. Su-mei said she wanted to go, so Yiling could only take her there with him. Arriving at the woods, Yiling pushed Su-mei forward as the flashlight shone towards the surrounding trees. Ha! Yiling, that one isn't ah. Su-mei pointed at the direction where Yiling's flashlight swung over. Yiling quickly shone the flashlight over. It's still true. Worthy of being my wife? Her eyesight is good. Yiling laughed. Don't put gold on your face, it has nothing to do with you. Su-mei rolled her eyes. Quick, let's go over and take a look. Yiling pushed Su-mei over and reached out to take off the robin monkey. Putting it in his hand, he displayed it in front of Su-mei. Are you sure you can eat this thing? Su-mei frowned. Don't look at his long, not very good looking. Look at nothing edible. But after making it, the flavor is very good. Today see how many can be caught. If it is more, let the great aunt do it for you. She produces this craft absolutely one of a kind. Yiling smiled and said, good. Su-mei nodded, revealing an expectant look. All the way down, Yiling caught dozens more robin monkeys. Enough is enough. Let's go back. Su-mei looked at her cell phone and said to Yiling, good. This is probably more than half a kilogram. Yiling appended the bag in his hand and estimated. Yiling pushed Su-mei to return, and when he was almost at the exit of the woods, he met two people. Yiling opened his flashlight and shone it over, and after seeing each other's faces, he quickly walked over. Cousin, why are you here? Li Xiaolin revealed a surprised expression. Yiling raised the robin's monkey in his hand, glancing at the girl standing next to him. The other party had tears in the corner of her eyes. The girl quickly wiped it and smiled faintly at Yiling. Did something happen? Yiling asked with a frown. The girl he had seen before was none other than Li Xiaolin's unmarried wife. Nothing, just came out to take a break. Li Xiaolin forced a smile. Cousin, are you taking me as an outsider? Yiling strained his face. Li Xiaolin's face was a little flustered, turned his head to look at Su-mei for a moment, looked at Su-mei's equally taut face, smiled bitterly, and hastily waved his hand. Don't be like this. I didn't mean that. Well, just talk to you guys. This is my fiancée Xiao Yeye. We met outside working. Her family is in the next city. Li Xiaolin introduced Xiao Yeye for Yiling, then introduced Yiling and Su-mei for Xiao Yeye. Cousin, good day sibling. Xiao Yeye greeted Yiling and Su-mei. Then she stood a little behind Li Xiaolin, always with a smile on her face. It shouldn't be as simple as disagreeing, right? Yiling asked. Cousin, you guessed correctly. Yeye's parents have no obvious objections. As long as we live a good life, they don't have much of an opinion. Li Xiaolin said here and turned his head to look at Xiao Yeye, revealing a solicitous expression. I'll say it. Xiao Yeye stepped forward and sighed, her eyes filled with guilt. I have a younger brother, who was spoiled by my parents since he was young, and now he has gone astray. All day long he knows how to follow a group of punks and fool around, and wants to have money to spend, and doesn't work. For so many years, almost all of my savings have been given to him, and my parents are also angry and sick because of him, and they need to take medication every day to keep them alive. After Shaolin and I fell in love, I made it clear to my parents that I wouldn't give all my savings to my brother in the future, and they understood, and they were supportive after Shaolin and I established a relationship, telling me to get married quickly and leave my brother alone. All of this would have been fine, but my brother did not agree that I just married over, and had to ask for a bride price of 500,000 yuan. My parents and I have been perfunctory with him, saying that we will give it, wanting to get married first, and now that we are almost married, he is not happy when he doesn't see the money, and for this he is ready to look for someone to arrest me, and fortunately my parents know that they informed me in advance, so that I can come here. Saying this, Xiao Yeye's eyes became even more guilty and tears flowed out. Li Xiaolin quickly held Xiao Yeye in his arms. It's not your fault. I'll find a way to raise the money. We'll definitely get married smoothly. I'm sorry. Xiaolin, I'm sorry. Xiao Yeye hugged Li Xiaolin and cried loudly. Li Xiaolin's eyes were filled with heartache. He knew Xiao Yeye had suppressed it for a long time. Ling didn't say anything and waited until the two of them stabilized their emotions and looked at Xiao Yeye and asked, "What are you going to do? Is it to indulge your brother to do whatever he wants? Or do you want him to make a change?" "I want him to make a change. Otherwise, even if Shaolin and I borrowed this $500,000, after he spends it, he will come back to us again, and it will even get worse." Xiao Yeye bit her lips and said back, "Cousin, give me the bank card. I'll transfer some money to you." Ling pulled out his cell phone and spoke to Li Xiaolin. "Cousin, this won't work. I can't take your money." Li Xiaolin shook his head. "I want to dissolve the gap between my father and grandfather. You won't help me?" Ling looked at Li Xiaolin with a taut face. Li Xiaolin was full of disbelief. "Cousin, don't fool me. I'm not a little cutie. Do I look like I'm fooling you?" Ling tensed his face with a serious expression. Li Xiaolin took a closer look and his heart was a little shaken. Ling's expression was too serious, not like a joke at all. "I can really help dissolve it by charging money?" Li Xiaolin asked. "This is the first step. Follow up by listening to me," Ling said back, looking at Ling's still serious eyes. Li Xiaolin hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. "Okay, listen to you, cousin. This money is considered to be what you first deposited with me." Chapter 61, The $500,000 Dower Incident. Ling asked Xiao Yeye for her brother's information. He then parted ways with the two. "Is there anything I can do to help?" On the way back, Su Mei asked Ling, "Just be a little sweeter with your mouth when the time comes and call Grandpa 2 more times." Ling smiled back. "I always feel that you are a little bit looking down on me." Su Mei tensed up her face and said, "I don't believe me without looking at my sincere eyes." Ling stopped and shone a flashlight on his face. "Su Mei, ghost!" Su Mei shouted in a falsetto voice at the top of her lungs. Blank stares in succession. "Boring or not? Hurry home. I'm sleepy." "Sister Su, you are so cute." Ling returned behind the wheelchair and complimented Su Mei with a smile. "It's poor, no one loves it." Su Mei skimmed her mouth. "I think you are scolding me for not being human." Ling returned with a serious expression. "Put." Su Mei couldn't help but laugh. Ling shrugged and pushed Su Mei to continue walking forward. The next morning, Li Xiaolin woke up, glanced at Xiao Yeye lying next to him, and lowered his head to give her a kiss on the cheek. Xiao Yeye immediately woke up, rubbing her eyes and looking at Li Xiaolin. "What time is it?" "It's still early." "Sleep again." "What do you want to eat?" Li Xiaolin softly said. "Not sleeping. It's not good to sleep before this is even in the door. I'll go and make breakfast with Auntie." Xiao Yeye shook her head and sat up. Li Xiaolin smiled broadly, reached out and hugged Xiao Yeye and kissed her fiercely. "To be able to marry a daughter-in-law like you is my Li Xiaolin's service in this life." Xiao Yeye's face flushed red and she hooked her head and softly said, "Me too." Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye got up together. After washing up, Li Xiaolin went upstairs and Xiao Yeye came to the kitchen. "Auntie, can I do anything?" Xiao Yeye asked. No. Why don't you sleep some more?" Li Xiaolin's mother, Lu Chui, waved her hand in a hurry. "Hurry up and go back to sleep again. Already slept. Let me help you pick vegetables." Xiao Yeye went forward and started picking vegetables. Lu Chui looked at her daughter-in-law and the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. The hint of a sad cloud between her brows dissipated. Yeah, don't worry. Uncle and Auntie will definitely not make things difficult for you. Your uncle is thinking of ways to raise money." Lu Chui softly said. "Auntie, what money ah?" Xiao Yeye was stunned and somewhat puzzled. "Don't hide it from Auntie either. Shaolin promised you that he would give your family a bride price of $500,000. Lu Chui said back. "Our old Li family are honest and trustworthy people. we definitely won't do it and not recognize it. We must raise this money to send it to your parents. Uncle and auntie went through that incident of not being blessed by their parents in their marriage. We don't want you to repeat the mistakes of your uncle and sister. Lu Chui's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness and reached out to wipe Xiao Ye's head. Difficulties that can be solved with money. Although they are difficulties, they are much easier than human affairs. Auntie, who said this to you? Xiao Ye's face changed greatly, holding Lu Chui's hand and shaking her head vigorously. I don't want $500,000, other than the ones before. I don't want any other money. Don't be nervous. Auntie has no intention of blaming you. This is what should happen. Lu Chui hurriedly patted Xiao Ye's back, her face flustered. Look at me. What's the point of saying this early in the morning? Hey, it's all my fault. Yeah, you come out for a moment. Li Xiaolin appeared at the door and waved at Xiao Ye. Shaolin, what happened? Did you and mom talk things over? Walking to the door, Xiao Ye looked at Li Xiaolin with an angry face. How could I possibly say that? Not only are you shocked, I'm shocked too. Li Xiaolin shook his head. Let's go out and discuss this matter together. Li Xiaolin pulled Xiao Ye's hand and walked towards the door. Only when he reached the door, Ho Dabin walked in from outside. Shaolin, what are you guys doing? Ho Dabin looked at the two in confusion. Big auntie, did you hear about the $500,000 dowry? Li Xiaolin looked at Ho Dabin and asked. I know, and I also know who passed it out. Ho Dabin nodded his head and waved at the two men. When the two men came closer, Ho Dabin whispered, It's Du Yuan Bao. Grandpa Du? Li Xiaolin looked incredulous. How did he know? Du Yuan Bao and your grandfather have been fighting for decades. In our family matters, Du Yuan Bao didn't make a lot of trips. Back then, your little aunt's matter was him pouring oil on the fire, and your grandfather loves to save face, which caused that result. Exactly how I know is not very clear. Only Du Yuan Bao himself knows. However, you guys don't worry. Xiaoling asked me to come over and bring you a message. We're not getting married at home. We're going to the Artisan Star Hotel. Ho Dabin smiled and said, his body subconsciously straightening up. Artisan Star Grand Hotel? Li Xiaolin froze in place. The Artisan Star Grand Hotel he knew was the only 5-star hotel within the Artisan Star Plaza. In fact, he somewhat didn't quite understand why the Artisan Star Group would build an Artisan Star Plaza here when they were only a small county. The specifications of the Artisan Star Hotel were placed there, and almost no one would go to stay within this county. It was too expensive, not to mention using this kind of hotel to get married. Yes, Craftsman Star Grand Hotel. Xiaoling said that he has already made all the arrangements. The setup has already begun over there. It should be set up by the time the evening comes, and there will be a specialized MC coming over at noon to give you a pair of processes. Ho Dabin nodded. Son, Great Aunt knows that you should have a lot of doubts, but what you need to think about now is not those doubts, but to have a beautiful wedding so that your wife's mother's family can feel at ease, and so that the Oldley family can raise their eyebrows. Well, listen to Great Aunt. Li Xiaolin nodded his head. Since it was arranged by Yi Ling, Li Xiaolin didn't have any resistance, thinking that this might be a part of Yi Ling's design. Then, if you guys have anything to do, go and get busy. I'll go and talk to your parents. Ho Dabin waved his hand at the two and walked towards the living room. Li Xiaolin pulled Xiao Ye didn't go outside any further and together they walked towards the kitchen. Is anyone home? During dinner, the village chief came to Li Xiaolin's house. Li Fuwang, Ho Dabin. Li Xiaolin and the others quickly walked out of the living room and frowned when they saw Du Yuanbao beside the village chief. Village chief, may I ask what's the matter? Li Fuwang stepped forward and handed the village chief a cigarette. Go inside and talk. It's not very convenient to talk here. The village chief took the cigarette and returned indifferently. Li Fuwang nodded and made a gesture of invitation. The group of people entered the house. Xiao Ye and Lu Chui stood up and went to Lu Chui and Li Fuwang's room and closed the door. This little life is going well. Big fish and meat, and a little wine. Du Yuanbao sat down and looked at Li Fuwang with a smile on his face and said, Unfortunately, all this money was taken from your in-laws' mouths, right, Uncle Yuanbao? Meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Li Fuwang frowned. Our Oldley family walks the talk and sits straight. We never do that kind of thing. Did I say anything wrong? Promising someone $500,000 in dowry and getting married tomorrow, but not mentioning a word about it. According to the law, this is fraud. You guys are committing a crime. Du Yuanbao smiled coldly. Chapter 62, 2 5-carat diamond rings for reparations. Uncle Yuanbao, I respect you as an elder. I don't want to explode with you. If you don't come up with a proof today, I will directly sue you. Li Fuwang's face was red. He vigorously slapped the table and angrily looked at Du Yuanbao. I knew you would be sophomoric. I'll show you the evidence. Du Yuanbao took out his presbyopic glasses from his pocket and put them on, then took out his cell phone and operated it a little bit. After operating for 2 or 3 minutes, not a single word was said except for the sweat on his forehead. Uncle Yuanbao, If you can't get the evidence, please leave my house. Don't delay us to eat, Li Fuang said in a cold voice. What's the hurry? It's fine. Du Yuanbao looked impatient, wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and muttered under his breath. That's not right. That's what my grandson told me. Why can't I get it to work now? After another 5 minutes, Du Yuanbao finally unlocked his cell phone and opened the video with a smug look on his face and rushed to Li Fuang and handed it over. Look, who is the person in here? Listen to what he says before you come back to me and continue to weasel your way out of this. Li Xiaolin, you are a big liar. Cheating my sister and our family, said 500,000 now how not to give. Don't think that my sister will be cheated into the hands of the high and mighty. I'm telling you, not to take 500,000 over before the wedding. I'll make you regret. An overbearing words came from within the cell phone. Click. The door to Lu Chui and Li Fuang's room opened and Xiao Yeye ran out from inside. Going to the dining table, she first gave a slight bow to the village chief, then quickly said, "This was set by my brother himself. Xiao Lin didn't promise a bride price of $500,000. My brother is just a lazy person who wants to use my marriage to extort a sum of money from Xiao Lin's family. As your brother said, you were brainwashed by Li Xiaolin." Du Yuanbao shook his head slightly with a serious expression. Girl, listen to Grandpa Du's advice. Either get the $500,000 or don't marry the Li family. Old man, I know exactly what kind of person Xiao Lin is. I don't need you to teach me how to handle my relationship with him. Xiao Yeye coldly returned. Her temper was good, but she was still angry now. There was a saying that it was better to tear down a temple than a marriage, and a village elder had done such a thing. This was excessive. How do you talk this girl? I'm doing this for your own good. Du Yuanbao's face was unsightly, obviously not anticipating such an outcome. Xiao Yeye ignored him and looked at the village chief, bowing again. Grandpa village chief, the matter is just like I said. Please be able to see things clearly. Fu Wang, your family has married a good daughter-in-law. The village chief nodded his head and reached out to pat Li Fuang's shoulder, then stood up and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, right and wrong are each in their own hearts. As long as they don't break the law and don't discredit the Li family village, I won't get involved. Du Yuanbao's face was ugly, and he gave Li Fuang a cold look. Brainwashing quite a set of it. It seems that you are not prepared to take the money. Then my good truthful answer to her brother. After saying that, Du Yuanbao stood up and walked towards the door. Uncle Yuanbao, advise your grandson not to have too many dealings with that kind of person. Otherwise sooner or later something will happen. Li Fuang shouted at the door. My grandson is fine. No need for you to worry. Du Yuanbao returned without looking back. Li Fuang shook his head and sat down again, beckoning to Xiao Yeye. Sit down and eat. Xiao Yeye sat down next to Li Xiaolin, her eyes fluttering a bit. Li Xiaolin's face was filled with heartache, then his eyes became firm. At noon, the wedding officiant arrived. Wedding master of ceremonies came in. The first thing he did was not talk about the process, letting the people who followed behind him measure the bodies of Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye. Does the wedding process have this item of measuring the body? Li Xiaolin was puzzled, turning his head to look at Xiao Yeye. Xiao Yeye shook her head, showing the same puzzled expression. The package you have chosen is the highest package. Our company will take care of the body measurement for the two newlyweds, and there is a specialized company that will design 2 sets of wedding dresses for the two of you, 1 set of Western wedding dresses, and 1 set of traditional wedding robes for the Dragon Kingdom. The MC smiled back. What in the world has this cousin done? Ah! Li Xiaolin cried and laughed. Another wedding at the Artisan Star Hotel and the highest specification MC company package. It's not like he's a big shot. Just have a normal wedding. Xiaolin, when your grandfather asks, just say that you purposely found the money in order to not let the old Li family lose face, and are going to organize a wedding that will stir up the whole village and suppress Du Yuanbao's momentum. Ho Daban stepped forward and cautioned Li Xiaolin. Li Xiaolin nodded his head. When the measurements were completed, the MC began to discuss the wedding process with the two. At 5 in the afternoon, the MC took the two together to the county town. Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye were completely confused. Why did they have to come to the county town when they had already gotten the process right? The wedding dress is done so quickly? When they arrived at the place, looking at the 2 bags in front of them, their eyes were full of incredulity. I'm sorry, these 2 sets of wedding dresses were temporarily altered based on wedding dresses of similar sizes to the two of you. However, we can guarantee that the quality of this set of wedding dresses and gowns is qualified. The foreign beauty holding the bag returned in English. Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye were dumbfounded and twisted their heads to look at the MC. What she means is that your order was too late. These are altered from ready-made wedding dresses inside their store, but the quality is absolutely guaranteed. The MC explained to the two. To apologize, please accept these 2 5-carat diamond rings. The foreign beauty waved at the assistant behind her. The assistant stepped forward and handed a red box to Li Xiaolin. Li Xiaolin looked at the MC. They are expressing their apologies with a gift. The MC translated and was also confused, looking at the foreign beauties with a shocked face. What kind of wedding company did the company find? It's too rustic, isn't it? Li Xiaolin was even more confused. It was supposed to be that they gave a short time. It was good enough that people could make it, but they even gave compensation? It's not necessary. Li Xiaolin reached out and pushed the box, smiling at the foreign beauty. My god, Mr. Li, are you sure you don't want it? This is filled with 2 5-carat diamond rings, worth about $2 million. The MC's eyes were wide and his mouth was open, completely stunned by the impact of Li Xiaolin's words. Li Xiaolin, Xiao Yaye, frozen in place, forgetting to speak. If you guys find this unacceptable, we have decided to give you an additional $1 million in compensation. Once to show our Pronovia's sincerity. The foreign beauty revealed an anxious look on her face and quickly took out a check and wrote it. The foreign beauty finished writing the check and handed it to the MC. Translate it for me. If they are not satisfied, they can make specific requests. We will absolutely do it. The MC was shocked and numb, looking at the check in his hand. He once again sucked in a breath of cool air. Surprisingly, it was 1 million euros, not the Dragon Kingdom currency. Looking at the foreign beauty, the MC remembered. Wasn't this the president of the Dragon Country region of the world-famous wedding dress brand Pronovia's? She said it looked a bit familiar. Can the company afford to hire such a person to personally alter the wedding dress? She was 10,000% unconvinced. Chapter 63, saying you're 17 or 18 years old is believable. On the way home, Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye snuggled with each other. The two of them were mesmerized, and the excitement within them hadn't subsided by now. It felt like they had experienced a dream trip. They were the prince and princess in the fairy tale. Crowns, dream wedding dresses, gowns, white horses. Shaolin, pinch me, am I dreaming or not? Xiao Yeye looked up at Li Xiaolin. I don't give up. It's better for you to pinch me. I also feel like I'm dreaming. Li Xiaolin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew that everything was arranged by Yi Ling, but it was still like a dream. I don't want to part with it either. Xiao Yeye similarly shook her head. Shaolin, whether it's a dream or not, I take it as a surprise from you. I feel like the happiest woman in the world at this moment. I love you. After saying that, Xiao Yeye hugged Li Xiaolin's neck and directly blocked his mouth. Li Xiaolin responded passionately. The driver saw this scene in the rearview mirror and revealed a bitter smile expression. Dog food has been eaten all the way. Don't these two know how to restrain themselves? In a room inside a hotel in the county, a middle-aged couple was lying on the bed, and both of their arms were tied to the railing at the head of the bed. The eyes of the two men were tinged with anger, uneasiness, and despair. Ka-ching! The door of the private room suddenly opened from outside, and a scar-faced middle-aged man walked in. Quickly coming in front of the two, he grabbed the rope with both hands and yanked it with force, and the fingertip-thick rope directly snapped. It's Mr. Xiao Ligong and Mrs. Hu Xiuqin, right? The scar-faced middle-aged man bowed to the two. I'm Wu Xian, a friend of your son-in-law's cousin, and I've specially come to pick you up. Please give it to me. Wu Xian made a pleased gesture at the two. Xiao Ligong and Hu Xiuqin touched their wrists, revealing wary eyes. Wu Xian didn't rush them and shouted at the door. Come in and try on the gowns for Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. Two people quickly walked in at the door, a foreign beauty and a female assistant. The two people were each holding a bag with English printed on it. The assistant reached inside the bag and took out a set of men's evening gowns and walked towards Xiao Ligong with a smile. Xiao Ligong and Hu Xiuqin's wary expressions disappeared and waved their hands. Let's leave here first. My son will be coming back later. Good. Wu Xian nodded. The foreign beauty and her assistant immediately put away their clothes and followed the trio. At around 7 in the morning, Yi Ling and Su Mei got up early to wash up. Would it be inappropriate for us to just wear these to go? After washing up and returning to her room, Su Mei looked in the mirror and frowned. She was wearing a set of pink sweater with a reddish love heart printed on the chest position. How is it inappropriate? It's cute. It suits you, Sister Su. Yi Ling smiled back. It was also wearing an identical bodysuit on its body. This was the couple's sweatshirt that Yi Ling personally chose yesterday when he went shopping. Don't you think it's a bit too much for our age? Su Mei bit her lip and said, have you worn it before? Yi Ling asked back. No. Su Mei shook her head, her brows furrowed, then glared at Yi Ling. Without waiting for Yi Ling to reply, she directly waved her hand. Forget it, since you bought it, you must have found a good reason. It's still Sister Su who understands me. Yi Ling smiled faintly, personally helping Su Mei to organize her hair, and muttered, I also don't know whether those moves yesterday scared the two of them. After finishing organizing, Yi Ling and Su Mei walked out of the room. This one is very good. It suits you guys. Li Shuru's eyes were glowing as she came forward and carefully sized up the two of them. If you guys go out on the street, there are people who would believe it if they say you guys are 17 or 18 years old. Auntie, you're joking, we're all old. Su Mei smiled shyly. I do think that what great aunt said is not a problem. Yi Ling showed his teeth and smiled. Narcissistic. Su Mei gave him a blank look. After breakfast, Ho Dabin went to Li Xiaolin's house to help, and Yi Ling drove the remaining people directly to the county town. When he arrived at the Artisan Star Hotel, the person in charge of the Artisan Star Hotel was already waiting for him. Hello Mr. Yi, all ready, right? Yi Ling asked indifferently. Well, it's all executed according to your instructions, the person in charge respectfully returned. Good, go about your business. Yi Ling waved his hand at the person in charge and turned towards the trunk to take out a wheelchair. Carrying Su Mei in the wheelchair, Yi Ling threw the key to Wu Xian who was waiting at the side. Little Ling, you know all those people just now? Li Shuru followed Yi Ling and looked at him suspiciously. All are my employees. Yi Ling smiled back. My God, if I remember correctly, that person was once on the county's TV station, and seems to be the person in charge of the Artisan Star Plaza. Li Shuru stopped her steps and looked at Yi Ling with an unbelievable face. You remember correctly, he is the person in charge of Artisan Star Plaza. Yi Ling nodded, then said with a smile, I have a lot of shares in the Artisan Star Group, so he is my employee. Li Shuru froze in place. Su Mei revealed an expression of so. The doubts in her heart about the Fuli Cell incident found an answer at this moment. She still remembered that when Gao Chuan held a press conference to apologize, Yi Ling said that Gao Chuan wanted to thank her. At that time, she did not know why. Now that she thought about it, Gao Chuan should indeed thank her. This man even forgave Gao Chuan's fault of that magnitude because of her words. Su Mei looked up at Yi Ling. Handsome, right? Yi Ling used his hand to gesture a V around his mouth. Ugly. Su Mei rolled her eyes, but her face revealed an expression that she herself did not even notice. There were still 2 to 3 hours before the wedding banquet started. Yi Ling pushed Su Mei to stroll around the mall inside the square. 2 hours passed and the two didn't buy any clothes, but they each bought a set of clothes for Su Xiaoling. At the entrance of the Artisan Star Hotel, the neighboring folks from the Li family village as well as the nearby villages got down from the bus. This is the Artisan Star Grand Hotel? I go really? The wedding has been changed here? Is the old Li family putting down blood money? Neighbors and townspeople have exclaimed in shock. Everyone don't crowd. Let's go in orderly. Ho Dabin shouted in front, then waved at all the neighboring folks, signaling everyone to follow him. Ho Dabin went in. It's really a wedding at the Artisan Star Hotel. My God, this sudden change is too unbelievable. Go go go. This is a 5-star hotel. Even the cheapest drinks and food must be delicious. Old Li's family can this wedding can definitely stir up the entire county. Have you guys heard? Old Li's youngest daughter's husband who passed away came over and is said to be driving a Big Ben. Do you think they paid for this? This can't be. Li Shuwen won't agree. If you don't tell Li Shuwen, it's good. It's not like Li Fuan hasn't done this before. When you say it like this, it's really a bit possible. Otherwise with Li Fuan's family's condition, how would he hold a banquet here? Neighbors and townspeople were talking and following the passage towards the interior of the Artisan Star Hotel. Du Yuan Bao in the crowd was initially gloomy, staring at the signboard of the Artisan Star Hotel. When he heard the folks talking, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face. Chapter 64, Please be careful what you say and do. My God, this is too good looking. It's even more luxurious than that luxury family's wedding on TV. How much did it cost? This is definitely a wedding that will stir the whole city. Entering the banquet hall, the neighboring townspeople once again exclaimed in astonishment at the level of luxury, and each one of them was like Lu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. In the crowd, Du Yuan Bao also stared wide-eyed, his eyes full of shock. Uncle Yuan Bao, is the $500,000 dowry you mentioned before true? This scene of people, how can you look at it? It doesn't look like someone who was going to owe people $500,000 for the dowry? Someone came up to Du Yuan Bao and asked. Today's scene really shocked a group of people, all of whom had a certain amount of skepticism. Right, Uncle Yuan Bao, you can't rumor blindly about things without evidence. It's not good for you. Someone echoed. Uncle Yuan Bao, I think that after you get married, you can apologize to Uncle Shuwen. As the saying goes, it's better to settle an injustice than to tie it up. Uncle Yuan Bao, all shut up. I, Du Yuan Bao, have acted rightly and have not wronged anyone at all. If you guys don't understand, don't get involved blindly. Du Yuan Bao interrupted the neighboring folks and said coldly, not giving the bride price and spending the money on these things. This looks like Li Shuwen's old undead idea. This kind of behavior is to discredit our Li family village. Heaven will punish him. Li family village, Li Shuwen, Du Yuan Bao are all prestigious people of the older generation within the village, with natural authority. Such a sharp tone instantly made the neighboring villagers shrink their necks. The waiter who was arranging dishes for them frowned slightly. Hello, this old gentleman. Are you from the Li family village? The waiter asked. Yes, Du Yuanbao looked at the waiter with a puzzled expression. Is there something? There are some things I want to correct with you so that you don't have a wrong perception. The waiter scanned the surrounding neighborhood folks and then said, what you said about Mr. Ling not paying the dowry. Theoretically it cannot exist. $500,000 is just pocket money for Mr. Lee's family. Take this venue for example. Hosting a banquet like this is around $1.5 million. The pastries that you are eating right now, as well as the red wines that are on the table, are all worth more than $50,000. Speaking here, the waiter said with a serious expression. So, please be careful with your words and actions. If you appear to denigrate Mr. Lee in the future, our security will ask you to go out. After saying that, the waiter bowed to the few people and turned to leave. Du Yuanbao, feeling his face hot and painful, the neighboring folks forced themselves to hold back their laughter, and when they couldn't help it, they lowered their heads, and only after laughing did they raise their heads and look at Du Yuanbao together. I told you, it must be Uncle Yuanbao, you got it wrong. Uncle Yuanbao, it's good to learn from one's mistakes, don't say anything more, or else you'll really be kicked out. Uncle Yuanbao, you just ate several fast pastries going down. Do you think that people give all of us 50, 000 or 60, 000 yuan per table, will be less than the bride price of 500, 000 yuan for the family of the mother of the family? Du Yuanbao, not knowing how to answer, speechless, feeling like a clown jumping through hoops right now, fuming for a long time, Du Yuanbao saw his cell phone ring before he slowed down and quickly answered it. It's about to start. Bring them in, Du Yuanbao whispered, then hung up the phone. His confused eyes disappeared, and his face looked grimly at Li Shuwen sitting at the front. Dare to make me lose face. Later I will make you hate finding a crack in the ground. The MC came on stage to officiate and announced the start of the wedding. First of all, let our witness, Mr. Ho Dabin, come up to give the wedding speech. Ho Dabin quickly went up and spoke with the witness speech he had prepared long ago. Next, let's review the couple's journey of love. Please welcome the bride to the stage. Li Xiaolin took out a diamond ring and put it on Xiao Yeye's ring finger for her. Xiao Yeye also put it on for Li Xiaolin. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Li Xiaolin's friends immediately raised a ruckus. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolin hugged Xiao Yeye and kissed her. It took half a minute to separate. Xiao Lin cows. Happy wedding. Congratulations for a long and prosperous life. An early birth. After Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye finished drinking the handover wine, the host reappeared on stage and said with a smile, next, please invite both of our parents to the stage. Behind the host, Xiao Yeye shivered, a lost expression on her face. Li Xiaolin reached out and pulled her hand. Don't worry, I just received word that your parents are here. Xiao Yeye twisted her head, her face incredulous. Li Xiaolin helped her wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and pointed in the direction of the backstage. Xiao Yeye twisted her head to look, and in the next moment covered her mouth, quickly ran over and jumped into her mother's arms. Good boy, don't cry, today is your big day, you should be happy. Hu Xiuqin helped Xiao Yeye dry her tears. Xiao Yeye reached out to hold her parents' hands and walked towards the center of the stage. Li Fuang and Lu Chui also came to the stage. Hello in-laws, Li Fuang warmly greeted Xiao Ligong. Good, have a seat. Xiao Ligong nodded with a smile. Together. Come, in-laws mother do. The two families humbled each other and quickly took their seats. Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye went up, for each side's parents to toast tea and officially changed their mouths. Both parents handed over prepared red envelopes. Li Xiaolin handed over the red envelopes he received to Xiao Yeye. You manage our family money. Ha ha, good man. The friends immediately cajoled. This awareness is really high. Sister-in-law, in the future, if Xiao Lin hides secret money, we'll be the first to snitch. Xiao Yeye wore a smile on her face, but the depths of her eyes were filled with worry. After changing his words, the host returned to the center of the stage and made an invitation gesture to Xiao Ligong and Hu Xiuqin. Both of you please come to the center of the stage. Your son-in-law has a gift he wants to give you here. Xiao Ligong and Hu Xiuqin looked puzzled as they stood up and walked to the center. The host's two assistants dragged a box onto the stage, and the host reached out and opened the box, revealing the contents inside. Holy, a box of money? What is this? How much does this have to be? What is this Li Xiaolin up to? The guests below were stunned and stood up to take pictures with their cell phones. Xiao Ligong and Hu Xiuqin froze in place, completely unable to think. Mom and Dad, the promise that Yeye once made is my promise. Here is the 66,600,000 dowry. Please also accept it. Li Xiaolin stepped forward and bowed towards the two. Thank you for agreeing to marry your daughter to me. This is something I dare not imagine after experiencing certain things. Thank you for your understanding. Don't be like this. We can't accept this money. That's just my son being greedy and forcing you to agree. We don't want the money. As long as you guys live a good life together, we'll be satisfied. Hu Xiuqin quickly waved her hand and turned her head to look at Xiao Ligong. Old man, you quickly say something. Xiao Ligong opened his mouth without words, and took 2 long breaths before speaking. Children, although I and your mother age a little older, but we are not the kind of people who do not know right from wrong. Your person we are very recognized, will be yeah to you we rest assured. Always is a sentence. As long as you are happy in the future happy, we will be happy. This money cannot be asked for. Thank you mom and dad. Xiao Yaya violently jumped into the embrace of the two. Her body could not stop trembling. A marriage without her parents' blessing was imperfect for her. Now that she had a husband who spoiled her and loved her, and the blessing of her parents, she felt that this marriage was perfect. Chapter 65, Little Spirit. Turn around and uncle will personally go and ask for your vacation time. Dad, are you alright? Ho Dabin had been watching Li Shuwen's mood changes, and seeing him motionless for several minutes, he said with a worried face, if you're not feeling well, let's go back first. This wedding process is also roughly over. I'm fine. Li Shuwen shook his head, his eyes confused as he looked at his granddaughter-in-law who cried and laughed on the stage. Some memories surfaced from the bottom of his heart. Shuya, Li Shuwen murmured softly, a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. Now you know how annoying you were in the beginning. Li Shuwen's old companion, Lu Jifeng, reached out and handed over a tissue. Li Shuwen didn't say anything and covered her eyes with the napkin. Mom, this is actually partially due to external factors. Dad was just misled. Ho Dabin accompanied with a smile. Misleading is only for a moment. As for him, not only did he not make up for it afterward, he was also stubborn as a donkey. If it wasn't for his attitude, Shuya wouldn't have gotten depressed after giving birth to Xiaoling, and fallen ill. Lu Jifeng coldly said, moreover, I have heard, Xiaohao came back this time before he even had a bite to eat. He was blown out with his crutches. This is simply evil. I don't care. Turn around. If you don't invite Xiaohao to come to the house and sit down, I'll move out and live with Shuru for a while. Can you shut up? Even if I don't block them, do you think Yihao's family will accept them? Shuya doesn't even have a place to be buried after she dies. For that alone, Yihao, is not worthy of our family. Shuya, Li Shuwen said angrily without lifting his head. Neither Lu Jifeng nor Ho Dabin answered. Indeed, this was a real problem. The three of them fell silent at the same time. On the table at the back of the guest table, Du Yuanbao looked down at his cell phone and looked towards the door from time to time. When a group of young men walked in from outside, they immediately stood up and ran over. Grandson, you guys are finally here. Du Yuanbao came to his grandson with a smile on his face. Du Huili glared at Du Yuanbao and made a silent gesture, then lowered his head and followed the people in front steadily. Du Yuanbao quickly followed, skimming at Li Shuwen as he walked up to him, revealing a mocking expression. Li Shuwen frowned and braced himself to stand up. Ho Dabin pulled Li Shuwen's arm and made a shake of his head at him. Dad, don't worry, Xiaoling has all the arrangements. Du Yuanbao can't make waves. Yiling? Li Shuwen frowned. Ho Dabin hurriedly covered his mouth, his face filled with embarrassment. The words slipped out. Xiao Jian, don't mess around. Yeah is your sister. This is the most important moment in her life. You can't let her have any stains. Li Xiaolin looked at Xiao Jian vigilantly and blocked Xiao Yaya's body with her body. Xiao Jian, don't be like this. Just think of it as mom begging you. Okay. Hu Xiuqin looked at Xiao Jian with a pleading face. If you dare to ruin your sister's wedding, I won't have you as a son in the future. Xiao Ligong said with a cold face. Hearing these words, Du Yuanbao in the crowd had a snicker on his face and said conspiratorially, your old Li family is really something. The old man drove his own daughter to the brink of extinction for the sake of face, and now he's driving his in-laws' family to the brink of extinction. It's not bad to be in the same lineage. Du Yuanbao, shut up. Li Shuwen roared and stood up, getting up from his position and rushing towards Du Yuanbao. Du Yuanbao snickered and ducked behind his grandson. Bang! In the next moment, his body slumped forward uncontrollably and fell. If you dare to continue disrupting my sister and brother-in-law's wedding, it will be more than just a kick. Xiao Xiaojian stared at Du Yuanbao on the ground with an icy expression. Du Yuanbao, Li Xiaolin, Xiao Yaya, everyone around. Grandpa, hurry over and apologize, otherwise our family will be finished. Du Huili went forward to help Du Yuanbao up, his face anxious. Hurry up and apologize to Grandpa Li, apologize to everyone. Beat me and still ask me to apologize? Du Yuanbao revealed an unbelievable expression, thinking he had heard wrong. Du Huili was afraid that Du Yuanbao would say the wrong thing again and hurriedly came to his ear and whispered, Grandpa, the one at the front is the boss of the entire Dongjiang city gangsters. As long as he gives a word, we are dead and no one will find us. He is Yiling's henchman. Yiling? Yihao's son. Du Yuanbao was shocked. Then there was a joy on his face. Quickly standing up from the ground, he turned his head to look at Li Shuwen. Li Shuwen, you claimed that you wouldn't recognize Yihao as your son-in-law, but now you're even using his money to organize the wedding. and using his connections to control the scene. This is what you said you wouldn't recognize? What hypocrisy! Du Huili was dumbfounded in place. How could this grandfather be so good at making a fool of himself? It's over. Everything is over. It's fine if he won't recognize me. Lu Jifan walked to Li Shuwen and looked at Du Yuanbao and coldly returned. Du Yuanbao. Li Shuwen, you can tolerate a woman overstepping her bounds? None of your business. Li Shuwen returned with a cold face and turned towards the door. Du Yuanbao, please leave. You are not welcome at this wedding. Lu Jifan points towards the door. Du Yuanbao's face turns red, hating to find a crack in the ground. Grandson, go. Du Yuanbao pulls Du Huili and walks towards the door. Wish sister, brother-in-law 100 years of good luck and early birth. Wish sister, brother-in-law 100 years of good luck and an early birth. Wish sister, brother-in-law 100 years of good luck and an early birth. After Du Yuanbao left, Xiao Xiaojian brought the punks who had come with him forward and shouted loudly. Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye froze once again, not understanding what Xiao Xiaojian was playing at. Xiao Xiaojian turned to look at his parents and knelt on the ground. Mom and Dad, my son is unfilial, but my son swears that he will never do anything to harm you two in the future, and if he violates this oath, let me be struck by heavenly thunder and not be allowed to die. Xiao Ligong and Hu Xiuqin also froze, not knowing what to say, always feeling that everything was unrealistic, fearing that their son was setting them up. They nodded slightly and waved their hands. You go out first, we'll contact you later. Yes. Xiao Xiaojian nodded and quickly stood up and walked towards the door. Xiao Xiaojian left, and the host once again walked to the center of the stage. Cousin, I realized that I've been set up by you, where you're asking me to help you here, but you're helping me. During the toast, Li Xiaolin spat out in tears and laughter. Yi Ling did not reply and turned his head to look at Ho Daban. Xiaolin, although Xiaoling is conscious of helping you, but as you can see, in the end, your grandfather's attitude changed, which means, Xiaoling is really making some plans. You and Yeye don't have any psychological burden, just live a good life and be filial to your parents. Ho Daban smiled and said. Li Xiaolin and Xiao Yeye nodded fiercely and picked up their wineglasses one by one and started toasting. The wedding banquet ended. Yi Ling and the others gathered at Li Fuang's house. After discussing, Ho Daban and a group of other elders decided to strike while the iron was hot. After packing up, they went to Li Shuwen's house together. Yi Ling decided to go to the mountains alone to see his mother in his memory. On top of the mountain path, Yi Ling carried Su Mei on his back. Take a rest. Su Mei reached out and wiped Yi Ling's sweat. Yi Ling found a relatively flat place, put Su Mei down, and the two of them sat together on top of a rock. You won't blame me for being capricious, right? Su Mei looked at Yi Ling, her eyes flashed with a trace of uneasiness. Just turn around and I'll come back capricious. Yi Ling smiled. When he was on his way, Su Mei strongly requested to come together, the kind that he couldn't even agree to. Scanning the surroundings, Yi Ling took out his cell phone and opened the camera, wrapped his arm around Su Mei's shoulders and pressed the shutter. The screensaver has another one. Yi Ling subconsciously clicked on the photo album. Su Mei looked with her eyes. The next moment her face darkened, reached out and snatched the phone, looked at the several pictures of herself that she had never even seen, then coldly looked at Yi Ling. Yi Ling's expression was embarrassed. Little Ling, turn around, uncle personally go to give you leave. Chapter 66, you spilled it first. This is my mom. Say hello. Arriving at the grave area on the hill, Yi Ling put Su Mei down and held her together as they looked at the grave in front of them. Above the tombstone, a young woman with a ponytail, pretty with a heroic spirit. Hello auntie. Su Mei bowed to the grave. Yi Ling took out the flowers he brought and placed them in front of the grave with Su Mei, then bowed once together. Mom, your daughter-in-law and I have come to see you. Don't be in a hurry. Soon we will pick you up and take you home. Then we will pay our respects to you. Yi Ling looked at the tombstone and smiled, but his mind inadvertently flashed through some images. Sadness uncontrollably surfaced on his face. Want to say a few words to auntie alone? Su Mei turned her head and asked Yi Ling, her eyes worried. That's good. There are some things that she can't hear even after saying them. It's better to keep it in your heart. Mother and child are connected. Maybe it can be conveyed in the past. Yi Ling smiled, pointing to the path that still existed ahead. There's a pavilion up there. Let's go sit there for a while. Good. Su Mei nodded her head. Her eyes were much thicker with worry. Yi Ling carried Su Mei on his back to the pavilion and placed her on the sitting bench of the pavilion. The view here is very open. So many villages in the circumference can be seen. It makes one's mood soothing. Su Mei looked out of the pavilion. Her hair was blown by the wind, giving a feeling of being beyond the world. Yi Ling sat opposite Su Mei and took a picture of her with his cell phone. Don't take a picture. Come over and try it too. Su Mei rolled her eyes and waved at Yi Ling. Yi Ling smiled and walked over. Standing side by side with Su Mei, he looked up towards the foot of the mountain. Su Mei twisted her head and looked at Yi Ling. The depths of her eyes revealed a tangled color. 10 seconds later, Sumei's eyes were firm and slightly backed up, came behind Yi Ling, reached out and hugged Yi Ling's waist, leaning her head on top of his back. I don't know how to comfort you. I hope this will make you feel better, Sumei murmured. Yi Ling was stunned and gently grabbed Sumei's hand. His heart was incomparably warm as he looked towards the distant sky. It was already close to sunset, but his relationship with Sumei was rising like the rising sun. Cousin, this can be colorful and fragrant, very chef-like. Back at Li Shuru's house, Yi Ling received a call from Li Xiaolin, asking him to go over and have dinner together. Yi Ling then showed his hand in a small way. Sibling, you are really blessed with a mouthful of food. Having such a husband who can cook, I can't even envy him. Xiao Yeye smiled. Li Xiaolin quickly patted his chest. I'll learn from my cousin, and I'll make you whatever you want to eat in the future. Then I'll wait for you. Xiao Yeye smiled sweetly. Sumei was somewhat speechless in her heart, saying that she envied her. She was actually spreading dog food, right? Turning her head, she looked at Yi Ling. Tired? If you don't want to move, let me feed you. Yi Ling smiled. No need. Sumei hastily rebuffed and fiercely glared at Yi Ling, her face as red as dripping blood. Why is this man not following the common sense? It's not like she wants to compete with Li Xiaolin couple to spread dog food. Really, does this man not know what shame is? Gu, cousin, dog food doesn't come with this, Li Xiaolin said with a sour look. It's you guys who sowed it first. Yi Ling spread his hands, a picture of innocence. Ha ha, did you? Li Xiaolin scratched his head in embarrassment. Put. Xiao Yeye were all amused by his naive expression. Come, eat, taste cousin's handiwork. After eating, Yi Ling and Sumei didn't want to disturb the beautiful moment of people entering the bridal chamber. Back to Li Shuru's house, after waiting for 2 hours, Li Shuru, Ho Dabin, and Yi Hao returned. As soon as the three entered, Li Shuru shouted at the top of her voice, Xiaoling, Xiaosu, good news. What good news that makes you happy like this? Great aunt? Yi Ling walked out of the house and asked with a smile. Your grandpa has recognized your parents' relationship, and when your mother's ashes are buried in your grandpa's side of the ancestral grave, your grandpa will have to meet with your grandpa. Li Shura shouted at the top of her voice. You say this isn't good news. Son, this is all because of you. Dad and mom thank you. Yi Hao walked to Yi Ling and said excitedly, do we need to say thank you between father and son? Yi Ling went forward and hugged Yi Hao. His tone was serious. Dad, don't think you're not capable. All of it is my efforts helped you. You have to remember, I'm your son. Without you and my mother, there wouldn't be me in this world. It's you who started fooling around with me since you were a kid, groping and crawling, and that's why you have everything like this today. You're excellent. Not only are you excellent yourself, but you've also taught an excellent son. You're worthy of your mother's mandate, and you haven't wronged anyone. Right, brother-in-law, you are excellent. Stop being presumptuous. You have done what others could not do in their lifetime. Ho Dabin stepped forward and nodded repeatedly. As Shuya's sister, I know all about her temperament. At the beginning she said to me that you will eventually amaze everyone one day. At first I thought she was just talking in her head, but now I believe it. Brother-in-law, you are good. Shuya's vision is also unique. I, Li Shuru, am ashamed to be inferior. Li Shura had a serious expression and gave Yi Hao a thumbs up, being recognized by so many people. Yi Hao felt certain fighting spirit that had been decimated revived once again. His body couldn't help but straighten up, and his entire aura changed drastically. When the others saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. Moving graves was not a small matter, and each region had its own customs, so Yi Hao and Li Shura decided to ask a special gentleman to come over. In this way, Yi Hao would need to stay in the Li family village for a while. Yi Ling and Sumei were fine and stayed along. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Sumei's feet were much better again and could walk slightly. After breakfast, Yi Ling pushed Sumei to the woods, with a small shovel in his hand. Since the last time she ate the robin monkeys made by Li Shuru, almost every day she let Yi Ling take her to touch them. The woods were that big, and it had already been touched by them almost. When they couldn't touch it, Yi Ling was ready to go and use the shovel to see if they could find a few out. But before they reached the woods, Yi Ling's phone rang. What happened to my godmother? Yi Ling picked it up and asked with a cold face. Okay, I know. Make sure they're safe. I'll personally go over and solve it. Yi Ling coldly commanded a sentence, then hung up the phone, came to Sumei's front, holding her hand and said, Sister Su, sorry, can't dig the robin monkey anymore. Is there any interest in traveling to H City with me? Now besides following you, do I have any other choice? Sumei shrugged her shoulders. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile that she didn't even notice. Have you ever experienced something that you can realize whatever you want? Sumei said that she was experiencing it. Being alone, she hadn't enjoyed it enough. After explaining the situation to Yi Hao, Yi Ling and Sumei embarked on their journey to H City. Be careful all the way. Come and call when you arrive. Don't worry too much about our side. Have fun. On the road leading to the county, Yi Hao, Li Shuru, Ho Dabin, Li Fuang and the others waved at Yi Ling, their eyes full of reluctance. Chapter 67, Sugar Gourd to Eat? My godmother was met when I went to school in a foreign country. She was traveling with her own daughter in a foreign country at that time, and since I didn't know any foreign language, I acted as their tour guide, and I felt that her personality was very much like my mother's, so I recognized her as my godmother. On the road, Yi Ling explained for Su Mei how he met his godmother. So that's how it is. Su Mei nodded slightly. What does godmother do? Before, she was the owner of a breakfast store. Now she should have opened a chain of stores and established her own brand. Yi Ling returned. He hadn't really met with his godmother Qin Shuyi for several years. The usual chatting was also through his daughter Zhu Xiaoling's cell phone video. It wasn't really clear how far Qin Shuyi's career had gotten now. What kind of gift does godmother like? Su Mei asked again. Just buy a dress for her. I gave you the size when the time comes. Yi Ling said back. Are there any taboos? No, the person is very kind and easy to get along with. After a minute, Su Mei nodded slightly and stopped asking questions. The heart felt relaxed. It turned out that there were times when it was convenient to find a smart husband. After dark, Yi Ling found a hotel and rested for the night. The next morning, the two set off again. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Ling arrived at the H-City Artisan Star Plaza. The person in charge of the Craftsman Star Plaza had long been waiting at the door. Mr. Yi is tired. We have prepared the room for rest, and the meal is ready at any time. The person in charge came forward and said with a smile. Yi Ling nodded and opened the trunk. The person in charge quickly stepped forward and grabbed the wheelchair and carried it down. Yi Ling smiled faintly, turned towards the co-pilot and reached out to pick up Su Mei in a princess hug. Su Mei naturally wrapped her arms around Yi Ling's neck, without any emotional fluctuations on her face, as if she was eating and drinking. Coming to the arranged room, Yi Ling asked the person in charge to get some food over. After a late lunch, Yi Ling and Su Mei began to rest. At 5 in the afternoon, the two woke up and went out of the hotel together, going to a specialty store to buy clothes. The scenery in H-City is much better than Dongjiang. After leaving the boutique, Su Mei browsed the surrounding scenery inside. What the ancients said is still true. There is heaven above and SH below. It's not bad. Wait until you're free later. I'll take you to the real paradise. Yi Ling smiled back. A paradise outside the world? The kind inside the peach blossom garden? Su Mei looked at Yi Ling doubtfully. Similar. Yi Ling nodded his head and didn't say much. I want to eat this. Arriving at the snack street, the wide array of snacks aroused Su Mei's appetite. Yi Ling acted as an errand boy, traveling to and from the various snack stalls. Sugar gourd to eat? Su Mei held up a sugar gourd and waved it around Yi Ling's mouth. Yi Ling opened his mouth and bit one. Su Mei revealed a smile and brought it back to her mouth to nibble one. Then her facial expression twitched and her eyes closed. It's so sour. After swallowing it, Su Mei mumbled. Then she nibbled one again. Yi Ling shook his head slightly. This was the so-called law of true flavor, right? Here it is. Traveling to the end of the snack street, Yi Ling stopped and looked up inside the breakfast store in front of him. Flour roll, oil cake, sesame cake. Which one do you want? In front of the stove, Qin Shuyi was looking for money for the other customers and asked without lifting her head. What do you want to eat? Yi Ling looked down and asked Su Mei. Flour rolls. Su Mei said back. Godmother, have 2 flour rolls. Yi Ling said to Qin Shuyi. Okay, a little. Qin Shuyi nodded, then quickly looked up, her eyes full of surprise. Xiaoling, how come it's you? Why did you come? Xiaoling, quickly come over. Look who's here. Qin Shuyi turned around and shouted at the interior of the snack bar, her voice excited with excitement. A slim figure walked out from the inner room, looking towards Yi Ling's side in doubt. Then her eyes just lit up, and she quickly ran out, ran to Yi Ling, and said with a big smile, Brother, why did you come? And didn't inform us. Temporarily decided to come over. Next time I come again I will definitely notify you guys in advance. Yi Ling smiled, pointed at Su Mei and introduced. This is your sister-in-law Su Mei. Ha, brother, you've only just returned to China. Right, and you got married so soon? Zhu Xiaoling was surprised as she looked at Su Mei, then squatted down and pulled Su Mei's hand. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. You're the one who's pretty. I'm getting old here. Su Mei laughed. Don't lie to me. You look like you're about 20 years old, about the same age as me. Zhu Xiaoling was full of disbelief and took the initiative to come behind Su Mei, pushing her towards the house. Brother, keep up. Let's go inside and chat. The people outside are too noisy. You guys go chat. I'll help godmother. Yi Ling waved his hand at the two men and came to Qin Shuyi, taking out a set of disposable gloves from the drawer under the cabinet. Qin Shuyi looked at Yi Ling in surprise. How did this kid know that there were disposable gloves there? Xiaoling, you go too. There is a lot of fumes here. Auntie Zhang and I will be fine together, Qin Shui advised. Oil cake right, hot sauce or not? Yi Ling smiled and didn't reply, skillfully asking the customer's needs. Handsome, I don't want hot sauce. The two girls smiled and said to Yi Ling, wow, this handsome guy is so handsome, she won't mind if we take pictures, right? The two girls snuggled up to each other and muttered in whispers, looking towards Yi Ling from time to time. My wife is a jealous woman, you guys better not take pictures, Yi Ling reminded without lifting his head. The two girls' faces immediately reddened, hugging together in embarrassment to the point of flying. With Yi Ling's help, the counter side was less busy. As time passed, the finished products on the counter were sold out. Old Zhang, old Lu, it's been hard for you guys, you can go back and rest. Qin Shui took off her apron and said with a smile to the helping Aunt Zhang, Uncle Lu. Aunt Zhang and Uncle Lu nodded with a smile and packed up and left the store. Mom, is it over? Xu Xiaoling pushed Su Mei out from the inner room, came to Yi Ling and said with a smile, it's rare for brother and sister-in-law to come over. Let's go to the restaurant and eat. That's what I thought too. Qin Shui smiled and said, let's do it tomorrow. I'm a bit tired from driving today. Let's go to my godmother's house to get together, and tomorrow we'll go shopping together. Yi Ling smiled apologetically. You see godmother this happy even this is neglected. Home just have ready-made dishes. Let's first will be once. Wait for a good rest. Tomorrow then shopping to take you to eat delicious. Qin Shui was all smiles and took the initiative to lead the way. Take a walk. Home is nearby, just a few steps away. Yi Ling took the wheelchair in Xu Xiaoling's hands and pushed Su Mei to follow. Brother, are you planning to settle down here this time when you return to China? While walking, Xu Xiaoling asked. Yes, settle down. Yi Ling nodded his head. Good yeah, then you will be able to find brother to play with in the future. Xu Xiaoling's face was excited and she directly jumped up. Yi Ling, do you think Xiaoling's voice is suitable to be a voice actor? Su Mei looked up at Yi Ling. Well, Xiaoling's voice is very good. If she is dubbing secondary characters, she will definitely be very popular, and I also once suggested that she enroll in this profession. Yi Ling nodded his head and turned his head to look at Xu Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you should be a senior now. What kind of work are you planning to do in the future? Dubbing after my brother suggested me so, I enrolled in the broadcasting major of H University. My grades have always been excellent. There are a lot of dubbing companies that have sent me emails. I'm a bit torn about where to go. Xu Xiaoling smiled, eyes erupted with a confident glow. Chapter 68, Being Snatched Away. Company this convenient brother familiar. After going back brother help you see which company is good. Yi Ling smiled and rubbed Xu Xiaoling's head, his eyes full of doting color. Xu Xiaoling hemmed and hawed and nodded her head fiercely. Listen to brother. Su Mei took everything in and her face revealed a puzzled expression. How did this brother and sister look like a pair of siblings in general? Could it be her illusion? Warm Garden District, a property under the Artisan Star Group. Xu Xiaoling's home was within the neighborhood. Entering the neighborhood, Yi Ling reached out and princess hugged Su Mei. Brother, although I don't object to your show of affection, I still have to remind you that there is an elevator in this small district. Xu Xiaoling looked at Yi Ling and Su Mei with a smirk. Su Mei's face instantly reddened and pouted. Didn't you think of everything? Hurry up and put me down. The elevator may not have a power outage. Let's talk about it when we arrive. Yi Ling faintly replied back, holding Su Mei to follow Qin Shui. Behind, Xu Xiaoling pushed her wheelchair and followed with a smile. Brother, I figured out how you married your sister-in-law, because you have thick skin. While walking, Xu Xiaoling shouted, thanks for the compliment to brother. It's not easy to meet such a smooth wife. If you don't have a thicker skin, you'll be snatched away. Yi Ling returned without looking back. Ha ha, brother, you have no problem with this logic at all. 6666. Xu Xiaoling shouted with a smile. Su Mei glared and fiercely pinched Yi Ling's arm. Not serious. That also depends on who. We are all family. Who are we serious for? Yi Ling smiled. You should also be able to find out that I'm actually not a person who likes to talk a lot, except for the people I care about. Su Mei was stunned, her heart thumping. Was Yi Ling confessing to her? Too lazy to say you. Su Mei pouted, her tone softening. The elevator is here. Let's talk when we arrive home. Qin Shui stood inside the elevator and waved at the three of them. Yi Ling hugged Su Mei and quickly walked in. Xu Xiaoling also pushed her wheelchair to follow. Entering Qin Shui's home, Yi Ling placed Su Mei on the sofa, twisted his head to look at the room layout and nodded slightly. Although it wasn't very big, it was still clean and tidy, and was considered a medium-level family standard. Xiaoling, accompany your sister-in-law to talk. Let me show you guys my hand. Yi Ling rolled up his sleeves and prepared to enter the kitchen. Qin Shui hurriedly stopped it. No need, godmother will be fine alone. You guys go chat. Xiaoling, do you want to eat the rice that brother made? Yi Ling twisted his head to look at Xu Xiaoling. Xu Xiaoling nodded her head vigorously, then hurriedly shook her head again, and finally looked at Qin Shui. Mom, do you want to eat? Qin Shuyi's face showed a difficult color, and finally nodded slightly. Just make one dish, come out when you're done. Ling smiled faintly and stepped into the kitchen. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and 1 soup were on the table, and Qin Shuyi served everyone rice. A home-cooked meal. Don't be polite, rest well and I'll bring you guys a big meal tomorrow. Qin Shuyi smiled and said, a super delicious hot pot restaurant has recently opened. I'll bring you guys over to try it tomorrow. Zhu Xiaoling used her male chopsticks to grab a chopstick of Ling's cooking for herself. After putting it in her mouth and chewing it, Zhu Xiaoling's eyes instantly lit up. Delicious, really delicious. Zhu Xiaoling then once again gave herself 2 chopsticks and took a big bite. There was no trace of the ladylike image from before. Ling's trio looked on with smiles and began to eat together. Ding dong, ding dong. While eating, Zhu Xiaoling's cell phone rang continuously. Zhu Xiaoling pulled out her cell phone and looked at it, then frowned as she typed and snapped the phone on top of the table. Ding dong, ding dong. The cell phone once again rang with a message alert, and Zhu Xiaoling picked it up again, her brows furrowing into a Sichuan shape as she twisted her head to look at Qin Shuyi. Mom, did my grandparents sue you? Qin Shuyi's hand trembled, biting her chopsticks for half a day without speaking. What happened? Ling asked. In fact, he came here because of this matter, and had been looking for a chance to stir up the conversation. Yes, your grandparents approached me and wanted to get back your custody, which I politely refused. Qin Shuyi bit her lip and lowered her head to whisper, I'm sorry for not asking for your permission. Mom, it's nothing to be sorry for. You're my mom. Your decision is my decision. Although my grandparents are still good to me, I don't want to be separated from you. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. The big deal is that in the future I'll have time to go see them more often. I think they'll understand. Zhu Xiaoling hugged Qin Shuyi's arm. Qin Shuyi reached out and touched her hand on Zhu Xiaoling's head and softly said, with these words from you, Mom is putting up a fight and won't let you be taken away. There's still me. With me here, no one can force you guys to do things you don't want to do. Ling interjected, then looked at Zhu Xiaoling and Qin Shuyi and said with a cold face, just now, Xiaoling, you said sue right. We answer the lawsuit. I will find the best lawyer to fight this lawsuit. Thank you, brother, Zhu Xiaoling said with a grateful face. After eating, Zhu Xiaoling took advantage of Qin Shuyi's gap in washing the dishes and brought Ling and Su Mei to her room, closing the door behind her. Zhu Xiaoling's face was filled with uneasiness as she said, brother, sister-in-law, just now I didn't want Mom to worry. I didn't say all the contents of the cell phone text message. Now I'll talk to you guys. Say it, whatever it is, sister-in-law and your brother will make the decision for you. Su Mei said back. Ling nodded slightly. There is a dubbing company boss called Yu Kai has been sending me messages, letting me join their company. After I clearly refused, he still kept sending me messages. At first it was messages like adding benefits. Then he started to threaten me. Just now when I was impatient and disliked a sentence, he told me that my grandparents sued my mom for things. Zhu Xiaoling looked worried. Do you think it could be because of this person that my grandparents did this? Grandparents are actually very nice people. They've always respected both my mom and I's decisions. They shouldn't help outsiders against us. Grandparents may not do anything, but guarantees that the rest of their family won't. Ling faintly said back. What do you mean, little uncle? Zhu Xiaoling's eyes instantly rounded. Don't think so much. Soldiers come to stop. Water comes to cover the earth. With brother and your sister-in-law around, no one can harm you. Ling touched Zhu Xiaoling's head. Looking at Ling's doting expression, Zhu Xiaoling nodded slightly, her eyes confused and said, brother, I don't know what's going on. Every time I see your eyes, I feel incomparably at ease, and there's a sense of familiarity, as if you're really my own brother. Not a real brother now? Ling tensed his face. I said the wrong thing. You are my own brother. Zhu Xiaoling spat out her tongue and hurriedly came to Su Mei. Sister-in-law save me. Brother wants to beat me. He's the one who can't spare it. Su Mei twisted her head and glanced at Ling, smilingly saying, right. Chapter 69 Mr. Yi, you picked a really good time to do it. With you as my sister-in-law protecting me, how would I dare? What's more, this girl is very well behaved. There is no reason to beat her. Ling smiled and pointed to the door. I'll go out and contact the lawyer. You guys chat first. Go go go. Zhu Xiaoling waved her hand. After leaving the room, Ling went to the balcony, took out his cell phone and dialed Li Rui's number. Mr. Yi, you picked a really good time. Li Rui's bitterly smiling voice came from the opposite side. What's wrong? Delayed your date? Ling asked with a smile. What date? Since I met such an attractive man like you. Mr. Yi, my vision has been so high that it has no bounds. Li Rui's bright laughter came from the opposite side. In and little sister's dinner. Just sat down in the restaurant. This meal back to the company reimbursement. Now help me contact the last time that lawyer Huang. Let him come over to H City trip. Ling smiled and said back. Add 10 minutes of work. In exchange for a meal. Value. I immediately contact him. No accident. Tomorrow morning can arrive. Li Rui's bright laughter once again came from the opposite side, as well as her little sister's exclamation of surprise. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ling looked up and gazed into the distance. Certain images buried in the depths of his memory gradually surfaced. Among them were Qin Shuyi, Zhu Xiaoling, and Zhu Xiaoling's deceased father, Zhu Daolong. Yu Yukai opened a company called Yuing Dubbing Company 10 years ago, and since it was one of the first companies in this industry in H City, it was very prestigious in the industry. During the 10 years, Yuing has been the leading company in the dubbing-related industry in H City. Asset valuation is even reached $1 billion this year. A round of financing is underway. Once the financing is successful, the market value doubled. In the past 2 years, the advent of the era of big data, voice actors from the original fixed signing company slowly began to move towards part-time, organizing personal team studio, and the relationship between the company faded a lot. Yu Yutsai company is facing such a problem, the urgent need to belong to their own company's unique fresh blood. The other day, Yu Yukai discovered Zhu Xiaoling on a short video website, immediately attracted by Zhu Xiaoling's pure and ladylike, better voice. Over the years, the voice actors who came to the company, more or less, were all somewhat attractive, and as long as they were spotted by Yu Yukai, they would all check their goods first, and those people didn't dare to have anyone say anything afterwards. This makes Yu Yukai tasted the sweetness, and from then on out of control, so will often be in the attention of some not very famous female newcomers. Through a large number of consumption website paid props to send Zhu Xiaoling, Yu Yukai entered Zhu Xiaoling's fan group, and contacted Zhu Xiaoling. He directly identified himself and sent an invitation to Zhu Xiaoling. According to Yu Yotsai's idea, Zhu Xiaoling would definitely agree immediately, come over to see him and sign with him, and then be inspected by him every day. But it turned out that Zhu Xiaoling directly rejected him and refunded all his spending. Although he was very angry, Yu Yukai was not discouraged at all. He is a high-minded person. Employees do not obey his orders. He is very upset. Whether it is a new employee or an old employee, he does not do anything on the surface. Behind the scenes will be a good clean up each other. As a result, he is inextricably linked to the Grey Forces. The first time he found the Black Forces in H City, the other party also took his job. As a result, the Grey Forces told him that Zhu Xiaoling was surrounded by people who were secretly protecting her. They didn't want to get involved, and the money wasn't returned. Yu Yukai was furious, but did not dare to go against the Grey Forces. Cannot through coercion. Yu Yukai can only choose to lure. Through the investigation of Zhu Xiaoling's family relations, Yu Yukai found a breakthrough. Zhu Xiaoling's brother-in-law, a gambling addict. By playing a game with the Grey Forces, Yu Yukai succeeded in making Zhu Xiaoling's brother-in-law, Zhu Xiaolong, owe himself $500,000. Yu Yukai intends to use this debt to bully Zhu Xiaoling. However, Zhu Xiaolong offers to help. He tells Yu Yukai that Zhu Xiaoling is very filial and has a good relationship with her grandparents, so if she earns back her custody, she will definitely listen to her grandparents, and then he will personally force her parents to be the bad guys, while Yu Yukai will be the good guy, and he will be able to make Zhu Xiaoling agree to enter the Yuin. Yu Yukai thought this was a good idea. Bullying and whatnot was a bit too degrading. If he could conquer someone like Zhu Xiaoling, it would be a great sense of accomplishment. But the time has passed several days. The lawsuit has been submitted up. Also looked for H City's best lawyers, but there is not a bit of news back. Yu Yukai a little bit cannot stand it. Took the initiative to contact Zhu Xiaoling. Being a series of refusal, Yu Yukai completely furious. The matter of prosecution will be directly stabbed. How dare you pull the blackout on my number? Zhu Xiaoling, you're good. You completely pissed me off. Yu Yukai looked at the eye-catching red exclamation mark at the edge of the cell phone message, roared angrily, and forcefully smashed the cell phone on the ground. Yu Yukai picked up another cell phone and dialed a number. I'll send you a message from someone later. Follow them. Yu Yukai ordered in a cold voice. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yukai opened WeChat and found a person with a P picture note and sent 2 photos. P the 2 photos to be a little more intimate. P play to find a big V of breaking news to send out immediately. Okay. Closing his cell phone, Yu Yotsai's eyes were cold. Anytime you are pure, under the keyboard warrior's hands, you will become a YWD woman. This is what happens when you make me Yu Yukai unhappy. Soon, WeChat sent a message. Mr. Yu, already looking for a breaking news V to send out a soft article. I'll forward it. Yu Yukai opened Weibo, found the big V that sent the picture, opened the comment and read it. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Worthy of being a professional keyboard warrior, the rhythm is really good. Zhu Xiaoling, tomorrow you'll be famous. Yu Yukai retweeted the soft text, and the retweeted comment did not write any text, but instead sent a series of ellipses. Replies of unknown significance were most likely to stir up thoughts, and in the end it was best to get away with it. After forwarding, Yu Kai went to bed humming a little song. Ding dong, ding dong. Zhu Xiaoling was chatting with Su Mei and Ling was sitting on the side reading a book. Continuous cell phone alerts interrupted the trio's state. Zhu Xiaoling took out her cell phone and looked at it. Ghost fan group. Ghost Xiaokai, at Ghost. Ghost Xiaohong, at Ghost. Ghost Xiaobai, at Ghost. Looking at the series of ads themselves, Zhu Xiaoling's eyes were filled with doubt. Ghost, at all members, what's wrong? Ghost Xiaobai, Ghost you've been hacked with pics. Spooky Choi, pictures. Zhu Xiaoling clicked on the large picture and looked at it. Her face instantly became ugly and she angrily said, too detestable. Lai Hao is a big company boss. How can he do such disgusting things? What's wrong? Su Mei frowned and came over to Zhu Xiaoling. After seeing the content, her face also became ugly. Weebly, do you have anyone you are familiar with? Su Mei twisted her head and asked Ling. I have shares in the company. Do whatever you want. Ling nodded his head, walked to Zhu Xiaoling and picked up the cell phone and took a look. His eyes instantly became ice cold. Chapter 70, Who ordered you to smear the sister of our company's chairman? At 1 in the morning, Micro-Thin Micronutrients had just gone to bed not long ago, when the sound of an urgent phone call rang out. What's so urgent that you didn't notify me earlier? Micro-Go-Around asked with a cold face. Micronutrient General, the chairman personally came to the phone just now and asked me to take care of things. He seems to be very angry. A trembling voice came from the phone. Yi Dong let you handle it? There was no more sleepiness in the moment for Micronutrients. What's going on? Quickly say. The person on the phone told the matter of the Big V breaking the news. What a death wish. How dare you take a shot at Yi Dong's sister? Simply living impatiently. Immediately give me a blocked number. And then block all accounts related to them. And investigate their past content. There were huge particles. And they gave the order with a cold smile. Hanging up the phone, Micronutrients dressed up and rushed to Weibo headquarters. Ling personally opened his mouth to question. He couldn't care less. He had to start the internal reorganization, or he would be the one to be reorganized. A Big V's workroom. Assistant is refreshing the page. Suddenly the account shows the banning status. The assistant quickly sits straight body. Again refreshing up. After 5 consecutive minutes of refreshing, the account still showed that it was in the process of being banned. The assistant panicked and quickly walked to the office to report the problem he encountered. Account blocked? How is it possible? How could our account be blocked? A certain Big V was in disbelief and personally logged into the account. Seeing the blocking prompt, a certain Big V's face instantly went black. At this time, the landline phone suddenly rang. A certain Big V quickly picked it up. What? Your accounts were also blocked? It's not just you guys? All those who had contact with us and interacted with us have been blocked? Asterisk. What is Weibo up to? It's not like we violated any laws. Don't be in a hurry. I'll call someone I know over at Weibo right now to ask what's going on. A certain V hung up the phone and speed dialed the Weebly executives he knew. Hello, this is a certain Big V. A certain Big V opened the door, but before he could finish, the other side returned faintly. So it's you. Where are you now? I'm in the South Trail. A Big V subconsciously returned. Come to the South Trail Weebly headquarters. I'll give you an answer. A faint voice came from the phone, then hung up. A certain Big V had a puzzled look on his face, and his heart was vaguely uneasy. Has the news of Zhu Xiaoling and Mr. Yu spread? A certain Big V turned his head and asked his assistant. Just now searched. There are no words, as well as related news. It should have been blocked and sunk along with our account. The assistant returned. Grass. Weibo, this is cutting off my financial path. A certain Big V had an angry face. No, mister. You gave quite a lot of money. This must be done. You send it to other media and then find water armies to carry on the rhythm. Okay, I'll go now. The assistant nodded. A certain Big V stood up, put on his jacket and walked out of the office. On the way to the South Trail Weebly headquarters, a certain Big V received a call from his assistant. Something's up, a certain Big V said with a tired face. What? All the other accounts have been blocked? How is this possible? A certain Big V instantly sobered up, his face showing a horrified expression as he realized the seriousness of the matter. You mean because of Zhu Xiaoling? A certain Big V's face trembled, also somewhat skeptical. In the past, the jobs they took were fine no matter what kind of commotion they made. This time, they were blocked when they took on Zhu Xiaoling's job, or the whole platform was blocked. Wasn't this Zhu Xiaoling just a blogger? A certain Big V quickly took out his cell phone and called Yu Kai. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Dialing several times in a row, the phone prompted that the other party had turned off the phone. Grass. Why is it turned off at this time? A certain Big V had a face of bad luck. It seems that we can only go to Weibin headquarters first to see what's going on. Hopefully things won't be too bad. Arriving at Weibei South Trail headquarters, a certain Big V looked up at the Weibei building, his brows furrowed into a Chuan shape. The lights were brightly lit. Weebly was so busy? A certain big V right. Go in. Micronutrient has been waiting for you for a long time. The security at the entrance stepped forward and made a please gesture to a certain big V. Particles? A certain big V froze. Which micronutrient do you mean? The security guard simply ignored him and beckoned to a few other security guards guarding the entrance, and a few of the security guards quickly surrounded a certain big V. You should be tired from the rush. Let's help you up, the security said indifferently. Then two security guards held a certain big V's arm towards the interior of the building. A certain big V was instantly stunned. What is this situation? This is kidnapping. Micronutrient. People have been brought here. Entering the president's office, the security guard put a certain big V down and respectfully reported, "Go down. Prepare the special airplane to H City." Vericelli waved his hand at the security. The security immediately turned around and walked out, closing the door in the process. Vericelli, what's going on? A certain big V stammered and asked, "Who instructed you to smear the sister of our company's chairman?" Coldly asked back, "Ha? No, I didn't. Micronutrient. This isn't some kind of misunderstanding. I've always been very disciplined and have never smeared anyone." A certain big V hastily waved his hands, with an innocent face. "It must be a misunderstanding. I am a legitimate self-media person. Zhu Xiaoling, there are micronutrients following him." And the assistant picked up the conversation. "This, Zhu Xiaoling is." A big V dumbfounded. "Say, otherwise, there is no place for you in this world. There are microscopic particles," coldly said. I say, it's Yu Kai, the founder of the H City Yuan dubbing company. That made me do this." A certain big V's face was horrified, trembling as he said, "Mickey, go around. I'm also taking people's money to help people. I don't have any enmity with MS. Zhu, can you spare me?" Assistant, make a note of it. To discredit Miss Zhu without any enmity. This is slander. There are micronutrients that faintly commanded. "Ha, Mickey, go around. I'm wrong. Give me a break. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again." A certain big V instantly kneeled, a face of pleading look at Micronutrient. Micronutrients don't even look at him. To the assistant commanded, "Send a Weibo," meaning for him to receive black money to slander the big man. By the way, in looking for someone to bring the rhythm, say that it's because of his other accounts that he was blocked, so that he can also try a taste of what is called slander. Although this is not slander. Yes, the assistant nodded and immediately operated on the computer. A certain big V's body collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair. It had never been him who had brought others to the rhythm. Now it was actually his turn. Was this retribution? At 7 o'clock in the morning, Yu Kai woke up from within his villa, stretching a lazy waist. Yu Kai remembered last night's events and smiled as he turned his cell phone on. Why so many calls? A certain big V? What's the point of looking for me in the middle of the night? Can't it be that things have already been done? Yu Kai looked at so many incoming calls and reached out to press down. "Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off." "Why is it still turned off?" Yu Kai frowned, somewhat displeased. Chapter 71, Our family can afford to be arrogant. Just at this time, the cell phone rang. Yu Kai looked at it. It was the financing partner Mr. Wang's phone, and quickly picked it up. "Brother Wang, what's the matter with calling over so early?" Yu Kai said with a smile. "I withdrew the decision of financing. Just hang up here." Mr. Wang coldly returned. Yu Tsai's smile stiffened on his face, then became incredulous. The cell phone rang again at this time. Yu Kai lowered his head, looked at it again. It was again the financing partner's phone. Answering the phone, Yu Kai had not yet spoken, and a cold voice came from there. "Yu Kai, you have a lot of balls." I wimped out. "I withdrew my capital. You play by yourself." "Hey, Mr. Liu," Yu Kai shouted in a hurry. The phone but has hung up. In the next few minutes, Yu Kai received calls from 8 financing partners, all of whom wanted to divest. Yu Kai felt like he was dreaming, sitting paralyzed on the bed, his face pale to the extreme. He didn't understand what was going on. Ding dong! After an unknown amount of time, the doorbell rang from outside, and Yu Kai braced himself to the door, opening the door and looking at the black-clothed bodyguards in front of him. Yu Kai frowned. "Who are you guys?" "Mr. Yu." A certain big V's trembling voice rang out. "A certain big V?" Yu Kai opened the door completely and looked forward, and the next moment his body was shaking. "Just recognize me, so I don't need to be introduced. There are micronutrients that step into the room." The assistant and bodyguard followed, and locked the door backhandedly. Yu Tsai's face was filled with a troubled look. Give him a rough idea of what happened. There were microscopic particles that looked at a certain big V. A certain big V hurriedly told him the generalization of the matter. After Yu Kai heard it, his feet almost didn't fall to the ground. The matter of investors withdrawing their funds had an answer at this moment. Micronutrient. show me a clear path. I'm willing to use half of my family fortune to repay you. Yu Kai knelt in front of, his face pleading. If you offend Yi Dong, no god can save you. Micronizer coldly returned. Coming to you is not to give you a way to live. Recount your own crimes and what you have done. Maybe your family and children can still get a foothold in this society. Yu Yotsai's feet softened and his body collapsed to the ground. His eyes filled with despair. The bowels of regret were green. Brother, sister-in-law, that's the place. The specialty hot pot restaurant. It's opened by a very famous star. My classmates and I went to eat there once. It's very good. And the things inside are also very affordable. Not far from the H-City Smith Star Square. Zhu Xiaoling points her hand to the polymerization Zhuang facade. Her face is full of smiles. I didn't expect the Weibin management to be so powerful. Just a report will seal that certain big V. I'm so happy. I must eat more today. Eat as much as you want. Brother's treat. Yi Ling smiled and said, his face full of pampering. But you can't. Come to Godmother's place, how can I let you treat? Godmother come to treat. You can't grab it for Godmother. Otherwise Godmother will be unhappy. Xin Shuyi looked at Yi Ling with a serious face. Sister Su, it seems like we are going to dabble in this meal. Yi Ling looked at Su Mei and laughed. I think you should be dabbling in my favor. It's not likely that Godmother is preparing to invite me alone. The corner of Su Mei's mouth curled up and she smiled. Yi Ling looked slightly stunned. Can't I just joke? What kind of expression do you have? Su Mei immediately tensed up her face and resumed her cold and icy look. Can you smile once in that way? I want to take a picture of you. Yi Ling asked with a smile. Shoot it. Su Mei said with a taut face. Yi Ling, sister-in-law, look over here. Suddenly Zhu Xiaoling shouted at Su Mei. Su Mei subconsciously turned her head and saw Zhu Xiaoling taking pictures of her, immediately revealing a smile. Ka-ching! Zhu Xiaoling pressed the shutter and took a look at the photo. Her brows furrowed. Then she came to Yi Ling and pointed at the photo. Uncle, I've been feeling that someone is following. I guessed right. Look. Yi Ling took a look and took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Less than a minute later, a strong young man in a suit carrying a man with a successive duck-tongued hat walked over. Mr. Yi people brought. Why are you secretly filming us? Yi Ling asked. Who is secretly filming you guys? I'm a photographer. I'm just taking pictures of the scenery. The duck-tongued man returned indifferently. Immediately release me right now, or I'll sue you for kidnapping. The black-clothed bodyguard stepped forward and grabbed the duck-tongued man's camera. The duck-tongued man clutched it hard and crouched toward the ground, shouting, What are you doing? Robbery! Robbery! Someone is robbing. The surrounding pedestrians immediately stopped and looked towards Yi Ling and the others. Xiaoling, call the police. Yi Ling frowned. Zhu Xiaoling immediately started dialing the alarm. You'd better not call the police, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. The duck-tongued man suddenly looked up and threatened. The person behind me is not someone you guys can mess with. If you don't want to get into trouble, honestly loosen me up and let me leave. Hey, I want to call the police. Someone is secretly filming me and threatening us. Zhu Xiaoling shouted into the phone. Grass. Zhu Xiaoling, you actually called the police. You wait, mister. You won't let you off. The duck-tongued man cursed angrily and struggled hard. Loosen him. Yi Ling went forward with a cold face. The man in the suit quickly loosened the duck-tongued man, and the duck-tongued man immediately stood up with a smug face. Count on you to recognize. Bang! Yi Ling kicked the duck-tongued man in the stomach, then stepped forward and arrived at the duck-tongued man's heel, kicked him in the waist again, and finally stepped on his leg and twisted it with force. After the clicking sound, Yi Ling turned around and said without looking back, Know what to do, right? No. The man in the suit nodded his head and quickly stepped forward to drag the duck-tongued man away. Let's go. Let's eat. Returning to Su Mei's front, Yi Ling pushed Su Mei towards the polymerization manor in front. Zhu Xiaoling and Xin Shuyi looked at each other. Their eyes were full of shock, and a trace of worry flashed in the depths of their extension. Absent-mindedly, they followed. The location of Aggregation Manor was the west of Artisan Star Plaza, very close to Artisan Star Supermarket, and the flow of people was very dense. It was now past 8 in the morning, and since it was a weekend, the crowd was even bigger. It's a good thing we got up early, otherwise there would be no seats. Sitting down in the store, Zhu Xiaoling scanned around the overflowing hot pot restaurant. Her face was full of celebration. Then she picked up the menu and started ordering. When the ordering was over, Zhu Xiaoling looked at Yi Ling with an uneasy expression. Brother, just now that person mentioned Yu Kai. You hit him. We'll be fine, right? We are fine. Yu Kai is going to be fine. Su Mei smiled back. Yi Ling followed with a nod and gave Zhu Xiaoling a reassuring look. Your brother is the chairman of Weak Thin. In addition to that, brother is also the chairman of other large companies. In the future, don't hold back if you are aggrieved. Our family is arrogant. Brother, you're kidding. You're the chairman of Weak Thin? Zhu Xiaoling looked disbelieving and half-joked. If you're the chairman of Weibin, Then give me a big recommendation and increase my fans. My fans are pathetic. Chapter 72. Do you know who he is? Ling didn't reply and pulled out his cell phone to send a message. Zhu Xiaoling didn't care about the joke at all, twisting her head and laughing as she chatted with Sumei. Ding! Ding! Soon, a series of rings came from Zhu Xiaoling's cell phone. Zhu Xiaoling pulled out her cell phone and looked at it. Ghost fan group. At Ghost, you're on Weibo, big recommendation. At Ghost, my god. Ghost, you're actually the sister of Weibo's chairman? At Ghost, you're hiding too deep. Don't ever forget that I'm an old fan. At Ghost, picture. The series of messages caused Zhu Xiaoling's expression to freeze, and she opened the picture sent by the fan to look at it. Weibo authentication, Weibo chairman's sister. Eyes full of incredulity. She looked up at Ling and stammered, "Brother, are you really Weibin chairman? This can still be fake." Ling smiled back. He knew that Zhu Xiaoling and Qin Shuyi were both very honest. Some things they would rather endure than to expand things. This kind of thing is not bad, but sometimes it can be very suffocating. Ling didn't want them to suffocate. He wanted to give them confidence. In the future, when you encounter anything you can't see past, don't hold back. Do what you want. Our family is arrogant. Ling said again. Zhu Xiaoling bit her lips and nodded violently. Listen to brother. Ling smiled faintly and changed the topic. Any favorite dubbing companies? I want to set up my own studio. Zhu Xiaoling said with some embarrassment. That's a good idea. Any plans? Are there all the people? Ling nodded. Already discussed with the students in the same dormitory almost. The previous plan was to be a blogger to earn some money, and then in the establishment of the studio. And then was Yu Kai to pester. Destroyed my plan. If not brother you this time out of the way, I guess I definitely want to be cyberstormed. Zhu Xiaoling said at the end with a palpitating face. If you don't mind leaving in with us, my company office building has an empty floor. When you graduate you can first take it as a temporary office. Sumei smiled and said to Zhu Xiaoling, I'll pay for the funds to buy the equipment. Ling smiled and picked up. Also invest $10 million as your startup capital. Brother, sister-in-law, I really love you guys. You guys are really great. Zhu Xiaoling jumped up excitedly, causing the surrounding people to stare. Zhu Xiaoling also felt it and hurriedly stopped, sitting on a chair and spitting out her tongue in embarrassment. I'm not going to be polite or anything with your brother, but I'm warning you, make sure you take your work seriously. Don't let your brother's money and trust go down the drain, or else mom won't even forgive you. Qin Shuyi looked at Zhu Xiaoling with a serious face. Mom, it's fine, this is just the starting capital. When it's for Xiaoling to practice, Ling said with a smile. Xiaoling, you can't spoil her, otherwise she will go down a crooked path. Your godfather's brother is a living example. Qin Shuyi said with a serious face. Ling nodded slightly, not speaking. Mom, don't worry, I have grown up with you since I was a child. Aren't you clear about what my temperament is? Definitely won't float just because I have this relationship with my brother. I'm someone who is motivated to be the world's top voice actor. Zhu Xiaoling wrapped her arms around Qin Shuyi's arm, her face filled with determination. The other three saw the scene and all revealed smiles. The ingredients came up, and the hot pot soup base boiled, and the four of them boiled. After eating the hot pot, the four people's faces were filled with the color of satisfaction. Qin Shuyi finished settling the bill and the four people walked towards the outside of the polymerization manor together. Yo, this is really a narrow road. I didn't expect to run into each other here. Just out of the doorway, a dark and thin middle-aged man walked head-on. On the middle-aged man's heels was a middle-aged man in a suit with a briefcase. Little uncle, I was just about to find a chance to ask you, did you force grandparents and make them fight with my mom for my custody? When Zhu Xiaoling saw the dark and thin middle-aged man, she immediately stepped forward and questioned. What do you mean by forcing? You were originally our Zhu family's seed. Why should we let her Qin Shuyi carry it? If she has a little bit of self-awareness, propriety and integrity, she should unconditionally send you back home. Zhu Xiaolong looked at Qin Shuyi with a sneer. Qin Shuyi, it's useless for you to refuse. See, this person beside me is one of the most famous lawyers in H City. You don't have any chance of winning the lawsuit. Next to Zhu Xiaolong, the middle-aged lawyer had a faint smile on his face, giving off a feeling of confidence. I'm at the entrance of polymerization Zhuang. Come over now. At this time, next to him, Ling spoke into his cell phone, then hung up the phone and turned his head to look at Zhu Xiaolong. You guys wait, our lawyer will come over right away. Let's get to know each other. Yell, is this going against me? Youngster, you're quite wild. Zhu Xiaolong looked at Ling with a mocking face. Who are you? Who are you? I'll wait if you tell me to. He's my brother. His words are our words. Zhu Xiaoling stepped forward and hugged Ling's arm. Brother? Oh, it's your father who is alive and doesn't have that qualification. This one beside me is a full-time lawyer who works for the government. The entire H City lawyers have to walk around when they see him. Come on, just let you guys die. and give you guys a chance to meet each other. Zhu Xiaolong twisted his head to look at the suited lawyer and smiled with him. What do you think? Wait, let's see if I recognize it. The suited lawyer nodded slightly. Soon, Lawyer Huang trotted to Yi Ling from a distance and bowed. Good day, Mr. Yi. Hard W. Orc. Turn around and settle the lawyer's fee tenfold. Get acquainted with them, they are our plaintiffs. Yi Ling pointed at Zhu Xiaolong. Lawyer Huang's face was Ling. Turned to look at the suited lawyer and Zhu Xiaolong. You are? The suited lawyer frowned slightly, his eyes midway through a thoughtful expression. When Zhu Xiaolong heard this, he immediately felt that the suited lawyer must know Lawyer Huang, and assumed that Lawyer Huang must be a local lawyer. Stepping forward and smiling, you really have good guts, how dare you take their case? Not as bold as you guys. Lawyer Huang coldly returned. Asterisk 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 still jumping face to face with me here. Is it that you can't recognize what situation is now? Do you know who this lawyer is? Zhu Xiaolong laughed in anger, pointing at Lawyer Huang, his face full of contempt. What's your name? Lawyer Huang looked at the suited lawyer. Lawyer Zhao. The suited lawyer trembled and returned, then hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Huang, don't get me wrong, I've already pushed off this case, and I don't have any relationship with him anymore. Then what are you doing here? Lawyer Huang questioned in a cold voice. The suited lawyer looked flustered, then pointed in the direction of the supermarket. I'm going to the supermarket to buy diapers for my child. I'll go now. You're busy. After saying that, the suited lawyer fled and left. Lawyer Huang didn't even look at Zhao Lu and stared at Zhu Xiaolong. You are the plaintiff. Right, I am Qin Shiyi's lawyer. Huang Zhengfa. Zhu Xiaolong froze in place, his face unbelievable. The imperial lawyer who has served the government many times. Scared away. Chapter 73, come back to reward you with a kiss. Yi Ling, 4 people and Huang Zhengfa found a cafe and sat down. Qin Shiyi recounted the specific things once. Then Lawyer Huang gave his advice. Big sister Qin, there are 2 solutions to this matter now. One is that we respond to the lawsuit. In accordance with the current situation, we will win 100% of the time. However, this may cause you and the old man to become estranged. What about the second one? Qin Shiyi asked. The eyes were filled with rejection. The second one is to make it clear to the old man face to face. If this matter is really forced by Zhu Xiaolong, the question becomes how to fix Zhu Xiaolong and make him change his ways. Huang Zhengfa returned. That kind of person would change his ways? Zhu Xiaoling looked disbelieving. Ever since I can remember, he's just the way he is now. Mixing food and drink, being lazy and good at gambling. Gambling is against the law. If we can gather this information, sending him to prison for rehabilitation might make him change. Huang Zhengfa immediately returned. Turning his head, he looked at Yi Ling. I'll have Wu Xin do it. Yi Ling replied back indifferently, pulling out his cell phone and dialing out. After discussion, Qin Shiyi chose the second option. After Lawyer Huang left, Yi Ling's 4 continued shopping. In the afternoon, the 4 of them went to the West Lake, and Yi Ling utilized his professional photographer's techniques to take pictures of the 3 of them. Looking at a photo in his hand that exuded happiness and joy, Yi Ling was as if he was in a different world. Past memories surfaced again. The scenery remained the same, but the people became him. Zhu Xiaoling, Zhu Daolong, and Qin Shiyi. It's good to be alive. Yi Ling looked up at the setting sun and muttered, but it's still a bit regrettable after all. Brother, what are you gawking at? The sunset is so nice. You hurry up and shoot or else it will be gone in a while. Zhu Xiaoling stood in the distance waving and shouting towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling reacted and immediately recovered and started to enter the photographer's state. It was also true that there was no such thing in the world that was not regrettable. That's what makes life perfect, isn't it? The next morning, Yi Ling had just gotten up when Zhu Xiaoling found him, looking at him with an embarrassed face, wanting to speak. Is there something wrong? Yi Ling looked at Zhu Xiaoling suspiciously. Brother, it's like this. Those little sisters in our dorm room said that they want me to treat them to dinner, and they also want to meet you, the investor. Zhu Xiaoling said with an embarrassed face. In fact, she had bragged yesterday inside her little girlfriend's group about how handsome Yi Ling was, how handsome he was, and about investing $10 million, and as a result, she was trapped by a few little sisters with a provocative method. Can you bring someone? Yi Ling asked. I won't go. I'm chatting at home with my godmother today. Sumei's voice came out from inside the house. Alright, you tell them, just tell them that I'm treating them, and you guys can decide the location as you like. Yi Ling nodded, then walked into the restroom. Zhu Xiaoling immediately raised her fist in a victory expression, then quickly walked into Yi Ling's room to chat with Sumei. Sister-in-law, don't worry, with me here, no one can take advantage of brother. When she was on her way out, Zhu Xiaoling patted her chest and assured, it's okay, he can't hold it. Big deal, he'll sleep in the corridor later. Sumei smiled back. Yi Ling, what if I hold it? Come back and reward you with a kiss. Sume returned with a taut face, then quickly pushed the wheelchair in the direction of the room. The moment she finished, her face was as red as dripping blood. Did you find your sister-in-law cute? Ling twisted his head to look at Zhu Xiaoling and asked. Ha, it's souring me to death. Zhu Xiaoling covered her cheeks and made an expression that she couldn't stand, then said with a serious face. You don't say. It's quite cute, salty and sweet, gentle, cold and arrogant, warm and valiant. Sister-in-law is simply too perfect. When Sume heard this, a small smug expression appeared on her face, then she waved her hand at the two. Go quickly, come back early, you still have to go to your grandparents' house at night. Okay, sister-in-law, mom, let's go. Zhu Xiaoling waved her hand and went out the door with Ling. At the entrance of H University, the cab stopped. Zhu Xiaoling and Ling got out of the car, and the three girls quickly came up. Xiaoling, is this the brother Ling you were talking about? Wow, so handsome, too handsome. Xiaoling, where did you find such a handsome brother? I can't take it anymore. Handsome, leave your phone number? Don't even think about my brother. My sister-in-law told me to keep an eye on him. Zhu Xiaoling admonished with a serious face. Hey, just kidding. It's not okay to joke. If my sister-in-law finds out, my brother will have to sleep in the hallway. Zhu Xiaoling said with a straight face. Ha, sleep in the corridor? Handsome, you're still a wifey. The three little sisters were instantly happy, covering their mouths and snickering. You child, why are you shaking everything out? Brother also only has this hobby of pampering his wife. You're shaking it all out for me. Ling knocked Zhu Xiaoling's head with a helpless face. Zhu Xiaoling smiled awkwardly and immediately got together with her three little sisters, introducing Ling to her three little sisters. This is Li Jiaran, this is Zhu Yuhua, and this is Wang Minmin. Hello guys, my name is Ling. I'm Xiaoling's brother. Ling smiled at the three. Hello brother Ling. Hello brother Ling. Hello brother Ling. The three called out together. That's how they are. They discussed it yesterday and called you brother. Zhu Xiaoling immediately explained. Let's go shopping first. Ling smiled and nodded without saying much. Zhu Xiaoling and her little sister looked at each other. The latter revealed a lost expression. Zhu Xiaoling hurriedly coughed. I'll call the car. No need to call. The car delivery person still has a few minutes to come. Wait a little. Ling glanced at his cell phone and said. Aha! Zhu Xiaoling put away her cell phone and chatted with her little sister. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class car came from the distance and stopped in front of Ling. The car door opened and Wu Xian walked out from inside. Mr. Yi, the car drove here. Wu Xian saluted respectfully. Hard work. How is the progress of the other things? Ling took the car keys and asked indifferently. It has been basically mapped out. Lawyer Huang's side is communicating with the police. No surprises at night, or tomorrow we'll be able to arrest people. Wu Xian said back. Good. You go back. Ling nodded. Wu Xian saluted again and took a cab to leave. Brother, why is your car a little different from the one I checked yesterday? As Ling chatted, Zhu Xiaoling asked about the car Ling drove for this visit, and purposely looked it up on the internet. This is a private customized model with slight modifications. You can understand that the safety factor is to the highest level. Ling smiled back. The glass is bulletproof? Zhu Xiaoling thought of the private customized car she saw on TV. It can be bulletproof. Ling nodded his head. Not only was the glass bulletproof, the body also used the most advanced materials in the world, and it was also resistant to collisions and falls. Chapter 74, driving a small broken Big Benz he dares to crash? Ling drove the three girls away, and in less than a minute, a blue Lamborghini Urus pulled up in front of the school. The door opened and a young man with a full head of blonde hair came down from the car. Shen Chang, let me borrow the car for a bit. Someone told me that I just saw Zhu Xiaoling get into a man's car. A young man in designer sportswear walked out from the campus with an ugly face. No problem. Take it and drive it. The blonde-haired youth reached out and threw the car keys to the other party. Getting into the car, Shen Chang wore a smirking expression on his face. These days, even dare to die Zhu Xiaoling under your Wang Xiao's clear indication. Really a bit insensitive. The one who is insensitive. Then let him pay the price. Wang Xiao returned with cold eyes. His foot violently stepped on the gas pedal, and the car catapulted out like an arrow off the string. Brother, let's go to the wholesale market in H City. There are a lot of trinkets there. I like them a lot. Zhu Xiaoling turned her head to Ling and then looked at the three little sisters behind her. Where do you guys want to go? We're following you and brother Ling today. You guys call the shots. Li Jiaoran said back. The other two nodded at the same time. Wherever you guys go, we'll go. Follow you guys. It's said that the international clothing city over here is more complete. Go there and take a look. After that, if it's still early, let's go to the wholesale place. Ling said with a smile. Zhu Xiaoling bit her lips, twisted her head to look at Ling and did not open her mouth. With Ling's wealth, she naturally wouldn't care about money, but she also didn't want Yi Ling to spend more money for this trip. There was some remorse in her heart that she didn't hold her hand yesterday. Buzz. After a while, suddenly an engine roar sounded. A bright blue Lamborghini Urus was speeding beyond Yi Ling, as well as the car next to Yi Ling. The Lamborghini Urus surpassed Yi Ling's car and stopped accelerating. The speed continued to drop, and finally traveled side by side with Yi Ling. Buzz. The Lamborghini Urus suddenly blasted the gas pedal and the car overtook Yi Ling's car, forcing a merge. Yi Ling frowned and immediately applied a sharp brake. Ouch! Zhu Xiaoling's body crashed towards the front uncontrollably. Good thing there is a safety belt tied. Zhu Xiaoling's head did not hit the front of the car, but the cell phone fell and smashed on the glass of the car, rebounded back and smashed on her body. The pain of her teeth grimace. What's going on in front of this car? Why did it suddenly change lanes? Zhu Xiaoling covered her head and said with an angry face, Buzz. The figure of the car in front once again erupted with a roaring engine, and the car left its place like an arrow off the string. I'll make a call. Yi Ling glanced at the license plate number, pulled the car over to the side of the road and parked it, found his cell phone and dialed it. Xiaoling, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital? Hanging up the phone, Yi Ling asked worriedly. It's fine, just smashed by the cell phone. It doesn't hurt much now, let's keep walking. Zhu Xiaoling rubbed her head and smiled, undoing the complete belt to get her cell phone. Waiting for Zhu Xiaoling to reattach her seatbelt, Yi Ling then restarted the car. Buzz. After traveling for a kilometer or so, the roar of the engine came back again, and Yi Ling and Zhu Xiaoling looked at the same time. Shen Chang, Wang Song, so it's them? I said why the car looks so familiar. Zhu Xiaoling looked at the two youths standing in front of the car. Her face became ugly. There is a beef? Yi Ling's face went cold. There is no fault, but this Wang Song is interested in Xiaoling, and has been overbearingly and unilaterally announcing in school that Xiaoling is his girlfriend, and strictly forbidding other students to pursue Xiaoling. Zhang Minmin picked up the conversation. He is a playboy. His girlfriend changes every few days. He is a playboy. That Xin Chang is his friend. It is said to be the descendant of an ancient local family, not weaker than Wang Song's family. Li Jiaran said with a worried face. Someone must have seen that you and Xiaoling were close today, and when he found out, he came over to find trouble with you. Why don't we turn around and go back? This person is crazy, does things completely recklessly, and is particularly ruthless when it comes to fixing people. Zhu Yuhua suggested. Yi Ling turned his head to look at Zhu Xiaoling. Zhu Xiaoling's face was worried, biting her lips. Her fingers pinched her cell phone hard. Yi Ling touched her head with his hand and smiled. Fasten your seatbelt, I'm going to speed up. Zhu Xiaoling looked up with a puzzled face. You guys also fasten your seatbelts. Yi Ling instructed the other three girls. The other three girls, with puzzled faces, double-checked a seatbelt and finally gave an OK sign. Yi Ling's feet accelerated fiercely. The car's speed instantly increased by a notch. The customized engine erupted with a nearly explosive sound, and the car instantly flew out. Asterisk 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 calling the shots with lousy? Wang Song's face was ugly, and he quickly drilled into the car. Xinchang also followed and sat in the passenger side. Buzz. Wang Song stepped on the gas to the end. The car ejected. The surrounding car owners were startled. Seeing that it was a Lamborghini Urus, one by one hurriedly dodged away. Lamborghini Urus quickly caught up with Yi Ling's car. Yi Ling looked like he didn't see it and continued to keep the safe speed at the highest level of exercise. Let me try how much you can really do. Wang Song overtook Yi Ling. The corner of his mouth showed a hint of ridicule. He violently hit the steering wheel, forcibly merging into the road that Yi Ling was exercising. Young Wang, this is a bit risky. Our current speed is about the same as the other party. We will crash. Xinchang frowned slightly and said, crash us? Driving a small broken Mercedes-Benz, does he dare to crash? Surely he will hit the steering wheel and go to the field himself. Wang Song had a sneer on his face. Bang! Wang Song's words had only fallen when the sound of a car collision rang out. Wang Song and Xinchang's faces were unbelievable. Then they became dazed. The whole person was shocked and confused, and the car was also knocked out by the huge collision force, and tumbled uncontrollably into the field on the side of the highway. Cough! My feet! My head hurts! Help! Inside the car that flipped inside the field, Wang Song and Xinchang subconsciously shouted before they could situation. Yi Ling parked the car on the side of the road, opened the door and walked out. Coming into the field, Yi Ling took a look at the Lamborghini Urus ass. Was hit by the Mercedes-Benz the whole concave in? This is still he did not want to let the two dead step on the brakes. Yi Ling reached the two people and dragged them out of the cab, then dialed the police. You wait to pay for it, I'm going to make you lose all your money. Wang Song recovered a little and looked at Yi Ling, his eyes turning ice cold. You can talk to my proxy lawyer about these. Yi Ling returned indifferently, then turned around and left. Where are you going? Don't try to run. Let me tell you, in H City, you will be found by me no matter where you run. Wang Song shouted, followed by a cold smile. Clearly tell you, this young master is purposely letting you bump into it. What this young master doesn't lack is money. If you dare to get your hands on this young master's woman, this young master will let you lose all your money. Shen Chang. This crazy, but with not your car you do not heartache eyes full of remorse. He should not have gotten involved in this time. Chapter 75, you go and help me break both his legs. On Yi Ling's way back, Zhu Xiaoling looked at him with a pale face, her eyes full of uneasiness. Brother, how are they? No lives were lost, right? I have my measure. 2 dude disciples only. Running over them will only add a stain to my life. They are not worthy yet. Yi Ling faintly said back, then came to the car a measure away from the driveway. A lengthened version of Lincoln slowly stopped in front of him. Lawyer Huang walked out from the passenger side. Then the driver's side also came down a middle-aged man. It was the head of Artisan Star Group. Mr. Yi, I'll follow up and handle the next matter. Any instructions? The person in charge looked at Yi Ling with a flattering face. Just deal with it as you should. In addition, tell Wang Lin to let him take a vacation for a year and teach his son properly. Yi Ling returned indifferently, then beckoned to Zhu Xiaoling. This car needs to be handled with cooperation. Let's take this car. Zhu Xiaoling and her 3 little sisters looked at the Lincoln car dumbfounded, with 10,000 questions in their hearts. Even Zhu Xiaoling, who knew that Yi Ling was the chairman of Weebly, was a bit dumbfounded. She was surprised that she didn't recognize this car label, but this length she had never seen before. Yi Ling 4 people got into the Lincoln car. The car quickly drove away from the original place. Seeing the car leave, the person in charge and Lawyer Huang came to the edge of the paddy field and coldly looked at the 2 people lying within the paddy field. Wang Hai took out his cell phone and called Wang Lin, the international president of Artisan Star Group. When the call was connected, Wang Hai gave Wang Lin Yi Ling's original words and then hung up the phone. Uncle Wang Hai? Wang Song's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw the person in charge. Uncle Wang Hai, did you come here because my father greeted you? Wang Song stood up with difficulty and moved to Wang Hai. Don't call me uncle. I can't afford it. Wang Hai returned indifferently. Wang Song frowned. This Uncle Wang Hai, who usually spoiled him, smiled when he saw him, and called him nephew in every mouthful. What kind of medicine did he take today? Why would he be so cold? Just at this time Wang Hai's cell phone rang again. Wang Hai looked at it and reached out to pick it up and turned on the outgoing call. Wang Hai, you are in front of that sinful son, right? Yes, he just moved in front of me. Wang Hai looked at Wang Song a little and nodded slightly. Want to talk to him? No, go help me break both of his legs. Wang Lin's gnashing of teeth came from the phone. Inside the field, Wang Song had an unbelievable face. The father who had always spoiled him and loved him had let someone break his legs? Was this a hallucination? That won't do. This is something against the law. I can't do it. Mr. Wang, you'd better do it yourself. Wang Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. Wang Lin is now rising in his career, and will soon come into contact with Yi Ling's core circle. Now it's good. By his son so, directly out of the circle in place. I'm afraid that in the future, there will not be in the opportunity to enter the core circle. Wang Lin estimated that he had the heart to kill this son. I'll go back now. The phone was silent for a while before Wang Lin's voice came, his tone filled with decadence. The phone hung up and Wang Hai pocketed his cell phone. Uncle Wang Hai, why? Obviously I was the one who was hit. Why would father do this to me? Obviously I'm the victim. Wang Song asked with a disbelieving face and bloodshot eyes. Do you know who hit your car just now? He is your father's boss, the chairman of the Artisan Star Group. Wang Hai coldly replied back. The traffic police came at this time, and Wang Hai and Lawyer Huang walked over quickly. How is this possible? Wang Song had a dull face, his eyes staring garden. The heart was shocked to the extreme. Yi Ling brought the 4 girls into the international clothing city. The 4 girls began to shop around. Yi Ling called 2 shoppers to follow them. The 4 girls were led to try on a lot of clothes, but after seeing the price, they gave up the idea of buying. After a circle, the 4 girls didn't buy anything. Brother, let's go to the wholesale city. The ones there are cheap and affordable. Zhu Xiaoling came up to Yi Ling and suggested in a low voice. The other 3 little sisters all nodded their heads. This place was too expensive, and not something they could afford to consume. Yi Ling did not reply and took a step towards the outside. Only after going out, the 3 waiters met Yi Ling head on and immediately smiled. Mr. Yi, the clothes you bought have all been put on the car. You are welcome to come back next time. Yi Ling nodded slightly and walked towards the car. The 4 girls looked at Yi Ling's back with a puzzled expression. Brother, Yi Ling bought clothes? Li Jiaoran asked suspiciously. Didn't see it. Just go over and take a look. Zhu Xiaoling waved her hand. She was also a little curious. Coming to the car, the 4 girls saw a pile of bags stacked inside the car, spanning several brands. Curious, Zhu Xiaoling opened and looked at one. Then her expression stagnated and she opened one again, her expression even more stagnant. After looking at 5 bags, Zhu Xiaoling twisted her head to look at Yi Ling. Yi Ling saw Zhu Xiaoling's expression through the rearview mirror and smiled. I said I'd give you a gift, so I made the decision to buy it for you. Zhu Xiaoling let out a bitter smile at his words. Brother, if you let mom know about this, she will probably point at my nose and scold me. We can't be like this in the future. Got it. Yi Ling smiled back. What's going on? Li Jiaoran looked at Zhu Xiaoling suspiciously. What kind of clothes did your brother buy? See for yourselves. Zhu Xiaoling lifted the bag and threw it in front of the three little sisters. The three little sisters opened it in confusion. Ha, is this the set of clothes I tried on? Hee, this seems to be the clothes Min tried. Jiaoran, this is the one you tried. Soon, the three girls realized that Yi Ling was buying all the clothes they tried, and all of them looked at Yi Ling in shock. You are all Xiaoling's good sisters. These are meet and greet gifts. Yi Ling smiled back. The three girls' faces were shocked with excitement. They also heard out that Yi Ling purposely emphasized that they were Zhu Xiaoling's sisters to be treated like this. Brother Yi Ling, don't worry. In the future, we will definitely work well with Xiaoling. Xiaoling's last days at school will be guarded by us. We won't let anyone bully her. I'll supervise Xiaoling so that she doesn't get tired, eats on time, and sleeps on time. The three girls immediately took a stand. A happy smile appeared on Zhu Xiaoling's face, looking at Yi Ling with gratitude and emotion in her eyes. Yi Ling smiled faintly and said, Next, take you guys to the Artisan Star Group for dinner. After lunch, Yi Ling took Zhu Xiaoling and her little sister to the water park again. After finishing, the time came to 4 in the afternoon. Since they had to go to Zhu Xiaoling's grandparents' place in the evening, the party came to an end. On the way back home, Yi Ling received a call from Su Mei. There's some changes at grandparents' house. You take Xiaoling there first. I'll take a taxi with my godmother. Don't take a taxi. I'll have Wu Xin pick you guys up. Yi Ling shook his head, then said in a firm tone, At this time, I don't feel comfortable with other people. Aha! Su Mei's soft voice came from the opposite side. The phone hung up. Yi Ling frowned and furrowed his brows, immediately turning the car around and driving towards his grandparents' home.